Chapter E, Hometown. A bamboo, a gas, two bamboos, two gases. A group of little girls were playing with bamboo segments by the dirt path. Though the game was exceedingly simple, their faces were all flushed with excitement, and the air was filled with their crisp, chirping laughter. One little girl stood quietly to the side, seemingly distant, with a faint expression on her face, yet an undeniable enthusiasm sparkled in her eyes. "Oh, Zaliu, you've lost again. Hand it over, quickly." A slightly taller girl dashed forward, attempting to snatch something from another child. However, the smaller child, though diminutive, was remarkably fierce, clutching her possession tightly and even managing to push the taller girl to the ground. With a cry of surprise, the taller girl burst into tears, prompting the other children to rush over and console her. The short girl named Xiuyu carefully wiped her face and walked towards the quiet girl standing nearby. "Hey, why are you just standing there? Why don't you join us?" The little girl smiled gently, pulling a handkerchief from her collar and offering it to Xiuyu. Xiuyu took it, carelessly wiped her face, then grabbed a nearby basket of pigweed, tugging at the little girl's arm. "Let's go." "Zhang Xiuyu, you little nuisance. Just wait until I tell your mother." The taller girl, now back on her feet, pushed through the other children, pointing at Xiuyu and shouting loudly. With a frown, Xiuyu halted, turning to glare at the girl, bending down as if to drop the basket and charge at her. However, feeling a gentle tug on her arm, she turned to see the quiet girl holding her back, pointing to the setting sun that was descending down the mountainside. Xiuyu pouted, raising her chin defiantly at the girl. "Wang Yujia, you're not afraid of getting beaten? Go ahead and tell." After saying this, she straightened her back and walked away, dragging the girl beside her, unbothered by the shouts behind them. The brook babbled, leaves rustled, and wildflowers in shades of white and purple bloomed abundantly. The two children joyfully wandered through the fields, playfully pushing and jostling each other, picking wildflowers and plucking leaves, blissfully unaware of their surroundings, a scene reminiscent of a pastoral paradise akin to a painting. As they turned past a small grove, a large house with white walls and black tiles appeared. The two children quickened their pace, circling around to a side door, where Xiuyu gently knocked. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a wrinkled face that peered out. Upon recognizing Xiuyu, the face broke into a smile. "You little rascal, where have you been running off to? Your mother has been searching for you." A hand reached out to pat her head. "Hurry back." Xiuyu stuck out her tongue and hurried inside, only for the old man to notice the quiet girl behind her. "Oh, Miss Cousin is here too. She must have been dragged out by that little one. Come in and rest, it's scorching hot outside. Mind your health." The little girl nodded with a smile and stepped inside. Walking along the damp, chilly path, the ground was covered in moss, making it quite slippery. Yet, the little girl ambled leisurely, flanked by flourishing green bamboo that swayed in the breeze, releasing a gentle fragrance. She found herself pausing, closing her eyes to savor the moment. "What are you doing here, child?" A somewhat stern voice suddenly cut through the tranquility. The little girl shivered, turning to lower her head and softly call, "Auntie," her voice surprisingly clear and melodious, pleasing to the ear. Humph! Figure approached, tall and imposing, clad in a golden brown coat, matching skirt, her complexion pale, with delicate brows and thin lips, her forehead adorned with a black headscarf, and golden pendants gently swaying by her ears. A wave of resentment emanated from her. The little girl instinctively took a step back. "Quickly go help your second sister tidy up. We've been looking for you for ages, and here you are loitering." "Yes," the girl nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. Just as she rounded a stone hill, she overheard someone say behind her, "Madam, I truly do not understand what the master is thinking." The second wife is merely a concubine without a son, yet she brings her relatives here and insists on calling them Miss, even referring to you as Auntie. How could she possibly deserve that? The elder madam replied coolly, Qin Ma, do not speak of this, it is the master's decision. Understood. The voices faded into the distance, and the little girl, hidden behind the stone hill, stood silently for a moment before turning to leave. Yet the elder madam's voice of resentment lingered in her mind. This house was vast, and the Su family was affluent, owning thousands of acres of land, not to mention their dye houses and breweries. I was merely a poor relative seeking refuge. When the second madam was still alive, a servant from my family brought me, who was not yet free, to this household. In truth, we were only distant cousins, but the second madam had a kind heart and thought I could be a companion for her daughter, so she pleaded with the master to take me in. According to Zhang Ma, who served the second madam, the master had examined me for a while and declared that I was a person of both fortune and misfortune. Others misinterpreted this as a sign that I should not stay, yet who would have thought that Master Su would instruct the servants to refer to me as Miss? Uncle Lin, who brought me here, had since passed away from tuberculosis. Initially, he only suffered from a persistent cough, but when I was nearly 10, he could no longer endure and departed. Before he left, he quietly placed a jade pendant around my neck, saying it was a token of our kinship. It was then I learned that I had not been abandoned by my parents but merely separated from them. However, Uncle Lin could not clarify the events that led to my situation. He had only arrived at my home a short while before, and the steward there was his cousin. He had hoped to find a meager livelihood, but unexpectedly, it was he who helped me escape. He only knew that my family belonged to a scholarly lineage, and everyone there was kind. He had seen my father twice and described him as a refined and genteel young man. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Seeing him struggle to speak, I refrained from asking further questions. The day after, Uncle Lin passed away, and the master rewarded him with several silver dollars for his service. Soon after, the second madam too fell ill. Suffering from phlegm disease, she struggled for a month before departing with tears in her eyes. My cousin wept inconsolably, while Master Su remained unchanged, merely making arrangements for her dignified farewell. It was not until one evening when I accompanied my cousin that I inadvertently saw the master seated on the couch where the second madam often sat, caressing the smooth silk pillow. It dawned on me then that he too was in pain. When he turned and saw me standing aside, he gazed at me for a moment before waving me away. I had never shared with anyone what I witnessed that night. From that moment on, whenever I encountered the master, calling him uncle felt much more sincere. One by one, my relatives vanished, leaving me with only Qin. A bright voice broke through my reverie. I lifted my head from my memories and turned to see a radiant figure approaching. It was my only remaining relative, my cousin Dan Qin. I am now 12 years old, and Dan Qin is 5 years my senior. At 17, girls in this place are usually already married, but because Su Dan Qin is the daughter of a concubine, the elder madam never even mentions her. The master seems to have his own thoughts on the matter, allowing the years to slip by without resolution. The second madam had only this one daughter, while the elder madam bore 2 sons. Although the Su family has been engaged in commerce for generations, the master is a well-educated man. The elder madam is the daughter of a merchant, literate but not as talented as the second madam. My distant aunt was an exceptional painter, and since the master favored traditional Chinese painting, he named Dan Qin after her upon her birth. The eldest son, Su Moran, is 23 this year and is expected to inherit the family business. Unfortunately, he seems to have only inherited his parents' gloominess, lacking in wisdom. The second son, Su Moxiang, is 20 years old and studying at Yanjing University, seemingly engrossed in Western literature, a remarkably intelligent individual, yet perennially at odds with the master. After attending school, he has adopted some new ideologies, and each time he returns, he and the master seem to clash over trivial matters. In contrast, he shares a closer bond with Denqin, who in turn treats me well, though his studies keep him away from home. The youngest is the second daughter, merely half a year younger than Denqin. At that time, the second madam was pregnant, and Zhang Ma, who attended to her, claimed that the master, inebriated, had unintentionally led to the conception of Yu Lian, who is now the third madam, originally a maidservant to the elder madam. Zhang Ma is also Zuyu's mother, initially a maid of the second madam, who later married a local merchant but remained devoted to caring for the second madam, Denqin, and me. Though the elder madam appears to treat the second daughter favorably, every time the third madam encounters the elder madam, she seems to tread carefully, as if fearing a cat near a mouse, suggesting her own life may not be as pleasant. Master so frequently neglects her for days on end. Yet, from my recollections, I have never witnessed him visiting the elder madam's quarters. In the blink of an eye, Denqin has reached me, clad in a light pink embroidered chipa, mimicking the most fashionable style from Shanghai, her smile illuminating her face, reminiscent of the second madam, causing me to momentarily lose my composure. Little girl, where are you off to? I've not seen you all day. You haven't been led astray by that show again, have you? I smiled softly. Sister, I was just about to visit the second daughter. Denqin shrugged dismissively. Don't bother, she left ages ago. With her temperament, she wouldn't wait for anything lively. With that, she took my hand. Come, Zhang Ma has made plenty of snacks, just waiting for you. They'll be tasteless if they cool down. My sister's hands are both slender and warm. I secretly exerted pressure as I grasped those hands that have sheltered me from life's storms since my childhood. As I smiled and returned to my room, I caught sight of Zhang Mama, who was tightly pinching Shio's ear, twisting it with force. Upon noticing us, she released her grip, and Shio swiftly vanished, leaving her mother calling after her in vain. Every evening before dinner, Denqin would sit in quiet contemplation, praying for the late second mistress. During this time, we would quietly withdraw, allowing her a moment of solitude. Zhang Mama admonished me for a considerable duration, ultimately placing the blame on her own daughter. I listened with a smile, remaining silent as Zhang Mama tenderly smoothed my braid, gazing at me with a sigh. Perhaps due to my upbringing as a guest in someone else's home, I have always been an exceedingly sensitive child, seemingly able to perceive the thoughts of others while possessing restraint uncommon among my peers. Restraint, a term that Moang used to describe me, claimed that upon meeting me, he finally understood its essence. Yet, truthfully, I struggled to comprehend it myself. I remembered that Moang once patted my head and laughed, saying that I would grasp its meaning when I grew a few years older. At that time, I was merely 8. I slowly made my way back to my little room nestled in a corner of the bamboo grove. The second mistress cherished tranquility, hence she chose this secluded courtyard. My small abode was impeccably tidy. Aside from a bed and a wardrobe, there was a writing desk by the window, all arranged by me, so no one knew that the space beneath my bed was stuffed with books. Everyone knew I could read, yet none were aware that my master had begun teaching me the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as poetry and prose, since I was 4 years old, the moment he realized my extraordinary memory. The second mistress adored painting, yet her own daughter had no interest in it. Thus, she poured all her aspirations into me. Although I lacked life experience and could not capture grand landscapes, my meticulous brushwork often left my aunt marveling, exclaiming my talent. Denqin had never enjoyed painting, Yet she possessed an innate gift for music regardless of whether it was the Shao, Di, Wang, or Shen. She played them with an evocative grace. I frequently assisted her in copying musical scores and listened to her performances. In her leisure moments, she delighted in teaching me a few pieces. I did not know how to refuse. I merely wished to please her and truly dedicated effort to learn. Until one day, she asked me to perform a duet with her on the Shao and her on the Di. Once the piece concluded, Moang stood in stunned silence, and even Zhang Mama was momentarily speechless. Danqing stared at me in disbelief until Moang cracked a joke, prompting laughter from everyone, including Danqing, who returned to her usual composure. I felt an odd sensation inside from that day forth. I never touched a musical instrument in her presence again, and she never inquired about it, yet our bond remained unchanged. That year, I was 10. I was uncertain whether all members of the Su family were inclined to be teachers, but Moang certainly was, especially after he began attending school. Each time he returned, he would insist on chatting incessantly. Danqing and Zhang Mama would laugh, claiming I was akin to his own sister. Byron, Shelley, Tagore, Freud, a plethora of foreign names filled my ears, along with various theories and poetic verses, even a peculiar language that he taught me to speak, neither resembling my native tongue nor the Shandong dialect spoken by old Wang at the entrance. When I cautiously asked Moang if this was Cantonese, he was made sip of tea and erupted in laughter, choking on it. Danqing remarked that he had lost his mind and advised me to ignore him. Days later, Moang brought a book with characters I recognized, its cover inscribed with English language compilation. Only then did I realize it was a foreign language. Thus, Moang relentlessly inundated me with information, regardless of how foolishly I stared at him. Thanks to my remarkable memory, these concepts, which I did not comprehend, firmly occupied my mind until one day I understood that despite their colorful hair and eyes, these people were just like us, needing food and using the restroom. My interest was piqued. It turned out they were human too. Gradually, I became aware that beyond cities like Beijing and Shanghai, there existed other countries filled with wondrous things. Suddenly, I felt an intense envy and told Moang that I too wished to venture out. He laughed heartily, teasing that if I were to do so, I would become a heroine. I did not understand but yearned for the day when I could see that vibrant world. That year, I turned 12. This was my life. It seemed that aside from Danqing, everyone treated me with indifference, yet in truth, each person maintained a close connection with me. I recall once asking Moang why he always spoke to me thus. He smiled and replied that I was a perceptive little girl with an innate ability to soothe others' sorrows. Regrettably, I still did not understand, nor would I incessantly inquire. Instead, I pondered in silence. Perhaps this was what Moang referred to as restraint. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, realizing that I had matured somewhat. I resolved to share this insight with Moang the next time we met. After dinner, Danqing and I returned to her room. As I reflected on the first mistress' displeasure earlier, constantly stirring trouble for others, I thought how fortunate we were that master had slammed down the dishes. Otherwise, who knows how long she would have raged, seemingly due to the eldest master's absence for several days. Reluctantly, I took a few bites, and upon noticing Danqing signaling to me, I excused myself to join her. After all, I had eaten plenty of snacks before dinner, and a little fruit upon my return would suffice to stave off hunger. Zhang Mama was teaching Sheila to sew shoe soles. Sheila, clumsy as she was, kept receiving gentle jabs to her forehead from her mother. Danqing sat beside me, chatting idly, mentioning that Moang had once spoken of a Western instrument called the piano, expressing her keen interest and desire for a master to procure one for her. I quietly listened, my head bowed as I embroidered a handkerchief, a craft grandmama had taught me. Danqing had never cared for such things, but I found it amusing and requested grandmama to teach me as a pastime. The room radiated warmth, and a gentle smile lingered at the corners of my lips. Both Danqing and Moan commented on the beauty of my cheerful expression, though it was rare it seemed I was always smiling. Suddenly, a loud crash startled us, as if someone had kicked the water basin left outside. We exchanged bewildered glances, and Grandmama attempted to rise and investigate. As the curtain lifted, a figure swiftly entered.
As Zhang Mama endeavored to rise and ascertain the situation, the curtain was drawn, revealing a figure that swiftly entered the room. Upon closer scrutiny, it became evident that it was the housekeeper, her countenance betraying a trace of panic. Danqing rose abruptly, and before she could utter a word, Wu Mama interjected, "Miss, the master and mistress urgently request your presence." Danqing froze, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Wu Mama, what has transpired?" Wu Mama hesitated, casting a fleeting glance at Danqing, while Zhang Mama approached, exclaiming, "Oh dear Wu Jie, what could be so pressing as to cause you such distress?" Wu Mama managed a strained smile. "The eldest master is in peril. I am unaware of the particulars, but he is detained in the provincial capital. You must hurry." Danqing frowned, glancing at us. "Let us go." With that, she followed Wu Mama out. Observing the anxious demeanor of Zhang Mama and her daughter, I turned and retreated to my own chamber. Sitting at my desk, my heart racing once more with that familiar sensation, it echoed the day Uncle Lin departed, as well as the time with the second mistress, that I pondered how much time had elapsed when. Suddenly, I was jolted by Zhang Mama's heart-wrenching cry from the adjacent room. How could this happen? My young lady. Chapter 2. Provincial capital. I quietly assembled my possessions. Over the years, my wardrobe had remained scant. The second mistress had invariably treated me with kindness, considering me whenever she crafted new garments. Yet, I had consistently stood by in silence, observing Danqing's lively chatter, which resulted in my acquiring only one or two pieces at most. Others presumed I was naturally apathetic to such matters. In reality, I simply lacked the courage to articulate my desires. The eldest master had encountered difficulties in his business endeavors, having been apprehended by a military governor in the provincial capital. Zhang Mama could not divulge the specifics, merely indicating that it pertained to military logistics. The eldest master had conspired with a Japanese merchant. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the unscrupulous Japanese trader had fled back to Manchuria, leaving the eldest master to bear the consequences. While the eldest master might evade capture, he could not escape the repercussions that it was rumored that he had been seized in a brothel and dragged before the military governor by soldiers. After enduring several lashes, he divulged all that he knew. Although most of the funds he had clandestinely shared with the Japanese had already been appropriated by that man under the pretense of business expansion, the military governor remained indifferent to such nuances. Whoever was ensnared would certainly face the consequences. The Su family business in the provincial capital had influential connections, and they toiled through the night to alleviate the eldest master's suffering, discreetly offering bribes to an official who privately observed that the severity of the punishment rested entirely upon the military governor's discretion. Should he choose to be merciless, charges of treason could easily be leveled against him for colluding with a Japanese merchant in military affairs. Conversely, it might be categorized as fraud. Nonetheless, the majority of the blame would likely be shifted onto the fleeing Japanese merchant, with suggestions to seek assistance from Deputy He, who maintained a close relationship with the military governor. The business manager received this intelligence and, while conveying it to Old Su, hastened to the military governor's office to solicit intervention from Deputy He. However, the messenger encountered tribulations along the way, returning with injuries. And just as he struggled to relay the message, a second messenger had already arrived. Caught off guard, the Su family found themselves engulfed in confusion. The governor seeks neither wealth nor material possessions, but solely the companionship of one individual, Danqing. 2 years prior, Danqing had accompanied the esteemed couple to the provincial capital to commemorate the birthday of the former governor's mother. That time, the current governor, surnamed Wu, was merely a brigade commander under the previous administration. Danqing, then a mere 15 years of age, flourished like a peach blossom in its prime. Her enchanting voice captivated all who were fortunate enough to hear her melodious tunes. Upon returning, I overheard the second madam remark that had it not been for the tender age of the old lady's grandson, Danqing would have undoubtedly become the governor's daughter-in-law. The first madam remained steeped in discontent. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Danqing had already captured the attention of the current governor, Wu Mingzhu. It has now come to light that this governor Wu had subtly intimated to Lord Su his desire to wed Danqing. But how could Lord Su permit his daughter to become a concubine? Thus, he skillfully and diplomatically dismissed the proposal at that moment. Governor Wu refrained from further comment, and as days slipped away, Lord Su regarded the matter as trivial, oblivious to the fact that Governor Wu was merely waiting for this very day. Upon Danqing's return, she uttered not a single word and simply reclined upon her bed. Xiu'er confided in me in hushed tones that Danqing bore a conspicuous palm print upon her face, while Zhang Mama sat weeping in a corner, wailing to the heavens and cursing the young master. Her heart shattered over her beloved Mrs. Misfortunes, lamenting that a child without a mother is a child unloved. Standing by, I intermittently gleaned fragments of this narrative from the housekeeper's lips that Wu Mama, who had accompanied Danqing home, had yet to take her leave, feeling too bashful to confront Danqing and unable to depart. She lingered nearby, offering solace to Zhang Mama, all the while casting furtive glances into the inner room, likely at the behest of the first madam, fearing that Danqing might take a desperate step in her despair. While this concern was understandable, her precious son remained firmly ensnared by Governor Wu, rendering Danqing's fate inextricably intertwined with his. Observing the tear-streaked visage of Zhang Mama, the helpless Wu Mama, and the flustered Xiu'er standing aside, I quietly retreated into Danqing's chamber. The room was dim and thick with a stifling atmosphere, causing me to shudder as I stealthily approached Danqing's bedside and settled at the edge of her bed. Danqing's large, expressive eyes were wide open, seemingly gazing through the canopy towards an unknown realm. Her eyes, swollen and red, a testament to her recent tears, now appeared as parched as an ancient well, devoid of vitality. The crimson marks upon her face had not yet faded and had swelled, marring her once pristine visage. I slowly extended my hand, yearning to clasp Danqing's, but as soon as my fingertips made contact, she recoiled sharply. Undaunted, I attempted again and again, until at last, I held her hand firmly. Danqing's hand was as cold as ice, and mine was not much warmer, yet our frigid hands, clasped together, gradually began to warm. I lost track of time, feeling a slight perspiration in my palm, and contemplated withdrawing my hand to retrieve a handkerchief. However, Danqing held on tightly, refusing to let go. Raising my gaze, I noticed Danqing had shifted her focus towards me. Her bitter eyes now tinged with a hint of sorrow, reflecting a profound sense of helplessness, anger, and hatred that my heart brimmed with unspoken words, yet I was at a loss for how to articulate them. Thus, I simply stared into Danqing's eyes, hoping she could discern my sentiments. Suddenly, Danqing gripped my hand with such intensity it was almost painful, prompting me to instinctively nod in response, sensing that she sought a promise from me, something I could offer in that moment. Without hesitation, I acquiesced. A flicker of a smile graced Danqing's face, but it quickly faded as her expression grew cold. Only then did I perceive movement behind me. Turning around, I beheld Lord Su. I folded the garments in my hands. Lamenting that I could not take the books with me, I managed to pack a few, but I did not wish to carry too many items to the governor's residence, as that would draw undue attention. After bowing to Lord Su, I returned to my own quarters to commence organizing my luggage. Although Danqing had not explicitly articulated it, I understood she would wish for me to accompany her. She was unaware of how well Lord Su treated me in private. He did not desire for me to remain here alone, facing the first madam in solitude, and I was now her only kin. Providing her with a semblance of support upon our arrival at the governor's estate, there was not much to pack, and I soon completed my task. After a moment's hesitation, I resolved to include the English language book in my bundle. I glanced around the stark simplicity of the room, feeling little attachment, save for the fleeting memory of Mu Yang teaching me to read by the window. Instinctively, I caressed the jade pendant in my possession, feeling no significant anxiety about the unknown life ahead, as this place had never truly felt like home. It was merely a transition from one location to another. The thought of possibly never seeing Mu Yang again, however, cast a shadow over my heart. The door creaked open, and I turned to see Lord Su entering my room for the first time. Upon noticing my luggage, he seemed momentarily taken aback, and an array of complex emotions flickered across his previously sullen gaze. Had I been a few years older, I might have comprehended the nuances, but at present, I merely sensed his displeasure that I lowered my head to bow before him as he settled onto the bench by the window. Quietly observing me for a moment before gesturing for me to approach, that I stepped closer, my eyes drawn to the golden pocket watch pinned to his lapel, when suddenly a hand rested atop my head, gently stroking my hair. Startled, I felt a twinge of fear, yet I remained perfectly still, frozen in place. With your temperament, it would be best if you never allowed yourself to become emotionally attached. Otherwise, Lord Su's voice trailed off, his words hanging ominously in the air. That I looked up, my eyes filled with questions, puzzled by the meaning of emotional attachment. Lord Su's gaze bore into me, and I could discern a hint of regret and a touch of pity, although the rest eluded my understanding. Once you arrive there, take good care of your sister, he stated flatly, his usual demeanor restored. That I nodded obediently. That he rose to leave, and I followed him to the door. Just as we reached it, he paused, mumbling something softly, piquing my curiosity as I widened my eyes to listen. Turning back, Lord Su placed something into my hand before swiftly exiting. That I looked down to find a warm object resting in my palm. It was the golden watch. The phrase "above is heaven, below are Suzhou and Hangzhou" came to life before me, a saying I had only encountered in books. The picturesque West Lake, shrouded in mist, with willows brushing the shore, was unlike anything I had ever known. There were no winding waterways, only the expansive, fog-laden surface of the lake. No verdant rice paddies, only rows of bustling shops, and while the tranquility I had known was absent, an indescribable liveliness filled the air. Xiao'er gazed wide-eyed at the sights outside the carriage, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, while Zhang Mama initially attempted to rein her in, but eventually found herself equally entranced. Staring out in awe, Zhang Mama was determined to accompany Dan Xing, unable to quell her worries. Her husband did not impede her. Having only one daughter, he had little desire to keep her, but out of respect for the second madam, he had allowed her to retain some semblance of decorum. With the second madam gone, he seized the opportunity to let Zhang Mama go, thus relieving himself of his responsibilities. Zhang Mama was not oblivious to this arrangement. But the bond between husband and wife had long since faded, and all she sought was to bring Xiao'er with her. Her husband, viewing Xiao'er as a liability, readily consented. Zhang Mama energetically organized everything. Yet I had witnessed her shed tears in private. Such is the nature of women. No matter how callous men may be, they still feel pain for them, as the second madam once expressed. At that time, her expression had been subdued, unlike Zhang Mama's visible grief. But I couldn't help but think that if the second madam had cried, perhaps it would have been more bearable. Dan Xing donned a vibrant red qipao, wrapped in a scarf purportedly brought back from the West, the name of which Zhang Mama could not recall, nor did Dan Xing seem to care. Yet I recognized it as lace, a term Mu Yang had mentioned. It appeared that the governor held Dan Xing in high regard, as he had even sent a car to the train station for her. Having seen images of such vehicles before, I scrutinized the one before us, finding it strikingly similar to those depicted in Western films, and climbed aboard. That I, in contrast, Zhang Mama and Xiao'er, still reeling from their first train ride, struggled to adjust to this new mode of transport, causing quite a commotion for the driver. Dan Xing, however, seemed indifferent, standing quietly to the side, her demeanor cold and aloof. That I quietly stood beside her, listening to Xiao'er's excited exclamations throughout the journey. Occasionally, I sensed Dan Xing's gaze upon me, scrutinizing, yet I feigned ignorance. This was my nature. My intuition often led me to make decisions I couldn't quite rationalize, for I had never been wrong, and thus I never questioned my actions. The second madam, Mu Yang, and Dan Xing had all posed a similar question to me. What did I truly care about? I recollected merely offering a smile in reply, as they shook their heads, oblivious to the fact that I harbored far too much concern to articulate it all. They simply failed to perceive the profundity of my emotions. That I presumed that the governor's residence lay to the south of West Lake, as our vehicle continued to navigate its banks. However, we ultimately arrived at the entrance of a magnificent estate, which, albeit lacking the opulence of Lord Su's abode, possessed a unique charm all its own. Zhang Mama and Xiao'er gazed in astonishment, while Dan Xing's previously impassive expression darkened in an instant, as if she had caught sight of Lord Su himself. Zhang Mama remained bewildered, while I recognized the plaque adorning the estate that read Shizi Courtyard, coming to the realization that this was not the governor's residence, though I was not entirely certain. It was evident that we had not proceeded directly to the governor's estate, but rather to this private manor, which hinted at something amiss. Deputy He, a shrewd-looking middle-aged gentleman, appeared momentarily taken aback upon encountering Danqing at the train station. His expression hinted at familiarity, yet he uttered little, respectfully ushering us to this location. Upon entering the main residence, Deputy He remarked that the commander was presently occupied with official duties and would visit the aunt later in the evening. As he spoke, a fleeting grimace flitted across Danqing's lips, yet she nodded in acquiescence. After instructing the servants to attend to our needs with the utmost diligence, Deputy He took his leave. The room was indeed resplendent. Though it bore an incongruous air, Zhang Mama, being forthright, unceremoniously directed the servants to commence organizing our belongings. Danqing, expressing her weariness, turned and retreated to the inner chambers to rest as Xiui and I arrived at what was purportedly my room. The commander, having learned of my kinship to Danqing as her cousin, seemed to harbor a fondness for me, as this room surpassed the comforts of my quarters at the Su family estate. While Xiui busied herself inspecting the surroundings, I quietly unpacked my luggage. Just as Xiui was about to assist me, Zhang Mama called for her, prompting Xiui to stick out her tongue at me before scampering away. The room fell into a serene silence, and that familiar sensation returned that it was then that I truly relaxed. Regardless of the setting, only this tranquility could evoke a sense of home for me. This was my own sanctuary. During dinner, the commander had yet to arrive. Danqing appeared relieved, even donning a smile as she recounted the legend of the West Lake vinegar fish. After our meal, Zhang Mama remained seated at the door, instructing Xiui in the arts of sewing and shoemaking, while I continued to sit beside Danqing, embroidering a new handkerchief. Danqing leaned against the plush couch, her gaze contemplative as she alternated between observing me and Zhang Mama. Our eyes met occasionally, leading to silent smiles that seemed to transport us back to simpler times. Danqing once again resembled the cherished figure I adored that I quietly wished for time to stand still. That night, I experienced an undisturbed slumber, surprisingly sweet despite the unfamiliar surroundings. Upon awakening, I noticed the faint light of dawn illuminating the window panes, and an inexplicable sense of joy washed over me. I rose to cleanse and tidy myself, and as I stepped outside, I intended to seek out Danqing. Being a light sleeper, Danqing was generally awake by this hour, as I walked past the side room. I treaded softly, mindful of Xiui, who was notoriously fond of lingering in slumber, that I reached Danqing's door and raised my hand to knock, only to discover it slightly ajar, causing me to pause in astonishment. Regardless of Zhang Mama's presence, Danqing typically secured the door that a subtle, unfamiliar scent wafted through the crack, tantalizing yet elusive that I stood frozen outside, inexplicably hesitant to knock again. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a pair of large feet. Sturdy legs that seemed to encircle my waist and shoulders thrice over, a chin adorned with a youthful beard, and eyes that, while potentially fierce, now glimmered with satisfaction that a bear-like man stood before me. I stared, entranced by his commanding visage. He raised an eyebrow, gently closing the door behind him, then bent down to scrutinize me. In that moment, I felt breathless, as if ensnared by a wild beast, locked in a silent confrontation with him. "Ha ha," he suddenly chuckled. "Such a courageous young lady. You must be Qing Lang, am I not mistaken?" I nodded softly. He straightened, remarking, "Your sister is still asleep. Do not disturb her." With that, he descended the steps, his attire hastily donned. Exiting the courtyard, he pushed open the gate. He cast a lingering glance toward Danqing's door, an expression in his eyes that I could not decipher. It would be years before I encountered a man who regarded me with a gaze so reminiscent. When I inquired about it, he smiled wryly and said, "Silly girl, that's called longing." Yet at that moment, I felt only a pang of sorrow. The events of the previous night remained shrouded in uncertainty. A disturbance drew my attention, and I turned to see Zhang Mama's face, etched with helpless concern. She glanced into the room, sighed deeply, and handed me a handkerchief to wipe away my tears, then gently led me outside. As I approached the courtyard gate, an instinctive glance over my shoulder sent a shiver through me. Zhang Mama inquired about my sudden unease, and I shook my head, for I had seemingly glimpsed Danqing standing at the door. Gazing coldly outward, days passed, each blending seamlessly into the next. The young master had been released, yet the family had suffered significant losses, rumored to have sold off half their estate. Nevertheless, Danqing remained indifferent to these matters, growing increasingly aloof, as if nothing held significance for her. The imposing commander, however, treated her exceptionally well, showering her with a plethora of gifts, including a long-desired piano and hiring a tutor to instruct her every 2 days. This seemed to be the sole source of joy for Danqing. Within the realm of music, she could forget everything, as if she were still the proud and talented Su Danqing, the pure and unblemished Su Danqing. As she confided in me, I happened to be immersed in poetry, coming across the lines. In the 6 palaces, no beauty compares. All affections gathered upon Wanda for reasons unknown. I couldn't help but glance at Danqing, who was playing the piano. She suddenly turned to me, uttering those very words. Her expression unsettled me deeply, yet I remained silent, watching her until Zhang Mama summoned me to assist with chores that I set down my book and exited. But upon my return, I caught sight of Danqing holding the poetry collection I had just been reading, her countenance contorted into a grimace that bordered on grotesque. Fear gripped me, and I quietly retreated. That evening, Danqing appeared unperturbed, sharing jokes with me, which allowed me to relax. As night fell, I returned to my quarters. While wandering, I stumbled upon a pile of torn scraps beneath a cluster of bamboo. Curiosity drew me closer, only to discover my poetry book, shredded into fragments that sent an icy chill coursing through me. I hurried back to my room, burying my head beneath the covers, and I lost track of time before drifting off to sleep. Time flew by, and as long as the commander did not visit, Danqing continued to smile. I had witnessed several instances of the commander quietly standing nearby, stealing glances at Danqing's radiant expressions. It seemed he genuinely cherished her. Yet we were unable to visit the commander's residence, as his legitimate wife forbade it. This lady, who had once bestowed great favor upon him, considered the commander's forced marriage to Danqing her utmost concession. She would never allow him to bring Danqing back to the family estate, refusing to acknowledge her existence. It had been a long time since we received any correspondence from the Su family, suggesting that Danqing had become estranged from them. Only Mo Yang had sent 2 letters, expressing his mounting frustration over the sale of his sister, but feeling powerless to intervene. His letters simply stated that he no longer wished to return home and was currently in Shanghai. Yet this was information from 2 months prior. One day, while accompanying Danqing for her piano practice, she suddenly recalled that today marked my 13th birthday and insisted that we celebrate with great fanfare. It had been ages since I had seen her so joyful, and I felt equally elated. Xiaoyi and Zhang Mama chimed in enthusiastically, bustling about to instruct the servants in preparations. Danqing urged me to change into something more festive, and I laughed as I complied. Back in my room, I sifted through my limited wardrobe, eventually unearthing a vibrant red garment made for the new year, which I had never worn due to lack of opportunity. This would suffice. I donned the outfit and was about to step outside when an uncomfortable sensation washed over me. Shaking my head, I hastened toward Danqing's room. Upon reaching the threshold, I sensed an unusual atmosphere, prompting me to halt. I faintly heard Zhang Mama weeping within. After a moment's hesitation, I pushed the door open, revealing Danqing standing by the window, her face a blend of smiles and sorrow, while Zhang Mama bowed her head, weeping silently. As I entered, only Xiaoyi approached me quietly, whispering in my ear, "The master has passed away." I stood frozen, stunned by the news that the somber man, the one who had taught me to read, who nostalgically remembered the second madam, had indeed departed. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and stifling, my heart racing with confusion. Why had this happened? Just at that moment, a sudden crash reverberated from outside, as if some object had tumbled from the roof, causing my heart to momentarily cease its frantic rhythm. Yet, Danqing abruptly interrupted my thoughts. Chapter 3. The medicinal pot was already bubbling, a bitter aroma wafting through the air, rendering my vision somewhat hazy. Xiaoyi, unable to endure the heat, had long since dashed outside, half squatting and seemingly engaged in some aimless task, her fingers tracing patterns in the dirt. Is the medicine ready? Zhang Ma inquired as she peered in, simultaneously delivering a playful slap to the waiting Xiaoyi at the door. You were supposed to help, yet here you were slacking off. Turning back, she smiled at me, adding, "If it's done, let Xiaoyi bring it over." I nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Zhang Ma turned to leave. Xiaoer pouted slightly, rubbing her head, but refrained from retorting. Instead, she stepped inside, retrieving a celadone bowl from the kitchen rack and presenting it to me. With a smile, I gently poured the medicine into the bowl, its clarity apparent. Suddenly, Xiaoer called my name, and without lifting my gaze, I merely raised an eyebrow. However, she chose not to elaborate, and I did not press her. This girl was perpetually impatient, always eager to voice her thoughts. Xiaoer cautiously cradled the bowl of medicine and turned to exit, while the room was filled with a steamy warmth that I moved to the side and opened all the window shutters. Allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in, that I could not help but close my eyes, relishing this coolness, my thoughts drifting to the front courtyard where Danqing was, and recalling the commotion from last night when she had rushed out. Instinctively, I wanted to follow, but Xiaoer held me back tightly. Looking into her wide, startled eyes, I glanced over at Zhang Ma, who stood dazed nearby. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Danqing's urgent voice call out. "Zhang Ma, hurry, come quickly!" "Ah, coming!" Zhang Ma snapped back to reality, responding as she rushed outside. Xiaoer seemed inclined to follow, but was firmly restrained by my grip. She looked at me in confusion, and I simply shook my head. She tugged at her braid, curiously peering outside. Yet she did not venture out again. That it had been a long time since I had heard Danqing sound so anxious. And for some reason, I felt a heaviness in my heart, instinctively telling myself to remain indoors. Outside, Zhang Ma's startled exclamation broke the silence, followed by a hushed response from Danqing that abruptly ceased, plunging the night back into tranquility. Yet my heart raced more fiercely than ever. "Qingling," I shuddered slightly, opening my eyes to see Xiaoer perched at the doorway, grinning widely and waving at me. "What are you daydreaming about?" "The young lady is looking for you, hurry," I nodded with a smile, turning back to properly stow away the cooking fire before stepping out with Xiaoer. The sky had darkened, and the stone path had taken on a dampness, devoid of any breeze, while the lush green bamboo leaves shrouded the area in a somber ambience. The air growing cooler with each passing moment. Xiaoer had a knack for never remaining still, her gaze flitting about as she kicked at pebbles along the path and tugged at bamboo leaves, creating a rustling sound that my previously tense heart began to ease in response to her playful antics. Zhang Ma had once lamented that if only Xiaoer could possess half of my tranquility, she would willingly sacrifice years from her life. That I recalled how, at that time, Xiaoer had stuck out her tongue and said, "It's better for you to live a few more years. Look how filial I am." And with that, she had dashed away. The room had erupted in laughter, with Danqing's laughter ringing the loudest, causing me to merely smile quietly, silently handing her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Even the usually composed second madam wore a smile, though her gaze inadvertently swept over my face, causing me to lower my head. After a moment, I faintly heard her sigh. It would be better to be like Xiaoer. Her voice was so soft that I couldn't help but strain to hear more clearly. Yet a delicate fragrance wafted towards me. Before I could lift my gaze, a cool, slender hand gently brushed against my cheek, and the second madam, lowering her head, spoke tenderly, "Good child, if you wish to laugh, then laugh." Child, that seemed to be the only time the second madam addressed me in such a manner, her gentle voice and soft hand lingering as if still caressing my cheek, and another who would call me thus had, merely days prior, already departed. "Master," I murmured softly. "Qingling." Xiao had appeared before me without my noticing, lightly tapping my eyes and wiggling her fingers, her entire being brimming with mirth. That I grasped her hand, and with a grin, she tightened her grip, joyfully pulling me forward. As we approached the entrance, the scent of medicine intensified, waves of medicinal vapor emanating from Zhang Ma's room. Xiao, upon reaching the threshold, suddenly refused to move forward. Instead, darting away to the side storage room, that I unconsciously softened my footsteps, hesitating as I neared the door, an inexplicable feeling rising within me, reminiscent of that day, the morning I encountered the military commander. As the door curtain was lifted, Zhang Ma emerged, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, yet unable to smooth the furrowed lines on her brow. She glanced back into the room, and upon turning, noticed me, attempting a smile, but only managing a quiet, "Hurry, your sister is waiting." That I silently nodded, and suddenly, a faint laughter echoed from within, infused with such joy. Instinctively, I paused, waiting until the laughter faded before slowly lifting the curtain at the door. Danqing's gentle expression, as soft as water, unexpectedly met my eyes that I stood there, momentarily dazed, feeling that if she was joyous, then I ought to feel joy as well. Yet, the thought lingered. The girl suffers so. Outside, a quail in the straw stack began to call, causing my heart to flutter, and for some reason, I was reminded of yesterday when Shioa had rushed to ask me, "Do you know why the young lady has been so happy these past few days?" Ever since we arrived here, I haven't seen her this cheerful. Before she could finish, Zhang Ma had come up behind her, sending her out to fetch water with a swift slap. Observing her exasperated expression, I said nothing, turning to follow her outside. As I descended the steps, I realized both Shioa and I were empty-handed. Shioa, rubbing her head, stubbornly refused to go back inside for another reprimand. I chuckled, turning back up the steps. Just as I was about to push the door open when Zhang Ma let out a heavy sigh. "Amen. Qingling, is that you? Why are you lingering at the door? Come in." Danqing's voice called out invitingly from within. "Ah," I instinctively replied, pushing the door open with a bit more force. Her voice contained layers of meaning that eluded my understanding. The only sentiment I could decipher was one of joy. I was suddenly reminded of last year, when Moyang returned home, bringing Danqing and me along, and how we had stealthily entered the kitchen, concocting something called hot pot, leaving us all sweating profusely. Halfway through our meal, Moyang had grinned and asked how we were enjoying it. Danqing, delicately wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief, looked exquisitely charming as she replied, "The broth is rich, the meat tender, and it's simply delightful." That I too found it delicious, yet was at a loss for words. When I noticed Moyang's amused gaze upon me, I merely smiled back and lowered my head to eat. Meanwhile, Shioa, who was devouring her food with abandon, chimed in with her mouth full, exclaiming, "Delicious!" Moyang burst into laughter, declaring that Danqing's eloquence paled in comparison to Shioa's straightforward remark. Suddenly, it struck me that Danqing's voice resembled the hot pot we had enjoyed that day, composed of numerous ingredients, yet ultimately expressing only one sentiment: delicious. The sounds of Moyang's hearty laughter, Danqing's playful teasing, and Shioa's silly giggles felt as if they had occurred just yesterday, prompting me to involuntarily break into a smile. "Little sister, you seem quite cheerful today." A rich voice rang out, distinct from Moyang's bright tone and dissimilar to the master's somber timbre. It was slightly deeper, yet each word was clear, as if each syllable resonated within my heart, making it impossible to ignore. That I lifted my gaze towards the figure half reclining against the headboard, with glossy black hair, fair skin, a straight nose, and a pair of gentle eyes sparkling with mirth as they gazed at me. Though I was unsure of how to respond, I sensed that behind those warm eyes lay an unyielding confidence and strength that was hard to contest. He did not avert his gaze. And gradually, a hint of surprise flickered in those gentle eyes, which grew firm once more. Did I maintain my stare, and after a moment his expression softened, the previous warmth returning, leaving me with a strange feeling that compelled me to lower my eyes to his lips. His lips were full and well-defined, with a slight curve at the corners that emanated a certain charisma that I struggled to articulate it. Although the eldest master's lips were always slightly turned up, they only elicited a sense of coldness in my heart. As I pondered this, Zhang Ma's earlier sigh echoed in my mind. "Amen, this is what men are like." Little sister finally deigns to look at me. "But Miss Su, your sister indeed possesses great courage," he suddenly remarked with a laugh. "Though I am not particularly remarkable, few dare to meet my gaze like this." Danqing chuckled softly, her voice sweet as if infused with the essence of chilled lotus seed soup. "Of course, my second brother has always said that Qingling possesses the demeanor of a great leader, remaining unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Oh, is that so? Do you truly remain unflustered?" The man seemed genuinely intrigued. Studying me with interest, he jestingly inquired, and beside him, Danqing wore a smile that mirrored his, both seemingly unwilling to relent until they received an answer. That I lowered my head in contemplation, then spoke with clarity and seriousness, stating that I had never witnessed the collapse of Mount Tai, hence I could not ascertain whether I would remain unperturbed. The man paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, which was followed by a fit of coughing. Danqing, who was stifling her laughter with her hand, hurriedly stood up, unsure whether to pat him on the back. Appearing somewhat flustered, that I swiftly made my way to the basin stand by the door, extracted a cloth from it, wrung it dry, and returned to gently tug at Danqing's sleeve. Once she regained her composure, I handed her the cloth, saying, "Thank you." The man, still catching his breath, voiced his gratitude to Danqing, taking the cloth from her hand. Unintentionally, his hand brushed against her right wrist, oblivious to the effect it had on her. Danqing, however, flushed, quickly withdrew her hand, while her left instinctively grasped her right wrist, gently rubbing it. I hastily shifted my gaze back to him, who was still wiping his face, striving to maintain a calm expression. Allowing Danqing's probing stare to sweep across my face, that I extended my hand, and he hesitated briefly before passing the cloth to me. Thanking me clearly that I blinked, having only heard him refer to his younger sister in recent days, that I remained silent, turning to place the cloth back in the basin, then sat on a small stool beside it, quietly picking up the shoe sole left by Zhang Ma, continuing my sewing. This was Zhang Ma's instruction. Ever since Danqing rescued this man, there had to be 3 people in the room, that I kept my head down, listening as the man on the bed spoke gently with Danqing about a figure named Debussy. Stealing glances, I noticed Danqing's face radiated with joy. They seemed oblivious to my presence, as Danqing had always assumed I was unaware. Each time that piano teacher came for lessons, I would evade the situation. Though Danqing never voiced it, I understood she preferred my absence, much like my decision to cease playing the flute. Yet, I would often sit beneath the window, listening as they played the piano, discussing people and matters I did not comprehend. Gradually, I became familiar with those peculiar names, including the piece Danqing cherished most, La Fille et aux Chevaux de Lin, composed by Debussy. The man appeared knowledgeable about many things, much like Moyang, that I had always believed Moyang to be the most enlightened person in the world. When I confided this to Danqing, she had playfully teased me, dubbing me a frog at the bottom of a well. Whether this man possessed greater understanding than Moyang, I could not say, yet I was aware that when Moyang spoke endlessly, Danqing's eyes had never sparkled quite like that. Wu Changyuan, I silently repeated this name in my mind, a name revealed to me by Shua, who had eavesdropped it on my birthday. He had collapsed in the courtyard, covered in blood, only to be saved by Danqing. Zhang Ma mentioned that he had sustained a significant wound to his waist and a sprained ankle, his injury severe. Yet, miraculously, under the rudimentary care of Zhang Ma and Danqing, he regained consciousness. Danqing had never disclosed what transpired in between, and Zhang Ma remained tight-lipped. When Shua inquired if I knew how the man had been injured or where he had come from, I could only shake my head. Shua, hesitant to question her mother, urged me to ask Danqing instead, that my curiosity piqued, yet I knew it was a question I could not pose, and I could only watch as Danqing glowed with vitality. Zhang Ma privately cautioned me never to leave them alone together, nor mention it to Danqing, that I did not understand, but I nodded in agreement. Whenever Danqing was with Wu Changyuan, it seemed as though they paid no mind to Zhang Ma and me, yet I was aware they understood. Hey, I wonder what he said. Danqing laughed again, her eyes filled with tenderness. I couldn't help but think that if that imposing general looked upon Danqing smiling at him in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be delighted. I gasped softly as a bright red droplet of blood emerged from the tip of my needle, a sudden chill enveloping my heart. Qingling, are you all right? How careless of you. Does it hurt? Danqing hurried over, squatting down, grasping my fingers and placing them in her mouth to suck on. I felt the warmth of her mouth, and my heart warmed in response. Danqing released my fingers, looked up, and said, "You still dare to smile? If you do this again, I won't be concerned for you." I bit my lip and smiled. Just then, a soft cough echoed from outside, unmistakably Shua's voice. Danqing and I exchanged a puzzled glance, both curious about Shua's unusual behavior, as she typically burst in with great enthusiasm. Just as Danqing was about to speak, Shua stammered, "Miss, Mother sent me to tell you that, Mister, he has come to deliver a message." Danqing's face turned as pale as snow, while I tightened my grip on my work. Here, we only recognized one person with the surname Deputy. He had a figure flickered in the doorway, and I looked up to see Danqing already standing. Her expression as serene as still water, profound and untroubled. She turned her head and chuckled lightly. "Mr. Hua, a guest has arrived. I shall go and check. Please rest." Wu Changyuan nodded with a smile. "Miss, there is no need for formality." Watching Danqing smile, a pang of pain struck my heart. When she smiled, it was sweet, a delicate dimple forming, yet a flicker of anguish and shadow lingered in her clear eyes. The man remained oblivious, but I discerned her pain while remaining unaware of what that shadow truly signified. That it wasn't until years later, when Danqing smiled at him once more, that I comprehended that shadow was named resoluteness. Yet, these two identical smiles represented two entirely different decisions. One that brought heartache, and the other, heartbreak. The Danqing's lips curved into a smile, her lashes lowered as she returned his smile, then she gracefully turned and walked out. Just before leaving, she glanced back at me, our gazes colliding. Her eyes softened as she smiled knowingly, then she departed without a backward glance that I lowered my head, quietly savoring the purity of Danqing's recent smile. Warmth flooding my heart as I resumed my stitching, that I was unsure how much time passed before I heard a voice calling, "Qinglang, Qinglang," that I looked up, somewhat dazed, to see a handsome face smiling and waving at me. "Wake up, little sister," that I stood and walked toward him, and he appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps thinking that calling my name was merely an invitation for a brief conversation. He did not expect me to approach him. As he regained his composure, he broke into a wide smile. His teeth were remarkably white, reminiscent of Moyang, though only in appearance, that I was not particularly interested in his pearly whites, merely extending my hand to help him readjust the cushions and thin blanket behind him. Upon entering the room, I had noticed he was seated uncomfortably, his posture rather stiff, which I knew was due to Danqing's arrangement. Perhaps he recognized that Danqing, who had never served anyone, had good intentions, and thus chose to endure discomfort. However, I could not fathom why he remained still after Danqing had left. That I adjusted his position. He silently tilted his head to observe me, yet remained reticent. Merely exhaling softly as I helped him lean back, that a sudden urge to laugh bubbled within me. This man, who always sat with perfect posture and conversed with grace, had likely been worn out by Danqing's attentions. I wondered how Moyang would react if he were to hear this. He would undoubtedly erupt in laughter, remarking that the service of a wealthy young lady was not something everyone could enjoy. This thought transported me back a year, to when Danqing whimsically insisted on learning to make that sweet soup with me. After much commotion, we presented it to everyone, although the elders were reluctant to taste it. They eventually had no choice but to partake. However, upon the first sip, apart from the master who grimaced and swallowed a bit, everyone else promptly spat it out. That it was unclear how much salt Danqing had added. But the matriarch's face turned whiter than the salt itself, while the eldest son choked and expelled it through his nose. The looks directed at Danqing were as if she had served poison, and she had done so deliberately. Yet, the master merely remarked casually, "Bring some tea," thereby silencing the matriarch's impending reprimands. The second mistress exchanged a helpless yet amused glance with the mortified Danqing, saying nothing further as she accompanied the master to his study. Moyang, however, wasted no time dragging Danqing and me out, laughing all the way, clearly indifferent to whether the matriarch heard. Upon reaching the kitchen door, he cheerfully instructed, "Qinglang, prepare us a bowl of sweet soup. Make sure it's sweet." When I turned to comply, he called out loudly, "Don't forget, it must be sweet." I smiled and nodded as I entered, where Shio slipped in making faces at me, still carrying the plate of Danqing's creation. Just then, Moyang's voice echoed from outside, "Sister, have you poisoned your dear brother as well?" To which Danqing playfully retorted, "Brother, you are truly insufferable, always teasing me." Moyang laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The service of a wealthy young lady is not something everyone can enjoy. The matriarch and the others are certainly not blessed with such fortune." I couldn't help but chuckle quietly, and soon the three of us were seated on the kitchen steps, savoring the sweet soup without a care in the world. Mo Yang, while sipping, remarked that the sweet soup made with clarity was the most delightful, yet he would rather drink what Danqing concocted than witness the demeanor of the elder. Laughter erupted among the group. Indeed, the sweet soup from that time was exceptionally saccharine, and it seemed I had not tasted it since that I had not laid eyes on Mo Yang either. "Qinglang, what a splendid name you have. Your smile truly embodies the essence of a clear sky and gentle clouds." Mr. was suddenly interjected that I gazed at him in confusion, only to realize that Mo Yang was absent, as was Danqing. And so was that entire era. I remained at a loss for words, offering only a polite smile. That name was forever enshrined in the jade pendant, though I was uncertain whether it was bestowed by my father or mother. Whether the name was good or not, I could not say. I simply cherished the sound of Danqing and Mo Yang calling me, sometimes in high spirits, sometimes softly, "Qinglang." Noticing my uncertainty, Mr. Hu's smile deepened. He seemed poised to speak, yet my heart suddenly raced that an odd sensation washed over me. The last time I felt this way, the master had passed, and the time before that, Dan Qing had rescued Mr. What Chang Yuan. Surely it could not be that another life needed saving. In that moment, I realized that Dan Qing had not returned. How could that be? Dan Qing harbored a deep loathing for anyone affiliated with the military governor. Sparing not even a word for them, that I had overheard the governor speaking to Deputy, he in a low tone, far removed from his usual boisterous self, that I instructed Xiao Yi to deliver the tea inside. And silence enveloped the room, that on the way back, Xiao Yi inquired about the governor's tone, that I quietly explained that it was called chagrin. Xiao Yi did not understand, nor did I fully, but ever since the second madam's departure. The master had been like this. As I pondered this, I noticed Xiao Yi had also not returned. Even though Zhang Mama was there to attend, Xiao Yi despised following rules. Whenever someone visited the governor, she would sneak away to keep me company, that my heart grew increasingly anxious. In an impulsive fit, I dashed to Mr. Hua's bedside and clutched his sleeve tightly. Since my silence began, he had been observing me quietly. As I approached, he opened his mouth to speak, but I interrupted him by gripping his arm, stifling his words. Ignoring the consequences, I insisted, "You come with me." Chapter 4, Status after several days of recuperation. Mr. Hua's wounds had healed. Though the scar appeared ghastly, it was merely flesh, untouched by bone. The day before yesterday, Xiao Yi confided in me that she had seen him walking about while Dan Qing was away, even attempting a few strange poses. Zhang Mama also mentioned that despite his delicate appearance, he was surprisingly sturdy, suggesting he must have trained in martial arts. Xiao Yi inquired, "Is sturdy synonymous with trained? What does sturdy mean?" At that moment, Zhang Mama was busy wrapping dumplings and shot Xiao Yi a look. She opened her mouth to scold, but upon catching sight of me quietly observing, her expression softened. After smiling at me, she turned back to Xiao Yi, her demeanor reverting to sternness. "You little girl, why ask such things? How shameless. Take a leaf from Miss Qing Lang's book. She never pries into others' affairs, embodying the grace of a true lady." While she spoke, she accepted the strainer I handed her, stirring the pot while not forgetting to offer me a smile. Continuing her lecture on Xiao that Zhang Mama had always treated me with warmth and genuine care, often calling me Qing Lang. She would fuss over me. "Qing Lang, don't stay up too late reading. Be careful with your eyes." That it seemed she regarded me as another daughter, one who was obedient and not a source of worry. Her affection was palpable, yet restrained, unlike her casual manner with Xiao, that only when reprimanding Xiao would she call me Miss Qing Lang, her tone serious, as if wielding a feather duster to signify her intent to be serious. At times, I couldn't help but wonder if, in Zhang Mama's eyes, I served a similar purpose as that duster, which she cared for meticulously, still gleaming after all these years. That I once shared this speculation with Dan Qing, earnestly seeking her perspective. Upon hearing it, she burst into laughter, a sound far removed from her usual delicate demeanor, causing her to double over in pain, yet withholding whether my conjecture was correct. Her joy was infectious, and I found myself equally delighted, indifferent to the absence of a definitive answer. It was merely a whimsical thought. Yet, I silently resolved never to pose such a question to Mo Yang. If Dan Qing reacted thus, I feared Mo Yang might laugh himself to death. Zhang Mama would only address me as either Qing Lang or Miss Qing Lang, the latter title eternally reserved for Dan Qing. At that time, I could not discern the significance of the distinction, believing it to be a matter of course. The title Miss Qing Lang was too grand for me, especially since Zhang Mama's kindness sufficed. However, it was only on that fateful day that I grasped the profound pain embedded in that simple difference. Xiao Yi, almost instinctively, made a face at her mother and muttered, "You didn't raise me to be a lady." Without waiting for Zhang Mama to turn around, she dashed out the door. Zhang Mama stared in disbelief, then cast a glance at me, filled with unspoken emotions that I could not fully comprehend. Yet I sensed she was not truly angry, so I smiled at her. Shaking her head, Zhang Mama muttered something about miscreants and thoughtless remarks, before turning to fetch a plate and placing 2 warm date cakes upon it. "The dumplings will take a while longer. Have this for now. You should head out. It's quite warm. Your sister Dan Qing will be waking soon, and after you finish, go check on her with that." She wiped the sweat from my brow with her sleeve, examined me with care, and gently adjusted my bangs before smiling and gesturing to me to leave. Zhang Mama's fingertips were calloused yet warm. I nodded in acknowledgement, balancing the plate in my hands as I stepped outside. The The world beyond felt eerily quiet, as if the air itself was holding its breath. After turning a couple of corners to reach a secluded spot piled with straw and broken bricks, an unpleasant odor wafted toward me. Yet this corner was unusually tranquil, a secret haven for Xiao Yi and me. As I settled into this clean nook, a small hand swiftly reached over, snatching a piece of cake from my plate and stuffing it into her mouth. I turned to see Xiao Yi relishing the date cake, her favorite treat, unable to tolerate hunger. This reminded me of the second Madame's words to Zhang Mama. Xiao Yi, you have a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. You are far too strong-willed. A great folly for a woman to at that time. I did not fully grasp the implications of a woman being too strong-willed. However, witnessing Zhang Mama's resilience in the absence of a man and Dan Qing's disdain for the military governor, I began to understand. Qing Lang, Xiao Yi called out, slightly muffled. I turned to her, and she blinked, asking, do you know what little white face means? I shook my head. Xiao Yi, with a hint of pride, leaned closer and whispered. I overheard the first and third madams discussing it. After finishing, she smacked her lips, though she admitted she didn't quite understand the meaning. Their expressions had seemed peculiar. That I handed her another piece of date cake, which she accepted eagerly, munching as she spoke. Do you think that Mr. Hua isn't a good person? Otherwise, why would Mother say such things about him? I shook my head, uncertain of what to say. My lack of fondness for Mr. Hua stemmed from Dan Qing's undeniable fervor and Zhang Mama's concealed anxiety. Yet he did not appear to be a villain. Xiao Yi devoured her cake, wiping her mouth with her sleeve while her eyes darted around. Suddenly, she turned to me and asked, should we ask Miss Dan Qing? She must know. What if that guy is a bad person? No, I replied sharply, startling both her and myself, observing the surprise in her blinking eyes. I lowered my voice. Don't go. Your mother is here. Xiao Yi, taken aback by my tone, nodded rapidly. That I smiled at her, and she immediately relaxed. Turning away, a heavy weight settled in my heart. Although I did not comprehend the meaning of little white face, I understood that those three words must never be uttered in Dan Qing's presence. Qing Lang, Xiao Yi, having cast aside her earlier concerns, nudged my shoulder. Instinctively, I turned to look at her, noticing the sparkle of excitement in her eyes. She quickly pulled me up and hastily moved the decaying straw aside. That my eyes widened as a dilapidated hole in the wall emerged, revealing what might have once been a water channel, now reduced to a gaping maw due to years of neglect. Casting a glance at the beaming face of Xiao Yi, who seemed to revel in her own accomplishments, I could not resist the urge to crouch down and peer outside. The lush greenery of the forest immediately came into view that moment. I had declined Shu's invitation to venture out and had sternly cautioned her not to disturb the straw that I had painstakingly arranged. Her face, a canvas of reluctance, betrayed her feelings. Yet, upon witnessing my serious demeanor, she nodded in acquiescence that I was merely preoccupied with the chaotic matters at home, resolving that neither Xiao Yi nor I could burden Dan Qing and Zhang Ma further. Little did I anticipate that now, breathless, I was clearing away that pile of straw. Turning around, I faced Mr. Hua, who stood silently behind me, but he regarded me, then the gaping hole, his eyes shimmering with something indefinable. While his expression bore a contemplative air, I paid no heed to his thoughts. My own heart raced uncomfortably, the sensation intensifying, as Dan Qing's pallid visage flashed before my eyes. My urgency mounted as I pointed toward the hole and whispered, "Hurry!" Hua Chuanyuan studied me intently for a moment before advancing slowly. Each step he took was steady, yet I could sense an underlying discomfort in his legs. The oppressive weight in my heart grew heavier, rendering me oblivious to his condition. Even if he could barely walk, I would drag him out of Dan Qing's territory. It seemed the only way to feel secure. Little girl, Hua Chuanyuan approached me, slightly bending down, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. It's rare to see you so anxious. However, leaving without bidding farewell to the master seems rather impolite. Politeness held no significance, I fervently thought. Dan Qing was what mattered. Perhaps these sentiments were evident in my gaze, for the amusement in his eyes deepened. Just as I contemplated whether to push him away, he abruptly straightened, startling me. A hand descended, gently brushing my head, and a soft voice floated above me. "You truly are a peculiar little girl, yet one cannot help but trust you." Before I could react, he turned away, seemingly scrutinizing the tattered hole, murmuring, "Who would have thought that Hua, of all people, would find himself in such a predicament?" That I was momentarily taken aback. That icy, detached voice belonged to him, the ever-smiling Mr. Hua. Then I shall take my leave. Please convey my gratitude to Miss Danqing for her hospitality during these days. He glanced back with a smile, his dazzling white teeth gleaming, and a gentle expression gracing his features that I instinctively nodded. No need to see me off, that he chuckled lightly, wiping his face with his hand. Still wearing a hint of a smile, as he squatted down by the hole, that I instinctively turned my back to him, sensing that he preferred not to be seen as he crawled out. A moment of silence enveloped us, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, clenching my fists, my spine rigid with tension. Then a series of subtle sounds began to emanate, and the oppressive silence dissipated. Listening closely, the sounds of his movements grew fainter, and I gradually turned back, only to find the hole devoid of his presence. That I swiftly gathered the straw, returning it to its original state. With a soft thud, something fell into the soft earth behind me. After tidying the straw, I bent down and picked up the round object from the mud. Gently brushing off the moss and dirt, I discovered it to be a gleaming gold watch, attached to a slender chain. The watch face was smooth, seemingly polished by frequent handling, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the old master had given me. Radiating a similar warmth, unable to resist, I glanced towards the wall, enveloped in silence, that I understood this was meant for Danqing, and vaguely grasped that its significance differed entirely from that of the watch given to me by the master. Yet, I could not discern how it was different, only that I clutched the gold watch tightly, hastening my return. The sky had grown somewhat overcast. Although the weight on my heart remained, my steps felt lighter. Turning a corner, the small house came into view. That I quickened my pace, pushing the door open to find the room just as we had left it. Unsurprisingly devoid of Danqing, Zhang Ma, and Shi, I rearranged the bedding and cushions on the bed. Surveying the surroundings, when an odd feeling washed over me. Upon careful inspection, I suddenly realized that there were no remnants of Mr. Hua left in the room, for Zhang Ma always kept it impeccably tidy. My mind involuntarily drifted back to Zhang Ma's sigh. Amen. Could Zhang Ma too share this sentiment as I did? My hand instinctively reached for the gold watch nestled in my bosom. Yes, I pondered whether to inquire if Zhang Ma felt the same. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting me to stand upright. The approaching noises were unmistakably not those of Danqing and the others. That I listened intently as the sound of leather boots became clearer, interspersed with a rhythmic clicking, as if delicate objects were being trodden upon the stone path at a swift pace. That my heart quickened once more, my palms dampening with sweat, a wave of fear washing over me, compelling me to wrap my arms around myself. The chaotic footsteps halted abruptly at the door, as if ensnared by some unseen force. Outside, heavy panting could be heard, followed by an eerie silence. That I pressed my hand against my throat, feeling as though the quiet outside was a slender rope, silently tightening around my neck. Wenqi, why must you do this? The voice of General Wu pierced through the stillness, low and hoarse, lacking its usual commanding resonance. His tone carried a weight of unspoken emotions, and I strained to listen as the silence returned, only to hear him continue. Did I not say it was all in vain? Why bother? A chill shot through me, akin to an ice pick piercing my ears, causing me to shiver. Then a clear, measured female voice interjected. What is the need? How is it, Wu Mingzhu? You had the audacity to marry her behind my back, yet lacked the courage to witness her keeping a man? Outside, a few sharp intakes of breath echoed, Wu's heavy breathing distinct among them. You? He uttered in a barely audible whisper, his tone markedly less cautious than before. Even through the door, I could feel the suppressed fury in his voice, akin to boiling water on the verge of spilling over. Instinctively, I recoiled, my legs brushing against the edge of the bed. Causing me to stagger slightly, that I steadied myself, and the leisurely female voice resumed. What is it? Why do you not continue? Am I merely causing trouble? Am I harboring ill intentions? What are you afraid to speak? She elongated her words, pausing momentarily, yet fully aware of the truth. I am right, am I not? After her words faded, an uncanny silence enveloped the outside, as if no one remained. Her voice was sweet and soft, laced with the unique cadence of Suzhou women, yet every word felt encased in ice, striking my heart with an unyielding chill. With a creak, the door slowly opened, and I understood that it was not an act of politeness, but rather a form of torment. The outside light brightened, revealing a figure gradually materializing. Tall and strikingly familiar that I squinted, yearning to see her clearly. Before I could discern her features, a piercing gaze locked onto me, scrutinizing every inch. Perhaps due to the backlighting, her half-hidden face remained elusive, and I found my heart gradually calming, despite the tension. For her, opening this door might herald the onset of a storm, yet for me, it signified an end, for apart from myself, there was nothing else within, and my heartbeat had steadied that I watched as she turned her head, meticulously surveying every corner of the room. Initially slow, as if savoring the moment. She would surely find what she sought. Gradually, her breaths quickened, her gaze flitting over me, scanning the room. The table, the bed, the chair that I lowered my head that a click echoed, followed by another, and I slightly lifted my eyelids to see a pair of deep purple velvet embroidered shoes coming into view. The slender heels of her dark shoes tapped rhythmically towards me, her light purple satin cheapao strikingly vivid. When she halted 3 steps away, her breathing became erratic, and I lowered my head further, catching sight of the sandalwood fan she held, opening and closing it repeatedly. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, yet the tone made me tremble involuntarily. I licked my lips and raised my gaze to respond. Delicate brows, thin lips, and a porcelain complexion. I gasped inwardly, unable to suppress the thought of madam, as the disdainful glances from my childhood flashed through my mind. Upon closer examination, I realized that they looked nothing alike. The woman before me appeared considerably younger and more beautiful. However, the déjà vu sensation that washed over me compelled me to steal another glance at her. And as fate would have it, our eyes met that I instinctively lowered my head, my heart racing, for I discovered that the familiar feeling stemmed from her eyes. Equally cold and piercing that I in that moment, I was merely frightened. Too apprehensive to gaze into those eyes again. Yet I could not fathom why 2 individuals so disparate in age could evoke such a similar sentiment within me that it was not until years later that a woman, with a disdainful smile, informed me that resentment knows no age. She was Qing Lang, the younger sister of Dan Qing, as I had mentioned before. Suddenly, Wu Dujuan's booming voice echoed through the room. Startled, I raised my head to see him standing at the doorway. His imposing figure filling the frame, blocking out the light from outside. To my astonishment, he was smiling, a look of relief on his face, as if the emptiness of the room had dissipated all his suppressed anger in an instant. He stroked his freshly shaven chin, and noticing my dazed expression, he offered me a gentle smile. Our prior interactions had been minimal, limited to a few casual exchanges. "Where is your sister? Or are you engrossed in your books again?" Yet every time he encountered me, his demeanor was consistently warm and inviting. Normally, this would not have stirred any particular feeling in me, but at this moment, I found myself hesitant to meet his gaze. An uncomfortable sensation stirring within me. The young girl was exceedingly shy, perpetually reticent. Observing my silence, Wu Dujuan turned to the woman and spoke again, seemingly concerned that she might be displeased with my lack of response. He then took a couple of steps into the room and called out to Yifuguan. "Yes," Yifuguan replied as he entered the room. Outside, I caught sight of Xiui peering in curiously. The expression on Zhang Mama's face one of barely concealed relief, and Donqing's inscrutable eyes fixed intently upon me. "Go fetch some water. The weather is quite dry, and my throat feels parched," Wu Dujuan commanded nonchalantly. Then turned and seated himself on the bed, loosening a button at his collar, exhaling deeply, a sheen of perspiration appearing on his forehead. Yifuguan promptly acknowledged the request and stepped outside to converse quietly with Zhang Mama. She glanced at him in surprise, then could not resist peeking into the room, her gaze colliding with Wu Dujuan's, causing her to flinch slightly, but Yifuguan said nothing further, merely gestured for her to hurry. Stealing another glance at the motionless Dan Qing, Zhang Mama mumbled something, awkwardly bowed to the room, and then hesitantly departed. "Humph," Wu Dujuan's wife scoffed, unfurling her fan with a swift motion, waving it back and forth slowly. She cast a glance at the indifferent Dan Qing outside, and then at Wu Dujuan, who appeared unbothered by the unfolding drama, a cold smile creeping into her expression as the corners of her mouth curled slightly upward. Wu Dujuan, seemingly casual, shifted his gaze toward the door, his expression gradually softening. Suddenly, a phrase flickered in my mind, steel tempered into gentle grace. When I first encountered this saying, I could not comprehend it. Yet now I found myself perceiving this robust man in a somewhat more favorable light, albeit just a tad. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly quiet and cold. I could not discern how others felt. But I sensed my heart growing chilled, as though the slowly waving fan were a draft seeping through a tear in my clothing. Achoo! I sneezed suddenly, halting the air in the room, rubbing my nose. I was about to utter an apology when Wu Dujuan raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Have you caught a chill, girl?" I gently shook my head that in that case, you should head to the kitchen for something warm to drink. Be cautious of catching a cold. You wouldn't want to worry your sister, he added with a smile, nodding his chin in a gesture that permitted me to leave. That I nodded in acknowledgement, inclined my head slightly to him and the woman, then turned to exit. As I reached the threshold, I heard the woman behind me languidly remark, "Why do you behave like a mute, unable to utter a single word? Such a lack of upbringing." It said that the Su family is quite reputable. If they insist on sending their daughter to become someone's mistress, couldn't they at least bring along a well-mannered girl? What use is it to claim she is proficient in the arts, yet produce such a sister? Wouldn't she? Wu Dujuan's voice boomed, and I felt my face flush with heat, abruptly lifting my head only to meet Danqing's gaze. I was momentarily taken aback. Her clear eyes bore no trace of resentment, disdain, or indifference, emotions I had come to expect when she looked at Wu Dujuan. Instead, an ineffable sense of helplessness weighed heavily in her gaze. Upon seeing my flushed face, she offered me a soft and comforting smile, tinged with melancholy. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to cry, as if the wounds on Danqing's heart were bleeding, each drop falling onto my own. Burning with intensity, I resolutely turned toward the room, executed a perfectly formal bow, and addressed the woman boldly. "Esteemed madam, I humbly request permission to take my leave, for the general has advised me that I may catch a cold. And colds are contagious, regardless of one's upbringing." The woman was taken aback, her fan clattering to the ground. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, fingers frozen in the act of clutching the fan, staring at me in disbelief. Perhaps she never anticipated that I would dare to speak to her in such a manner, much less that a supposed mute could project such a loud voice. I gasped for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably, not from fear, but from anger. Suddenly, I felt warmth on my shoulder. I glanced down to see a delicate hand gripping my shoulder. A suppressed chuckle escaped me, and the woman whirled around, glaring at Wu Dujuan, her chest heaving with indignation. Wu Dujuan cleared his throat, and before she could retort, he waved his hand dismissively. "He Fuwan, please escort her downstairs." "Yes, sir," he Fuwan replied, bowing before stepping forward to nod politely at Danqing. Taking my hand to lead me away, I did not raise my gaze to Danqing, but I felt her grip tighten on my shoulder as she softly said, "He Fuwan, please take care of this child." "Do not mention it," He Fuwan replied with respectful composure, guiding me toward the kitchen. With Xiao Yi quietly following, I walked quietly alongside He Fuwan, listening to Danqing's voice regain its familiar warmth and firmness. I felt a sense of contentment, knowing that my words had perhaps brought her some solace. The thought of aiding Danqing filled me with joy, and I could not help but smile, feeling somewhat like an adult. As for the woman's anger and thoughts, I cared little, sensing that with Wu Dujuan present, she would not dare to act against Danqing, especially since she had no leverage against her, seeing that we had distanced ourselves from the room. Xiao Yi hurriedly caught up, grabbing my hand. I turned to her, and she smiled mischievously, making a face. Noticing that He Fuwan was oblivious, she gave me a thumbs up. I smiled back, clutching her slightly sweaty hand tightly. We had not walked far when I heard the woman's sharp voice calling out, followed by Wu Dujuan's booming response. "Enough, she is just a child. What is there to argue about?" I could not hear the rest of her words clearly, and He Fuwan's pace noticeably quickened, prompting Xiao Yi and me to jog along beside him. I could not help but glance up at him. My impression of him had always been one of respect and composure. Despite Wu Dujuan's loud voice, I had never seen him flinch, and he had always treated Danqing with courtesy, regardless of her cold demeanor. He gave me the impression of being like the hand that held mine, gloved and white, clean, firm yet unyielding, lacking warmth but undeniably dry. Lost in thought, he suddenly lowered his gaze to me. I blinked, and he offered a faint smile, slowing his pace. "Miss Qingling has quite a loud voice, I must say. I was unaware," he remarked. My face flushed, and Xiao Yi giggled mischievously beside me. I just realized it today. My mother always says I have a loud voice. Not ladylike at all that I should have let her hear Qing Lang's voice. She wouldn't scold me again. He Fuguan chuckled lightly that I feigned annoyance at Xiao Yi. Yet my grip on her hand tightened, prompted her to laugh even more heartily. As we laughed, the sound of footsteps approached. Fuguan's laughter ceased, and Xiao Yi and I turned to see Zhang Mama cautiously carrying a tea tray toward us. Her face was etched with concern, lost in thought, and she seemed oblivious to our presence, frowning as she moved slowly. That my gaze fell upon her hands, clasping a simple red lacquer tea tray, upon which sat a red glazed bowl. I halted in surprise, and Fuguan came to a stop as well, an unplaceable expression on his face, as if he had sighed. The sight of Zhang Mo holding the tea tray evokes memories of a certain third madam, who, after nearly a decade of bearing the second miss, was finally granted her status by the first madam. That moment, I cannot distinctly recall the fervor with which the third madam knelt in gratitude. What lingers in my mind is the disdainful remark Dan Qing made to Moyang, stating, "That bowl of tea is the very definition of status." Chapter 5. Wandering Qing Lang lightly nudged me, and I responded with a soft instinctively turning to glance at her. The flames in the stove danced incessantly, casting alternating shadows and light upon Xiao's face. Noticing my gaze, she blinked but remained silent, then lowered her head to nibble on her fingernails. I exhaled softly, shifting my attention back to the flickering fire that occasionally spat out sparks. Outside, the twilight had long enveloped the sky in its dim embrace. Officer he had already departed, leaving no words behind. Merely lingering at the doorway for a moment. Backlit, his expression was obscured, leaving Xiao and me in a daze, uncertain of what to do next. Just as I pondered, he abruptly turned and walked away. Subsequently, Xiao and I silently nestled ourselves by the stove, and until now, the outside world remained eerily quiet, with no one coming to seek us out. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase Moyang once uttered resurfaced in my mind. No news is good news. I couldn't help but cast a glance in that direction. Dan Qing, where is that person? Has he left? Xiao's faint voice broke through my thoughts, as she had unknowingly leaned closer to me, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yet instinctively, she referred to Chang Yuan merely as that person. Avoiding his name, that I shot her a surprised look, realizing I was not alone in feeling this sense of urgency. Even the usually carefree Xiao harbored a sudden need for someone to share the burden. I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I don't know either." She paused, her mouth opening as if to say something, that I subtly gestured towards the outside and shook my head. Her eyes widened as if she suddenly understood. Covering her mouth in realization, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Closing my eyes as I felt her inch closer, my awareness heightened by the rhythm of her breathing, the warmth from the stove and the dimly lit room, combined with Xiao's quiet breaths, enveloped me in a deceptive illusion that nothing was amiss, prompting me to relax. That a soft sound suddenly startled both Xiao and me, making us sit up straight. "Qing Lang, are you inside?" Zhang Mo's voice emerged, subdued and lacking her usual clarity. Xiao and I exchanged glances, lending each other strength as we stood and moved towards the door. That I gently lifted the fabric curtain of the kitchen door. Stepping out quietly, while Xiao cautiously peeked her head through the curtain, that I glanced back at her, before focusing on Zhang Mo, who seemed oblivious to my presence, lost in thought with her brow furrowed tightly. Her apron twisted in her hands. That I remained silent, simply standing there. After a moment, Zhang Mo let out a deep sigh, and upon raising her eyes, she spotted me, momentarily taken aback. She adjusted her apron as if to mask her surprise, and managed to smile. "Qing Lang, you're here. You only spoke halfway." She paused, her face betraying a hint of confusion, as she hastily arranged her hair before saying, "Why don't you go check on your sister?" I nodded and stepped down. As I passed by her, she suddenly grasped my arm, causing me to stumble slightly. That I stopped and turned to look at her, and she quickly released her grip, looking a bit embarrassed. That I meant to say, "If the miss is already asleep, just come back, don't disturb her." "Understood," I replied softly, then added, "Don't worry, if I see my sister asleep, I'll return immediately." Zhang Mo paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she quickly wiped her face. "Good child, you must hurry." Yes, I turned to leave. The night air felt a bit chilly, and I rubbed my arms, pondering whether Dan Qing was thinking about that bowl of tea. The memory of her earlier disdain sent a chill through me, and I quickened my pace, The door was ajar, revealing a faint glow from within that I slowed my steps until I reached the threshold. Indeed, the interior was eerily quiet. Remembering Zhang Mo's earlier sorrowful expression, I sighed and hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door. "Qing Lang, come in," Dan Qing's soft voice called out, smooth yet devoid of emotion. My hand trembled involuntarily, slowly lowering as I felt a void in my heart, suddenly realizing I had no idea what to say to her. However, remaining outside was not an option. With determination, I pushed the door open. Squinting my eyes, I saw Dan Qing sitting upright in the same spot where she had been earlier, directly facing Mr. Huo with a smile that I quietly approached, standing behind her. She did not turn, her dark hair and fair neck still, save for her elbows subtly moving as if caressing or gesturing at something on the edge of the bed. Time passed, and Dan Qing casually turned to look at me, that I couldn't help but inhale sharply. A brown stain was clearly visible on her collar. The moonlight satin soaked through, and I could almost scent the faint aroma of tea in him. My eyes warmed with emotion, and I blinked away tears. The previously expressionless Dan Qing suddenly smiled at me, a bittersweet smile that carried a sense of relief. She reached for my arm, gently pulling me closer. "Sister, I shoo." Dan Qing placed a finger to her lips. Brushing my hair aside, that no need for words. "It's all in the past now." I lowered my head and embraced her waist, the warmth radiating from her body mingling with the delicate scent of Longjing tea. I had always cherished its fragrance, yet now I thought I might never indulge in it again. Dan Qing lightly patted my back, and my eyelids grew heavy. "Qing Lang," she suddenly called my name softly, that I shivered. Sitting up to meet her gaze, Dan Qing looked at me with sincerity, and after a moment, she smiled. "Are you tired?" I nodded. Dan Qing patted my hand. "Then go rest. Also, tell Zhang Mo not to come in and attend to me tonight. I'd like some peace." Today, she spoke. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Understood," I replied, not wanting to say much more. After giving her a gentle hug, I turned to leave. Realizing Dan Qing intended to remain in this room for the night, that I felt no discontent. Her happiness was all that mattered, regardless of her thoughts or whom she might be thinking of, even if it was that Mr. Whoa. Suddenly, I halted, reaching into my pocket. That I turned back, and Dan Qing, who had been smiling at my departure, raised an eyebrow upon seeing me return. That I strode up to her and retrieved the gold watch from my pocket. Placing it on her skirt, Dan Qing paused, surprised. The fabric was slippery, and the watch slipped down, but she quickly caught it. Noticing her gaze fixed on the watch without asking anything, I felt at a loss for words and turned to leave. Just as I reached the door, I heard Dan Qing's voice softly inquiring, "Qing Lang, if I leave this place, possibly without food or clothing, would you come with me?" My heart skipped a beat. Did Dan Qing wish to leave? Yet, regardless of anything, she was my only kin, the sole source of warmth I had. That I understood this one truth. Yes. After speaking, I turned towards the kitchen, the house silent, and Dan Qing did not continue. Having walked a short distance, I could not resist glancing back. The dim light revealed only a flickering candle beneath the half-open window. Finally back in my own room, I slipped off my shoes and climbed onto the bed. Leaning against the headboard and gazing out the window, my heart heavy as faces flitted through my mind. Master, Second Madam, Dan Qing, the military governor, Mr. Hua, and even the governoress' wife. After an indeterminate period, I felt something hard pressing against my back and reached behind to grasp a book. English compiled, I read the words silently, smoothing out the crumpled cover. The name Moyang warmed my heart, bringing forth memories of his playful insistence that I recite English words. Those were joyful days, filled with laughter from Moyang. Dan Qing's light chuckles, Xiua's secret smiles, and before I knew it, I had drifted off to sleep with a smile on my face. "Miss, here is today's newspaper." Xiua bounced into the room. And more than half a month had passed since that day. The governoress' wife had not returned, nor had the governor himself made an appearance. Dan Qing never spoke of what transpired afterward, and I had no desire to inquire. Xiua dared not ask either. Though Zhang Yimou endeavored to maintain normalcy, the sorrow in her eyes had never fully dissipated. Yet Dan Qing thrived, her complexion improving as if she had shed some burden, sometimes even erupting into spontaneous laughter. Did I end this room? Perhaps only Xiaoyi remains blissfully unaware, secretly inquiring if the commander would no longer visit, which has caused the young lady to be so elated. However, Zhang Ma and I do not share this sentiment, for ever since that day, Danqing has persistently urged Zhang Ma to prepare for departure. The rustling of the newspaper being turned by Danqing resonates in my ears. And as I regain my focus, I observe her meticulously reading something, her lips moving subtly yet soundlessly. Gradually, a smile breaks across her face, and noticing my bewildered gaze, she grins and hands over the newspaper. I take it and glance through it briefly. The prominent headline proclaims, "Unequal treaties, national humiliation, student protests, fires of Yinjing," reaching Suzhou and Hangzhou, that I murmur the words aloud, recognizing each character, yet failing to grasp why Danqing finds it amusing. Danqing lets out a cold scoff, remarking on the absence of the commander, revealing that he has rushed off to quell the unrest, as the relentless news coverage over the past few days suggests the situation is escalating. Beyond even the official narratives, "Sister," I gently call out to her. Danqing turns to look at me, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reaches for a candied date from the plate on the table. Popping it into my mouth, "Silly girl, don't you understand?" I shake my head while still savoring the date, and Danqing turns her gaze to the blue sky and white clouds outside, enunciating deliberately. "This signifies that we may have the opportunity to leave this wretched place." The fervor of the movement intensifies, and we can even hear the slogans being chanted from beyond the walls. Shui, with her ears perked up, listens intently for a while, but ultimately cannot contain her curiosity. Zhang Ma has been absent since early morning, and Danqing has been alone in the room, lost in her thoughts. Shui pulls me towards the door to sneak a look that as we approach the entrance, Uncle Wu, who is sitting smoking by the door, catches sight of us running towards it and warns, "Girls, don't go out. It is chaotic out there, to be careful not to get hurt." I cannot explain it to the young lady and Zhang Ma. Got it, Shui replies nonchalantly, and we assure him we will just watch from inside. After saying this, she lightly nudges the door open a crack, and I am momentarily dazzled by the throng of people outside. Behind us, Uncle Wu mutters, "What is so interesting to see? It's just those foreign students causing a ruckus." Making it inconvenient for everyone to go out that I turn back to look at him. He is knocking the ashes from his pipe against his shoe, shaking his head in disdain. "Qingling, look quickly," Shui exclaims excitedly. Tugging at my sleeve that I turn to peer outside, where a woman clad in a white top and blue skirt, her hair cropped to ear length, is passionately shouting, "Protest against national humiliation. Protest against the government's weakness." The crowd behind her roars in response, their fervor palpable, that I watch the girl, wide-eyed, captivated by her spirited demeanor. Though I struggle to comprehend the slogan she cries out, I cannot help but feel this embodies the spirit of women standing shoulder to shoulder with men. Qingling, Shui whispers, pointing at the banner they are holding, "Look, they even have a banner, just like the temple fairs back home, but why are there no drawings on it?" I chuckle softly, and upon hearing my laughter, Shui glances at me, torn between watching the scene outside and wanting to know the reason for my amusement. She playfully pokes me in the ribs. "What are you laughing at?" "Tell me," I evade her playful jabs, grasping her fingers tightly, and finally say, "That S not a banner. That S," before I can finish, Zhang Ma's voice calls out, "Qingling, come here. Your sister is looking for you." Did I instinctively respond, and Shui jumps in surprise. Slamming the door shut with a thud, that I turn back. I see Zhang Ma handing a bottle of liquor to Uncle Wu, engaged in some casual banter, that I tug Shui along toward Zhang Ma, who seems a bit anxious as Shui trails behind me, that I hold her hand tightly, reassuring her. "Zhang Ma, you don't have to be so polite. It's a hassle for you." Uncle Wu grins widely, yet the bottle is already tucked away into his coat. With a sigh, Zhang Ma replies, "Uncle Wu, you know how it is when that madam causes a scene, the commander doesn't come, and the young lady's health is not well as it is. I have to occasionally step out to fetch some things to nourish her." Uncle Wu nods, scratching his chin, and with a simpering smile, he reassures her, "Don't worry. I see how well you take care of the young lady. It's just that madam is making things difficult at the moment. She'll surely come around in a few days." Seeing us approach, Zhang Ma smiles with a hint of resignation. "Let us take that as a good omen. I am always troubling you with my comings and goings, that I'll have Shui bring you some appetizers from the kitchen, though we must take our leave now. The young lady is still waiting." Uncle Wu beams, his eyes crinkling with delight. "You're too kind, too kind." Zhang Ma turns to Shui, instructing, "Go to the kitchen and bring the small dishes for Uncle Wu. I've left them by the stove." Shui, relieved that Zhang Ma isn't reprimanding her for sneaking a peek, eagerly nods and scurries off. Zhang Ma takes my hand and exchanges a few parting words with the still grinning Uncle Wu before leading me away. Zhang Ma's pace is brisk, and I quicken my steps to keep up, noting how tightly she grips my hand, her palm damp with perspiration that in no time. We arrive at Danqing's room, where I realize I haven't seen her all morning. That as we approach, Zhang Ma slows down, releasing my hand, and gently knocks on the door. From within, Danqing's calm voice calls out, "Zhang Ma, come in." Zhang Ma softly pushes the door open and gestures for me to follow her inside. Danqing is bent over the table, writing something, and Zhang Ma stands aside, careful not to interrupt. Danqing remains silent, and I watch as Zhang Ma alternates her gaze between Danqing and the self-winding clock on the desk. After a while, Danqing looks up and glances at Zhang Ma, then returns to the letter in her hands. Zhang Ma, bending slightly, encourages, "Yes, ma'am, you may continue your work." "All right," Zhang Ma replies, turning to leave but hesitating momentarily to glance back at Danqing, who remains absorbed in her task. With determination, she finally exits the room. "Qingling," Danqing calls out to me, drawing my attention back from the door. She smiles and waves me over that I walk towards her. "Qingling, shall we go find Moy?" I am momentarily taken aback, asking foolishly, "Really?" Danqing bursts into laughter. "Silly girl, when have I ever deceived you?" I nod vigorously, overwhelmed with eagerness to see Moy. Danqing, noticing my earnestness, teases me a bit before handing me an envelope, saying with a smile, "Here, this is the third letter. You should write a cover for it." Moy will surely be delighted that I accept it, taking up the pen still warm from Danqing's touch, and begin to write with careful strokes. Danqing watches with amusement as I write, the scent of the ink gradually calming me. The thought of soon reuniting with Moy, alongside the increasingly joyous Danqing and Xiaoyi, diminishes my previous apprehensions about our escape. That my heart feels warm, that moment. My heart swells with longing for the word reunion. Oblivious to the trials that lie ahead, unaware of the immense sacrifices that Danqing, Xiaoyi, and I would endure for those two words. Whenever I reminisce about the time when Danqing and I exchanged smiles, a chill runs through me. Until one day, that person smiled and asked, "How did you muster such courage back then?" I pondered, only able to respond with a bitter smile. I was merely 13 years old. To be precise, 13 years and 1 month. Danqing gestures for me to keep the letter safe, and I carefully tuck it into my bosom, realizing we will be leaving this afternoon. I look up, and Danqing smiles, lifting her teacup to take a sip. That I know it contains only plain water, for since that day, I am not the only one who has ceased to drink tea. She runs her finger contemplatively along the rim of the cup, thoughtfully remarking, "Fortunately, that woman arrived, otherwise it would have been quite a hassle to manage the remaining help in this house." I am momentarily taken aback, but soon grasp her meaning, referring to the few servants who once attended to us. Although there were not many to begin with. Now only Uncle Wu remains to guard the door. That seems he is a distant relative of the commander, while the others have been sent away or taken back by the commander's wife under various pretenses. The commander likely thinks it prudent not to offend the madam too much at this juncture, and has not said much. And naturally, Danqing would not either. I have been reflecting lately on when Danqing first planned to leave. Was it after learning of the commander's intentions to marry her? Or even earlier? No one anticipated that we would dare to leave in broad daylight. Though the money I possess is limited, it is sufficient to support our exit. Initially, I hesitated to take that person's tainted belongings. But Danqing bit her lip, casting a glance at me, slightly vexed. Zhang Ma mentioned, "In times of poverty, one should be prepared for the road ahead, so it's best to keep it just in case." I nod in agreement, and Danqing smiles, gently stroking my head. That in recent days, the newspapers have reported that a certain Wu has been discussing with officials at the governor's office how to address the current situation, and that the students are set to march again this afternoon. The medicine Zhang Ma added to the liquor will likely take effect by then. She retracts her hand, letting out a soft hum. That drunkard one tea, let a good drink go to waste. That I murmured a sentence to myself, and Danqing cast a somewhat amused glance in my direction. "It's a sleeping potion. What did you think it was?" Oh, I felt a bit embarrassed, scratching my head, but deep down, I felt a sense of relief that I couldn't quite comprehend why lately, despite Danqing's smiles, her heart seemed increasingly hardened and icy, as if she might truly commit some dreadful act. "All right, go find Shoa. Don't say anything. That girl can't handle such matters. Just let her follow us," Danqing said, stretching her neck and pinching her skin. Okay, I replied softly, turning to leave that I contemplated that my bundle was already packed. Nearly identical to when I had arrived, that English book was still firmly stuffed inside. It had been a while since I last read it. I wondered when I would next see Moyang. If I read it to him, would he laugh again? I couldn't help but smile. As long as I could see him, it didn't matter how he laughed. Qing Ling, just as I was about to step over the threshold. Dan Qing called out to me that I turned back. Dan Qing was gazing at me intently. Upon noticing my return, she smiled faintly that we are about to leave this filthy place, with its sordid affairs and despicable people. Even wandering would be better than here. Feeling a bit stifled, I pondered for a moment, unsure of what to say, only recalling a sentiment nestled in my heart. Wherever my sister goes, I shall follow. Wherever my sister is, it is clean. Dan Qing paused, staring at me for a moment, then suddenly smiled to herself, waved her hand, and closed her eyes against the high-backed chair. Exhaling deeply, I quietly closed the door behind me, retrieved my bundle from my room, and headed to the kitchen to find Xiao. Zhang Ma was there, tidying up something. Upon seeing me enter, she began to speak, but her gaze fell upon my bundle. Her eyes fixed momentarily on me. Then with a warm smile, she returned to her task that I set my things down and stood behind her, noticing she was filling a simple food container. Just as I reached out to assist her, the door curtain rustled and Xiao dashed in. "Mom, I dropped off the things," she exclaimed, flashing a smile and making a funny face at me, to which I responded with a grin. Zhang Ma, still facing away, casually inquired, "What is your Uncle Wu up to?" Xiao shrugged her shoulders. "What else could he be doing?" "Drinking, of course, Mom. Didn't you see? That bottle of wine you gave him is nearly empty. He asked me to thank you." His tongue has swollen. Instinctively, I glanced at Zhang Ma, who was also looking at me. Our eyes met briefly before she turned away, waiting a moment before saying, "Oh, understood that no need to mind him. You and Qing Ling should eat first. The food is on the table." "All right," Xiao replied cheerfully, gesturing for me to join her as she plopped down at the table to feast. I walked over, picked up my chopsticks, but found my appetite lacking, managing only to nibble at a few grains of rice. Zhang Ma approached and placed a bowl of braised meat on our table. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she eagerly lunged for it. But suddenly recalling Zhang Ma was beside her, she chewed hurriedly, swallowing before cautiously glancing at Zhang Ma. Yet, Zhang Ma did not scold her as she usually did. That I wasn't inclined to laugh either, and simply handed her the water bowl that was set aside. She took it and sipped delicately, her eyes darting toward Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma sighed, softly advising, "Qing Ling, do eat more, all right. You need to eat." I nodded and took a couple of hearty bites. Xiao added a piece of meat to my bowl, and I smiled at her. Zhang Ma had already turned and exited with her plate. "I asked something the matter?" Xiao asked, her words muffled by food. That I shook my head. "Just eat, or it will get cold." Xiao nodded and buried herself in her meal, and I followed suit, diligently shoving food into my mouth. As we neared the front door, the thunderous sound of snoring echoed through the air, causing both Dan Qing and me to exchange glances. Dan Qing's lips curled into a cold smirk as she cast a glance at Zhang Ma, who stealthily approached. Xiao tightly grasped my hand. Ever since I had told her we were leaving, the girl had been brimming with excitement, showing no fear whatsoever. While changing clothes, Dan Qing had even joked that Xiao possessed the makings of a hero, bold beyond measure, and that Zhang Ma ought to learn from her. Zhang Ma, while helping us change, muttered that children knew nothing of fear. The my hand felt icy, while Xiao's was warm. Our fingers entwined tightly, so much so that we could feel each other's pulse. Soon, Zhang Ma emerged from the doorframe, beckoning us with her hand, and Dan Qing led us forward. Upon reaching her, Zhang Ma whispered, "Even thunder wouldn't wake them." Dan Qing nodded and took a few steps forward, halting at the entrance. That I couldn't help but hold my breath. Outside, the students' chants grew louder and closer, the crowd swelling into a cacophony. Dan Qing slowly extended her hand, and with a creak, the door swung open. That I swallowed hard. Were we truly about to embark on a journey? Chapter 6. The journey. I gently pulled Xiao out through the door, and chaos greeted us outside. Students, spiritedly chanting slogans, surged past us, a wave of fervor emanating from the crowd. The once chilly air seemed to ignite with warmth. As the throng grew denser, Xiao instinctively retreated a step, pressing back against the doorframe, causing me to stumble slightly. Dan Qing and Zhang Ma hurriedly moved in front of us to shield us from the tumultuous crowd. worried we might be knocked over. Amidst the shifting shadows, a familiar fragrance wafted toward me. I looked up to find Danqing standing protectively in front of me, one hand curved behind her back. Gently enclosing me, a beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, cascading down onto the banners being waved, the crimson letters becoming increasingly vivid, and it illuminated Danqing's dark tresses, reflecting flecks of golden light. I found myself momentarily entranced. Danqing seemed to sense my gaze, turning her head slightly, her eyes meeting mine, and she smiled softly. In that fleeting moment, I felt a rush of nostalgia. How long had it been since I had witnessed such a pure smile from Danqing? Lost in thought, I barely registered her voice when she said, "Zhang Ma, since there are so many spectators now, let us hurry and join the crowd. The night is long and dreams are many." "Very well, miss, but we must be cautious. There are too many people, and I fear." Before Zhang Ma could finish, Danqing interrupted with a gesture, dismissing her concerns. "Never mind, I'll take Qingling. You watch over Xiua. Let us go." After quickly saying that, Danqing turned, pulling me close, and leaned down to ask, "Are you afraid?" I shook my head, gripping her hand tightly. Danqing said nothing more, guiding me carefully into the throng of onlookers. I glanced back, seeing Zhang Ma holding our bundle, closely trailing behind with Xiua, who beamed at me. Just as I intended to return her smile, someone bumped into me, causing me to exclaim softly and nearly release Danqing's hand. She tightened her grip immediately. I had no idea who had collided with me, but there was no time to dwell on it. Danqing quickened her pace, skillfully weaving through the crowd. After what felt like an eternity, the parade finally reached the train station. Danqing exchanged glances with Zhang Ma behind us and silently led me away from the throng, following a line of iron railings toward the station. A loud whistle pierced the air, and my heart raced, suddenly feeling the heat rise within me. Realizing Danqing's palms had grown sweaty, that I could distinctly hear Zhang Ma and Xiua's hurried breaths as we approached the ticket checkpoint. Danqing's steps quickened, and after presenting our tickets, we squeezed through the narrow entrance. The bustling crowd flowed in and out, hurried footsteps mingling with the unpleasant scent of burnt coal, hitting us like a wave. The train's engine puffed out white steam intermittently, and the sign on the carriage read Hangzhou to Shanghai. There were already several passengers inside, some bidding farewell to their friends at the windows. Others negotiating with vendors selling goods, yet not a single person noticed us. That I couldn't help but exhale in relief. Clang that a uniformed attendant was ringing a bell not far away, calling out passengers to Shanghai. "Please board quickly. There are only 20 minutes left." I stared at my ticket, murmuring the information to myself, straining my neck to look for our carriage when Danqing tugged at me. "It's right there." She then turned and called out to Zhang Ma, leading me swiftly toward the right carriage. Our attire was unremarkable, clean but not extravagant. Danqing's hat concealed much of her face. The attendant at the door noted our modest appearance and simply continued polishing the brass buttons on her collar. Uninterested in us, Danqing led the way aboard, and just as Xiua and I stepped inside, we saw her nimbly leap back down the steps to assist a middle-aged woman with a sun umbrella and a maid in carrying her luggage. Nudging Zhang Ma aside to let the woman board first, Danqing let out a cold huff but guided Xiua and me to step aside, allowing the imposing woman to pass by, followed by her maid and then the attendant carrying the luggage. A wave of sweat wafting past us that I wrinkled my nose, but Xiuyo responded with a playful grimace. Behind us, Zhang Ma had already boarded the train and gently tapped Xiuyo on the head. The carriage was bustling with passengers, though not yet full. Fortunately, our seats were conveniently located not far from the entrance, allowing the four of us to sit together. Xiuyo squeezed in next to the window, with Zhang Ma beside her, and Danqing also nestled inside. Knowing that I was prone to motion sickness, she would occasionally dash to the door to catch the fresh breeze, lest I succumb to nausea, as I had done on our previous journey. Outside, the attendant rang a bell as he walked past the train, urging passengers to board quickly as departure was imminent. He shooed away those lingering at the carriage's edge and chased off vendors attempting to sell goods through the windows. Xiuyo watched with keen interest, while Zhang Ma relaxed slightly, wiping the sweat from her brow and shifting her bundle further under her feet. Danqing appeared remarkably composed, half closing her eyes and leaning against the back of her seat to rest. Her lips pressed tightly together. I, however, found myself increasingly uncomfortable in the carriage, plagued by an indescribable odor. Just a short while after sitting down, I began to feel uneasy. The train had not yet departed. Yet the air within the carriage grew stifling that I tugged at Danqing's sleeve. Sister, I need to go to the door for a moment. Danqing opened her eyes. Feeling unwell? The train is about to leave. So make sure to return quickly after getting some fresh air, or I'll be careful that I nodded and stood up, making my way to the door, leaning against it and glancing back inside to catch a glimpse of Danqing's hat and the top of Zhang Ma's head. The air at the entrance was much more refreshing, and I breathed deeply, though a few other passengers rushed to board, causing me to bump into them and their luggage despite my attempts to stay clear. One of the attendants seemed to find my presence at the door obstructive. After one passenger boarded, he turned and frowned, about to say something, when he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the entrance that I had been contemplating retreating to avoid his comments that might upset Danqing. For I certainly did not wish to attract attention, especially in my current state of discomfort. Yet the attendant's immobility blocked my path back, and I glanced at him, puzzled by his stillness, following his gaze outside, only to feel my legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing. Officer, he stood straight at the entrance, his piercing gaze fixed upon me that in that moment, I felt numbness spread through my hands and feet. Even my tongue, as my mind raced with the thought of warning Danqing to flee. Yet my lips could only tremble uncontrollably. I felt as though an eternity passed in a haze of confusion before I heard the attendant timidly and humbly say, Sir, the train is about to depart. You see, his words trailed off as he nervously wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Officer, he cast a disinterested glance at him and reached into his coat. The attendant flinched instinctively, as if fearing Officer, he was about to draw a weapon that a white-gloved hand produced a pouch resembling an envelope, which he extended towards me over the 2 steps of the train. I was momentarily taken aback, staring into Officer, his expressionless eyes. Too frightened to accept it, he held it out as if indifferent to the train's imminent departure, seemingly uninterested in boarding to deliver it to me. Qinger, the train is leaving. Come back quickly, Zhang Ma called out, leaning forward to raise her voice. From her perspective, she could only see me standing vacantly at the door, gazing outward. Startled, I instinctively seized the envelope from Officer H's hand, gripping it tightly, fearful he might hear Zhang Ma's voice. The train's whistle sounded, followed by a prolonged hiss as it began to move slowly. Officer, he stood unmoved. After a moment, the attendant finally mustered the courage to close the door. Yet he hesitated to instruct me to return to my seat. Officer H's presence had left him somewhat bewildered about my identity, so he closed the door and turned to leave, though I could still sense his furtive gaze upon me. Unable to resist, I leaned slightly to peer outside. Officer, he remained in his stance, yet I felt as though he was perpetually watching me. I quickly withdrew, leaning against the wall of the aisle, my heart pounding fiercely that I took several deep breaths. Attempting to soothe my racing heart with gentle rubs that I lifted my hand, the pouch slipped from my grip and fell to the ground. I hurriedly bent to retrieve it, noticing a smooth, thick piece of paper peeking out. Standing upright, I held the pouch tightly, glancing back instinctively to see Danqing's hat gently swaying with the train's movement. I tilted my body, cautiously pulling out the paper, revealing a check that read Xingxing Bank, 1,000 yuan. Staring at the elaborate signature, I was left utterly bewildered by its significance that I hastily returned the check to the pouch and tucked it into my clothing. Deciding it best not to mention it to Danqing, I ambled back. Zhang Ma glanced up at me, seemingly perplexed by my prolonged absence. Yet she said nothing, returning her attention to the shoe sole she was mending. Feeling better? Danqing inquired softly. I was taken aback, suddenly struck by a guilty conscience, unable to meet her gaze, merely responding with a quiet, "Not a hand," gently brushed the top of my head, causing my neck to stiffen as Danqing sweetly suggested. "Rest your head on me. If you sleep, you won't feel nauseous anymore, though we still have a long way to go." With that, she gently encouraged me to lean into her embrace, the faint scent of her presence. The warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat enveloped me, allowing me to gradually relax. That it was only then that I comprehended the depth of my fear upon seeing Officer He. Indeed, from the moment I fled that estate, I had been gripped by terror, as if a fuse of anxiety had entwined itself around me, with Officer He embodying the ominous spark, though it had yet to ignite. I felt as though I were suffocating from that very fuse. Danqing's hand rhythmically patted my shoulder as the train continued to jolt forward, that my eyelids grew heavy, and my thoughts began to blur. In a haze, Officer He's face and the check seemed to flicker in and out of clarity. Wake up, a hand persistently nudged me. But I groggily acknowledged, suddenly realizing as I sat upright. Unable to suppress a cry as my neck stiffened painfully that I hurriedly rubbed it while asking, "Have we arrived?" Laughter erupted around me. Rubbing my eyes with one hand, I turned to see that it was Xiuyo who had awakened me, while Zhang Ma chuckled from across the aisle, watching me with amusement. Passengers were bustling about, calling to one another, and the train had indeed come to a stop, with the sounds of vendors ringing out from outside. "You slept so soundly. We're only a third of the way there," Danqing remarked with a smile that I glanced at her, feeling a touch embarrassed. Before I could say anything, Zhang Ma began rummaging through her bag. Laughing, "Yes, you were talking in your sleep, and I couldn't catch what you were saying. Miss, did you hear it clearly?" My hand froze, "Talking in my sleep?" Danqing chuckled. Who knows what dream she was having? I heard her mumble something about not wanting something. She then raised an eyebrow at me, inquiring with a playful grin, "What was it?" "Something you didn't want." She pointed at my chest. "Look, you're still clutching your shirt tightly." Following her gaze, I indeed saw that the fabric had crumpled in my grip. I licked my lips and stammered, "I can't remember. It seemed like Xiuyo offered me something, but I didn't want it." Zhang Ma chuckled. "That is quite possible. What good could Xiuyo possibly offer?" Danqing couldn't contain her laughter. And seeing them not pursue the matter further, and with Officer He having not followed me, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, allowing a smile to emerge. Xiuyo wrinkled her nose at me and turned to Zhang Ma. "Mom, I'm hungry." Zhang Ma shot her a disapproving look, muttering something before reaching in her bag to retrieve a small parcel. She opened it to reveal some pastry snacks filled with fillings. Xiuyo reached for one, but Zhang Ma swatted her hand away. She first handed a piece to Danqing, who shook her head and turned to gaze out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Ma observed Danqing's profile, sighing silently, before noticing me looking at her. She offered me a comforting smile and handed me the snacks that I accepted, breaking off a large piece to offer to Xiuyo, who devoured it eagerly, feeling a pang of hunger myself. I took a couple of bites, only to have a flaky piece lodge in my throat, prompting an uncontrollable fit of coughing. Danqing reached out to pat me on the back that I swallowed hard, clearing my throat, hoping to dislodge the pastry. Zhang Ma suggested, "Have a sip of water to help it go down." My face flushed from coughing as I quickly took the water, sipping it until I felt relief. Once it seemed I was fine, Danqing reached for the water bottle in my hand, intending to take a sip herself. Upon grasping it, her brow furrowed. "Zhang Ma, is there no hot water left?" Zhang Mo shook her head, remarking that the hot water on the vehicle was primarily reserved for those compartments. "Perhaps I shall go downstairs to procure some," she suggested, recalling that the previous passenger had mentioned a 30-minute stop, and only 10 minutes had elapsed thus far. "That would be agreeable." Danqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there was still a considerable distance to cover. Zhang Mo took the bottle from Danqing's hand and stood up to exit. Xiuyo cast a glance at me, tugging my hand as she attempted to stealthily follow. It was as if Zhang Mo had eyes in the back of her head. She suddenly turned around, commanding, "You stay right there." With that, she turned and walked away. Observing Xiuyo's pout, Danqing and I exchanged a knowing smile at some point. Danqing had retrieved a book and was now engrossed in its pages. I had a small morsel of snacks remaining, and I took a delicate bite, letting it soften in my mouth before savoring it, finding it unusually sweet and fragrant compared to the usual fare. Meanwhile, Xiuyo showed no interest in food. Glancing around, she noticed that the passengers beside us had vanished, and she quietly crept over to climb onto the seat, peering outside. After a couple of glances, she turned back to see that Danqing was unbothered and energetically waved at me. "Qingling, come here quickly. There are so many things for sale over there." I shook my head, but Xiuyo gestured for me to come take a look, then turned back, stretching her neck to gaze outside. "Qingling, look. What is that? It seems delicious. That woman is wearing something so amusing." "Qingling, hurry." Before I could respond, Danqing furrowed her brow and shot a glance at Xiuyo, prompting me to rise and approach Xiuyo to urge her to lower her voice. Just as I placed my hand on the back of the adjacent seat, Xiuyo suddenly exclaimed, "Mom." Taken aback, I rushed to the window, inadvertently bumping into Xiuyo, who cried out that my attention was immediately drawn to Zhang Mo, who had fallen to the ground, her water bottle rolling away and spilling its contents across the floor. pooling beside a pair of stout feet, sturdy legs, and a broad back, crowned with a glistening bald head. Chapter 7. The bald man Zhang Mo's face flushed crimson as she sat with her head bowed, tightly gripping the water bottle that Xiui squeezed beside me, her curiosity piqued by the shiny bald head across from us. Danqing, draping her shawl to obscure most of her expression, maintained a faint smile as she engaged politely with the bald my focus, however, lay between Zhang Yimou and the bald uncle, where I observed his jet black hair standing on end like a hedgehog, which I found amusing, prompting a suppressed chuckle. Just as I was about to share this with Xiui, my gaze dropped, and I found a pair of glossy eyes fixed upon me. My face warmed, feeling as though I had been caught in some misdeed, and instinctively offered a friendly smile. The eyes, however, shifted away, leaving behind a long fringe of eyelashes for my admiration that I was momentarily taken aback. Thank goodness for Miss Yun. Otherwise, this journey would have been quite cramped, and the two of us would have had to stand all the way to Shanghai. Ha ha! The bald uncle burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the carriage, causing my ears to ring. As if half the passengers could hear him, that I felt the heat rise in my cheeks as I sensed the curious glances and whispered conversations surrounding us. Zhang Mo's face deepened in color, while Xiui jumped at the sound, clutching me tighter, her gaze darting toward Zhang Yimou, blinking in surprise. She then glanced again at the bald uncle, who was fanning himself with a woolen hat, leaning closer to me and whispering, "What's the matter with my mom?" If someone spoke so loudly in front of a lady, she would have glared at them by now that if it were me, I'd have given them a smack. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of her comparison. Gently tugging Xiu's sleeve to signal her to quiet down, Danqing, seemingly oblivious, remarked, "Mr. Zhao, there's no need to be overly courteous. You assisted our Zhang Yimou, and our gratitude is expressed simply by offering you a seat." The bald uncle, clearly ready to laugh again, caught me pondering whether to cover my ears that moment. His son elbowed him, not even bothering to lift his gaze, and said, "Keep it down." His voice was bright, yet no softer than his father's, eliciting a few stifled giggles from nearby passengers. The bald man paused, then raised his thick, dark eyebrows. "You little rascal," he began, but then turned to scan the surroundings, and the prying eyes that had been observing us suddenly vanished. He turned back, grinning sheepishly. "This boy has no manners." I apologized for the disturbance. Danqing offered a slight smile, acknowledging his apology. The bald uncle scratched his shiny scalp, appearing uncertain about how to respond to Danqing's polite demeanor, that he then scolded his son. "You little brat, always dragging your old man down." The boy seemed oblivious, his gaze downcast, yet the corners of his mouth twitched in amusement, causing Xiui to stifle a laugh. His silence cast a calm over the carriage, with Danqing returning to her book and Zhang Yimou continuing to gaze outside. Earlier, when Zhang Yimou had gone to fetch water, she had nearly been taken advantage of, but luckily, the bald uncle had come to her aid. The legitimate water vendor's area had been chaotic, making it impossible for Zhang Yimou to squeeze through that a nearby vendor had lured her in, claiming he had what she needed. Zhang Yimou, suspecting foul play, had confronted him, only for the vendor to shove her down in a desperate attempt to rob her. That moment, the bald uncle happened to pass by, effectively playing the role of a hero, and ultimately accompanied Zhang Yimou back, having helped her when she injured her ankle. Danqing expressed her gratitude, and upon learning he had boarded the train midway, she courteously suggested they share a seat, which he readily accepted. The bald uncle's name was Zhao Daong, and his son's name was Zhao Hui, but he jovially insisted we call him Bald Uncle and his son sure to. While waiting for the train to depart, he introduced himself, perhaps concerned that our group of women might harbor suspicions about him. But he explained that he worked at a trading firm in Shanghai, his wife had passed away, and he was returning home to visit relatives, which he regarded as a fortuitous encounter that I suspected that neither Danqing nor Zhang Yimou were particularly interested in such coincidences, allowing him to prattle on while they merely mentioned that we were traveling to Shanghai to visit relatives. Sharing the surname Yun, that was my surname, as well as that of the second mistress, that AS for the Su surname, I presumed that since Danqing departed from the Su family's grand residence, she had no intention of claiming it any longer. The bald uncle appeared intrigued by our all-female and child travel group, yet he refrained from probing further, maintaining a light conversation with Danqing, who remained mostly silent. That Danqing's polite smiles were sparse, and she occasionally offered brief responses. Appearing calm and courteous, Though I could tell she was anxious from the way her fingers intertwined on her L. To be honest, I found the bald uncle's demeanor somewhat peculiar. His straightforward manner and hearty laughter suggested a lack of formal education. Yet he didn't come across as crude. His attire, a buttoned shirt, a wool vest, and a woolen hat, was of excellent quality, and the gleam of the watch chain adorning his garment was not mere gold plating. Though he wore a few buttons undone, lacking the elegance of Su Leoi, the quality and style of his clothing spoke volumes that I had heard Mu Yang mention that Shanghai was an exceptionally prosperous city. But could it be that even laborers there earned a substantial income? As the train sped along, perhaps due to my lingering doubts, I surprisingly experienced no further motion sickness that as darkness fell, the carriage grew increasingly quiet. And passengers began to doze off, including Dan Qing and Zhang Yimou, while I remained alert, perhaps due to having napped too long in the afternoon, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly, observing the slumbering passengers around me. I noted the bald uncle's snores echoing, while Shirtu lay with his eyes shut and mouth slightly ajar. His head rested heavily on my shoulder, gradually sliding down, and I gently adjusted her position before gazing out the window. Though the carriage lights were dim, they illuminated the darkness outside, where only a few distant lights flickered, providing a contrast to the enveloping blackness. The stars and moon were obscured by thick clouds. With Danqing and Xiui flanking me, I felt a sense of protection despite the dimness. The train swayed rhythmically as I fixated on the passing lights, contemplating the obscured future concealed beneath the dense clouds. "Qingling, wake up!" She's voice gradually penetrated my consciousness. "Why are you pushing me again?" I mumbled, but suddenly jolted awake, realizing the urgency of the moment. Rubbing my eyes, I finally noticed that Xiui was standing beside me with a broad smile, while Zhangma was across from us, organizing her bundles. The carriage had grown quiet, and a warm sensation enveloped me. Suddenly, I felt a shadow cast above me. Lifting my gaze, I saw Danqing smiling down at me. "Get up. This time we have truly arrived at our destination," she said, and my legs had grown quite numb. Hastily, I straightened myself, observing Danqing gently patting her hands on her legs that I wanted to extend my hand to assist her. But she shook her head with a smile, saying it's not that severe. "You should help Zhang Ma with the luggage." Nodding in agreement, I stood up. After lying down for so long, my vision blurred momentarily. I pressed my temples and turned to see Xiui holding our packages, then pivoted to assist Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma handed me a small bundle, and I was taken aback, inquiring, "What is this?" Zhang Ma pursed her lips but did not respond. Xiui craned her neck to take a look and remarked, "This belongs to that bald-headed uncle. He forgot to take it with him." That it was only then that the realization struck me that the father and son had already vanished. Before I could ask, Xiui informed me, "They have left. You were still asleep at that time, and the young lady said she didn't want to disturb you. There were so many people, so it wasn't urgent to disembark. And she let them go first." That I responded with an "oh," glancing at Danqing, who was still focused on her legs. I understood that she likely wished to sever any ties with that father and son, conveniently using my slumber as an opportunity to part ways. "All right, Qingling, you take this that we know he works at the Lu's Trading Company, so we can find someone to deliver it to him later," Danqing said casually as she stood up to be why this time. Most of the passengers had disembarked, and we made our way towards the door, where a crew member stood waiting. Upon seeing us approach, he hurriedly made way for us, even bowing slightly to Danqing. She paused, glanced at him, and then stepped off the carriage. "Is the Shanghai?" I mused, gazing around at the throngs of people and twinkling lights, wondering how much larger this station was compared to the one we had arrived at. The air was thick with an indescribable aroma, a mix of sweat and perfumed scents, that left me feeling somewhat disoriented. She tightened her grip on my hand, while Zhangma unconsciously drew closer to Danqing. Danqing's face also bore a hint of excitement, though she maintained her composure, first peering around before turning to me with a smile, saying, "I've already noted the arrival time in my letter. I expect Mo Yang is likely waiting for us at the station entrance." That my heart soared at the mention of Mo Yang. It had been a year since I last saw him. Had he changed? I imagined his first words upon seeing me would surely be, "Girl, let me hear you call me brother." The warmth washed over me, though the eldest young master never permitted me to address him that way. Mo Yang had always welcomed it. The eldest lady had likely scolded him countless times before the master for this, yet Mo Yang remained unchanged. "Hey!" Xiui exclaimed, peering to the right. That my heart raced. Had she spotted Mo Yang? I quickly followed her gaze, only to be taken aback. The bald-headed uncle was engaged in cheerful conversation with several individuals dressed in dark silk long gowns, some adorned with pristine white handkerchiefs. The crowd seemed to circumvent them, creating a peculiar space around them. Nearby, a few police officers maintained order, also glancing curiously at the group. Before long, the bald-headed uncle led his companions toward the station entrance. As they approached, the officers hurriedly bowed and exchanged pleasantries that I watched as the bald-headed uncle burst into hearty laughter, patting one of the officers on the shoulder before swaggering away, that I stood frozen. As did Zhang Ma, instinctively glancing up at Danqing, whose expression was not particularly pleasant. Noticing my gaze, she feigned indifference. Only Xiaoyi, oblivious to the tension, chirped, "Miss, should we chase after him to return his belongings?" Zhang Ma opened her mouth to scold, but cast a worried glance at Danqing instead. Danqing furrowed her brow, contemplating before saying, "Forget it. He's moving too quickly, that we're unfamiliar with this place, and if we get lost, it's better to wait until we see Mo Yang and find someone to deliver it to him later." Exactly. Zhang Ma nodded eagerly, clearly wishing to avoid any further interaction with the bald-headed uncle. "Miss, let us hurry out of the station to prevent the second young master from getting anxious." Danqing nodded in agreement, leading us toward the station exit. The station exit was bustling with people, all queuing to exit slowly till we found ourselves at the back of the line, with only a few individuals behind us. As I observed the officers casually standing by the exit, occasionally pulling some disheveled individuals from the queue for questioning, I noticed that it would soon be our turn. The flickering neon lights just outside the exit captivated Xue's attention. Seeing Danqing and Zhang Ma engrossed in the queue, she discreetly tugged my arm, pulling us aside for a clearer view. Zhang Ma was also curiously scanning the surroundings, and didn't he notice us? Danqing appeared to be in high spirits, offering me a smile before turning back to converse with Zhang Ma. Xiaoyi was animatedly gesturing with me when a police officer squeezed through from outside the station and stood nearby. I watched as several officers swarmed around, eagerly greeting the newcomer. "Captain, what brings you here?" Some offered him cigarettes, and upon seeing him take one, they hastily lit it for him. The captain mumbled, glancing sideways at the queue of people. I quickly averted my gaze, but Xiaoyi remained oblivious, and the officer didn't seem to regard us two young girls at all. All right, you like it, back to your duties. Stop hovering around me," he barked, waving his hand, and the officers promptly dispersed. "Lucier," he called out, and one officer hurriedly turned back. "Yes, sir, what is the matter?" I strained to listen, catching the captain frowning as he leaned in to inquire. "Just now, I think I saw Zhao." Before he could finish, the officer nodded hastily, saying, "Yes, you weren't mistaken. Zhao Tuzi has returned." The captain paused, his hand holding the cigarette momentarily still, and remarked meaningfully, "So he really has come back." "No wonder." The officer named Lucier asked obsequiously, "What do you mean? No wonder?" The captain shot him a glare, causing the officer to shrink back a step, that he spat out the cigarette but onto the ground and ground it underfoot. Then lowered his voice to say, "I just saw Yi Lao Chi's car parked outside the station, that I hadn't quite caught what he said about Chi, but instinctively turned to look at them." Noticing Lucier visibly shudder and exclaim, "Zhang Yi, he is here?" Chapter 8. Missed opportunity. Shower, come back quickly. It's time to go. Zhang Ma called to us that I glanced at her, and she was waving us over. Urging us to hurry, that I tugged on Xue's arm, pulling her back to reality, and led her toward the line. That Xiaoyi kept looking back reluctantly, prompting Zhang Ma to glare at her, ready to scold. Danqing chuckled lightly, ruffling Xue's hair. "Silly girl. Once we step outside, there will be plenty to see, and no need to be so captivated by a narrow view." To Xiaoyi, not understanding the expression, sitting in a well and watching the sky, stuck out her tongue and obediently stood beside me. "Qingling, what are you thinking about?" Danqing's voice broke into my thoughts, startling me, that I looked up to see her bending slightly, smiling at me. That I shook my head. "Nothing in particular." Before Danqing could respond further, Xiaoyi piped up from behind. "She is definitely thinking about the second young master." Danqing burst into laughter. "Miss, it's our turn. Let us go," Zhang Ma called from the front. Danqing straightened, took my hand, and guided us toward the exit. That I couldn't help but glance back at the spot where the two officers had been speaking, but the captain had vanished, and Lucier had returned to his original post, chatting with another officer. They referred to the bald-headed uncle as Zhao Tuzi, and the mention of Zhang Yi must indicate a formidable figure, given the evident fear or perhaps reverence in the officers' voices when they spoke of him. I followed Danqing quietly, my mind racing with thoughts. Unbeknownst to us, we had already stepped outside the station. The bustling crowd rushed by, and a line of rickshaws awaited along the roadside, with drivers frequently approaching us, inquiring if we needed a ride. The air felt damp and chilly, and the night was deepening, with the throngs of people surrounding the station. Yet darkness loomed not far off. Occasional glimpses of light and the fleeting shadows of passers-by hinted at a livable area. Yet the overall atmosphere felt cold and desolate. However, the shimmering neon lights, the dense crowd in front of the station, and the voices around me, muffled and incomprehensible, imbued this place with a vibrant energy and life. The juxtaposition of languor and urgency, prosperity and desolation, brilliance and obscurity formed my initial impression of this place. "Have you found it?" Danqing asked impatiently, drawing me back to the moment that I turned to see Zhang Ma returning. Slightly out of breath, wiping sweat from her brow, she shook her head, swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva, and then spoke. "No, I searched through the crowd at the station, and the second young master is definitely not there." I didn't dare venture further, fearing I might lose my way. Upon hearing this, Danqing furrowed her brow. "Miss, are you referring to this very moment in your letter? Could there have been a misunderstanding?" Zhang Ma inquired anxiously. Danqing shot her a glance, and Zhang Ma's expression faltered as she hastily swallowed her words. "Did I ask it possible there are other pickup points?" I whispered. Zhang Ma was taken aback, while Danqing glanced at me before looking back at her. Zhang Ma shook her head, then nodded, hastily saying, "I don't know either. I'll go ask right now." With that, she turned and left. Danqing watched her depart. Her brows still knitted in concern as Xiaoyi and I exchanged furtive glances, hoping to catch a glimpse of Moyang's smiling face or another pickup sign. Wasn't it the case that Moyang mentioned he would be staying here with his classmates for a year or so? If he were to return to Beiping, he would certainly notify us immediately. Danqing softly asked me that I looked up at her. Her gaze roamed the station, searching, not resting on me. "Yes," I replied. "That letter was received over a month ago. And I had previously received another, one shortly after Danqing was placed in a separate residence by the warlord. The first letter was filled with Moyang's anger and his severance from this affair, aimed at the matriarch, the eldest son, and especially the master. That letter was delivered by the master's messenger to Dianqing. To this day, I do not comprehend why the master chose to pass that letter to Danqing. A letter that explicitly declared the end of all ties with the Su family. Regrettably, I never had the chance to ask him. Danqing replied to the letter according to the address provided, and not long after, Moyang responded. However, the second letter brimmed with Moyang's unique warmth and strength, even containing remarks about the invalidity of such a marriage that I struggled to fully understand it, and Danqing seemed disinclined to explain, merely taking it out to read whenever she had the time. Although I grasped little of the letter's deeper meanings, Moyang had indeed stated he would remain in Shanghai for a time to complete part of his studies. Subsequently, the letters Danqing wrote were after the warlord's wife arrived, that I knew she wrote in that letter not to have Moyang reply, fearing that his response would arrive after we had left. Revealing our whereabouts, Danqing nodded, saying no more. Soon after, Zhang Ma returned, breathless, bearing the unfortunate news that there was no other pickup point. That we three looked at Danqing, awaiting her decision. Danqing bit her lip in contemplation, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. The atmosphere around us grew thick with curious glances, which Danqing evidently sensed. She lifted her head and glanced aside, exhaling deeply, resolutely stating to Zhang Ma, "We shall not wait any longer. This place is rife with unsavory characters and not suitable for lingering. That I have Moyang's address. I can surely find him." Zhang Ma hesitated, clearly unsettled by the notion of proceeding without waiting for Moyang. Yet she had no better alternatives, acknowledging the chaos around us, and thus fell silent, nodding in agreement. She took my arm and shus, following Danqing as we moved outside to Xiaoyi. Danqing and I stood aside, watching Zhang Ma negotiate with a few rickshaw pullers, gesturing animatedly. Zhang Ma could not comprehend a word of Shanghai dialect, and clearly, the pullers did not understand our native tongue. However, before long, two pullers approached her, their rickshaws in tow. Zhang Ma hurried forward, whispering to Danqing. Thank heaven, one of the pullers understood me. He said the second young master's residence is not far from that Shifar road. Zhang Ma frowned in thought as she spoke. Danqing softly asked. Shifa Road? Zhang Ma nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the one. Very well. Danqing acknowledged, confirming that these pullers were not deceiving us, that Moyang's letter indeed mentioned it. So we shall proceed. The two pullers seemed well-mannered, standing nearby awaiting our direction. When Zhang Ma waved them over, they jogged up, helping us stow our belongings before waiting for us to board. Danqing and I climbed into one rickshaw, while Zhang Ma and Xiui took another. The puller briskly led us out of the station, onto a broad road, and began to run. That I gaped at the surroundings, growing more vibrant as we advanced. Rickshaws frequently passed by. That it was already evening. Had we been in our hometown, everything would have ceased by now. Yet here, it felt as if life was just beginning. That my senses were overwhelmed by the fashionable streetlights, buildings, and the array of shops, each seemingly adorned with flickering, colorful signs, as people continuously entered and exited. The bells at shop entrances jingled, and elegantly dressed individuals with charming smiles flitted before my eyes. Stop gaping. You might catch a cold. Turn around, or your stomach will ache. Danqing whispered close to my ear. That I smiled back at her cheerfully. A glimmer of curiosity danced across Danqing's face as she returned my smile, tightening my collar and lifting her chin to observe the surroundings. I glanced back at Zhang Ma and Xiui, who were closely tethered. Zhang Ma clasped Xiu's arm tightly, yet Xiui still craned her neck, peering everywhere. Upon noticing my gaze, she excitedly waved at me, her body instinctively rising, startling me. Before I could react, Zhang Ma swiftly pressed her back down, delivering a gentle rap on her head. I couldn't help but chuckle as I saw Xiui patting her head with a pitiful expression, leading me to turn my attention back forward. The rickshaw continued its journey, soon veering to the right, revealing a flickering neon sign in the distance. Yatelier Western Restaurant. The puller slightly tilted his head, saying, Miss, just ahead is the inn you wish to reach, right across from Yatelier Western Restaurant. The alley is narrow, and the rickshaw cannot enter. You'll need to walk a short distance. Danqing leaned forward slightly, asking, Is it the He Shung Inn? Yes, the puller replied, slowing his pace. He turned back to us with a grin, continuing, That's the place. It's quite nice, and the prices are reasonable. That it is popular among students, teachers, and literary types. Danqing nodded at me. Moyang's letter had clearly stated that the inn was a good choice. That he and his fellow students, all from respectable backgrounds, had rented a small building there together. Upon reaching the entrance of the Western Restaurant, the puller led us down. Zhang Ma hurried over to pay, and the puller took his rickshaw to a nearby spot where several others awaited customers. This hour seemed to be the peak business time for the restaurant, with a constant stream of patrons entering and exiting. The doorman, adorned with an odd collar, diligently opened and closed the doors for guests, calling for cabs while Danqing quickly led us aside. Zhang Ma and Xiui stood wide-eyed, staring at the stylishly dressed men and women. That I too was astonished, realizing that women could wear such attire, revealing long necks and snowy shoulders beneath various lavish shawls. Only Danqing maintained her composure, observing calmly. After a moment of dumbstruck silence, a melodious laugh echoed from within. Imbued with a carefree confidence that was irresistibly charming, I was momentarily taken aback, snapping back to reality as the doorman stepped forward, respectfully opening the door for the departing guests while not daring to lift his gaze. That a graceful figure emerged, akin to a star surrounded by a constellation, walking at a leisurely pace, yet with a hint of unsteadiness. The sound of her delicate high-heeled shoes echoed like a heartbeat, each step resonating within the hearts of onlookers. Even from a distance, I could catch a whiff of an intoxicating fragrance, not overpowering, but alluring, much like the woman herself. Though her face was partially concealed by a veil, her flowing hair gleamed under the lights, radiating a luster darker than the night sky, leaving only one impression: breathtaking beauty. I had read those two words in books before, but could never imagine how they might manifest in reality. Now I understood. Somehow I glanced up at Danqing, who was equally entranced that a car glided past us. Startling me, it halted at the entrance, and the driver swiftly exited, walking around to the other side to respectfully open the door, waiting for the woman to enter. Danqing softly huffed, a hint of disdain in her tone, drawing our attention back. All right, let us go. That if Moang hasn't picked us up, he may have already returned. We shouldn't keep him waiting. We nodded in agreement, though we all harbored varying degrees of admiration for that woman. Finding Moang was our foremost priority, and we turned to follow Danqing. After just a few steps, ouch, Xiaoyi stumbled, instinctively grabbing my arm, that I was unprepared, and my bundle fell to the ground beneath a streetlight. I quickly steadied Xiaoyi before hastily retrieving my belongings. This parcel belongs to that bald uncle. I have no idea what it contains, nor do I know whether it is fragile, that if anything were to get damaged. That would indeed be unfortunate. I picked it up. I gently brushed off the dirt that had clung to it seemed I heard someone behind me exclaim softly, but I had no time to ponder it. For I saw Danqing already reaching the entrance of the alley across from us, that I hurriedly grasped Xiao's hand and dashed after her. Though the alley was narrow, it was not dark. The neon lights from the inn illuminated the path ahead. Surrounding us were several small buildings closely packed, yet almost every window emanated a warm glow. The faint aroma of food wafted through the air, causing me to involuntarily swallow hard, and I noticed Shua beside me swallowing as well. Upon reaching the entrance, Danqing suggested that Zhang Ma go in to inquire first while we waited outside, that a mixture of excitement and inexplicable anxiety coursed through me. It seemed Zhang Ma took longer than expected inside, which piqued my curiosity. Just as I was about to ask Danqing, I spotted Zhang Ma's figure swiftly emerging from the inn. Danqing and I exchanged a smile, instinctively tidying our hair and adjusting our clothes. Not wanting Mo Yang to see us in any disarray, that Danqing's face brightened as she smiled and intended to step forward to greet Zhang Ma. But the moment she moved, she froze in place. I tightened my grip on Xiao's hand, watching as Zhang Ma approached, her expression filled with trepidation. What happened? Danqing inquired softly, and Zhang Ma shook her head, her body swaying slightly. He hasn't returned yet, Danqing asked again. Her voice eerily quiet, causing me to lower my gaze to her fingers, which were turning pale from gripping tightly. Zhang Ma seemed equally rattled as she exhaled quickly. The innkeeper said Mr. Su and his friend left a month ago, but no one knows where they went. After speaking, she took a couple of quick breaths, placing a hand on her chest. He left. Danqing murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. How could this happen? We had made arrangements. She staggered back a step, and both Xiao and I hurried to steady her, that a sense of fear gripped me. How can Mo Yang not be here? Observing Danqing's pallid complexion, I opened my mouth, feeling the urge to say something, yet I was at a loss for words. Zhang Ma had already lost her composure. I ended the silence. A small stone was kicked and tumbled before us, rolling to a stop at Xiao's feet. I blinked in surprise, quickly turning around, my heart racing. Could it be Mo Yang returning, having received the letter, and rushing back? Danqing also heard the footsteps and slowly lifted her gaze, her expression tinged with anticipation. However, upon catching a glimpse, she abruptly jumped up and exclaimed, "You!" Chapter 9. Waiting, I stood there, momentarily stunned, as the boy named Shirtu casually strolled out from the shadows of the lamplight. He halted a mere 5 or 6 steps away from us, his expression composed, though his eyes revealed a hint of impatience as he fiddled with the frayed edge of his towel. Yet, it was not his sudden appearance that startled me, but rather the imposing figures lurking behind him. Though I could not discern their features in the dim light, their towering presence and an almost palpable pressure compelled me to instinctively take a step back. Just then, I felt a warmth at my back as a hand rested on my shoulder. Realizing I had leaned against Danqing, Shirtu slightly bent towards Danqing and politely inquired, "Miss Yun, did my father leave a parcel with you?" Danqing's hand on my shoulder tightened, and she responded, "Yes, I intended to wait until we settled in before sending someone to deliver it to you. Since you have come, you may take it back." Qinglang, hand it to him, that as she spoke, she nudged my shoulder, causing me to instinctively step forward. Shirtu approached slowly, extending his hand, that I offered the parcel, cradling it with both hands. He said nothing as he accepted it, briefly inspecting the wrapping as if examining its contents, that I felt a wave of displeasure. He didn't even utter a thank you, and was inspecting it right in front of us, treating us as if we were thieves. Glancing back at Danqing, I noticed her expression mirrored my own discontent. Her brows furrowed, that I could no longer contain myself, and softly remarked, "We haven't opened it. It just accidentally fell on the ground and got a bit dusty, though we have no idea if anything inside is fragile." His hand paused mid-inspection as he looked at me, then at the parcel, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin, that I know you haven't touched it, and I also know it fell on the ground. With that, he abruptly tossed the small parcel behind him, and a figure quickly darted out to catch it before disappearing back into the shadows. I gasped in surprise, instinctively reaching out as if to catch it. Shua couldn't help but exclaim, and I heard Danqing gasp behind me. Shirtu flashed a toothy grin at my bewilderment. Now you know. The contents inside are not fragile. You needn't worry, that I exhaled in relief, but his sly smile irritated me, prompting me to turn away and step back towards Danqing. As I took a couple of steps, I heard Danqing question him. How did you know we were here? Shirtu casually replied, Oh, my father and I were dining at the Yadalili restaurant over there. Someone informed us. He paused, then continued, that they saw my father's forgotten parcel, which led me to come here to retrieve it. Danqing froze, glancing back at me. Did I recognize the shared concern reflected in our eyes? Could workers even afford such an expensive restaurant in Shanghai? Who was he working for? I stood behind Danqing, observing Shirtu, who engaged her so casually, and suddenly felt that the boy from the train and this individual were two entirely different people. While on the train, they appeared as a somewhat well-dressed yet rustic father and son. The current Shirtu exuded a confidence and superiority characteristic of someone well acquainted with the world. Shua whispered beside me. That parcel had a colorful wrapping, but just because it was tied with a string, how could he be so certain it belonged to his father? Danqing cast a glance at Shua, who recoiled slightly, though we all harbored the same question in our minds. That it was evident Shirtu had overheard us. For his smile grew even more peculiar, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable emotion, part amusement, part disdain, and a touch of pride. The names Zhao Tubao and Zhang Yi suddenly surfaced in my thoughts, and I realized my hands had turned icy. Danqing sensed something amiss, yet instinctively wished to avoid further interaction with them. She simply replied politely, I see. It's good to know the items are in your possession. Please send my regards to your father. Farewell. After saying this, she turned and signaled for us to follow her into the eye, and in an instant, the sound behind us faded, and we dared not look back. As we reached the inn's entrance, someone emerged from within, brushing past us. Danqing and the others glanced at him before stepping inside. That I too cast a look. He had ordinary features, a neat buzz cut, and without so much as a glance our way, he walked straight past us. That I hadn't paid him much mind until I caught a fleeting glimpse of something that struck me as odd. While pondering this, I entered the inn, where Danqing was at the counter conversing with the innkeeper. I didn't fully absorb their conversation, as I was lost in thought. Shua tugged at my sleeve, whispering, Qinglang, are we going to stay here and wait for the second young master? I glanced at her, momentarily confused before realizing the question she posed. Noticing her expression of uncertainty, I offered a reassuring smile. It should be fine. Don't worry. We will surely find Mo Yang. Danqing has a plan. Shua nodded, her anxiety easing as she smiled back, watching Danqing and Zhang Ma still negotiating with the innkeeper. She casually asked, What were you thinking just now? Your brow was furrowed so tightly. The parcel has been returned, and that Shirtu said the contents weren't fragile, right? Ah, yes, the parcel, I murmured, suddenly recalling something that felt amiss. Oh, I exclaimed involuntarily, rushing towards the door. Shua blinked in surprise but quickly followed. Outside, the lights still twinkled, but Shirtu and the others had vanished, and the man who had just exited was nowhere to be seen. I let out a soft sigh of relief. Qinglang, what's wrong? Did something happen? Shua inquired quietly from behind me. That I glanced towards the Yadalili restaurant in the distance, the neon lights still shining, and without answering Shua, I shook my head and pulled her back towards Danqing. The string tied around the parcel was blue, and the man I had just seen had a blue towel tied around his waist. Just like Shirtu's, the differences between the small Western-style buildings in Shanghai and the large tiled houses back home were stark. That I stood in the center of the room, curiosity piqued as I scanned my surroundings. The tall windows, the creaky wooden floorboards, and the wooden walls tempted me to reach out and touch them. Some areas had chipped paint, but I felt as if I could still sense Mo Yang's warmth. Shua, who had been darting around, was guided into the bedroom by Zhang Ma to help with the tidying up. That I surveyed the room once more, my gaze eventually landing on Danqing, who sat motionless by the window, clutching a letter that had evidently been in her possession for some time. The envelope was inscribed with the words, To my brother Mo Yang, personally opened. The seal remained unbroken, never having been opened. I sighed softly. Danqing's letter had never reached Mo Yang. The shopkeeper mentioned that at that time, Mo Yang seemed to have something urgent to attend to, hastily settling his account before departing. Some of his garments were left behind here, as he promised to return for them later. Danqing penned a few characters for the shopkeeper to compare with the handwriting, and then produced the letter Mo Yang had given her. Only then did the shopkeeper hand over the last letter received along with those clothes to Danqing. Coincidentally, the room where Mo Yang had previously stayed had not yet been rented out, and Danqing led us into it, motivated by the shopkeeper's words that Mo Yang had said he would return for his belongings. Considering the timeline, Mo Yang left exactly 1 week after the master passed away. Surely someone must have informed him of this news in the end. Both Danqing and I understood that it could not possibly have been the madam or the young master. The Su family's fortune had suffered significant losses due to the recent events. Yet it remained vast, and the madam would not simply let Mo Yang benefit without consequence. That I suddenly recalled that the master had previously passed Mo Yang's letter to Danqing, that I speculated that the contents of that letter were likely unknown to the madam and the others. Otherwise, it would have provided them with an even better excuse to leave Mo Yang with nothing, treating him in the same manner as they treated Danqing, offering her nothing but a cold message. In any case, with the master gone, they could say whatever they wished that I felt a pang of concern for Mo Yang, but my worries were more acutely directed towards Danqing, so I slowly approached and stood beside her. Danqing appeared oblivious to my presence, merely gazing coldly out the window that I yearned to gently touch her, to comfort her, but it felt as if she were enveloped in an invisible layer of frost, as cold as ice and snow. After standing for a while, seeing she still did not wish to speak, I turned and walked back inside, though the incessant nagging and reprimands of Zhang Ma echoed from within. It felt warmer there. Qingling, we will surely wait for him. One Tiwi. Danqing's soft voice came from behind me, prompting me to halt and turn back to her. She continued to gaze out of the window, appearing like a silhouette that I closed my eyes briefly, as if doing so would allow me to sense the aura that Mo Yang had left in this room, which could lend me strength. I walked over and grasped Danqing's icy hand, holding it tightly and resolutely. After a moment, she slowly reciprocated my grip and turned to face me that we will definitely wait for him. Even if we cannot wait, we can go find him, that if he is not at home, we can go to Beiping. Someone will surely know where he is. I paused before continuing, because he will undoubtedly come looking for us as well. Danqing's eyes widened as she regarded me, and after a moment, she offered a self-deprecating smile, saying, "You are right. We will certainly find him." I nodded, feeling her hand warming slightly, just as I was about to suggest helping Zhang Ma. Danqing softly said, "I'm sorry, Qingling, that I should have protected you, but I'm not as strong as you." I squeezed her hand gently and replied, "It is because my sister is strong that I can be strong." Danqing froze for a moment, gazing at me in silence, before suddenly breaking into a faint smile. She stood up, winked at me, and said, "In that case, let us, the strong ones, go inside and help Xiui. Otherwise, no matter how strong she is, she will still be scolded by Zhang Ma." I could not help but laugh, and hand in hand with Danqing, we made our way into the inner room, seeing the smile on Danqing's face. I felt for the first time that this room had become warmer, and silently whispered, "Mo Yang, you must return." Days passed peacefully, during which everyone forced themselves to remain quiet, patiently awaiting the moment Mo Yang would appear before us. Zhang Ma was most fearful that the military commander would send someone to retrieve us, while I was more concerned about whether that bald man and Shirtu would come again. The green ribbon seemed to linger before my eyes, and I dared not mention it to Danqing. Since that day, Danqing had appeared remarkably composed, even making jokes with us from time to time, yet I understood that her inner turmoil was greater than that of any of us. "Qingling, my mother has given you this money. Let us hurry and leave," Xiui exclaimed as she dashed out from the room, shoving $2 silver into my hands. Danqing had not ventured outside in days. She spent her time reading and writing, while Zhang Ma took care of all errands. Last night, when Zhang Ma and I went to fetch water, we encountered a woman living in the unit below us. She wore a forced smile and made some snide comments about our footsteps being too heavy, as if she were afraid of hurting her own feet. Zhang Ma, thinking she meant well, responded politely, but the woman merely huffed and turned away. Upon our return, we overheard her complaining to her husband about the country bumpkins above her, criticizing us for not wearing soft-soled slippers and disturbing the peace, claiming our footsteps were damaging the floor. Zhang Ma's face flushed with anger as she pulled me back inside. Danqing, noticing her demeanor, inquired about the matter, but Zhang Ma struggled to articulate her thoughts. Danqing then turned to me, and I hesitantly explained that the woman suggested it was best to wear soft slippers indoors. Danqing shot a glance between me and Zhang Ma, deducing that the woman's words had been anything but polite, and her expression darkened. That entire night, we tiptoed around the house, and Xiui even removed her shoes to walk barefoot. However, it had grown chilly, and though the wooden floor was not too cold after a while, Xiui's feet became icy, causing her to wince and rub them together. Therefore, early this morning, Zhang Ma insisted on going out to buy slippers. Perhaps due to her heightened anxiety lately, she had developed an upset stomach, prompting Danqing to repeatedly instruct me to accompany Xiui on the errand, as Xiui was bursting with excitement, dragging me downstairs that I quickly pulled her back and pointed to the door of the unit below. She grinned and slowed her pace, cautiously leading me outside. Once we passed her neighbor's door, she turned back to stick out her tongue at it, causing me to chuckle, recalling how Xiui had suffered from cold feet last night. After 2 days of staying here, we realized that this inn was indeed in a prime location, close to bustling areas yet serene, with convenient shopping options. Many newspaper offices were situated nearby, leading to numerous journalists renting rooms here, including the family living below us, who appeared to have come from the south. Curiously, I inquired of Danqing how it was that a household of writers could harbor such a bitter woman. I had met the male head of the household once, and he seemed quite amiable, so I wondered why his wife was so harsh. Before Danqing could respond, Zhang Ma, who was mending shoes nearby, interjected, "Haven't you heard? A good man has no good wife. A scoundrel marries a flower." Both Danqing and I were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Stepping outside, we followed Zhang Ma's directions as we held hands and ventured toward the alley. The daylight revealed a vastly different scene from the night, one that was more vibrant and bustling. The Xiui frequently squealed with excitement, pointing at various sights, and I too felt a sense of wonder. But I did not forget Danqing's caution to complete our errands promptly and return home without causing any trouble. The general store Zhang Ma mentioned was just up the street from Yisheng, and as Xiui and I walked, we carefully navigated through the crowd and rickshaws. Upon reaching the intersection, I glanced around and spotted the sign for Hongji Grocery directly across the street. I quickly tugged Xiui along to cross over. Just as we reached the middle of the road, a series of clangs rang out from our left, which I initially dismissed as I continued forward. However, the sounds grew closer and more urgent, startling us. Following the noise, we suddenly found ourselves facing a large vehicle that had appeared before us, and a uniformed figure was vigorously waving his hand and shouting something. We froze in shock, wanting to run but feeling our legs turn to jelly, unable to move as we watched the vehicle hurtle towards us. I let out a scream, feeling a powerful force hit me, and everything spun around me. Chapter 10. Him, all I perceived were the colorful signs swirling rapidly before my eyes, and instinctively, I closed them, feeling a gust of wind sweep past me. Xiui's scream abruptly ceased, and the clanging sounds faded into the distance that I felt a sharp intake of breath lodged in my throat and reached for my collar, struggling to breathe in fresh air. But it seemed to tighten around me instead, making me want to cough. After a while, the surroundings seemed to quiet down, but as I opened my eyes, I was momentarily blinded by darkness. Squinting, I hastily reached out to feel beside me. Where was Xiui? What had happened to her? Xiui, I began to call her name when a soft chuckle interrupted me, causing my hand to pause. That I opened my eyes wider and turned my head toward the sound, where I spotted Shirdu grinning as he leaned against a street lamp. "Bald uncle, you're hurting my neck," Xiui murmured, her voice filled with complaint. That I glanced back at her, finding her tugging at her collar, with a large hand firmly gripping the back of her neck. That I let out a relieved sigh and turned back to the gleaming bald head, giving him a wry smile. "Uncle, my neck hurts too. Girls, you must be more careful when crossing the street. Getting hit by a streetcar is no joke," the bald uncle chuckled, bending down to pat both Xiui and me on the head. Both of us cradled bowls of sweet and sour smoothie, which the uncle had just sent Shirtu to procure from the ice shop by the street. Initially, I was reluctant to accept it, but after the uncle had rescued us, the words of refusal simply would not escape my lips. I had no choice but to obediently follow him into a beautifully adorned restaurant by the roadside, where we settled down to eat. Fortunately, it was not far from our lodging, situated right across from the grocery store, so I was not overly concerned about finding our way home later. Xiuan naturally accompanied me, and seeing my agreement, she happily wandered around to explore. That I nodded slightly, lowered my head, and quickened my eating pace. Partly fearing that if we took too long, Danqing and Zhang Ma would grow anxious, and partly worried that the uncle might inquire about our circumstances, which would be awkward to explain. Beside me, Shua was thoroughly enjoying her meal, while Shirtu, seated opposite, idly stirred his bowl with a spoon, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he watched us. That I felt that his enjoyment in observing us far surpassed his own desire to eat. Hearing the bald uncle's words, Shua hurriedly swallowed her mouthful and mumbled, "Uncle, that big iron box earlier nearly scared me to death. How can there be trains in the city?" The bald uncle let out a hearty laugh. But before he could respond, Shirtu snickered, rolled his eyes, and muttered, "Country bumpkin," that I cast a faint glance at him, gently setting down my spoon, while Shua glared at Shirtu with wide eyes, gripping her spoon tightly. Her expression akin to that whenever she wanted to strike someone. I thought that were it not for the uncle's firm slap to the back of Shitta's head, that lad might have ended up with 2 spoons, one in the bowl and the other lodged in his throat. I gently tugged at Shua's sleeve, prompting her to shoot Shirtu another fierce glare before slamming her spoon on the table, declaring she would no longer eat. Last night, I had secretly shared the harsh words of the woman downstairs with Shua, and now the 3 words we least wanted to hear were certainly country bumpkin. Shirtu, who had been looking defiantly at his father, raised his eyebrows and turned to size up Shua, seemingly taken aback by her fiery temper. The bald uncle appeared somewhat embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, urging, "Why aren't you eating? Don't mind this little rascal. Just eat." And no sooner had he spoken than the door of the restaurant jingled, and a man clad in a gray silk coat walked in. He approached us without hesitation, and I suddenly noticed that aside from us, there was not a single other patron in the establishment. He swiftly reached Shirtu's father, leaned in to whisper a few words, and the uncle nodded in response. The man respectfully bowed slightly, nodded at Shirtu, and then turned to leave. The uncle habitually rubbed his chin, a gesture indicating his thought process, while Shirtu sat up straighter. A hint of excitement on his face that I pushed my bowl away and stood up. Shua promptly followed suit. The 2 men simultaneously lifted their gazes towards us as I pulled Shua away from the table. Taking a step forward to stand before the bald uncle, at that moment, the doorbell jingled again, but I paid it no mind that I grasped Shua's hand and bowed slightly towards the uncle, though Shua was puzzled. She followed my lead. "Uncle, thank you for saving us earlier, that we fear we might worry our families if we return late, so we shall take our leave now," I said earnestly. The bald uncle was momentarily taken aback, then reached out as if to assist me, but I had already straightened up and was reaching into my pocket. His hand hesitated, then retrieved that I produced a $1 coin and gently placed it before Shirtu. His eyes followed my hand, finally resting on the coin. Stunned, before he could react, I softly remarked, "Thank you for buying us ice. Here is some money, and although we may be country bumpkins, we know to tip. This extra is for you as a token of appreciation for running errands." With that, I paid no heed to the wide-eyed uncle and the flustered Shirtu as I tugged Shua and turned to leave. A quiet chuckle reached my ears, startling me. I hadn't expected them to still find amusement in the situation, and I couldn't help but clench my fists, restraining my tongue. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss. The direction of the laughter caught my attention. Before I could look up, a magnetic voice playfully teased, "Shirtu, so you too have this day." Beside me, Shua inhaled sharply. Her hand, which I had been holding, suddenly tightened around my elbow, causing a slight pain, prompting me to glance at her, that I found her eyes wide with shock, fixated on the entrance without blinking. Following her gaze, I turned to see a tall figure illuminated by the light. His polished shoes gleamed, his trousers impeccably pressed, and a pristine white shirt was complemented by a shiny bronze waistcoat. He lounged casually against the door frame, and I found myself entranced as a pale blue smoke ring wafted from his lips. Noticing that both Shua and I were gaping at him, the man smiled playfully, revealing his white teeth, which were clenched around a cigarette. That I felt Shua's hands suddenly grow warm, and when I stole a glance, I saw her shyly bowing her head, rubbing her nose. Her cheeks flushed and I instinctively averted my gaze, unwilling to meet his smile. Mo Yang's grin radiated warmth like sunshine, inviting companionship, while Mr. Hui's smile exuded a refined elegance laced with a hint of teasing. Yet this man's smile reminded me of something Zhang Ma often recounted. Her hometown in Hunan had a saying that when something reached its pinnacle, it was said to be at the point. Reflecting on that man's smile, I realized it truly embodied handsomeness at its zenith, but a chuckle bubbled up within me. I had never conceived that the term handsome could apply to men. Lost in my thoughts, I heard the bald uncle respectfully address, "Seventh Master, what brings you here?" Hong Chuan just informed me that Sixth Master will be arriving shortly. I was momentarily taken aback. Seventh Master? My mind instinctively wandered to the notion that he was the esteemed Zhang Yi. The words of the police captain flashed through my mind. I had just seen Yi Lao Chi's car parked outside the station. The mention of Yi Lao Chi snapped me back to the present. And I blinked, realizing that the pristine shoes now stood before me. Glinting slightly, da-da, I hurried here upon receiving word that Sixth Brother was coming. Such a good hand of cards wasted at the Palette Dance. Benefiting that fat who, the magnetic voice resonated above me, tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Xioa, who had been standing beside me, quietly stepped back behind me, her grip on my elbow tightening, warming my back with her presence. Her breath brushed against my ear, sending a ticklish sensation through me that I swallowed hard, reluctant to reach out and scratch the itch, merely retracting my neck slightly. The man before me maintained a gentle smile, a relaxed tone, and an air of nonchalance. Yet inexplicably, I felt pinned in place, unable to move before him. Ahem. The bald uncle coughed, seemingly at a loss. Seventh Master, this may not be appropriate. He appeared somewhat helpless, unsure of how to proceed. While Shirtu giggled excitedly, Seventh Master, aren't you afraid Sixth Master will find out and deal with you? Humph, dealing with you, a blind fool who only runs errands, the Seventh Master retorted with a smirk, causing Shirtu to fall silent while the bald uncle chuckled. Unable to restrain myself, I glanced back at Shirtu, whose face had turned crimson, glaring indignantly at my back. Upon catching my gaze, he instantly widened his eyes, adopting a fierce expression. Before I could react, I felt a warmth envelop my chin as my head was gently turned upwards. Two slanted brows, a finely chiseled nose, and thin lips curled into a smile. As if he had no care in the world, his chin was clean-shaven, emanating a faint fragrance that I blinked. His eyes, framed by thick lashes, sparkled with interest as he observed me, a half-smoked cigarette delicately held between his pinky and ring fingers, while his thumb and forefinger firmly grasped my chin. With a sharp clap, I instinctively swatted his hand away, sending the cigarette flying. Instantly, I regretted my action. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of palpable silence. Xiua's breath behind me seemed to freeze, and I couldn't help but wonder if everyone in the room could hear the thunderous beat of my heart. The man chuckled lightly, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Seventh Master, please don't mind. She's still just a child, that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and the bald uncle hastily came over, worry etched on his face. Shirtu quietly picked up the fallen cigarette from the floor. Standing beside the uncle, casting a glance my way, his eyes filled with reproach and concern, I was taken aback that in the days that followed, I slowly came to understand the gravity of my actions that day. Why the bald uncle displayed concern, and why his gaze lingered on me with unease. Had I known then that this impeccably handsome man was also dangerously formidable, and that he showed no distinction between genders, I might have chosen my words and actions more wisely, did he not merely assert that he was gripping my chin. Even if he were to clutch my throat, I would not dare to strike him, especially when he smiled, with a casual wave of his hand. He reached over to take the cigarette from Shida's grasp, nonchalantly placing it back between his lips. That I noticed both the uncle and Shirtu momentarily taken aback. Young Shu, this is the family of women you encountered on the train, he said, exhaling a ring of smoke and tilting his head towards the uncle, though his gaze remained fixed upon me. Yes, they bear the surname Yun. This young lady is called Qing Lang, and the one behind her is Xioi. The bald uncle, sensing that he had not provoked any ire, relaxed and respectfully replied, that name is indeed unusual. The Seventh Master mumbled in response, and the uncle continued, she and her sister have come in search of relatives and are currently residing at the Hisheng Inn. However, he paused, casting a glance at me before stating, they have not succeeded. Mr. Su has been gone for some time. They are siblings, and that Mr. Su was a student from Beiping, Xioi gasped, and I stared at the bald uncle's calm demeanor, suddenly recalling the man we had brushed past that day, the one with the azure belt. A chill coursed through me, and my hands began to tremble. The man clearly sensed my fear, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upwards, as if he were teasing a kitten or a puppy. Relishing the moment, did I ask your brother named Su, And your sister Yin? The bald uncle shook his head, indicating his ignorance. But judging by this little girl's appearance, her sister must be quite lovely, is she not? He jested, emphasizing the word lovely with an ambiguous undertone that was hard to miss. The bald uncle smiled slightly. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Suddenly, my trembling ceased, replaced by a surge of anger. How could he speak of dancing in such a manner? The man, noticing my lowered gaze, chuckled and asked, "What is the matter? Are you suddenly frightened? You were quite fierce just a moment ago." Did I shook my head, ditto? He dragged the vowel out, and I silently awaited his next inquiry. Indeed, he asked. Then why do you not dare to look up at me? I clenched my fists and, in a tone that sounded serious, murmured, "You are too handsome. I feel dizzy from looking at you." Although I knew it was unwise, I emphasized the word handsome. The air stilled, and Shirtu burst into laughter, hastily covering his mouth, while the uncle began to cough. The atmosphere in the room turned decidedly peculiar. I waited quietly, aware that no man relishes being complimented on his looks. Even if he were to strike me, I would remain indifferent. After all, he could not speak of dancing in such a manner. "How amusing," he remarked lightly, and I held my breath, anticipating his next reaction. Suddenly, the bell at the door jingled, and I cautiously turned to see the man who had just delivered the message entering. He bowed slightly, announcing, "Seventh Master, the Liu and Su families have just arrived." The seventh master turned and inquired, "Is it that Miss Su?" The man nodded, and the seventh master waved his hand, prompting him to exit. The bald uncle glanced at me, then at the seventh master, hesitatingly asking, "Seventh master, do you think they wish for us to leave first?" The seventh master did not respond, but gazed at me. A flicker of something in his eyes, and before I could comprehend, he smiled broadly and said, "Shirtu, you know what to do, right?" Shirtu grinned. Do not worry that I was baffled by their cryptic exchange. Suddenly, he spat the cigarette butt onto the floor and ground it underfoot. Then he grinned at me. "You possess quite the courage, do you not?" Before I could react, he yanked me beneath the table that I gasped in shock, and Shoei cried out behind me that the tablecloth fell. I saw Shirtu dragging her behind a door. Shoei struggled fiercely before she vanished, while the uncle wore a bittersweet smile, bending down to retrieve the cigarette butt. The seventh master sat cross-legged beneath the table, his head lowered in a somewhat comical manner. I, however, found no humor in the situation, observing his deft movements, clearly practiced in such antics, that I could not fathom what this reckless man intended to do. Crouching uncomfortably, his grip on my arm was unyielding, rendering me unable to escape. Just as I contemplated calling out, he silenced me with a finger to his lips, shushing me without uttering a word that I hesitated, intending to disregard everything and break free to find Shoei when the bell at the door chimed again, announcing the arrival of several individuals. Instinctively, I stilled that a few deliberate giggles floated in, sending a shiver down my spine, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end as the seventh master's amusement deepened. Then a sultry voice chimed, "Liu Deji, your restaurant is quite nice, but I still prefer Yadli. The French style there is more pronounced. That's so." A steady male voice replied, rich and resonant enough to make my heart skip a beat. "Liu Go, you have arrived," the bald uncle greeted respectfully, and then added, "Miss Su, greetings." And the woman responded casually, "Please follow me." The uncle led them inside, and as they approached our table, the woman suddenly halted to Liu Deji. "Look at the view here. It is splendid. We can see outside perfectly." "Let us sit here," she suggested coyly. The uncle coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Before he could speak, the sixth master said, "Be my guest." And so a pair of exquisite high heels and a pair of simple men's shoes settled themselves on either side of the table. I stared, unable to tear my gaze away, and glanced at the seventh master, whose eyes glinted with mischief. He raised an eyebrow at me, prompting me to turn away. Above us, the woman's incessant chatter filled the air. It didn't take long for me to grasp that this was likely a matchmaking encounter. Specifically, the woman's one-sided pursuit, that I then understood why the seventh master had chosen this particular table. He clearly anticipated that the woman wished to be seen with the sixth master, and this table offered the best vantage point, regardless of whether one looked inward or outward. Yet, the sixth master barely responded with more than 3 words. His politeness tinged with indifference, unfazed by the woman's incessant prattle. His voice was pleasant, as was the seventh master's, yet lacked the same richness. Realizing this, I glanced at the seventh master again. He appeared lost in thought, listening to the woman's desperate attempts to forge a connection. His expression conveyed a mix of amusement and disdain, along with a hint of coldness that I licked my lips. And just as he felt my gaze upon him, he turned his eyes away. I caught a fragment of Miss Su's soft voice. Lu Deji, your name is delightful. Does the Qing refer to promise? Everyone in Shanghai knows that what you promise will be fulfilled. Whether it concerns men, she paused, her voice laden with innuendo, or women. Lu Cheng. The name flashed across my mind, but before I could ponder further, I heard the calm voice above me say, no, it refers to City Wall. I couldn't help but chuckle softly, curious about Miss Su's expression at that moment. Suddenly, a large hand covered my mouth from behind, startling me. Just as I attempted to pry it away, I saw Miss Su, who had clearly hit a wall, rise abruptly, her voice strained. Lu Deji, excuse me, I need to wash my hands. With that, she stomped off in her high heels, and I noticed the bald uncle hastily following. This way, please. The room fell silent, that I dared not move, the hand still covering my mouth, and I slowly applied pressure to pry it away. Though I did not turn to look, I knew the seventh master was smiling, warmth emanating from his breath against my neck. Yet his grip remained steadfast. Do you find this amusing? The soft voice resumed, that I stiffened, hearing the scratch of a match being struck, followed by the aroma of tobacco wafting through the air, distinct from what the seventh master had smoked earlier. Old Seven, how long do you plan to hide? I could smell your cigar the moment I entered that you're not a child anymore. You're in your 20s. Yet you still enjoy such childish tricks. The sixth master spoke leisurely. He paused, then added in a low tone, Yi Zhan, do you want me to personally invite you out? No sooner had he finished speaking than the man behind me pulled me back and shielded my head, pressing it down. Before I could comprehend what was happening, I saw the sixth master's foot shift, followed by a loud crash, illuminating the room as the table above us was kicked aside. My scream was muffled by the hand over my mouth, producing only a strangled sound. I felt suffocated and continued to struggle against the grip. Just as I was about to exert myself, the person behind me suddenly released their grip and stood up. That my legs, now weak and numb, gave way beneath me, and I plopped down onto the ground. Instinctively, I braced myself with my hands, and when I looked up, my gaze met a pair of tranquil black eyes. That I froze, my mind a blank canvas, save for the rapid and vivid flash of a name that darted through my consciousness. Lu Cheng, Chapter 11. Him and her dazed. I sat on the ground, my eyes fixated on the man before me, a peculiar sensation stirring within me, as though I had encountered him somewhere before. He donned a pristine, buttoned jacket, adorned with a simple yet elegant gold pocket watch chain. His short, glossy black hair framed a face marked by thick brows, a straight nose, and slightly prominent nostrils. His tightly pressed lips bore a hint of authority, while his black eyes resembled a still, unfathomable lake. In terms of appearance, he surpassed not only the seventh master before me, but even Mo Yang and that Mr. Hua by several degrees. Yet, as I blinked, a sudden warmth flushed my cheeks. Then a loud crash echoed through the air, akin to something colliding with the wall. Before I could fully comprehend, I heard hurried footsteps approaching. Xiao's face abruptly appeared before me, causing me to instinctively recoil. She had crouched too quickly, losing her balance, and her hand inadvertently pressed against my leg. Ouch! I involuntarily exclaimed, the numbness I had previously forgotten now spreading rapidly from my calves. Xiao instantly withdrew her hand, anxiously scanning me up and down before urgently inquiring, Qing Lang, are you all right? That man didn't harm you, did he? I shook my head, about to speak when she continued, I heard a huge commotion just now. What happened? It scared me to death, but that rock wouldn't let me out. What on earth? As she spoke, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze landing on the kicked-over table. Her eyes widened, then shifted to the sixth master's face. Her words faltering as she shuddered, the remainder of her sentence caught in her throat. That I quickly grasped her hand, gently assuring her, I'm fine, just a bit sore from squatting for too long. Don't worry. Xiao immediately lowered her head to look at me, and upon seeing my smile, she visibly relaxed, reaching out to massage my calves. That I gritted my teeth to endure the discomfort. Not wishing to further alarm her, that moment, I heard the seventh master chuckling from behind. Stone, what is wrong with you? Turning my head, I saw Stone standing by an open door, rubbing his head with a grimace. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as the small room where he had forcibly pulled Xiao Yi inside earlier. However, his face bore several red marks, and his collar was loosened, revealing a glimpse of white undershirt beneath, which was rather conspicuous. Turning back to Xiao Yi, who was still massaging my legs, I noticed her hair was somewhat disheveled, her cheeks flushed, although her attire remained tidy. Yet her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. I couldn't help but smile softly, realizing that Stone had likely endured quite a bit at her hands. Hearing the seventh masteress teasing, Stone rolled his eyes and strode towards us, muttering incessantly, "That little girl has quite the claws that if she weren't a woman, I would have." He first bowed respectfully to the sixth master, saying, "Sixth master." The man nodded in acknowledgement with a simple. Xiao Yi had also caught wind of this, lifting her gaze to glare at him fiercely. "Serves you right that a light chuckle erupted from behind us." And Stone straightened, making a face at me before glaring at Xiao Yi, exclaiming, "What are you saying, you little brat? Hitting people so fiercely, you have no manners at all that you're clearly just a country bumpkin." Before he could finish, I glanced at him, and he fell silent that I gently held Xiao Yi's hand, signaling her to cease the massage and help me to my feet. She nodded and slowly assisted me in standing up that I this moment. Stone seemed to realize he couldn't appear weak and retorted, "What are you staring at? Do you think you have the right to hit people?" Xiao Yi shot back, "Because you deserve it, you little brat." Instantly, laughter erupted, and Stone's face turned beet red, his discomfort evident as he glanced around. Clearly feeling embarrassed in front of everyone, that he instinctively stepped forward, scowling, "You little brat, say that again. How dare you insult me? Huh?" Seeing his fierce expression, Xiao Yi instinctively took a step back, that I pulled her behind me, stating firmly, "One must first humiliate themselves before others can do so." Stone froze, his eyes widening in confusion, blinking at me as if trying to comprehend my words. "What are you saying? What do you mean?" he exclaimed loudly, and the individual named Yi Zhan behind me suddenly burst into laughter. "Stone, if you had read more, you wouldn't be confused now that you are getting a taste of it today. Aren't you?" Being scolded and not even understanding. His laughter was joyously infectious, yet I was more taken aback by the sixth master's gentle smile, revealing a dimple, when he noticed me staring. He quickly composed himself, raising his hand to take a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke that obscured his expression. His piercing gaze, however, cut through the haze, causing my heart to race, and I hastily averted my eyes. "Seventh master, you're still laughing? This was your foolish idea," Stone grumbled in exasperation. "Kid," a deep voice interjected, and the bald uncle who had just walked over approached us briskly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Seventh master is not bothered. How dare you speak out of turn?" He shot a fierce glare at Stone, then added, "You little brat, that girl is right. You deserve a beating." Xiao Yi let out a soft laugh, and I couldn't help but smile as well, that in just a short while, Stone had already been told he deserved a beating by two different people. His mouth hung open, yet no words came forth. Only heavy breaths remained. The uncle, noticing his obstinacy, opened his mouth to continue scolding when the sixth master asked, "What's the matter, young Shu?" The bald uncle swallowed the reprimand he hadn't had a chance to voice and quickly turned to the sixth master, bowing slightly as he reported, "Sixth master, I've already sent someone to escort Miss Su back." Before the sixth master could respond, Yi Zhan let out a soft huff, taking a few steps and standing in front of me. He picked up the fallen matchbox from the ground, struck one, and lit a cigarette, mumbling, "Did she leave quietly?" The bald uncle chuckled. "That noise might have scared her off. She likely left in a hurry." Yi Zhan smirked. "You didn't tell her you were here for revenge, did you? That's why she ran off." The uncle grinned sheepishly, scratching his bald head, but said nothing further. "All right, I haven't even questioned you about your antics here yet." The sixth master shot a glance at Yi Zhan that he chuckled, leaning closer to the sixth master. "Sixth brother, Su Guohua has had his eyes on you for quite some time. It's no surprise he caught you today. Be careful. That Su family miss is notoriously clingy. Once she latches on, it's hard to shake her off." Though his tone was light-hearted, a serious glint flickered in his eyes. "How did you know we were coming here?" The sixth master did not answer his question, but instead extinguished his cigarette and posed another to why Yi Zhan leaned down, whispering something in his ear that I vaguely caught the words by Lu Min and Hu. After he straightened up, he added with a grin, "The Su family is probably afraid others don't know. I bet by now, many prominent figures in Shanghai are aware of this matter." The sixth master's lips curled slightly. Perfect. This aligns with what my brother and I intended. Yi Zhan paused, his expression turning serious as he opened his mouth to inquire further, but then glanced at us, the words dying on his lips. The sixth master rose, brushing off non-existent ash from his clothes, surveying me and Xiao Yi, then glancing at the uncle. The uncle hastily leaned in to speak a few words, and the sixth master nodded. Not looking at us again as he said, "Old Seven, don't casually bring outsiders here for jest." Yi Zhan raised an eyebrow with a smile. Understood. He paused, eyeing us, and then added with a grin. "Sixth brother, don't you find these two girls, one scholarly and one martial, quite amusing?" "Not amusing," the sixth master replied coolly, accepting the coat Stone offered him and approaching us. Xiao Yi had long since lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, and I too looked down, only hearing his rich voice above me. "Miss Yun, is it? Please don't take today's events to heart." His words were courteous, and I quickly shook my head. "It is quite all right. I'll have someone see you home." Before I could finish, he inquired, "Yongshu, they reside at Yisheng, correct?" "Yes," the uncle replied. "Perfect. I need to head to Yidali anyway. It's nearby. So we can go together." "No need." I hastily raised my head to meet his gaze, swallowing hard as I softly replied, "We still have some shopping to do, so we wouldn't want to trouble you." The bald uncle, who had just gone out to arrange for a vehicle, chuckled, lowering his head to speak to me. "Don't worry, girl. I've already sent someone to buy what you need. You can just take it home. It won't delay you." Then he turned to Lu Yi and said, "Why don't I escort the two of them back? You and Chi can go ahead. I reckon I must explain things to her sister." Lu Yi cast a fleeting glance in my direction, then looked at the timid Xiao Yi, and remarked, "That works." With that, he strode out. Yi Zhan followed him with a smile, while I instinctively turned to gaze at their upright silhouettes. Just then, Yi Zhan glanced back at me, mischievously winking, which made me involuntarily frown. He burst into laughter, causing Lu Yi, who was walking ahead, to momentarily pause, but not turn back, continuing his leisurely exit. The bald uncle chuckled. "Those girls, let us be on our way. We've delayed for a bit, and if we return late, your sister might worry." That I nodded vigorously, still unaware of how anxious Danqing and Zhangma must be. The bald uncle instructed Shirtu to fetch the items we had bought, then led Xiao Yi and me outside. As we stepped out, we spotted the two men standing by the roadside, engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing us, they didn't glance back, and not far off, a car was slowly making its way from the other side of the street. That I let out a soft sigh, grasping Xiao Yi's hand as we followed the bald uncle past them, with the reluctant Shirtu trailing behind. Observing the uncle's broad back, a slight headache overcame me. I was acutely aware that their identities were undoubtedly exceptional, so exceptional that we should have no further entanglements with them. Yet now, how was I to explain everything to Danqing upon our return? So I couldn't help but let out a sigh, prompting a curious glance from Xiao Yi. Just a few steps later, I heard the sound of a car stopping behind us, the door opening, and then Lu Yi's somewhat puzzled voice asking, "What are you doing in the car?" A faint but fragrant aroma wafted through the air, its essence vaguely familiar, as if I had encountered it before. Such a rich scent. Where had I come across it? As I pondered, a light laugh emanated from within the car, alluring yet unrestrained. That I inhaled sharply, the memory flooding back to me, the night I first arrived in Shanghai. In front of the Yadli restaurant, that woman who stood like a radiant star surrounded by admirers, this voice, this fragrance. The uncle halted upon hearing it, and we followed suit. That my curiosity piqued, I discreetly turned back to look. A slender, fair leg emerged from the car door, glistening in a pair of purple velvet high heels adorned with rhinestones. Slowly and gracefully, it was placed on the ground, and then a figure elegantly stepped out. Standing tall, her lithe form was enveloped in a vibrant purple qipao, a delicate lace shawl draped over her shoulders and arms, trailing nonchalantly behind her. Her long hair, still shimmering in the night, cascaded over her snow-white shoulders, partially obscuring her face. "Lu Go," she called out sweetly, her tone imbued with a hint of coyness. Lu Yi appeared somewhat resigned, shaking his head slightly. That he glanced at her, then at Yi Zhan, before averting his gaze, choosing not to speak further. The woman slightly turned to face Yi Zhan, and I caught a glimpse of her long eyelashes fluttering before she called out, "Chiga," that I couldn't help but shiver. Her tone was a stark contrast to how she had addressed Lu Yi that moment, I was unable to articulate the implications of her words that it wasn't he until years later, when a man helped me understand the nuances of love and desire, that I realized how much hatred and affection were woven into her voice at that instant. Yet now, I could only observe as Yijian's brows furrowed slightly, his carefree smile vanished, that he didn't even glance at her until after a moment. Quietly responding, "Qing Si, you've arrived," looking at her radiant hair, I couldn't help but marvel at who had bestowed upon her such a beautiful and fitting name. Little did I know at that time, this woman before me would soon intertwine the fates of everyone around me. This bold and passionate woman, the most celebrated courtesan of the Bailmen, the most enchanting woman of Shanghai, the one who bore Lu Yi's surname, Lu Qingxi. Chapter 12. Reunion. The autumn in Shanghai seemed to stretch time endlessly, shrouded in a hazy gloom, the crisp air carrying an undercurrent that was impossible to overlook, especially as night fell. Over the past few months, I had grown accustomed to sitting quietly by the window after nightfall. Once everyone else had drifted into slumber, I would gaze at the flickering neon lights in the distance, harmonizing with the twinkling stars of the alley. The juxtaposition of bustling life and serene stillness created an oddly harmonious blend. Xiui, nestled beside me, murmured as she turned over, her hand resting on my leg. Gently, I repositioned her hand and tucked her in more snugly. Watching her carefree expression, that a pang of envy washed over me as time passed. Danqing remained silent, yet I sensed her growing unease, her words becoming fewer. Mo Yang was still unreachable, and not a single one of his classmates or friends had returned. Danqing dared not, nor could she, write to her family inquiring about him, as it might not yield any information about Mo Yang's whereabouts. It could instead compromise our hiding place. The thought of the formidable lady's cold gaze sent shivers down my spine. If she were to learn of our situation, even without the military commander seeking her out, she would likely take the initiative to report us. "Qinglang, why aren't you asleep yet?" I turned to see Xiui, who had woken up at some point, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "Did I disturb you?" I whispered, lowering my voice. "That no, I just felt a bit cold," she replied, then sniffled. It suddenly dawned on me that I had cracked the window for some fresh air earlier. And now, with the deepening night, the chill had settled in. Apologizing softly, I hurriedly closed the window. Xiui adjusted her pillow and shifted to the side. That I smiled faintly, lying back beneath the covers. That Xiui half raised herself, tucking the blanket around me securely. Then she wrapped herself in her own blanket and lay facing me. That I closed my eyes, anticipating Xiui's daily inquiry and my customary response, as if only then could she truly rest soundly. However, after a moment of silence, I realized she hadn't spoken. Opening my eyes in confusion, I found Xiui's dark pupils fixed on me. Although her gaze rested upon me, her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. After a pause, she seemed to snap back to reality and suddenly asked, "Qinglang, do you think we'll be able to wait for the second young master?" I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively providing my usual answer. Of course. That Xiui nodded, turning to lie flat, her breathing gradually evening out. Just as I thought she had fallen asleep, she added, "Sure to said we might not be able to wait." I jolted upright, nudging her gently. "How does he know? Did you see him today?" Xiui quickly turned to me, putting a finger to her lips, listening intently to the sounds from the other room before leaning closer to whisper. "When I went to the alley to buy newspapers for the young lady, he happened to come out of that Western restaurant." Oh, did I gradually lay back down. "What did he hear?" Xiui shook her head. "That brat didn't say. He just rolled his eyes and said something before leaving." As she spoke, she pouted. "He just likes to scare me. He is probably lying. You're right. So just ignore him." I smiled in agreement. Hearing me say that seemed to ease Xiui's worries, and she soon fell into a peaceful slumber, her soft snores filling the room. That I lay quietly, my thoughts drifting back to that day when the bald uncle escorted us home. Exchanging a few polite words with Danqing, that he had mentioned helping us look into Mo Yang's whereabouts. Although Danqing had politely declined, the uncle didn't press further, yet that didn't imply he wouldn't take action. Just as he had investigated us before. Danqing understood this as well. Hence, after I and Xiui recounted everything that had transpired, she said nothing more but sternly advised us to avoid any further contact with those individuals and to refrain from going out carelessly. I agreed, and though Xiui was unwilling, she had no choice but to nod in compliance. Recalling that day now sent a shiver through me. What kind of people were they? Sighing softly, I quietly reached under the mattress for the book I had pressed there, holding it tightly to my chest. It was this that brought me warmth that I resolutely told myself I would wait for Mo Yang until I drifted into sleep. That afternoon, the weather in Shanghai unexpectedly cleared up. I helped Zhang Ma hang out the quilts in the corridor, listening to her incessant chatter and occasional sighs that it seemed Danqing hadn't slept well the previous night, as she remained asleep through the afternoon nap. We kept our voices low. Zhang Ma, still somewhat uneasy, checked the drying quilts and after giving me a few more instructions, headed inside. Out of nowhere, Xiui gently tapped my shoulder, startling me. Before I could utter a word, she took my hand and dashed downstairs that I hurriedly grasped her arm, gesturing towards the room and then down the stairs. And only then did she ease her pace. Shang comprises a multitude of residential houses and quaint villas. Resembling a small community, the winding paths could easily lead one astray if unfamiliar with the route. However, this posed no challenge for Xiui, who seemed to possess an innate sense of direction. Without uttering a word, she navigated through the labyrinthine passages, and I tugged at her, asking, "Xiui, where exactly are you taking me?" I was slightly breathless from her pace, yet she did not turn back, simply smiling and saying, "We'll be there shortly. I know you'll be intrigued." With that, she led me to a small building, and I was taken aback, pulling at Xiui. "This is someone else's home. We cannot intrude. Fear not, there is no one living upstairs." "I've been here several times," Xiui reassured me with a smile. She guided me along the corridor, then turned back to cover my eyes with her hands, applying a firm pressure that I could not help but chuckle. "What on earth are you doing, being all mysterious?" I heard her giggle softly in my ear. "Just wait a moment," that I gently pulled on her hand. "Stop fooling around, and John will scold us if she can't find us." Just as I spoke, a burst of laughter from girls reached my ears, startling me. Xiui lowered her hands, and suddenly, the brightness overwhelmed me, causing me to squint. That it became clear that the downstairs area led to a courtyard wall, beyond which lay a wide road. That on the opposite side stood a tall courtyard wall with a grand wooden gate wide open. That a group of girls clad in white blouses and black skirts, exuding joy and laughter, were making their way out. Though their outfits were identical, the shawls they wore varied greatly in style and color, creating a dazzling display. Several cars were parked along the roadside, alongside many rickshaws waiting patiently, as individuals respectfully approached to take the girls' bags, while others hurried to open car doors, awaiting their entry. The girls appeared exceptionally beautiful and graceful, their laughter echoing with delight. I stared at them, thinking they must be the students that Mo Yang had mentioned. That he had once told me that in large cities like Beijing and Shanghai, girls could also pursue education and engage in modern endeavors. At that time, Danqing had been envious, exclaiming her desire to attend school, which earned her a few words from the second lady. Though I could not voice my thoughts, I felt a pang of envy for those who lived in such a dreamlike reality. "Qinglang, look over there," Xiui exclaimed, pointing excitedly. "There is a foreign lady. Her cloak is quite peculiar." Following her gaze, I spotted a nun accompanying a girl, softly conversing with her. The girl was quite charming, her smile sweet. Though she seemed somewhat familiar, I was momentarily taken aback, but responded to Xiui. "That is a nun. She was mentioned in the book Mo Yang gave me." To Xiui quickly asked what a nun was. And by the time she understood that it referred to a foreign priestess, most of the crowd had dispersed. Only a few individuals remained, along with the girl who was still chatting with the nun. As silence enveloped the scene, their voices became clearer, though I could hardly comprehend their words. That I gazed enviously at the girl, who appeared to be only a couple of years my senior, yet spoke foreign languages with remarkable fluency. As I remained lost in thought, a car approached, prompting the girl to stop her conversation and step down a couple of steps to wave at the vehicle. With a screech, it came to a halt, and I, along with Xiui, instinctively leaned forward to catch a glimpse of a tall, slender figure emerging from the car. "Wow," Xiui gasped. "He is a military officer." I remained silent, watching as the girl gracefully descended the steps. Calling out, "Brother, you're late again." The officer laughed heartily, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I was tied up with an urgent meeting today, which delayed my arrival." Before he finished speaking, I was momentarily stunned. The girl replied with a playful remark that I couldn't catch, but instinctively glanced back at Xiui, who was wide-eyed, staring at the figure. Our gazes met, and we both recognized the confusion in each other's eyes. Just as I turned back, a stilted voice in Chinese rang out. "Mr. What, you've arrived." Hello, Sister Fong, it's been a while, the officer replied politely, then added something else that I failed to catch. With my back to him, I noticed Shu's eyes widen in shock as she exclaimed, Qing Lang, it's him. She pointed emphatically ahead. Suddenly, my mind went blank, and I dashed forward, covering Shu's mouth and pulling her down beside me. The surroundings fell silent, and the conversations below faded into an eerie quiet. I could feel Shu's chest rising and falling rapidly, warmth escaping onto my palm, that I imagined my own appearance was not much better. As my heart raced and I struggled to breathe, that I lost track of time. Until the sound of a car starting broke the stillness, that I glanced at Shui, raised a finger to signal silence, and once she nodded, I slowly released my hand from her mouth. Cautiously, I turned back to listen intently. The direction was now utterly tranquil, that I gestured to Shui to remain still, crouching down to peer over the railing. The dark gate had closed, leaving only two rickshaw drivers chatting and smoking under a nearby streetlight. While the car had vanished from sight, that I exhaled deeply, leaning against the railing as I sank down onto the ground, feeling the damp coldness against my back that I in the blink of an eye. I saw Shui still staring wide-eyed, holding her breath as she looked at me, that I smiled faintly, and only then did she relax, slumping against her shoulders and sitting down beside me, panting, after catching her breath. She quickly stood and leaned over the railing to peek outside before squatting next to me. Qing Lang, it really was him, wasn't he it? Shui asked urgently, her expression a mix of surprise, fear, and a hint of excitement as if she had uncovered a secret. Indeed, I replied, unable to suppress a frown as I stood up, gripping the railing. Shui followed suit, muttering to herself, Oh my, that Mr. Hua is actually a military officer. He seems so imposing, and that car he drives, was that girl his sister? She is quite beautiful and speaks foreign languages. That as she spoke, her excitement prompted her to tug at my sleeve, that I nodded absently, my mind preoccupied with questions about why Mr. Hua had appeared in Shanghai, and the implications of his unique status. Why had he intruded upon our courtyard? Dan Qing had never divulged the details, nor had Aunt Zhang uttered a word. Qing Lang, how high do you think his rank is? Is it possible he is even above the governor? Shui's voice suddenly echoed in my mind, prompting me to turn sharply and catch her off guard. Huh. What is wrong? She stammered to Shui. About today, you must not mention it to Dan Qing or Aunt Zhang. And please refrain from discussing the governor again. Understood? I whispered softly to Shui, who seemed to grasp my intent. Nodding obediently, that I sighed, taking her hand in mine. Let us head back. We've been out long enough with that. I led her back. You don't want Miss to know we saw Mr. Hua, do you? She asked quietly on our way back. That I shook my head. No, it's just I don't know how to explain it to her. We'll discuss it later. She is already burdened with worries regarding Yang. Shui responded softly, not pressing further. She guided me through the winding paths until we returned to the small building where we were temporarily staying. Seeing that Aunt Zhang was not outside, we tiptoed toward our quarters. The quilts that had been sun-dried seemed to have absorbed all the warmth, now fluffy and gently swaying in the breeze. I reached out to smooth the creases on the quilt, warmth instantly enveloping my fingers, and I couldn't resist burying my face in it, inhaling the scent of sunlight deeply. Qing Lang, Shu's muffled voice came through, sounding as if she were mimicking my actions by burying her face in the quilt. Just as I was about to laugh, she asked, Are you afraid Miss doesn't want to see him? I was taken aback, then let out a bitter smile while still buried in the quilt. Quite the opposite. I fear that he may not wish to see Dan Qing again. Who don't you want to see? A playful voice came from behind the quilt, startling me. That I quickly lifted my head to find Dan Qing approaching from the other side. Shui swallowed nervously, instinctively retreating behind me. That I coughed lightly, stammering, Nothing, just discussing those individuals you might not want to see. Dan Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing between me and Shui, who had lowered her head even further. After observing us for a moment, she smiled gently and said, I do not wish to see them either. Nor do I want to speak of them again, that you're still young and do not understand. Those people are not ones we can provoke. Do you understand? I was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Dan Qing was referring to those bald uncles we had spoken about. I quickly nodded, and Xiaoer followed suit. Miss, the tea and snacks are ready, Zhang Ma called from inside the room. Upon seeing me and Xiaoer, she scolded lightly, only to notice that Qing Lang was missing. That I could guess that it was you who had led her away again. Xiaoer shrank back slightly behind me. Dan Qing chuckled softly. All right, Zhang Ma, let us discuss matters inside. After saying this, she reached out to pull me toward the room, turning back to smile at Xiao, who hesitated on whether to follow. "Come in. I'm here." Xiao flashed a flattering smile at her and hurriedly joined us that I looked at Danqing with curiosity, suddenly realizing that her mood seemed remarkably good. Although Zhang Ma was scolding Xiao, her face bore no trace of displeasure, a stark contrast to her previous days of worry. That my heart raced suddenly. I lifted my gaze to Danqing and whispered, "Sister, is it true? Has there been news of Moyang?" Danqing chuckled softly, sitting down and accepting the tea from Zhang Ma, gently blowing on it without answering my question. Unable to contain myself, I tugged at her sleeve. Seeing my anxious expression, the smile on Danqing's face grew even more pronounced. She tilted her head and said to Zhang Ma with a laugh, "My mother used to say this girl is impervious to all winds, only stirred by matters concerning urge." Zhang Ma, busy arranging the snacks, chimed in. "Indeed, she has been close to the second young master since childhood. Their bond runs deep." Danqing nodded with a smile, lowering her head to sip her tea. Zhang Ma beckoned me over, and as I approached, she affectionately stroked my hair, saying, "The shopkeeper just came by, mentioning he received a letter from Mr. Who." I blinked, puzzled. "Mr. Who?" Noticing my confusion, Danqing lightly tapped my forehead. "Have you forgotten? He asked the one who came with Moyang, a classmate of his. Last time, he was the one who wrote to reserve the room. This time, he mentioned in his letter that the shopkeeper should prepare the room Moyang stayed in. What do you think that signifies?" I gasped softly, then broke into a silent grin, my vision blurring slightly, my mind a blank, my heart racing as if in a frenzy, yet also feeling slow that I had imagined this moment 100 times. Envisioning myself screaming, laughing, or perhaps crying, yet now that it was real, I found myself frozen. Seeing my dazed expression, Danqing laughed even more joyfully, murmuring "silly girl" as she pulled me to sit beside her, personally offering me some snacks. Zhang Ma abandoned her usual vigilance over Xiao's eating habits, allowing crumbs to scatter on the floor, her gaze fixed on us with delight. That as we ate, we speculated about the moment we would reunite with Moyang. Laughter filling the air. Unbeknownst to us, the sky gradually darkened. Zhang Ma announced it was a good day and decided to prepare 2 extra dishes, taking Xiao to the kitchen. Though no one was particularly hungry, no one dared to contradict her. Danqing casually inquired where we had been that afternoon. I hesitated, simply mentioning I had seen some female students, and lost in her joy, she did not pry further. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, we haven't paid this month's rent yet," Danqing suddenly recalled, swiftly rising to fetch some coins before returning to hand them to me. She smiled, saying, "Qing Lang, hurry and pay the rent. They've brought us this good news. We shouldn't owe them anymore." "All right," I replied with a smile, wrapping the coins in my handkerchief before turning to leave. I descended the stairs. I encountered the cantankerous woman residing below. She shot me her customary disdainful glare, but I responded with a smile, causing her to momentarily pause. I walked ahead cheerfully, feeling as if I had returned to the carefree days of wandering the fields with Xiao back home. Moyang would be arriving soon, and I couldn't help but smile again as I quickened my pace. I occasionally bumped into other tenants, and it wasn't until the 6th person looked at me curiously that I realized I was humming a tune as I walked. Embarrassed, I mimicked Xiao's usual playful gesture of sticking out my tongue. Upon reaching the side door of the shopkeeper's main room, I was about to lift the cotton curtain when I overheard someone inside asking, "Is there a Miss Su living here?" "Right, she has a sister named Qing Lang." The voice was somewhat muffled through the curtain, and my heart skipped a beat. I lifted the curtain and stepped inside. I saw a tall figure standing at the counter, freezing me in place. My fingers relaxed, causing a coin to roll from my handkerchief and clink as it hit the floor, rolling forward until it collided with a shiny boot. Coming to a halt, a long, strong hand retrieved it from the ground, twirling it between fingers, and then that person smiled at me. "Indeed, it is you, Qing Lang." Chapter 13. Clouds Rising, Part 1. The stars and neon lights outside continued to twinkle. Yet I no longer felt the same as I had the previous night. Mr. Hu had departed, while the lights in Danqing's room remained aglow. The faint light, seeping through the door, seemed akin to Danqing's heart. Shrouded in darkness, yet still brimming with hope, Zhang Ma had taken Xiao to bed. Originally, Zhang Ma and Danqing shared a room, but ever since Mr. Hu's departure, Danqing had not left her room. Zhang Ma, anxious, paced outside the door, hesitant to knock, occasionally pressing her ear against the door to listen for any sounds within. As the night deepened, she noticed the light in Danqing's room was on, prompting her to take Xiao'er to bed. Before entering, she quietly approached me, saying, "Perhaps your sister will come out soon to talk to you. If you're tired, just come and call for me." I nodded slightly, indicating for her to not worry. "Qingling, I will visit you again another day," Mr. Hua had said softly to me as he departed, his usually measured gaze carrying an unexplainable depth that I knew not what he and Danqing spoke of within. But the expression on Danqing's face upon seeing him surprised me. It was not one of intense emotion, but rather an unusual calm. Her eyes widened momentarily upon seeing Mr. Hua, then softened into a gentle smile. Her brows carrying a hint of resignation, yet still radiating warmth. I stared blankly at the faint smile gracing Danqing's lips, a sight I had never seen before, one that tugged at my heart. They exchanged silent glances, seemingly lost in their own world, the room enveloped in silence, as if even their breathing was muted. "Mother, the pot is boiling. Why aren't you coming to tend to it?" Xiao'er's voice broke through as she peeked in from the kitchen, only to be startled upon seeing Mr. was standing there, squealing in surprise and immediately retracting her head. Zhang Ma, who had been standing dumbfounded, finally regained her wits and bowed slightly to Mr. Hua, but he remained unmoving, seemingly oblivious. Zhang Ma discreetly retreated a couple of steps, guiding me out of the room and gently closing the door behind us. At the moment I turned to follow Zhang Ma, I heard Mr. Hua softly inquire, "Why did you come to Shanghai? And why did you not come seek me?" I was taken aback, unable to resist glancing back. But the door remained firmly shut. Zhang Ma tugged at my sleeve, and instinctively, I looked up at her, her furrowed brow and questioning gaze revealing her own confusion. She, too, was unaware that Mr. Hua was in Shanghai. I in the shared kitchen. Zhang Ma absent-mindedly stirred the soup, and while she was distracted, I quietly comforted the bewildered Xiao, then sat quietly beside her, pulling out the gold watch my father had given me. I watched the hands tick-tock, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. Eventually, Zhang Ma could no longer contain herself, urging me to sneak a glance at what was happening. As I stepped downstairs, I heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, I saw Mr. Hua descending steadily. He spotted me at the bottom of the stairs, bent down with a smile, uttering those words once more before glancing back upstairs and striding away. For a moment, I was dazed, unsure of my next move, standing still for a moment before deciding to return upstairs to check on Danqing. Judging by Mr. Hua's expression, it seemed they had enjoyed a pleasant conversation. But his good mood did not necessarily imply that Danqing felt the same. Just as I ascended a couple of steps, I inadvertently caught sight of a crack in the window below. Halting my footsteps, I sensed a shadow flit past behind the glass, and with a soft sigh, I continued my ascent. Zhang Ma had mentioned that after the bald uncle escorted us home, the other tenants had begun to regard us with peculiar glances. Now, with another official of notable rank in our midst, I couldn't help but sigh again. Curled up in a chair, my mind incessantly replayed the events of the evening, a wave of fatigue washing over me. I closed my eyes for a moment, only to feel a chill breeze sweep through, causing my nose to twitch. I quickly covered it, but alas, achoo! I sneezed. "Why are you still awake and dressed so lightly?" The delicate and ethereal voice of Danqing emerged beside me. I was unsure when she had arrived, so I hurriedly lifted my gaze. But in the dim light, her expression remained obscured, illuminated only by her sparkling eyes. Just as I was about to speak, Danqing gestured for silence, then reached out to grasp my hand, guiding me into the inner room. Upon entering, I discovered that the bedding was already neatly arranged. Under the flickering candlelight, Danqing wore a serene expression and softly urged me, "Quickly sleep. Don't disturb Zhang Ma and the others." I nodded in silence, not daring to say more, and hastily removed my clothes to slip under the covers. Shivering slightly as the bedding felt somewhat cold, "Is it cold?" Danqing asked with a gentle laugh, motioning for me to scoot closer. She then lifted the quilt and nestled in beside me, tucking the covers around us snugly. And I found myself tightly embraced in her arms, her hands softly patting me. Resting my head against Danqing's shoulder, I felt her breath brushing against the top of my head, and warmth enveloped me instantly. It had been a long time since I had shared such intimate closeness with my sister. She held my hand, instilling in me a profound sense of protection, our shared warmth, not only warming our bodies but also our hearts. Unable to resist, I leaned in closer, and Danqing chuckled softly in the darkness, tightening her embrace around me. This warmth, coupled with the imminent arrival of Moyang, allowed the tension that had gripped me to finally ease. Momentarily pushing Mr. Hua out of my mind, that I let out a great yawn, feeling my eyelids grow heavier, my thoughts swirling with wishes for sweet dreams, hoping to dream of the moment I would reunite with Moyang. Qingling, Danqing called softly, and I mumbled a response, though no sound escaped my lips. Asleep already, she mused, a hint of amusement in her voice. Lightly patting me, I was utterly exhausted and had no desire to engage in conversation. So I remained still. Just as I was about to drift into slumber, Danqing's gentle voice reached my ears. If I were to become the principal wife of the deputy director of the Southern Military Supply Office, it would surely be a life of grandeur and power, wouldn't it? My eyelids jolted open, and I immediately became alert that I suddenly felt Danqing's hand gently caressing my hair, and I stiffened momentarily, forcing myself to relax. After a while, her warm breath brushed away the bangs from my forehead, and a tender kiss landed softly on my brow. I was taken aback to be why then. No one would dare to bully us anymore. Everything they imposed upon me, I shall return in kind. Danqing murmured, her voice soft and clear. You must miss studying, right? You thought of it when Moyang mentioned it, didn't you? In the future, I will send you to school. And you won't have to envy others. What I cannot experience, I will ensure you do. Her voice grew softer, her breath becoming increasingly languid, while I struggled to keep my eyes shut. Unable to resist the warmth pooling in my eyes and the chill settling in my heart. The next day, Zhang Ma specifically went out to purchase a beautiful calendar, counting down the days until Moyang's arrival, marking each day with a circle. Meanwhile, Danqing appeared invigorated, a stark contrast to her previous reclusive demeanor that I watched as Danqing prepared herself, dressed in a jade green embroidered qipao, her raven black hair gracefully pinned up with a jade hairpin, devoid of any other adornments, allowing one to appreciate her dewy complexion, rosy lips, and elegant neck, that I glanced down at the rabbit fur shawl in Zhang Ma's hands, warm and smooth. Qingling, Danqing called as she examined herself in the mirror, catching my gaze and teasingly asking, "What are you thinking?" After saying this, she extended her hand, and Zhang Ma promptly handed her the shawl. Danqing wrapped it around her shoulders nonchalantly and twirled gently in front of the mirror. After inspecting herself, she suddenly buried her face in the shawl, taking a deep breath, then raised her head to smile at me, saying, "So warm. Would you like to try it on?" I shook my head, showing no interest in the shawl gifted by Mr. Hua. "Why not?" Danqing raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring that I replied honestly, "It's nothing much. I just find that a sun-dried quilt is warmer and smells better. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao." Danqing paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, and Zhang Ma joined in. After a while, she gently wiped her eyes, chuckling, "No wonder that Stone said your country bumpkins." What a comparison! I was momentarily taken aback. Those once detestable 3 words from Danqing flowed so effortlessly from her lips. What had Mr. Hua said to her to inspire such confidence and help her forget the past? "Qingling, hurry and get ready. The carriage will be here soon," Danqing instructed, also asking Zhang Ma to fetch her shoes. That I silently nodded and walked into my room. Upon entering, I spotted the beautiful padded jacket on my bed. I picked it up. The silk satin was cool to the touch, adorned with vibrant peach blossoms naturally blooming against the snowy white fabric, with the buttons shaped like peach flowers made of velvet. I gently caressed the smooth material, realizing this jacket had been sent along with Danqing's, crafted by Shanghai's largest tailor, Lao Ruixiang. "Why are you just standing there, with uncombed hair?" Zhang Ma's voice called from the doorway. As I turned to respond, she had already approached and pulled me down into a chair. "Zhang Ma, it's unnecessary," I protested awkwardly, not having had anyone help me with my hair in ages. "It felt reminiscent of when I was 4 or 5 years old." "Don't move," Zhang Ma insisted, applying gentle pressure on my shoulder, compelling me to sit still. Her hands were deft, and in no time, she fashioned my hair into a simple yet beautiful braid cascading down my back. She scrutinized her handiwork, then reached for the jacket in my hand, urging me to change clothes, before spinning me around to inspect. Just as I felt dizzy from spinning, a cool sensation brushed against my ear, prompting me to instinctively reach up, discovering a round object dangling from my earlobe. That I turned to the mirror to see an exquisite pair of pearl earrings adorning my ears. The small pink pearls shimmering softly, I was momentarily dazed, touching my earlobe. These earrings were not a gift from Mr. Hua, but rather belonged to Danqing, a birthday present from the second madam when she turned 16. I glanced at Zhang Ma's smiling face in the mirror, who cautioned, "Be careful not to lose them. Your sister said they're for you. Next year, when you turn 15, you'll be a young lady." I nodded, my heart a swirl of emotions, sour yet warm. Zhang Ma gently pulled me up to stand before her, inspecting me from head to toe before declaring, "Good child, take care of your sister." I smiled and blinked, indicating I understood. Zhang Ma affectionately ruffled my hair, somewhat helplessly stating, "You're still a child, yet you're so sensible and educated. There are matters that I, Zhang Ma, cannot comprehend or manage." "I understand," I reassured her, patting her hand. Although there were matters she could not grasp or control that were also beyond my reach, I knew I could not express that now. That day, Mr. Hua sent someone with a message and these garments. Danqing accepted them with a smile, whispering some words of comfort to the somewhat anxious Zhang Ma, then informed me that today she would take me out without elaborating further. Zhang Ma smiled at me before turning to leave. I sighed lightly. Although I didn't fully comprehend, I had not forgotten a single word of what Danqing had said that night. "Qingling, your shoes," Xiu recalled as she burst into the room upon seeing me. She halted, surveying me from head to toe before exclaiming, "You look truly beautiful." That I grinned as I took the shoes she was carrying, "That you'd look lovely in this outfit too." Xiu leaned closer, watching me as I changed shoes, then murmured, "Mr. Hua wouldn't buy me clothes." That I tied my shoelaces, sitting up to respond, "When I return, I'll take it off for you to wear." "Really?" Xiu's eyes widened with excitement. "You'll keep your word?" I smiled, of course. Xiu eagerly nodded, then suddenly recalled something. "Hurry, Mr. Hua has already arrived." With that, she yanked me up and dashed towards the door. "Where's Danqing?" I inquired as we rushed along. Dante looked back. "I've been waiting by the door and saw Mr. Hua's carriage coming, so I rushed back to inform you. Miss instructed me to bring you your shoes. She left first." "Oh," did I replied, slightly breathless, as we neared the NS entrance. Xiu paused, slightly panting, and urged, "Quickly go. Remember to tell me all about it when you return. What fun things you did and what you ate." "Okay." "Understood," I chuckled softly, realizing Xiu was the one who truly wished to go. Although the trend was to learn Western customs, Danqing's situation made it inconvenient for her to go out alone with Mr. Hua. Thus, she had asked to take me along, and Zhang Ma naturally agreed. While my own opinions were not considered, that I smiled wryly, glancing back at Xiu's envious expression before turning to walk towards the door. As I passed by the front counter, the shopkeeper, who was craning his neck to peer outside, retracted his head upon hearing my footsteps. Upon recognizing me, he offered a somewhat awkward smile before lowering his gaze and feigning busyness. I merely nodded politely and proceeded towards the door, where Danqing was engaged in conversation with Mr. Hua, who was half leaning against the car door. The sunlight danced upon her smiling lips, making them appear extraordinarily radiant. Mr. Hua, clad in a three-piece suit, exuded an air of charming elegance that was hard to surpass. That I blinked in surprise. Each of his appearances varied, be it in a long robe, military uniform, or now a suit. Although he looked quite dapper, I couldn't shake off a sense of uncertainty, akin to what Moyang had once likened to a chameleon, which changes its colors according to its surroundings. Thinking of chameleons reminded me of the amusing anecdotes Moyang used to share, often speaking of novel things in a deliberately vague manner, leading me to make wild guesses. Each time I ventured a bizarre conjecture, it brought him immense joy. For instance, when he mentioned chameleons, I mistakenly thought of geckos. This thought made me smile faintly, envisioning Mr. Hua, who perpetually wore a pleasant smile, as a gecko, which brought me a sense of balance. Lost in my reverie, I sensed Danqing and Mr. Hua turning to acknowledge my presence simultaneously. Danqing appeared momentarily stunned, while Mr. Hua squinted his eyes slightly. Then I took a few steps forward, lowered my head slightly, and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Hua." He smiled back, "Good morning, Qingling." Then he turned to Danqing, remarking, "What a splendid name you've chosen for her. She truly lives up to it." Danqing chuckled softly, with a hint of pride, replying, "Of course. She is my sister." That Mr. Hua laughed heartily, affirming her statement. That he then opened the car door with a flourish, gesturing gallantly, "Please, my esteemed saviors." I was taken aback, but Danqing burst into laughter and gracefully bent to enter the vehicle. Seeing my surprise, Mr. Hua waved his hand, signaling me to hurry inside. Startled, I scrambled into the car. "Hey, little Mr. Hua," he called out, extending his hand, but before he could finish his sentence, I cried out in pain as my forehead collided painfully with the door frame. Inside the car, Dan Qing was both concerned and amused, quickly reaching out to soothe my forehead. Mr. Hua, however, couldn't contain his laughter, teasing, "Ladies typically wait for gentlemen to hold the door before entering, not charge in like a stormtrooper." Hearing his teasing tone, I felt my cheeks flush and considered exiting the car. But Danqing firmly held me back. That Mr. Hua, noticing my reaction, tilted his head and asked, "What is wrong? Are you upset?" I ignored him, turning to Danqing to say, "I want to get out of the car," and added, "I ought to act like a lady at least once, or else it will all be for naught." Danqing erupted into laughter, and before I could say more, Mr. Hua had already closed the door with a hearty laugh. He turned to the driver's side, entered the vehicle, and then looked back at me with a smile, saying, "There's still the return trip, Miss Qing Lang," that I pretended not to hear, while Danqing humorously gestured for him to hurry along. He saluted with 2 fingers, tapping his forehead before turning back, settling into his seat, and starting the engine. That I closed my eyes and leaned back against the seat. My forehead still throbbed, and there was little to say sandwiched between the two of them. As I idly rubbed my forehead with my fingers, I heard Danqing cheerfully ask, "Where are we headed?" Mr. Hua responded with a smile, "I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out later. It is a place you've mentioned wanting to go. Don't you remember?" Danqing giggled. "I've spoken of many places. How would I know which one? Whichever it may be, we shall go in due time." Mr. Hua replied gently. Danqing fell silent, and I paused my hand, pondering how long in due time might be. Perhaps I had slept poorly the night before. Beside me, Xiao was even more excited than I, restlessly tossing and turning, disrupting my attempts to find peace. The car traveled smoothly, and the gentle swaying only made me more drowsy. That I vaguely sensed the sounds of Danqing and Mr. Hua's conversation growing quieter, and warmth enveloped me. Just as I was drifting off, I felt the vehicle slow down gradually. I was about to open my eyes to see what was happening when a sharp crack rang out, jolting me upright, and a flurry of golden stars danced before my eyes as the car came to a sudden halt. Danqing asked in surprise, "Was that a gunshot? What happened?" I shook my head to clear my mind and looked outside. It seemed we had arrived in the countryside, flanked by trees on either side of the road. That I turned to look at Danqing, who was peering intently out the window, with Mr. Hua doing the same. Just as I reached out to tug at Danqing's arm, I felt something slipping down. Instinctively, I reached out and caught Danqing's rabbit fur shawl that had fallen onto my lap. To "Don't move. I'll go take a look," Mr. Hua instructed gently before opening the door and stepping outside. That I touched Danqing's arm, and she turned to see the shawl in my hand and smiled as she took it back. "You reawake?" "Yes," I nodded, leaning forward, intending to ask about the gunshot when a distant sound of galloping hooves reached our ears. Danqing and I exchanged glances before simultaneously craning our necks to look outside. Before long, several steeds burst forth from the nearby thicket, with a chestnut stallion leading the charge directly towards us. That as it approached, it showed no signs of slowing down, prompting Danqing and me to instinctively shrink back, while Mr. Hua remained perfectly still by the door. The horse reared up, its hooves striking the ground as it let out a neigh. I could only make out the rider's gleaming riding boots and the tailored hunting attire in a rich brown. "Ah, Director Hua, I see you have taken over the hunting grounds across the way. What brings you out here today?" Upon hearing that voice, I instinctively recoiled, while Danqing, though somewhat puzzled, also wished to avoid any encounters with outsiders. So she shifted back in her seat. Outside, Mr. Hua chuckled, "With the busy affairs of state, it's rare to have a moment of leisure. That I brought my sister and 2 friends for a little outing." I was taken aback, and Danqing glanced at me, leaning closer to whisper, "I forgot to mention, his sister is here today. She is the one attending the foreign school." That I nodded silently, the image of the sweet-faced girl flashing through my mind. "Oh, Miss June is also here. I must extend my greetings." Before I could finish, the rider casually leaned half over his horse, a double-barreled shotgun resting on his shoulder, his gaze piercing through the car windows. Upon spotting Danqing, he scrutinized her for a moment, while I quickly turned my head away, exposing only the back of my head. Outside, a sudden silence enveloped us. As I pondered the situation, I was startled by a shadow flitting past, and instinctively looked up to find a handsome face, wearing a smile that seemed to brighten as he leaned against my side of the window, saying, "We meet again, country bumpkin little sister." Chapter 14. Clouds Rise, Part 2. I instinctively wanted to shrink back. But those 3 words pierced through me, making me sit up straight, my eyes wide as I stared at him, but he too narrowed his eyes, neither of us willing to blink. His smile grew more pronounced, just as we were engaged in this silent duel of stares. Mr. Hu outside cleared his throat at an opportune moment, his voice perfectly audible both inside and outside the vehicle. The rider, Yi Zhan, raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain and provocation flashing across his lips before disappearing, replaced by a lazy smile that I couldn't help but frown. It seemed I had encountered quite a few geckos today. Just as I was mentally grumbling, he winked at me, then tilted his head slightly, addressing the car with a smile. Miss Yun, I presume? A pleasure to meet you. My surname is Yi. Your little sister has mentioned you. Hello, Danqing replied softly. I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look, only to have the warm rabbit fur brush against my nose. I then realized that Danqing had somehow nestled tightly behind me, protectively grasping my shoulder. When she saw me looking back, she offered me a faint smile before releasing me and returning to her seat. Outside, Yi Zhan stood upright, his hand still resting on the doorframe, lazily leaning against the car. Director Hu, YIS&T Miss Jun present. It's quite a small world here in Shanghai. I happen to know these 2 lovely ladies. Yi Zhan called out loudly, as if ensuring Mr. Hu would hear him. Haha, there ain't a beauty in Shanghai that you louchy doesn't he know. Besides, Director Hu is out with his lovely companions. Why must you dig deeper? How unrefined. A slightly hoarse laugh rang out that I cautiously turned my head to glance out the other side of the window, spotting a stout yet robust man, chuckling as he stroked his chin while seated on another horse. 2 sleek, high-stepping horses stood nearby, each with expressionless riders holding shotguns, likely serving as guards, their waistbands adorned with a strip of green fabric. And Mr. Hu then laughed heartily. Chairman Hu, I cannot accept that compliment, that I'm but a martial man, unworthy of discussing romantic affairs. Besides, he paused, then jokingly added, Mr. Yi, my sister will be arriving shortly to the last ball. You regaled her with your hunting tales, and ever since, she has been pestering me to take her out. It is a relief. The one who tied the knot should be the one to untie it, so she won't bother me any longer. The Yi Zhan and the esteemed president who shared a hearty laugh, interspersed with the playful banter of President Hu, as they began to engage in pleasantries. That Mr. Hu appeared unfazed by Yi Zhan's acquaintance with us, likely having already been informed by Danqing, yet he still dared to venture out with her. Listening to President Hu's boisterous laughter, I was suddenly reminded of the rotund who that Yi Zhan had mentioned on that day. What was on my mind? Danqing leaned closer and whispered into my ear. Oh, it's nothing. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, the front car door swung open, and Mr. Hu leaned in, smiling as he said, Danqing, I've encountered a few familiar faces. You 2 go ahead. I shall join you shortly. All right, do hurry, Danqing replied softly. They exchanged a glance that I could not decipher, and Mr. Hu withdrew, that a man who had just dismounted from a horse bent down to enter, first nodding politely to Danqing and me before taking the driver's seat. The vehicle started and gradually moved forward. Danqing elegantly leaned against the window, but I could not resist glancing back. Mr. Hu had mounted a horse and was now turning it around. That Yi Zhan seemed aware of my gaze, waving his hunting rifle at the vehicle. From a distance, all I could see were his gleaming white teeth. Mr. Hu and the gentleman surnamed who turned to look as well, causing me to hastily avert my eyes, my heart racing, that I let out a quiet sigh, feeling an odd tension between Mr. Hu and Yi Zhan, uncertain how Mr. Hu would explain Danqing's relationship with him. Lost in thought, a delicate white hand reached over and gently patted my knee, and I looked up to see Danqing signaling me to look outside. Not far away, a cream-colored villa was partially concealed by lush greenery, with shimmering waters behind it, that I could not help but gasp. When the second mistress married the master as a concubine, their family had already fallen into decline. Nonetheless, she had described her old residence to Mo Yang, Danqing, and me countless times. The white villa, surrounded by greenery and reflecting the azure waves, represented the second mistress's fondest memories and was a tale Danqing cherished. Stealing a glance at the emotionally stirred Danqing, I wondered if she had shared these stories with him, or to as my thoughts meandered. The car rounded an unusually styled archway, heading toward the villa's entrance. Oh, Danqing called softly, and I followed her gaze to see a carriage parked by the steps. Moments later, our vehicle also arrived at the entrance, where someone promptly came to open the door for us. Danqing alighted first, and this time I was cautious, carefully stepping down. Upon seeing me emerge, Danqing adjusted her shawl and remarked, "Qinger, why so slow? What are you doing?" I instinctively rubbed my forehead and replied with a wry smile, "Just trying to exit like a lady. You wouldn't want me to trip again, would you?" Two soft chuckles rang out in quick succession, causing both Danqing and me to pause. That I looked up, and she turned to glance behind us, where a petite figure in pale yellow caught our attention. Dressed in a finely crafted, fashionable gown, complemented by a light cashmere scarf that accentuated her snow-white complexion. Her delicate features were alight with warmth, making her seem very approachable. She gracefully descended a few steps and, without speaking, smiled warmly, examining Danqing before saying, "You must be Sister Danqing, right?" Danqing quickly recognized her, a hint of fluster in her demeanor as she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and responded, "Yes, and you must be Miss Hua." The girl let out a light, melodious laugh. "Yes, I am Hua Jin. Just call me Jin. No need for formalities." With that, she reached out to grasp Danqing's hand, giving it a gentle shake, and added, "You are even more beautiful and charming than my brother described. He only mentioned your looks, but failed to convey your womanly grace." The Danqing's smile briefly faltered, though she masked it with a flutter of her eyelashes before tilting her head to scrutinize Huijie. I sighed internally, aware that Danqing had always been stunning, yet that particular allure had blossomed only after she wed the commander. "You flatter me. You are truly the beautiful one," Danqing replied. "I hear your brother mentioned you were studying at a Western school and speak English well. We, as small-town girls, cannot compare." Huijin chuckled heartily. "Well, thank you for the compliment. Let us not overdo the flattery." Danqing smiled subtly, acknowledging the sentiment, that I suddenly noticed the similarity between Danqing and Mr. Hua in some aspects. Both were skilled at concealing their emotions. Huijin, on the other hand, had an uplifting presence, making one instinctively drawn to her. "You are Qinglang, right? What a lovely name." Huijin's beautiful face suddenly appeared before me, taking me by surprise as I instinctively stepped back. Undeterred, she closed the distance, cupping my face in her hands for a closer inspection. That I stood there, momentarily speechless, allowing her to scrutinize me. You truly live up to that name." I opened my mouth in silence, while Danqing chuckled. "It seems you two really are siblings. You speak the same way." Huijin grinned, turning to Danqing. "Is that true? My brother, the smiling tiger, rarely gives compliments." Danqing giggled and nodded. Huijin released me and smiled, saying, "May I call you Qinglang?" I eagerly nodded, "Of course." She playfully took my hand, then linked arms with Danqing, guiding us into the house as she spoke. "Just call me Ju. I'm only a few years older than you." My teacher, Sister Fong, says that in the West, everyone calls each other by their first names. It feels more intimate and equal. Danqing smiled. "Is that so? If that is the case, you can call me by my name as well." Huijin playfully stuck out her tongue. "Perhaps not. If I do that, I might have to call my brother Chang Yuan," which is rather daunting. Her mock fright elicited laughter from both Danqing and me. To be, "By the way, where's my brother? Why didn't he come with you?" she suddenly inquired. Danqing informed her, and Huijin nodded nonchalantly, then happily resumed her chatter with Danqing. Meanwhile, I was filled with curiosity about how someone as composed as Mr. Hua could have such a lively sister, reflecting on Huijin's description of her brother as a smiling tiger. I chuckled, realizing I was not alone in my sentiments. Stealing a glance at Danqing, I mused that, in her eyes, Mr. Hua would always be defined by that smile. That a waiter in a black bow tie led us into a spacious room that opened onto a balcony, where the lake water mirrored the blue sky and white clouds. That I stood in awe, captivated by the view, while Danqing appeared equally mesmerized. Huijin, however, seemed quite at ease, instructing the waiter to bring some refreshments and encouraging us to sit. Although Danqing was curious, she maintained her poise and sat gracefully. That I had no such reservations and made my way directly to the balcony, leaning against the railing to gaze outward. Surrounding us were lush trees, and the lake lay still, reflecting light like a mirror, occasionally disturbed by the leap of a fish, creating ripples. "Qinglang, be careful not to fall," Danqing called out. I glanced back at her, and Huijin flashed a smile, then returned my focus to the scenery, contemplating how to describe it to Shoei later, when I overheard Huijin and Danqing engaged in lively conversation. After listening for a while, I realized that Mr. Hua had informed his sister that Danqing was the sister of his good friend who had come to Shanghai for family connections. Naturally, Danqing did not deny it, simply going along with the narrative. They soon skillfully shifted the topic to the Hua family, revealing that they were also a scholarly lineage in Shanghai, with ancestors in the medical field, yet Mr. Hua Changyuan had diverged from that path to become a soldier. Casting a discreet glance, I could tell that while Danqing was familiar with some of the details, there were others she was unaware of. However, the crucial point was that Mr. Hua Changyuan was unmarried, which I suspected mattered most to Danqing. "Where's my brother? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Hu Jun remarked, glancing up at the clock in the corner of the room, unaware of where Yi Zhan had taken him. Danqing chuckled. "He is probably off hunting. Don't men enjoy that sort of thing? I noticed those gentlemen carrying hunting rifles earlier." Hu Jiyuan, while inviting me to join her inside for refreshments and snacks, mused, "That seems unlikely that he knows we're waiting for him. And besides, he is not interested in that he often says a soldier should only fire at the enemy." She imitated Mr. Hua's deep voice, prompting Danqing to laugh. "It must be just so." Hu Jiyuan turned to her, leaning in conspiratorially. "Do you like my brother like that?" Danqing's face flushed instantly, and she dabbed her mouth with a napkin before calmly responding. "Yes, I respect such soldiers that Hu Jiyuan elongated the sound, sitting up straighter and winking at me, that I smiled subtly and approached the table. Observing Danqing's slightly awkward demeanor, I lifted my cup and took a piece of pastry, saying, "Sister, I wish to explore outside. It looks beautiful there. You and Juan can continue your conversation." Danqing cast a glance at me, then at Hu Jing. She shrugged her shoulders and uttered a phrase in English, before turning to me and saying, "Qing Lang, make sure you don't wander too far. Brother will be here shortly, and the French cuisine here is the most authentic. It won't taste the same if it gets cold." "All right, I understand," I replied. That I stole another glance at Danqing. She smiled and nodded, then gave me a cautious look, signaling for me to be careful. That I nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, gently closing the door behind me. The words Danqing spoke that evening lingered in my heart, as there were many things she had not confided in me. Thus, I preferred to keep my distance from matters concerning Mr. Hua and his circle. Despite my admiration for Hu Jiyuan, it was not merely fondness, but a genuine appreciation. I believed that if Moyang were to meet her, he would certainly share the same sentiment. Thinking of Moyang instantly lifted my spirits. It wouldn't be long before I would see him again. Suddenly, the trees outside seemed to appear more vibrant, and the sky bluer. The attendants here were quite discreet, and I hardly noticed their presence until I stepped outside. When one appeared to assist me with the door, on one side of the house lay a small grove that I followed a narrow path into it, careful not to venture too far, and found a spot with fresh air where I could still glimpse the main road. I leaned against a large tree and sat down, making it easy to see and hear if Mr. Hua arrived. Taking a sip of the chilled orange juice, I closed my eyes and allowed the warm sunlight to filter through the dense leaves. Dappling my face, that I took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet aroma of the air. Suddenly, a faint rustling startled me, and I opened my eyes, scanning my surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Just as I exhaled in relief, I noticed a small creature resembling a grouse, peering at me from a nearby thicket. Its feathers were quite beautiful, that I quickly broke off some snacks and gently waved them in my palm. But it merely stared, unmoving. That I softly hissed, trying to lure it closer. "Come here, little one. I have delicious snacks for you, French delicacies." The creature pecked at the ground, completely ignoring me. That I sighed and murmured, "It seems French treats have no effect on you." Only on Shua. That a faint chuckle sounded beside me, startling me. That I swiftly turned my head to see a tall figure standing at my side, his expression obscured by the sunlight. That I was taken aback and fumbled to stand. But he pressed me down gently, narrowing his eyes to indicate I should remain still, then slowly crouched down. That I had yet to comprehend when he had arrived or what he intended. I could only stay pressed against the tree trunk. Unintentionally, I caught sight of a gun protruding from a nearby thicket, aimed directly at him. Panic surged through me, and before I could utter a sound, I instinctively lunged toward him, just as a gunshot rang out. My sudden movement left me feeling a rush of heat and cold, as if my head might split apart. That I struggled to catch my breath, feeling as though I were on the brink of suffocation. After several deep breaths, I began to feel somewhat better. That I blinked forcefully, and the world around me gradually came into focus. Beneath me, I sensed a solid warmth, a reassuring presence, before I could examine it closely. Several individuals emerged from behind the thicket. The leader laughed and said, "Sixth brother, how is it? In the end, I hit the mark, didn't I? Your wager today His words faltered as he suddenly froze, staring at us. His usual roguish smile replaced by shock. Gazing at the astonished Hui Chong and the speechless Mr. Hu beside him, I turned to see the grouse, now lying on its back not far off. I swallowed hard and let out a dry laugh. I'm sorry, Sixth Master. Chapter 15. Clouds Rising, Part 3. Those usually calm eyes reflected a mix of surprise and amusement, as if he could not fathom how a mere girl like me could have knocked him down. Nevertheless, one hand steadied my waist, preventing me from falling due to my overexertion. Thump, thump. The powerful heartbeat radiated warmth beneath my hand, steady and reassuring, granting me a sense of safety I had never experienced before. His eyes, illuminated by the sun, appeared somewhat lighter, and I found myself entranced, lost in a feeling I had never known, oblivious to the approaching footsteps that in an instant, his dark gaze regained its usual composure. And the corners of his mouth tightened, that I was startled when I suddenly heard Yizhan's smooth voice beside me. Little girl, how long do you plan to cling to my sixth brother? Realizing this, I suddenly became aware that I had been leaning against Sixth Master all this time, and my face flushed with embarrassment, flustered. I attempted to rise. Before I could move, I felt a tightening around my waist. And in a flash, I found myself standing firmly, while Sixth Master casually inspected the hunting rifle in his hands, as if he had never fallen at all. Mr. Liu, are you all right? Young Master Liu, are you okay? Both Hui Chong and Mr. Hu inquired simultaneously. Sixth Master shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the grinning Yizhan, and replied nonchalantly, I am fine. Let us head back. We shouldn't keep Miss Hua and the others waiting too long. With that, he turned and walked in the direction I had come from. Observing the group as they chatted and laughed while entering the house, I quietly trailed behind, the Yizhan's teasing voice floated back to me. Sixth brother, people typically save the damsel in distress, but you've done the opposite today. That it's a pity the damsel is a bit young. Ha! Sixth Master remained unperturbed as he continued forward. I shot a glare at that annoying fellow, who had the unfortunate grouse perched on his shoulder, swaying atop his rifle barrel, though I couldn't fathom when he had tied it there. Qing Ling, that Mr. Hua, who had walked up beside me without my noticing, called out softly that I looked up to see him smiling down at me. Are you all right? Did that scare you? I quickly shook my head, instinctively glancing ahead at the tall, leisurely figure. I muttered, as long as Lu wasn't frightened, that's what matters. He hasn't said much since earlier. Ha! Mr. Hua chuckled lightly, then cleared his throat before saying, rest assured, you couldn't scare him. Besides, he paused, that man would likely remain silent even in the presence of the Emperor. I was taken aback, sensing an emotion in Mr. Hua's words that I couldn't quite identify. Was it admiration or disdain? Brother Yi, you've come too? Oh, Mr. Liu, you're here as well, and Chairman Hu, greetings to you. Hu Jin's clear voice rang out from a distance. Miss Jin, it has been a few days. You've grown even more beautiful, Chairman Hu exclaimed jovially. Sixth Master added warmly, Miss Hua. Hello. Standing on the steps to welcome them, Hu Jin smiled radiantly. Chairman, your tone is increasingly reminiscent of Brother Yi. You become quite the flatterer. Laughter erupted among the group, while Yizhan, with a smirk, replied, Jin, that sounds a bit questionable. Are you implying that I'm known for flattery? I've always been quite reserved. Juan wrinkled her nose playfully. Reserved? You're the notorious Casanova of Shanghai. Are you afraid of others? June, Mr. Hu interjected firmly, quickening his pace to joke, little girl, you're going too far. Now, hurry and invite Lu and the others inside. It's a rare occasion. With a wave of his hand, he added, Mr. Liu, Mr. Zhan, Chairman Hu. Please. Sixth Master nodded politely as he led the group inside. Hu Jin joined him, linking her arm through his, elegantly gesturing for them to enter, then teasingly addressed Yizhan. Mr. Yi, the reserved one. Please. Laughter filled the air, while Yizhan wore an expression of nonchalance. Hu Changyuan cast a mock reproachful glance at Jun, who grinned mischievously and shook her brother's arm playfully. The Mr. Hu shook his head in exasperation, turning to go inside when Jiuan suddenly seized his arm, asking him something. Mr. Hu paused, murmuring a few words before pointing at me, then finally entered the house. While Hu Jun approached me, with a cheerful smile, before reaching me, she exclaimed in surprise, quickly stepping forward and grasping my arm. Qingling, how did your clothes get so dirty? You're covered in dirt. I smiled faintly. It's nothing. I just tripped. Jiuan brushed off the dirt and laughed. How careless. You didn't get hurt, did you? Does it hurt? I hurriedly shook my head, but inwardly thought that if anyone should be hurting, it would be Sixth Master. Remembering what had just transpired made my face flush again, yet Jiwen remained oblivious, pulling me along toward the house. I heard from Danqing that you've met Brother Yi and the others. She casually asked me. Yes, that I nodded, not wishing to elaborate further. Jiwen tilted her head and scrutinized me for a moment before bursting into laughter, prompting me to glance at her curiously. Amused, she remarked, the moment I mentioned Brother Yi, your expression is as if you've stepped into something unpleasant. She leaned closer to my ear and whispered, it's as if you've trodden on something dirty. Haha, though we both laughed simultaneously, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. With a light chuckle, I replied, it's not that. I simply don't have much fondness for him. Jin clicked her tongue, saying, indeed, you're just a child. You have no idea. Forget about that social circle. Even in my school, there are countless girls enamored with him. She made an exaggerated expression that made me laugh again, and I found myself increasingly drawn to this girl of noble birth who possessed such an endearing simplicity. Being with her felt effortless, and I spoke more freely than I ever had, a sensation I had only experienced with Moyang, not even with Danqing. The attendant at the entrance respectfully opened the door for us. And Jiwen, still laughing, said, you just wait and see. Now that you've arrived in Shanghai in time, you'll understand that our Yi Zhan, Yi Qi Yi, and Zhan Xiao are indeed the darlings of Shanghai's elite, admired by both highborn ladies and social butterflies alike. Suddenly, she trailed off mid-sentence, her expression momentarily awkward, that I smiled slightly and commented, is that so? It seems this M.Y.E has quite a few nicknames. I've heard him referred to in 5 or 6 different ways, including the Pink Assassin. Haven Ti. Jin paused, then burst out laughing, wiping her eyes as she said, Danqing is beautiful, but you are even more charming. That I halted, puzzled by her seemingly nonsensical remark, just as the restaurant door swung open to reveal the handsome face of young Master Yi. Jin, what could be so amusing? I could hear your laughter from afar. Jin and I exchanged glances, her laughter growing louder, and I smiled subtly as I passed by the slightly bewildered Yi Zhan. The men seated around the table stood as we entered, while Mr. Liu, leaning against the balcony door and smoking, turned to acknowledge us with a nod after extinguishing his cigarette. That I recalled Moyang mentioning that in Western culture, there is a custom of ladies first, a gesture of courtesy. Danqing waved at me from across the table, and I hurried over to her side. That Mr. Ho pulled out a chair for me, and I softly expressed my gratitude before sitting beside Danqing. Danqing raised an eyebrow at my sleeve, then gazed at me with a questioning look that I subtly shook my head to indicate all was well. She frowned slightly, but refrained from probing further. Just as Mr. Ho leaned down to speak with her, causing her to turn and engage him in conversation, that I breathed a sigh of relief, my gaze casually scanning the table, only to be taken aback by the row of gleaming cutlery laid out before me. The only familiar item was the spoon, 3 of varying sizes. What are you staring at? Hungry, Jiwen, who had seated herself not far from me, asked with a smile. Nothing, just nothing, I murmured, stealing a glance at the beautiful, smiling Danqing. She had only experienced Western cuisine once, and that was with the commander. Once, that piano teacher who had attended a foreign school had engaged Danqing in conversation about Western dining. Danqing and I had listened in confusion, unable to interject. We could only watch as the teacher elaborated on the pairing of red meat with red wine and seafood with dry white wine, proclaiming French wine to be the best. Danqing maintained a gentle smile throughout, but refrained from contributing, allowing the teacher to speak until she, too, felt the awkwardness and excused herself. When the commander arrived that evening, Danqing wore a displeased expression, but he did not inquire further. The next afternoon, adjutant he came to escort Danqing, stating that the commander had booked a table at the largest Western restaurant in the provincial city upon her return. Danqing casually mentioned that Western cuisine did not quite suit her palate, and although the plates were frequently changed, she had never commented on the abundance of cutlery required for a single meal. I swallowed hard, staring at the gleaming row of utensils in dismay. Qingling, Jin called softly, startling me from my thoughts. Looking up, I realized the waiter had appeared behind me. Smiling politely, as I straightened, he bowed respectfully, unfurling a silk cloth folded into the shape of a flower and gently placing it on my lap before bowing again. Instinctively, I murmured a thank you. Now that we were all seated, the gentlemen took their places as well. That I noticed that the man and woman beside me were seated apart. On my left sat Ho Changyuan, while on my right was Lu Yi, who had already removed his coat, revealing a crisp white shirt and a camel-colored vest with the collar buttons undone. Across from them, Yi Zhan and President Hu sat together, with one beside Jun and the other beside Danqing. The waiters moved busily, yet methodically, preparing the table that I suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, forcing myself to appear nonchalant as I observed Danqing and Jiyuan's actions, lest I inadvertently embarrass Danqing, especially in front of Mr. Ho and his companions. As I pondered this, Yi Zhan teased, "Too fatty, you're the only one out of place here. Otherwise, we would all be flanked by beauties." Jiyuan giggled, while Danqing merely smiled faintly. President Hu, not one to be bothered, chuckled, "You think I'm superfluous? Well, I think you are too." Laughter erupted around the table. Just as the merriment continued, a delightful aroma wafted through the air that I turned to see a waiter pushing a small cart, laden with pristine white porcelain bowls, from which enticing scents emanated. The waiter first placed a bowl before Mr. Ho, who gestured for him to pass it to Danqing, who smiled radiantly. Though I was unfamiliar with Western dining etiquette, I surmised that the first course should be offered to the host rather than the guests. Was Mr. Ho suggesting that Danqing take on the role of hostess? Glancing at Jiyuan, she seemed oblivious, engrossed in quiet conversation with Yi Zhan. Observing Danqing's graceful smile, I was lost in thought when another bowl was set before me. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma enveloped me that I looked down to find a bowl of creamy soup, which appeared quite thick that I pondered whether it had been overly thickened when Jiyuan inquired, "Qinglang, why aren't you drinking? Is this creamy soup not to your liking? It's the restaurant specialty." Her question drew the attention of everyone at the table. My cheeks flushed slightly, and I quickly shook my head. "No, it's quite good, just a bit hot." Danqing cleared her throat, redirecting everyone's focus back to her. With elegance, she selected one of the 3 spoons and scooped a mouthful of soup, placing it delicately in her mouth before smiling at Jiyuan, declaring, "It's indeed delightful." She then cast an unnoticeable glance in my direction. Jiyuan grinned, saying, "I knew it." She turned to me, urging, "You must try it quickly, or it will cool down and lose its flavor." Nodding, I hurriedly mimicked Danqing's actions, carefully scooping a spoonful and placing it in my mouth. That moment, I could not discern any flavor, merely feeling the heat and thickness. Stealing a glance at Danqing, I noticed a hint of approval in her eyes as she gave me a barely perceptible nod, and I exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Watching Jin reach for the basket of bread, tearing it into small pieces to dip in the dish before us, I followed suit, managing to avoid any blunders that I had eaten bread before, but never in such a refined manner. It was always just a matter of breaking it in half and sharing with Shioa, devouring it directly. Gradually, I relaxed, learning what was called a fork, this a knife, that butter, and this jam. Jiyuan chatted animatedly with Yi Zhan, occasionally erupting into laughter, while President Hu conversed with Mr. Ho and Danqing, discussing topics I could barely comprehend. I couldn't tell if Danqing understood, but she listened intently. It seemed that the only ones quietly eating at the table were Lu Yi and I couldn't help but glance at him, noting his unhurried chewing, his thin lips pressed together, and his clean-shaven chin, which faintly emanated the scent of aftershave. Suddenly, his jaw stilled, and I froze, instinctively looking up to meet his calm gaze. Startled, I quickly lowered my head, grabbing a piece of bread and shoving it into my mouth. Coughing softly, I tried to suppress the sound, feeling my face flush deeply, but that piece of bread stuck in my throat like glue, refusing to go down. "Qinglang, what's wrong?" Jiyuan asked, concern etched in her voice. That I lifted my head, attempting to smile at her as a glass of ice water was placed before me. Hesitantly, I accepted it and took a sip, murmuring a soft thank you towards Lu Yi to Qing. "Are you all right? How could you choke?" Danqing inquired quietly, all eyes at the table turning towards me. My face burned with embarrassment as I quickly shook my head, unable to admit that I had choked because I was distracted by Lu Yi Zhan, sitting across from me, chimed in with a grin. I don't think she was scared, I just mentioned snails to Jiyuan, and she choked. Laughter erupted around the table. Jiyuan, still chuckling, asked, "Qinglang, do you not like snails?" I was taken aback, having just overheard her conversing with that Lord Yiqi about something. "Snails?" In a daze, I muttered, "It's all right. I quite enjoy watching them crawl," albeit at a leisurely pace. That a brief silence enveloped the room before it erupted into uproarious laughter, even Danqing stifling her giggles behind a handkerchief. My face flushed crimson. utterly perplexed about what I had said that was so amusing. Huijin, laughing heartily, pointed at me and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my dear Qinglang's sister, you are truly delightful. You've made me laugh to the point of tears." What brother ye meant was edible snails, not the crawling kind. Edible! My voice involuntarily rose a few notes as I envisioned the image of snails being served, shells intact, with two antennae upright, yet fully cooked. And I couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. Observing my reaction, it seemed the merriment only intensified. Mr. Huo wore an irrepressible smile, yet leaned towards me to kindly say, "Do not worry. Today's main course is steak," that I forced a smile and nodded in agreement. Though I had never tasted steak, it surely sounded far more palatable than snails. Turning around, I noticed that Lord Liu also bore a smile. Dabbing at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, his usual stern demeanor softened, that my cheeks flushed, yet I found that I was less concerned about the laughter of others that moment. There came two light, polite knocks at the door, followed by the attendants entering in a procession, each carrying a silver platter. The savory aroma of meat wafted through the air, likely the steak Mr. Hua had mentioned. The server placed a dish before me, presenting a generous, thick slice of meat, artfully accompanied by colorful garnishes. Though I could hardly identify them, that I discreetly glanced at Danqing, only to find her engaged in conversation with President Hu, seemingly oblivious to the steak before her. Just as I was about to look at Huijin, he tilted his head and softly remarked, "I requested it to be cooked medium well. Your sister mentioned you might not be accustomed to the tenderness of rare meat. Yet overcooked meat is equally unappetizing." That I nodded appreciatively, murmuring my thanks, and he smiled faintly before returning his attention to Danqing's discourse. That it appeared that everyone had suddenly developed an interest in conversation. With lively chatter filling the room, even Lord Liu was engaged in dialogue with Yizhan. Left with no other recourse, I grasped the glass before me, drinking water while my gaze wandered from face to face. Unintentionally, I spotted Huijin gazing softly at someone, which startled me that I blinked, and upon looking again, she had shifted her attention back to Danqing, exclaiming, "Sister Danqing, the steak will become unappetizing if it cools down. Let us not mind these gentlemen. Once they start talking, they won't cease. Let us eat first." Upon her words, Danqing laughed, and noticing my bewildered expression, she seemed to come to a realization, selecting utensils from the array before her and beginning to slice her steak slowly. Her movements were far from the practiced elegance of Huijin, yet they appeared adequate, that I imitated their actions, using my left hand to steady the meat with a fork, while my right hand struggled with the knife, pressing down gently, leaving an indentation in the beef. Yet the piece remained intact. Stealing a glance at Huijin, I saw she had managed to cut a piece and was now elegantly chewing it. Then my gaze fell upon Danqing, who furrowed her brows, exerting effort as she brought her knife down with a sharp sound that I had never known could be so jarring and loud. The room fell silent immediately. My palms began to sweat around the knife and fork, and I lowered my head with a wry smile, realizing my efforts to maintain composure had been in vain. Unable to resist a furtive glance at Danqing, who wore an awkward expression. "Umph." Suddenly, Yizhan across from me let out a chuckle, lifting his glass of red wine to take a sip before addressing me. "Miss Yun, I assume this isn't your first encounter with cutlery." Danqing's face flushed, then paled, while my already warm cheeks cooled rapidly. Beside him, Huijin discreetly gestured to him beneath the table, then turned to me with a smile. "When I first dined, I found these utensils particularly unfamiliar." She pointed at the knife and fork in my hands, and I managed a strained smile. President Hu joined in the laughter, while Yizhan grinned. "Why, a lady of your stature, Miss Yun, surely wouldn't struggle with cutlery." Danqing offered an uneasy smile, while Mr. Hu furrowed his brow slightly, and Jin cast a curious glance between Danqing and me that I was uncertain how Mr. Hua had introduced us. Yet it seemed Yizhan and his companions were skeptical, aware of our backgrounds, yet surprised that we were connected to the esteemed Deputy Director Hua. Offering Huijin a faint smile, I remarked, "I am not particularly fond of such dishes, which is why my sister never took me to the Markham restaurant when she dined there." Upon hearing this, Danqing's expression brightened, that I referred to the restaurant that the commander had introduced to Danqing. Quite renowned, with the largest branch located in Shanghai. Wai Yizhan curled his lips, choosing not to respond further, while Huijin nodded knowingly. "That restaurant is rather good." Danqing chimed in, "Indeed, I particularly enjoy their foie gras. But Qinglang has never taken a liking to it." She then turned to me with a teasing tone. "Qinglang, do be careful, and refrained from making too much noise that I grinned, quietly retorting if I could use chopsticks. I would certainly be silent. Wooden burst into laughter, while Danqing shot me a glance, and the others at the table chuckled as well. Only Yi Zhan, with a slick demeanor, remarked, "Oh, little rustic sister, using chopsticks? You'd make me die of laughter." Danqing frowned, and I shot him a look, wondering if he would genuinely find it amusing if I were to use chopsticks. He raised an eyebrow, dismissively declaring, "Of course." "I would." I nodded and turned to the server standing behind us, politely requesting, "Could you please bring me a pair of chopsticks?" Yi Zhan looked taken aback, and laughter erupted around the table. President who wheezed with laughter. "Before you could make me laugh to death. I seem to have already succumbed." Hu Jin was laughing so hard she clutched her stomach, while Mr. Hu merely cleared his throat, and Lord Liu wiped his mouth with a napkin, his expression remaining composed, though he bit down on his lip. Danqing covered her mouth, laughing for a moment before managing to scold me lightly. "Qingling, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and eat." "Yes," I replied, unable to suppress another glare at Yi Zhan, whose expression had returned to normal, though his eyes held a contemplative glimmer. Upon meeting my gaze, he suddenly smiled and raised his glass towards me that I hastily averted my eyes, pondering if he was scheming once more. Regardless, looking down, I found the piece of steak still intact before me. Gripping the knife and fork tightly, I contemplated how to cut it, when suddenly, 2 plates were placed before me simultaneously that I was taken aback to find they contained pre-sliced steak. Chapter 16. Scars. "Qingling, you've returned." As Danqing and I ascended the staircase, Shua hurried out upon hearing the commotion. Before I could speak, Zhang Ma gave her a sharp rap on the back of her head. Scolding, "What are you shouting for? Such a loud voice." Shua's face instantly scrunched up, rubbing her head as she hurriedly stood obediently behind Zhang Ma. Danqing smiled slightly. "All right, Zhang Ma, you haven't eaten yet, have you? We brought back some snacks for you to try." She then turned back with a grin. This is all thanks to Qingling that my cheeks flushed as Danqing mischievously winked at me before entering the room, that I hurried to follow her inside upon entering. Danqing tossed her rabbit fur shawl to Shua and walked towards her room, with Zhang Ma following closely behind to help her change and wash her face. Shua quietly listened at the door for a moment, then gestured for me to follow, that I nodded and stealthily accompanied her to our room, that as soon as we entered, Shua quickly shut the door as if we were thieves, turning to me with an eager expression. "Qingling, what delicious snacks did you bring back? Show me quickly. Where did you go today? Why did it take so long? Was it fun?" I couldn't help but chuckle at her fervent curiosity, handing her the treats we had brought back. Shua hurriedly tore into the packaging, only to find the strings tightening as she pulled, growing increasingly frantic that I quickly took over, whispering, "Zhang Ma hasn't eaten yet. If you tear the packaging, you'll get scolded." Embarrassed, Shua scratched her head and gestured for me to hurry up and help. Not just talk that I smiled and carefully untied the strings, unwrapping the paper to reveal an exquisitely crafted box adorned with Western imagery. "Wow," Shua exclaimed softly, her voice tinged with awe as she gazed wide-eyed at the box. Hesitating to reach out and touch it, that I couldn't help but laugh, handing her a piece of cake and encouraging her to eat it quickly. Shua gingerly held the cake, taking a moment to look it over and sniff it before joyfully declaring, "Qing, this is so soft and sweet. It's much better than the one the commander brought for the young lady before." Should I gesture for her to be quiet? Why bring up the commander again? Shua shrank back, sticking out her tongue, and then turned her attention back to enjoying the cake, that I chuckled and walked over to the bed, removing my outer garment and donning the light blue jacket I usually wore. As I was about to neatly fold my coat and put it away, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the stains on the sleeves, that a wave of solid warmth surged through me, igniting a gentle burn in my palm. I found myself momentarily entranced, staring at my own hand. "Qingling," Shua called me softly, and as I came to my senses, I hastily folded the coat. "This cake is absolutely delightful," I remarked, turning to her with a smile, only to find her licking her fingers, a look of lingering satisfaction on her face. "But if you like it so much, why not have another piece? I find it a bit too sweet for my taste," I replied, shaking my head in amusement. Shua seemed quite tempted by my suggestion. Yet after glancing at the box and then outside, she hesitated and said, "Never mind, my mother will surely scold me if she sees how much I've eaten." With that, she flashed a grin, revealing her bright white teeth, the corner of her mouth still smudged with cream, that I quickly handed her a handkerchief and pointed to her mouth. Shua hurriedly wiped it clean, saying, "If you truly dislike it, you can give me your share." That I nodded with a smile, then took my seat at the table, carefully removing my pearl earring from my left ear and placing it on the table. "Ching or miss, what did you mean when you said this pastry was thanks to my good fortune?" Shua inquired as she stepped behind me, picking up the earring with curiosity. That I paused, looking up at her with a smile. "Actually, it should have been said that it was thanks to your good fortune. My good fortune." "What do you mean?" Shua's eyes widened in surprise. Before I could elaborate, Zhang Ma's voice rang out from the other room. "Shua, come help me. Where have you run off to? Don't think I don't know you're eyeing that box of pastries." With a cheeky grin, Shua made a face at me in the mirror before darting out. Just as she reached the door, she seemed to recall something, turned back, and gently placed the earring on the table before rushing out again. That I placed the pair of earrings into the box and absent-mindedly wiped the mirror. Suddenly noticing my flushed face, that I touched my cheek, which felt quite warm. Turning my gaze to the box of pastries beside me, I recalled how, just before getting into the car, the restaurant staff had hurriedly brought it to me with the remark, "Songji doesn't enjoy this. It's better suited for someone who does." That I had accepted it with a silly grin, surprised that he remembered my quiet mumbles from earlier. Danqing looked at me with curiosity, just as Mr. Hua, who had been conversing with the server outside, leaned in with a playful smile and whispered something in her ear. Danqing looked startled at first, then turned to scrutinize me with an expression of disbelief, accompanied by an indescribable emotion in her eyes. Seeing me staring blankly at her caused her to chuckle, and she turned back to Mr. Hua, saying, "Mr. Liu is indeed quite courteous, first with the steak, and now with these pastries." Mr. Hua smiled, then turned to open the car door and got in, looking back at Danqing with a grin. "Lu Cheng treats everyone with courtesy," but he paused, as if lost in thought, then murmured, "I doubt anyone wishes to witness his less amiable side." Danqing and I exchanged glances before looking back at him. Mr. Hua caught our gaze and smiled, advising Danqing, "You'll gradually come to understand. This person is not malevolent, but certainly not virtuous either. And as for Yi Zhan, despite his charming demeanor and striking looks, it is wise not to provoke him." Danqing nodded thoughtfully, casting a worried glance in my direction. That Mr. Hua followed her gaze and offered me a gentle smile, saying, "With someone as endearing as Qing Lang, it is only natural to attract favorable attention." He then reassured Danqing, "Do not fret. I perceive no ill intent from them. Besides," he lowered his voice, "there's also me." Danqing's expression softened as she returned his smile, and Mr. Hua raised an eyebrow in amusement before turning to start the car. The vehicle sped away, and as I glanced back, the White House quickly vanished from sight, the events of the day seemingly swallowed by the dust kicked up by the car. Mr. Hua maintained a steady grip on the steering wheel, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Danqing. Their laughter filled the air, and I marveled at their ease with one another, Danqing's face radiant with joy. A brightness that was hard to look away from. That I couldn't help but recall how she once treated the military supervisor with such indifference. That I quietly nestled into my seat, growing increasingly convinced that my earlier decision to eat 6th Master S steak was the right one. Despite the teasing from Yi Zhan and Mr. Hua's slightly awkward retreat of his plate, as well as my instinctive shrinking into my seat, all while Hua Jun's gaze remained full of surprise. Hua Jun did not accompany us back. She had already made plans for an evening gathering with friends, having learned that her companion was soon to travel to the west. Before leaving, she exchanged pleasantries with Danqing and, upon noticing me, appeared momentarily at a loss for words, finally offering me a gentle smile before getting into the car. That I felt a pang of longing, as I genuinely cherished her friendship, and I sighed at the thought. "Qing Lang," Danqing called sweetly from outside, jolting me from my reverie. "What are you doing in there? You're not planning to devour all those pastries by yourself, are you? They're quite sweet. Be careful not to get sick from them." I promptly responded, tidying myself up a bit before stepping outside with the box of pastries. Danqing had changed into her everyday attire and was seated at the table sipping tea, her face glowing as if kissed by sunlight. Radiating beauty and warmth, a smile gracing her lips. That I casually handed the box to Shua and went to assist Zhang Ma with some small dishes. Zhang Ma, busy with her tasks, glanced at me and suddenly asked with a laugh, "Qing Lang, why is your face so red?" I reached up to touch my face, still feeling the warmth, while Shua, busily arranging pastries, boldly chimed in, "Mom, I just asked her where the pastries came from," and her face turned all red. Instantly, I felt my cheeks flush even more, and Danqing burst into laughter. She leaned closer to Zhang Ma and whispered something, causing Zhang Ma to look at me in surprise before chuckling. Indeed, I often see her as a child. But she will be 15 soon, quite the young lady now. After saying this, she shot Xiao a disapproving look for her fixation on the pastries. You're 2 months older than Qingling. Yet all you do is eat and play. Xiao remained silent, but as soon as Zhang Ma turned away, she made a face behind her back. Danqing casually remarked, "Yes, a young lady indeed," before smiling at me, to which I returned the smile that I was suddenly reminded of the moment at the door when I had thanked Mr. Huan stepped out of the car, and it wasn't too long before Danqing caught up with me, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Upon seeing me waiting, she quickened her pace, taking my hand with a beaming smile as she led me inside. Her touch warm and almost feverish. Zhang Ma welcomed us to sit down, and I dutifully offered my share of pastries to Xiao, who, regardless of Zhang Ma's stern glances, indulged herself with glee, even inquiring if anything interesting had occurred that day. It seemed even Xiao could sense Danqing's heightened spirits. Ordinarily, she would have only asked me, not daring to disturb Danqing as anticipated. Danqing showed no signs of annoyance, happily sharing delightful tidbits about her day. Captivating even Zhang Ma, who expressed her astonishment at the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent in the big city. Xiao listened with an air of feigned comprehension, refraining from probing further, knowing it might irritate Danqing. She would simply ask me later if there was anything unclear. Thus, we spent a joyful evening filled with laughter and chatter. Before going to bed, I quietly approached the calendar, noting that another day had slipped by. And with fewer than 60 days remaining until I would see Mo Yang, I solemnly marked an X on today's date. Thinking of Mo Yang's warm, wintry smile, I couldn't help but smile softly in return. Tiptoeing back to my room and settling beneath the covers, the Xiao's rhythmic snoring provided a comforting backdrop as I closed my eyes, drifting into sleep, haunted by the sensation of warm eyes watching over me. Though I could never quite discern who they belonged to, in just a week, the date mentioned by Mr. Huo would arrive, heralding Mo Yang's imminent appearance before us. As the day drew closer, excitement enveloped us all. Yet we restrained our enthusiasm, diligently tidying the house and gradually preparing dishes of Mo Yang's favorite foods. During this time, Danqing and Mr. Huo met several times a week, and the gifts he sent grew increasingly abundant. The shadows that had once lingered in Danqing's eyes seemed to dissipate entirely. Whether discussing Mo Yang's return or occasionally mentioning Mr. Huo, she wore a gentle smile that occasionally left me momentarily dazed. Danqing no longer invited me out with her. Although she had asked a second time, I simply expressed my disinterest in going out, and she did not press further, while Zhang Ma offered no objections. However, Xiao lamented the lost opportunity to hear the latest gossip. The only thing I regretted was not seeing the cheerful and laughter-loving Huo Juan again. For reasons unknown, I also lost interest in peeking at the female students in that small building. Despite Xiao's several suggestions, Qingling, Zhang Ma extended her hand to give me some money. The second young master has a particular fondness for drunken chicken that I have already arranged with the owner of the grocery store at the alley's entrance to supply me with some aged Shaoxing wine. Please go retrieve it. It should have arrived by now that I nearly forgot. Hurry back so we can prepare for the second young master's visit next week. All right, I replied and stepped outside. Xiao had been dispatched by Zhang Ma to tend to the kitchen fire. Otherwise, she would have insisted on following me. Danqing had yet to return. It seemed she had gone to attend some opera, a subject I was not well versed in, that I only knew that she had dressed quite fashionably that morning and left with Mr. Huo. It has been 3 months since my arrival in Shanghai, and the initial feelings of helplessness and awkwardness had gradually faded away that I walked briskly towards the alley's exit. As the city lights began to glow, the familiar, intoxicating shadows enveloped the streets and the diverse throngs of people. Just as I emerged from the alley, a car approached from a short distance that I paused, instinctively leaning into the shadows. The vehicle appeared somewhat familiar. While Shanghai boasts a multitude of affluent individuals, not everyone can afford a luxury car. Indeed, the car halted in front of the Adelaide Western restaurant, and several individuals swiftly exited. Standing respectfully by the car door in anticipation that the driver's door swung open, the person I had seen at the restaurant that day deftly emerged, followed closely by a balding uncle whose shiny head also appeared. The driver bent down to open the door, and a gleaming leather shoe stepped out in traditional attire. Sixth Master gracefully emerged from the vehicle, a cigar nestled between his lips, the thin wisp of smoke obscuring his expression slightly. The group bowed in unison, and Sixth Master casually waved his hand, strolling leisurely towards the restaurant, one hand gently massaging his temple, that I felt a slight jolt. He had exhibited this behavior the last time we dined alone, occasionally rubbing his temple, his dark brows furrowing deeply. However, upon the arrival of others, he instantly transformed, appearing unaffected and engaging in polite conversation that I recognized this as a sign of a migraine. Second Madam suffered from the same affliction, often wishing to bang her head against a wall when the pain struck. That it was only after Mo Yan devised a remedy that she found relief. That remedy, though simple, proved effective. That I watched as they all entered the restaurant and hurried towards the store. In the course of these days, the owner of the store had grown quite familiar with us. We were generous in our purchases and never defaulted on payments. Thus, upon seeing me, he smiled broadly. "Little girl, the wine your grandmother requested will be delivered shortly. You may need to wait a moment, or I could send it over to you later." After pondering, I decided against the latter. Dan Qing disliked the presence of outsiders. "No need, Mr. That I'll step out for a bit and return to collect it later." Mr. readily agreed, assuring me it would arrive soon. Once outside, I wandered aimlessly, unsure of where to go. Time passed without my notice until I exited the apothecary and realized I was holding a packet of medicine, momentarily perplexed by my own foolishness. Qing Lang, a voice somewhat familiar, called out to me. That I paused, scanning the surroundings, and spotted Shirtu across the street, grinning and waving at me. But he turned to say something to someone behind him before bounding over. As I observed his lively figure, it suddenly struck me that he had called my name, which felt rather odd. Despite the unflattering nature of Country Bumpkin, his approaching smile made me shrug inwardly. Regardless, he could be considered one of the few acquaintances I had in Shanghai, and given how little I had ventured out recently, it felt pleasant to encounter a familiar face. That if he were to mock me again, I could simply turn and walk away. "Qing Lang, it's been a while," Shirtu exclaimed, his cheerful face now before me. That I smiled faintly. "Shirtu, hello." That he pouted slightly, frowning. "I'm a year older than you. You should call me Brother Shirtu." I rolled my eyes internally. Not long ago, we had been bitter rivals, and now he was so affable. Noticing my silence as I regarded him with an arched brow, he grinned mischievously. "I heard you upset Seventh Master during dinner last time." I blinked, and the image of Yizhan, with a smile tenfold more mischievous than Shirtu's, immediately flashed before my mind, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Perhaps noticing my growing discomfort, Shirtu awkwardly asked, "Is that wild girl not accompanying you?" His mention of Xiao reminded me of the time he had been left bloodied by her, eliciting a chuckle from me. Seeing me laugh, Shirtu, though confused, joined in with a silly grin. That I suddenly realized that his laughter bore a resemblance to Xiao's, both exuding an innocent J. "Oh, why is someone in your family unwell? Did you come to buy medicine?" Shirtu leaned forward to peer into the apothecary behind me, then glanced at the packet in my hand, casually inquiring. His question jolted my memory. I had indeed forgotten about the medication I was holding. Glancing at him, I thought it fortuitous that he was here, as it would prevent any waste. That I extended my hand and shoved the packet into his grasp. Shirtu looked taken aback, peering down at the medicine before raising his gaze back to me. "Ah, for me?" I nodded, and he scratched the back of his head, bewildered. "But I'm not sick. Why give this to me?" I chuckled. "To cure your foolishness." Shirtu, initially perplexed, finally understood my jest, and his brows furrowed as he attempted to return the packet. "This is for headaches. A simple remedy, quite effective," I softly explained, and his hand froze mid-air. His expression turning serious, he regarded me for a moment before gradually retracting his hand. "Then I shall take my leave. The instructions for preparation are inside the packet." That I waved goodbye to Shirtu and turned towards the grocery store, realizing that if I lingered any longer, Zhang Ma would surely come looking for me. "Hey!" Shirtu called after me. "Where are you going?" Without looking back, I replied, "To the grocery store," and continued striding forward, leaving the fate of the medicine in his hands. Shirtu fell silent behind me, and I couldn't be bothered to check on him as I marched towards the store. Upon entering, the owner hurried over, lifting a small jar of sealed yellow wine from a nearby counter. "Here, this is the finest Shaoxing wine." That as I handed him the money, I cradled the wine jar securely in my hands. "Thank you, I'll be on my way." Seeing me turn to leave, the owner called out, "Little girl, can you manage that?" I nodded. "No problem." That he chuckled and reached into the counter, grabbing a handful of milk candies, placing them atop the wine jar. "Here, Take these back to share with that little girl. As I opened my mouth to decline, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, just a handful of candy. Your family should come by more often. That I smiled and thanked him again before stepping outside. Once outside, I thought of how much Xiao adored those milk candies. She would surely be delighted to see them. The jar felt somewhat heavy in my hands, so I lowered my head and quickened my pace homeward. As I neared the alley's entrance, I suddenly caught a whiff of a faint smoke scent that I inhaled and instinctively looked up, noticing a glowing cigarette but flickering in the shadows at the alley's mouth. I hesitated, slowing my steps as I watched a figure emerge slowly from the shadows. His polished shoes and loose-fitting attire conveyed a sense of gentility, though he neither appeared frail nor robust. His expression remaining warm, yet distant, as he approached me. The scent of cigar smoke grew stronger, and I lowered my head, my gaze trailing from his pristine cuffs down to his shining shoes. I murmured, "Sixth Master." After a moment, I heard his muffled reply. Suddenly, a flash caught my eye, and I blinked, realizing that the contents of my hands had vanished. Looking up, I saw Sixth Master holding a cigar with one hand, the wine jar in the other, while also grasping the packet of candy, that he then returned the packet to me, and I hurried to catch it. "Who drinks such strong liquor in your family?" he casually inquired. Though I was uncertain of his intentions, I answered honestly, "No one drinks it. It's for preparing drunken chicken dough." He pinched the cigarette, blowing a smoke ring that I instinctively held my breath, reflexively leaning back. Though the smoke was not harsh, I simply was not accustomed to it. Sixth Master noticed my reaction but said nothing, merely discarding the cigarette but on the ground and crushing it underfoot. "Is it a specialty from your hometown?" "Huh." I was momentarily taken aback, staring at the crushed cigarette but before quickly replying, "Yes." The jar seemed weightless as it dangled from his fingers, and I focused intently on it. Fearing it might slip and fall, did I ask that packet of medicine also a remedy from your hometown? Sixth Master asked slowly, his expression revealing little that a chill ran down my spine as I suddenly recalled Mr. H's words from that day. I doubt anyone wishes to see him lose his temper, that I swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva and cleared my throat to say, the former second mistress, who is my sister's mother, also had this affliction. However, after she employed a certain folk remedy, she felt much better. The last time I saw you with a headache, noticing your furrowed brow, I hastened to stress. I only happened to see it and understand how painful it is. So I thought that medicine might help. Hesitatingly, I continued, unsure of how to proceed. He gazed at me intently for a moment, then suddenly smiled faintly, revealing a hint of a dimple. My eyes widened in astonishment. "Thank you," he said softly, his face adorned with that warm and courteous expression. Yet for some reason, I felt a difference from the previous distance, though I could not articulate what it was that I could only politely respond. "No need to thank me. I have yet to express my gratitude for your cake." With a slight twitch of his lips, Sixth Master replied, "No need to thank me for that cake. That if that is the case, then I should thank you for your life-saving grace." He joked in return, that I couldn't help but smile. His smile brought me an immense sense of reassurance that I muttered, "And you even helped me cut the steak." Sixth Master smiled slightly and said, "In that case, we are even. Let us go." Taken aback, I asked, "Where to?" He tilted his chin. "Aren't you heading home?" "I happen to have had a bit too much to drink and need to walk it off." After saying this, he gestured for me to go ahead, the jar of liquor still in his grasp. If I had another ounce of courage, I would not have dared to refuse, so I obediently followed him inside. As I drew closer, I caught the faint scent of alcohol emanating from him. When we reached the alley's entrance, I was startled once more. That bodyguard-like figure was lurking in the shadows. Had I not walked right past him, I would have never noticed. Involuntarily, I recalled Mr. Horace's earlier words. This person is not to be trifled with. Before I could contemplate further what Mr. Ho had said, Sixth Master asked, "How old are you?" Instinctively, I responded, "I'll be 15 in the new year." Sixth Master nodded. He was tall, and the alley was dimly lit, so I could not discern his expression well, but his tone remained amiable, and not even 15. "You are already caring for others. Do you not find it exhausting?" His voice sounded gentle, and he walked leisurely as we approached the inn's entrance. The tension I had been holding began to dissipate. Previously, Mo Yang had posed a similar question, so I jokingly replied with my former answer. "It's not too tiring. Caring for others at 15 is certainly better than killing at 15, right?" As the words left my mouth, I sensed the atmosphere around us grow significantly colder, and sixth master halted his steps that I involuntarily shrank back, coming to a stop as well that I in my anxious state. Sixth master suddenly said with a hint of self-mockery, "You are right. Caring for others is indeed far better than killing." I could not tell if he was addressing me or himself, that I bit my lip. The jar of liquor was suddenly thrust towards me, and I stood there dumbfounded, hesitant to take it. Sixth master smiled at me. "Little girl, you have arrived home, dada?" I responded, turning my head slowly to look. Indeed, we had reached the door, and I felt a rush of embarrassment, quickly extending my hand to accept it. With one hand, I cradled the jar, while the other gently untied the knot from sixth master's fingers. Under the street lamp's glow, I suddenly noticed a deep scar etched into his palm, the origin of which was indiscernible, but that scar seemed severe enough to have nearly split his hand in two. My heart jolted, and I stared at the scar, realizing he must have felt immense pain at that moment. Suddenly, a large bird flapped its wings and flew off from the roof of the inn, startling me that I abruptly realized I had unconsciously been tracing the scar with my fingers, but sixth master remained silent. In that instant, I heard a loud thud as my hand clumsily fumbled, nearly dropping the jar on the ground. It was sixth master's quick reflexes that saved it, gently placing it back into my arms. I felt my ears burn as if they might detach from my head, so I tightened my embrace around the jar and stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do next. Sixth master, however, appeared unfazed. He merely retracted his hand, glanced at me, and casually remarked, "What? Do you also possess medicine for scars?" Seeing that he seemed unconcerned about my indiscretion, I quietly exhaled and shook my head, replying earnestly, "No, but I can treat a headache first. Curing one ailment is better than none." Sixth master paused, raising an eyebrow as he observed my serious demeanor. He chuckled and waved his hand. "You may return now. Thank you for your medicine." With that, he turned and strode away. I stood there, watching his silhouette fade into the alley before finally turning to enter my home, having just broken into a sweat. The chill of the night air made my heart and back feel icy, prompting me to quicken my pace as I headed back, wondering if Danqing had returned. Yes, I pondered sixth master's scar. I still felt a pang of sympathy, uncertain if Shi too was aware of how he had acquired it. Wai de Gongzi surely knew, but I would never dare to ask him. Lost in thought, I ascended the staircase, brushing past someone who politely gestured for me to go ahead. I quickly uttered a thank you, and he nodded before descending to the showy. I called, "Come help me. I have something wonderful to share with you." As I spoke, I intended to shoulder the door open, only for it to swing open from the inside. I smiled. "Thank you." Shoei looked at me with a hint of panic. I was taken aback as I stepped inside, only to find Zhang Ma seated on a small stool at the entrance, her gaze vacant and tear-streaked. "Where is Danqing?" I instinctively turned to search for her, and a graceful figure by the window relaxed my anxious heart momentarily, only to tighten again as the figure remained rigid as stone. I wanted to approach, but found myself unable to move, so I turned to Shoei. She stepped closer, her voice laced with tears, and said, "Just now, Mr. Hu mentioned that while accompanying the second young master back home for a funeral, they encountered bandits and got separated. The second young master hasn't returned to our hometown. He has been searching for him." But a loud crash, the jar of liquor slipped from my grasp and shattered on the ground. What was Shoei saying? Chapter 17. The beginning of learning. The winter wind blew gently, crisp yet clear, cleansing the heart. I quietly leaned my head against the door, feeling the cool breeze wafting through the gaps in the car windows. "Qingling, where do you think Mr. Hui is taking us?" Beside me, Shoei leaned in and gently poked me, whispering a question. Before I could respond, Zhang Ma in the front seat coughed softly. Shoei immediately straightened up and turned to gaze out the window. The cold air that entered carried a hint of dust, stirred up by the vehicle ahead. Danqing sat atop it, alongside Mr. Hua. Instinctively, I clutched the box in my arms tightly. On the night I received the news, I shed not a single tear, for I could not believe that Mo Yang was dead. I felt no sense of foreboding regarding a family member's misfortune. I had always thought such feelings unreliable. But from that night forth, I was resolute that my instincts could not be mistaken. Danqing did not cry either. She remained silent, the atmosphere around her as rigid as stone, making it difficult to approach. Eventually, Zhang Ma, who had been weeping inconsolably, was assisted back to rest by Shoei and me. Shoei's complexion was pale, yet her gaze was resolute as she quietly cared for Zhang Ma, as if she had grown up in an instant upon receiving the news. That night was indeed frigid. The blend of cold air and the scent of alcohol felt suffocating that I curled up against the headboard, watching the now sleeping Zhang Ma and Xiaoyi, convinced I would not be able to sleep. Mo Yang's smile and countless memories flitted before my eyes, suddenly jolted awake. I inhaled sharply, feeling a tingling ache in my back and neck as if pricked by needles that I extended my hand to gently rub the back of my neck. Observing the peacefully sleeping Zhang Ma and Xiaoyi, I quietly straightened my back, patiently waiting for the discomfort to subside. Peering out the window, the night was as cool as water, as I pondered when I had fallen asleep. I inadvertently caught snippets of hushed whispers that pricked my ears that my hand, which had been grasping my neck, froze momentarily that I listened intently. The voices hushed, yet in the stillness of the night, they were still discernible. I quietly slipped out of bed, not daring to put on my shoes, and tiptoed to the door, pressing my ear against it. Danqing, stop crying, but I believe your brother will be fine, that I have someone on that side. A former subordinate of mine. He will help me find him, no matter how deep I must dig. You must trust me, all right? Mr. Hua's deep voice resonated from outside, steady as always, yet laced with an unfamiliar tenderness. Yes, you are all I have now, Danqing replied softly, her voice still tinged with tears, catching me off guard that a rustling of fabric echoed from outside. All right, don't cry, you've always been so strong. Seeing you like this pains my heart. Mr. Hua's gentle reassurances filled the air. Danqing, her voice choked, replied, Am I strong? That's because I have no right to be weak. She paused, letting out a low sigh tinged with helplessness. I still have Qing Lang and Zhang Ma to care for. I can only be strong. There is no other choice. From that day forth, you were bestowed with this right, Mr. Hua said softly, yet resolutely. Danqing remained silent, the room enveloped in an air of stillness. I could not help but hold my breath. After a moment, a faint, quavering voice emerged from Danqing. Do I truly possess it? Of course you do, Mr. Hua replied earnestly. Danqing let out a soft sigh, and it seemed that Mr. Hua whispered something to her before footsteps echoed, followed by the sound of Danqing's door opening and closing, leaving the room in profound silence that I slowly turned around, leaning against the door as I sat on the floor, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within me. The next morning, Zhang Momo, her eyes swollen like peaches, was pulled into the room by Danqing that Xiaoyi curiously inquired, Qing Lang, what are you peeking at? I was momentarily taken aback, casually deflecting Xiaoyi's question before turning to wash up, aware that Mr. Hua had naturally vanished. After Zhang Momo emerged from Danqing's room, her countenance appeared somewhat improved, yet she busily urged Xiaoyi to help pack their belongings. Xiaoyi hurried into the room to assist that I hesitated, on the verge of following, when Danqing's gentle call of Qing Lang reached me from behind that I halted and turned to approach Danqing, who stood at the door. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Your complexion looks rather poor. Are you all right? Danqing tilted her head to scrutinize me, expressing a tender concern before gently smoothing my hair that I met her gaze. Her face was slightly pale, yet her eyes sparkled with an exquisite clarity that I shook my head softly. Danqing tugged at the corners of her mouth and reached for my hand, guiding me into the room. Come with me. Her fingers were icy, yet her palm radiated warmth. Upon entering, Danqing gestured for me to sit on the bed while she turned to pour a cup of tea as I approached the bedside. I noticed a leather military glove partially hidden beneath the bed, barely visible beneath the sheets. Pretending not to see it, I quickly shifted to sit on a nearby stool, casually picking up a book that Danqing had left on the bedside table to flip through. Danqing passed me a cup of tea from behind. Thank you, sister, I said as I accepted it. Danqing smiled faintly, remaining silent as she sat beside me, gazing at me with an almost trance-like expression. Although I held the book in my hands, my thoughts were far from it. Qing Lang, Danqing called softly after a while that I believe Mo Yang is safe. We will surely wait for him. Therefore, we must be strong. Tears are of no use. Her tone was calm yet resolute that I was taken aback but nodded vigorously, affirming, That's exactly how I feel. I haven't cried. Danqing nodded emphatically in agreement, then smiled gently. However, we cannot remain here for long. Shall we go live elsewhere? My heart sank as I recalled Mr. Hua from the previous night, and I nodded, saying, Of course, wherever sister goes, I shall follow. Seeing my unhesitating agreement seemed to bring her joy. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she gracefully rose and bent down to retrieve an object from beneath the bed. Just as I stood to assist her, I remembered the glove hidden below, and Danqing's movements seemed to pause before she pulled out a large box. Danqing placed the box on the bed with a smile and beckoned me closer. "Come here. Why are you standing so far away? Come and take a look." That I quickly nodded and approached the bed, my gaze inadvertently drifting to the space under the bed, where the glove had disappeared. "What are you thinking? Hurry and open it," Danqing lightly urged, nudging me. "I asked this for me?" I inquired hesitantly, with a proud yet mysterious smile. Danqing replied, "I intended to give it to you last night, to bring everyone some joy." However, her expression darkened as she recalled the heart-wrenching news from the previous evening. That a pang of sorrow struck my heart. And Danqing, having regained her composure, forced a smile. "Please, take a look. Tell me if you like it." That I nodded eagerly, untied the tightly bound strings, and lifted the lid of the box. "Ta-da!" I couldn't help but exclaim softly. For inside lay a pristine and elegant white and black uniform, neatly arranged. "Qinglang, look, what are you lost in thought about? It's beautiful," Xiaoyi suddenly exclaimed excitedly, giving me a nudge. That I snapped back to reality and followed her gaze, realizing that the vehicle had unknowingly entered a tranquil tree-lined path. Zhang Momo stretched her neck to peer outside, momentarily forgetting about Xiusig's exuberant outburst. The trees on either side were tall and straight, their broad leaves transformed into a deep yellow, artfully scattered among the branches, while an occasional dry leaf floated down to the ground, adding a touch of rustic charm. Behind the trunks, grand residences flashed by, resembling Western-style architecture with intricate gardens and charming balconies that appeared almost ethereal, giving the impression of being uninhabited, so starkly different from the bustling and cramped atmosphere of the inn we had previously stayed at. "Qinglang, what kind of trees are those? Their leaves are quite large, yet they seem to be damaged, all pockmarked. Are they rotting?" Xiaoyi mused, peering out of the window. Just then, a barely audible chuckle escaped from the driver, and I glanced up to see a smile lingering on his lips, a hint of awkwardness in the air. Zhang Momo caught wind of it too. Her face flushed as she turned to scold. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? If you don't understand, it's best to remain silent." Given that we were in the presence of others, Shu's expression turned sheepish as she rubbed her nose and fell silent. I smiled at her gently and whispered, "Those are French sycamore trees. Those blemishes are their characteristic feature, if they're primarily ornamental and lack any practical value. There are some in Hangzhou as well. I once asked Danqing about them." I added, upon hearing this. Xiaoyi nodded in realization and resumed gazing outside. That I noticed the driver stealing glances at me through the rearview mirror, but I pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, Zhang Momo's expression brightened as she cast a slightly triumphant glance at the driver. Observing the surroundings, I sensed that this must be a residence for individuals of status and privilege. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I leaned forward to glimpse the scene ahead, where the vehicle continued to glide smoothly. Faintly, I caught sight of Danqing's snow-white leather coat and Mr. Hu's dark wool hat, their colors closely juxtaposed, black and white, yet beautifully harmonious. That I exhaled softly, pondering whether Mr. Hu intended to take Danqing back to his home. If that were the case, it would signify his deep affection for her, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of intrusiveness. What would his family think of us? The words Danqing had spoken that night echoed in my mind. Could she truly fulfill her desires as the wife of the deputy director of the military supply office? My thoughts became muddled, and I instinctively rubbed my temples, glancing at Xiaoyi, who was gazing around with carefree abandon, and I couldn't help but envy her lack of worries. To Qing, "Look at that. Hey, what's wrong? Are you having a headache?" Xiaoyi turned to see me watching her, and just as she was about to say something with a smile, she noticed my fingers pressed against my temples and hurried over to help massage my forehead. Her hands, perhaps having rested on the car window for too long, were cool to the touch, but felt quite comforting. That I smiled at her faintly, closing my eyes as I allowed her to continue. "Feeling better? Do you need me to apply more pressure?" Xiaoyi inquired while observing my expression. After a while, I felt significantly improved and nodded, gently removing her hand. "Much better. Thank you." Xiaoyi wrinkled her nose, grinning as she clasped my hand and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you daydreaming again? Is that why your head hurts?" I paused, turning my gaze toward her. Xiaoyi stealthily glanced at Zhang Momo in front, ensuring she wasn't paying attention to us, before leaning in closer to whisper, "You're definitely worried about the young lady, right? It's unnecessary. She's always been so clever and determined. Whatever she sets her mind to, she will surely achieve. She hardly listens to others that didn't the master also mention that she possesses a certain gentlemanly demeanor. I stared blankly at Shuo's animated expression, never having considered that this typically carefree girl could be so perceptive. Shui made a face that suggested we both understood the unspoken truth. I looked at her, then at Zhang Momo, who seemed oblivious, and finally at the striking profile in the front seat, suddenly feeling a twinge of self-consciousness as I smiled, realizing that everyone had a clear vision of the road ahead. Shui winked at me, evidently puzzled by my smile. She furrowed her brow and remarked, "What? Was I wrong? But the master did say that I tighten my grip on her hand slightly to your right. I've been overthinking things." Shui scrutinized me, grinning mischievously. "Stop showing off your knowledge with 4-character phrases. Just knowing I'm right is enough, so you won't have to suffer from headaches in the future," I chuckled, making an understanding expression. It seemed this was the first time Shui had used reason to teach me, and she appeared both delighted and proud that I shot her a playful glance before turning to look outside. Noticing my indifference, she leaned closer and whispered, "You know, you're just like what the second madam said. You say little but think a lot." I abruptly turned my head to gaze at her, and upon noticing that I had captured her attention, she flashed a bright smile. Indeed, it was as the second mistress and my mother had conveyed, a loss for words. I could only force a smile and nod as Shui elegantly shrugged her shoulders. A chic gesture she had recently learned from Dianqing. It was, after all, quite true. Sometimes, your existence seems less enviable than mine. Hadn't the second young master remarked that at 8, I appear to be 80? Before I could articulate my thoughts, the elderly Zhang gently cleared her throat. "Shui, desist from whispering with Qinga. It seems we are nearly there, so let us maintain some decorum." Truly, we are almost there. Shui's attention was immediately captivated. Her face pressed against the window, eager to peer outside. I followed suit, and indeed, the vehicle had begun to veer onto a seemingly private road. Observing Shui's curious and excited expression, I couldn't help but sigh. How could Shui comprehend that, at times, my circumstances were even less favorable than those of Zhang and Shui, who were mere servants? 8 appearing like 80. Had Moang truly said that? I forced a wry smile, pondering how old he might perceive me to look when we next met. The thought of Moang invigorated me. No matter how aged I might become, even if I seemed 800 years old, I would greet him with a smile, just as we always did. Moang once expressed that my smile made him feel truly at home. The vehicle gradually slowed, and a house adorned with granite fayade came into view, where 2 or 3 figures stood awaiting us at the entrance. Mr. Hu's vehicle halted first, followed closely by ours, and promptly, someone approached to respectfully open our car doors, while the driver hurried out to assist Zhang. "Qingling, come here." Danqing, standing on the steps, beckoned to me with a smile. She was intertwined with Mr. Hu's arm, and before them stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, seemingly reporting something to Mr. Hu. I glanced back at Shui, who gave me a slight nod. I quickened my pace up the steps, just in time to overhear the man say, "Sir, all the rooms are prepared. Shortly, I would like the young ladies to inspect them, and, should there be any dissatisfaction, I will promptly make the necessary changes." Mr. Hu nodded in approval, and Danqing softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Steward Zhou. We shall trouble you further from now on." The steward quickly bowed, replying, "Miss Yun, please do not hesitate. Should you require anything, just command me." Danqing smiled and, upon noticing my approach, pulled me closer, introducing me to Steward Zhou. "Steward Zhou, this is my sister, Qingling." The man regarded me with a smile. Bowing slightly, "Miss Qingling, your room is also ready." I hurriedly nodded in return. "Steward Zhou, good day, and thank you for your assistance." He repeatedly expressed his humility, and Mr. Hu chuckled. "Enough of this pleasantry. It is rather chilly here. Let us discuss matters inside, and have them bring our belongings in promptly." With that, he led Danqing inside, and Steward Zhou hastened to open the door for them, while other servants tended to our luggage, with Zhang and Shui directing them. I hesitated momentarily, but Danqing turned back to signal me to follow, and I had no choice but to step inside. Upon entering, a warm fragrance enveloped me, and directly opposite the entrance stood a Western fireplace, adorned with an exquisite self-playing clock, flames crackling within. The surrounding furniture was unfamiliar, yet clearly reflected the owner's refined taste. Stylish yet understated, a stark contrast to the opulent style of the restaurant we visited days prior. I stood there, dumbfounded, taking in my surroundings as a graceful maid swiftly approached from within, deftly assisting Dan Qing in removing her leather jacket, while Steward Joe took Mr. Hua's hat and coat. "Miss Qing Lang," Steward Joe softly called. "Ah." I turned to him quickly, and he slightly bowed, smiling. "May I assist you with this box and take it to your room?" "Ah, yes, thank you," I replied, momentarily taken aback. Steward Joe courteously smiled, taking the box from my hands and passing it to another maid. Dan Qing had already settled onto a sofa draped in intricately patterned satin, while Mr. Hua approached a nearby coffee table to retrieve a tin cigarette case, pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. Steward Joe hurried over, producing a match to light it for him. Ever since Qing Lang received that box the day before yesterday, she has refused to let it out of her grasp, treating it like a treasure. Not even allowing Shui a glance. Dan Qing remarked with a smile that Mr. Hua chuckled, leaning against the broad armrest of the sofa beside Dan Qing, casting a warm gaze her way. They exchanged looks laden with unspoken understanding before he turned to me and asked, "Qing Lang, do you like it?" I nodded. "I like it very much, thank you." Mr. Huadadi raised an eyebrow, feigning displeasure, and then leaned down to Dan Qing, teasingly saying, "Look, Qing Lang is still so polite to me." Dan Qing playfully chided him with a glance before turning to me, her words dripping with significance. "Qing Lang? I cleared my throat. "Thank you, Brother Hua." "Ha!" Mr. Hua erupted in laughter before turning to Dan Qing. "It is truly a waste for Qing Lang not to pursue her studies." Dan Qing nodded, smiling. Indeed, with her intelligence and love for learning, she must be sent to school. Her expression then softened, almost introspective, as she murmured to herself, "I promised her that I would ensure she experiences what I cannot." That Mr. Hua's expression softened as he extinguished his cigarette, turning to sit beside Dan Qing, gently wrapping his arm around her, whispering, "I know you have always been the best sister. Therefore, what you cannot accomplish, I shall assist you with." Dan Qing gazed at Mr. Hua for a long moment, then smiled softly, resting her head on his shoulder. "Thank you." Mr. Hua said nothing further, merely tightening his embrace. It seemed they had forgotten my presence, and I felt a twinge of awkwardness. Though intrigued, I dared not look, my gaze wandering around the room until the silence stretched on. After a while, I discreetly stood up, turning my face away from the sofa, intending to slip outside. That a soft chuckle broke the air, and I instinctively turned to see Mr. Hua and Dan Qing laughing at my awkwardness. "Qing Lang, what are you doing?" Dan Qing asked, amusement lacing her voice. Nothing." I scratched my head, feeling flustered at their bemused expressions, and blurted out, One should not observe what is inappropriate." They both erupted in laughter, and Mr. Hua, still chuckling, suggested to Dan Qing, "All right, let's allow our prim young lady to explore her room and see if she finds it to her liking." Dan Qing, still giggling, dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and nodded at me. "Little girl, go on now. Do not dawdle." I quickly nodded and turned to exit, Dan Qing calling after me, "To the left. The room at the end of the second floor is yours." "Okay, got it," I replied absent-mindedly. As I stepped outside, it struck me how familiar Dan Qing was with this place. Just then, I recalled Shu's earlier words and shook my head to dispel further thoughts. Upon raising my gaze, I noticed Steward Joe standing outside with two maids, each holding trays laden with beverages and snacks. Upon seeing me, Steward Joe promptly instructed one of the maids to escort me upstairs. I thanked him and followed the maid up the stairs. Drawing in a deep breath, I stood on the balcony, wrapped tightly in my shawl, surveying the scene despite the late hour and the chilly air. The distant homes were aglow with lights, twinkling in harmony with the stars above. This house belonged to Mr. Hua, while his parents resided in the old family home in the city. That Mr. Hua preferred living here, and Huijin was equally content, as Mr. Hua put it, to avoid the nagging of their parents. Huijin was absent today. She was supposed to wait for us here, but had abruptly been summoned back by Mrs. Hua, presumably to entertain some guests. That I took another deep breath, relishing the serene atmosphere, before retreating indoors, closing the floor-to-ceiling windows behind me. The sumptuous bed, the lacquered desk with gold edges, the wardrobe intricately carved with floral vines, and the flowing, soft curtains adorned with lace. This was the finest, most extravagant room I had ever occupied. That I surveyed my surroundings once more, momentarily incredulous that this room belonged to me. That I climbed into bed, draping the large shawl over my legs, and closed my eyes. Perhaps Mr. Hua genuinely wished to marry Dan Qing. Otherwise, he would not have so openly brought her into his home, and the servants would not show such deference. Not only I, But even Zhang and Xiaoyi had their own rooms that I am genuinely delighted for Danqing, regardless of her status as a director's wife or not, as long as Mr. Hu treats her with sincere kindness. That is all that matters. Stretching the quilt, I contemplated that if I could swiftly find Moyang, I would truly ask for nothing more. Just before falling asleep, I forced my eyes open once more to glance at the clothes hanging there. For tomorrow, I would finally be able to attend school. That Mr. Hua had mentioned at dinner that I would be able to study alongside Yuan from now on, and I couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling a profound sense of contentment as I drifted off to sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Mr. Hua arranged for someone to escort me to school. Aunt Zhang had already prepared my backpack, and with the school providing meals and refreshments, there was no need to bring lunch or any such items. Danqing quietly reminded me to be mindful of my behavior and demeanor, to which I earnestly agreed. Xiaoyi, with a gaze full of envy, gently touched my uniform, but when Danqing jokingly said that to wear it, one must read 100 books, she promptly scampered away, eliciting laughter from the others. Miss Qinglang, we are almost there, the driver ahead politely reminded me. I nodded, feeling my heart race faster and my palms dampening with sweat. Not far off, the entrance of Yadli restaurant flashed past my view, and I suddenly recalled that I hadn't seen Lu Yi and the others for some time. Since that day, a deep scar had swiftly passed through my mind. Miss Qinglang, we have arrived, the driver gently called out to me, and as I turned my head, indeed, we had arrived. The unfamiliar yet familiar black gate stood ajar, with female students entering in a steady stream. The driver alighted and opened the door for me, handing me my backpack after I exited, but he then respectfully stated, Miss Qinglang, Mr. Hu mentioned that Miss Jun is waiting for you in Class A1. You can go in and find her, then I will return to pick you both up after school. Thank you, Mr. Wang, that you're welcome. Please go in. That he made a courteous gesture, and I nodded in farewell before stepping into the courtyard. Other cars were also dropping off students, and occasionally, girls passed by me, casting various speculative glances in my direction, that I clenched my fists, feeling my fingers grow cold. Yet I straightened my back and continued onward. Hey, who is that girl? I've never seen her before. She looks quite delicate that I don't know, but I recognize the car that brought her. That's Hui Yuan's brother's vehicle. In no way. Hui Chang Yuan. Could she be? Shoo, keep your voice down. Whispers rose and fell behind me, but I chose to ignore them, steeling myself as I walked further in. This courtyard was far larger than I had anticipated, with a flagstone path and dark pillars giving it a clean and spacious appearance. The girls passing by me, whether shy or bold, took a moment to scrutinize me, that I returned their gazes with polite smiles, though I seldom received any in return. Most merely glanced before continuing on their way. Followed by a flurry of whispers. Initially hoping to inquire about the location of Class A1, I found the girls here rather unapproachable, which made me feel somewhat timid that I could only navigate forward on my own. Fortunately, each room bore a sign, and I proceeded by following the numbers. Class A3, Class A2. Class A1. That I looked up at the sign overhead, exhaling in relief. Jin should be inside. The door was slightly ajar, and I could hear the sound of laughter emanating from within. As I hesitated, contemplating whether to push the door open or knock first, a sharp voice called from behind me. Hey, what are you blocking the doorway for? You must be the new girl. Haven't you heard that good dogs don't block the way? Chapter 18. The Academy. I let out a quiet sigh. Having gone unnoticed for so long, I felt uncertain, but the sudden shout from behind me oddly reassured me. Before I could turn around, the classroom door swung open, revealing Ji Yuan's lively and charming face. Qinglang, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. That I stood at the entrance for quite a while, feeling so cold that I had to come in. And just as I did, you showed up. I assented that something. You know, Jun spoke so rapidly that I could hardly interject, so I merely kept smiling at her. A cough came from behind me, and Ji Yuan's eyes flickered, yet she continued speaking with a smile. I've already arranged everything with Sister Fong. We'll sit together. Don't worry, no one will dare to bully you. Once I nodded in agreement. She tilted her chin, as if just noticing the presence of others behind me, her lips curling into a smirk. Good morning, Miss Su-san. Take care of your throat. It's dry and windy, so drink plenty of syrup to soothe it and avoid coughing so loudly. Chortles erupted both inside and outside the room, and before I could process what was happening, Ji-Yuan had pulled me into the classroom. The moment we entered, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. Jin, seemingly oblivious. cheerfully led me further inside. As I walked, I took in my surroundings. There were about a dozen girls scattered throughout the room, all dressed in white tops and black skirts, with delicate skin and dignified features. However, their neckerchiefs, shawls, earrings, and headpieces varied, each one more intricate or resplendent than the last. Every eye fell upon me, scrutinizing from head to toe without missing a detail. The earlier sense of anxiety surged back, flushing my face with heat and making my hands tremble involuntarily. Qing Ling, Jun paused, pointing to a long table. You can sit here next to me, all right? Okay. I hurriedly nodded. Jun glanced down at my tightly grasped hand. Understanding my nervousness, she leaned closer and whispered, Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Just maintain a ladylike demeanor, and that will suffice. Jiwen made an exaggerated gesture of haughtiness, causing me to stifle a laugh. Jiwen couldn't contain her amusement either. Hey, Jiwen, aren't you going to introduce me? A bright voice called from our right, and both Jiwen and I turned to see a girl with deep dimples smiling at us. Upon noticing me, she nodded and stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello, I'm Fong Ping, Jin's good friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. I quickly extended my hand, but suddenly remembering the sweat on my palms, I retracted it. Fong Ping's hand hovered in the air, and in a flurry, I rummaged through my bag for the handkerchief Aunt Zhang had given me before I left, wiping my hands carefully before finally shaking Fong Ping's hand. Hello, I'm Yin Qingling. Fong Ping's hand was dry and smooth. She paused for a moment before returning the shake firmly, then laughed. Why did you wipe your hands before shaking? What kind of rule is that? I recalled my grandfather saying that a steady and firm handshake indicated good character, and Fong Ping's demeanor felt refreshing. No wonder she was Jin's good friend. Before I could respond, Jin chimed in with a giggle. She was so nervous that I had to pull her in, and her palms became all sweaty. Fong Ping chuckled, and I felt my cheeks flush, quickly handing my handkerchief to Jin, who took it playfully and began drying her hands. Fong Ping scrutinized me from head to toe, her gaze direct but not unkind. Qingling, where are you from? Your accent suggests you are from the Suhang area. Jiwen mentioned that your brother is a close friend of Brother Hua. How old are you? Jiwen and I are the same age. I'm 15 by traditional counting. My hometown is in Nanchang, a place known for its fine wine. My family owns a winery. This was something Dan Qing had advised me to say earlier, and although everything there was now irrelevant to us, it remained a fact. A respectable background was perhaps too crucial for Dan Qing, and even for me. Ping, it seems you've encountered a fellow winery owner. Jiwen remarked as she twisted the handkerchief with her fingers, lightly nudging Fong Ping with her shoulder. Fong Ping playfully pushed her back, and Jiwen leaned against my shoulder. Noticing my puzzled expression, Fong Ping smiled slightly and casually remarked, My family also runs a winery in Shanghai. Jiwen gasped, It's the largest winery in Shanghai. What is Nanchang? I've never heard of it. A condescending voice emerged from outside, filled with disdain. It must be some small, rural place that I wouldn't know. But aren't rural areas known for their small wineries? Laughter followed, clearly not kind-hearted. They spoke in Shanghainese, and I could only catch bits and pieces. Jiwen raised her eyebrows, straightened up, and seemed ready to confront them. But Fong Ping quickly grabbed her arm, saying the teacher is coming soon. Don't bother with them. Qingling, sit down quickly. Jiwen huffed, turned around, and sat down, pulling me along with her. Fong Ping then sat down on my other side. Looking around, I suddenly felt very secure and smiled at them. Jiwen gave me a knowing wink, indicating that I was safe with her, while Fong Ping smiled and softly said, Jiwen is right. You're quite charming. After that, she pushed my backpack towards me. I quietly thanked her and began to take out the books according to the titles on Jin's desk, realizing that my first class would be Chinese literature, which somewhat eased my worries. The girls in the front row were chattering animatedly, and the voice that had previously sounded so affected was particularly clear that I couldn't help but lean forward to catch a glimpse. The girl possessed a complexion as fair as snow, her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her petite lips were perpetually pursed with a hint of haughtiness. The other girls around her seemed mere embellishments to her presence. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, she evoked a sense of familiarity. Her name was Su Shuiying, her family owning the largest food company in Shanghai, with their reach extending to every edible delight. Though they were particularly renowned for their sweet soups. Fong Ping leaned closer to my ear and whispered something, then exchanged a knowing glance with Jie Yuan, who merely scoffed in response. Fong Ping chuckled softly and shook her head. remarking on Sue's family's wealth and the influential positions held by several of her uncles in the police and tax offices, establishing the Sue family as prominent figures on the Shanghai Bund. That girl was insufferably proud. It would be best for you to keep your distance from her, she advised, and I nodded appreciatively. Jie Yuan remained silent, casting a cool glance at the chattering women before turning to her book. Fong Ping assured me, but rest assured, she wouldn't dare provoke Jie Yuan, that I was taken aback and glanced at Jie Yuan, who remained engrossed in her reading, only letting out a dismissive huff. Fong Ping continued. The three Su sisters are all socialites of the highest order in Shanghai. Su Shuiying's second sister, Su Shuejing, has a deep infatuation with our director Hua, claiming she will marry no one but him. I was momentarily stunned. What did she just say? Enough, Fong Ping. When did you become such a gossip? Jie Yuan interjected impatiently, having raised her head from her book. She shot me a glance, then added, such tales are unfounded. If my elder brother were enamored with that woman, he would have married her long ago. It's merely one-sided affection that I instinctively nodded, picked up my book, and opened it, though the words eluded me, my mind wandering to whether Danxing was aware of these matters. Jie Yuan leaned closer and whispered reassuringly, fear not. No one in this world can compel my brother to do anything against his will. I looked up at her, her face radiating pride and certainty, and smiled back at her. At that moment, Fong Ping, who had been straining to eavesdrop, suddenly burst into laughter. Jie Yuan and I turned to look at her as she lowered her voice, stating, in our circle, secrets are scarce. That I heard that the eldest Miss Su Shuling, went on a blind date with Lu Cheng recently and returned with her nose in the dust. That I was taken aback. No wonder Su Shuiying seemed familiar. She was the sister of that Miss Su from that day. Surely, she must know something, which would explain her disdain towards me. That I instinctively glanced at Jie Yuan, whose expression had darkened, observing Fong Ping's knowing smile. Jie Yuan composed herself and muttered a self-inflicted humiliation. Fong Ping nudged me, prompting me to respond with a dry smile as she continued. So, it seems that the good men of Shanghai must all belong to the Su family. Miss Su's ideal Prince Charming is none other than Yi Zhan, the illustrious Yi's seventh master. Fong Ping rolled her eyes. She dreams. Jie Yuan scoffed disdainfully, and Fong Ping nodded in agreement, recalling the previous Su family soiree where Lu Qingxi had also attended. I couldn't help but perk up at the mention of Lu Qingxi. The exquisite woman had left a profound impression on me. Just then, the classroom door swung open with a creak, and Fong Ping instinctively hushed her voice. I looked up to see a refined gentleman of about 50, clad in a blue long gown and wearing glasses, entering the room. Show Mr. Wu is here. Class is starting. Fong Ping and Jie Yuan quickly straightened their postures, and I hastily followed suit. That Mr. Wu exuded elegance. After greeting the class, he began the lesson without wasting words, stating that we would review the material covered the previous day and calling on someone to read aloud. Just as I reached the page, someone piped up, Mr. Wu, we have a new student today. Why not let her read? I froze at, oh, splendid, new classmate, please read this passage for us. I would like to assess your proficiency. Mr. Wu smiled, his gaze settling on me, giving me a nod of encouragement. That my limbs turned cold as I stood, feeling the weight of every gaze in the room upon me, as if they were all eager to hear my interpretation of the classics. A few stifled chuckles echoed around me. That a piercing glare struck me from across the room. Su Shuiying was arching an eyebrow at me, a sneer openly displayed on her lips. Jie Yuan and Fong Ping frowned, yet were powerless to intervene. With a light cough, I acknowledged the situation, while Mr. Wu gestured for silence. Taking a deep breath, I chanted the name of Mu Yang for the 1000th time, grateful for his peculiar methods of teaching that had molded my reading style since his university days. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? I pronounced each word clearly and deliberately, and the room gradually fell silent, resonating with my precise and authoritative northern accent. How delightful. Could you create another exquisite piece for me? I was lost in the moment when a hand reached towards my face, interrupting my thoughts. To why you Shulan, are you opening a fan shop? How many fans has Qingling drawn for you in recent days? Is there no end to this? As Jie Yuan spoke, a hand swatted away Yu Shulan's outstretched hand. Indeed, even if your family were to open a shop, Qingling cannot work for you for free. Can he? I turned to Fong Ping beside Jie Yuan and offered her a faint smile. That, oh, you two troublemakers. Qingling has yet to voice a complaint. Yet here you are, grumbling. That Yu Shulan pouted. rubbing her hand that Jie Yuan had smacked. Jie Yuan huffed, taking a seat beside me in a manner that was authoritative yet not rude, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Shulan. It is precisely because Qing Lang is so reserved that we must speak up on his behalf. Yu Shulan shot her a glare. What do you mean by rude? I express my gratitude profusely. Can you not hear? Fong Ping, following Jie Yuan, cheerfully took a seat across from us and casually handed me a cup of ice cream, saying, "Hurry and eat. Otherwise, it will melt and make a mess." That I chuckled as I accepted it, opening the lid and scooping a spoonful towards Fong Ping's mouth. Without hesitation, she swallowed and smiled at me, urging me to eat quickly while she waved the fan, watching Jie Yuan and Yu Shulan bicker and fanning the flames of their playful quarrel. The fan in her hand was one I had helped her paint. In late June, the weather in Shanghai was humid yet temperate, that I reclined against the back of the lounge chair, savoring a spoonful of ice cream, closing my eyes to feel the gentle breeze caressing my face, while my mouth was filled with the refreshing flavor of milk. Having been in Shanghai for over 6 months and attending school for more than 4, the initial discomfort had gradually faded, and I had never felt more at ease, as if I were a fish in water, as Fong Ping aptly stated. From the moment I read aloud with clarity that day, she recognized that I was undoubtedly suited for this place. The foundation of my literary education, nurtured since childhood, coupled with the meticulous calligraphy imparted by the second madam, and the nuanced understanding of music and painting learned from Dan Qing, along with the eclectic knowledge shared by Ma Xiang, have rendered me the darling of my teachers, and no longer does anyone dare to label me merely as a rustic bumpkin from the countryside. Observing Jean, her fair face flushed from laughter, alongside the composed Fong Ping, a wave of warmth surged within me. These two remarkable girls have bestowed upon me the most genuine friendship. Throughout my childhood, I had but one friend, Xiui, yet in comparison to them, Xiui feels more like a close kin, a confidant. That I, in contrast, Jiwen and Fong Ping are the kindred spirits with whom I can share my innermost thoughts, engaging in discussions that span the breadth of time and history. They hail from esteemed families, possessing vast knowledge, and have taught me much that neither Danqing nor Ma Xiang ever could. That I, in this school, each girl's background could fill an hour of conversation, yet broadly speaking, those aligned with Su Shuiying form a prominent group. Jiwen, Fong Ping, and I constitute a somewhat unconventional faction, alongside individuals like Yu Shulan, who skillfully navigate social dynamics without offending anyone. What appears to be a simple campus is, in reality, rife with complexities, akin to a small social circle where the prominence of one's family and wealth dictates one's standing. And beneath the glamorous attire and poised demeanors lies a shadowy underbelly. Danqing has already made several notable appearances within Mr. Hua's social circle on the Bund. Her background, as she previously advised me, is that of an orphan from a wealthy family. However, Ma Xiang's disappearance has transformed into Mr. Hua's closest confidant, and she is now recognized as the fiancée of Hua Chuanyuan, a prominent figure. 2 months prior, Mr. Hua brought Danqing back to his ancestral home to meet his parents, confessing to having known her for some time, but never daring to declare his feelings. With Ma Xiang abroad and no one left in the old house, he entrusted Danqing to Mr. Hua, which is why he has now returned with her. According to Jun, Mr. Hua's father is quite pleased with the graceful and gentle Danqing, expressing sympathy for her orphan status and her brother's distance abroad. Although Mrs. Hua is somewhat reserved in her speech, she has not explicitly opposed the union, stating that as long as her son is content, that is sufficient. However, she suggested that it would be best to wait for Ma Xiang's return before proceeding with the marriage, as there are still familial ties to consider, thus adhering to propriety. Although Mr. Hua and Danqing are eager to wed, they find merit in the old lady's reasoning, and with Ma Xiang still unaccounted for, the weight of concern lingers, making haste to marry unwise. Before Danqing led us away from the villa, she took with her the jewelry and cash given by the general, along with some discreetly provided treasures from the second madam. She had Mr. Hua convert these into ready cash, amounting to a significant sum, casually letting Jiyuan in on this development. Later, Danqing requested that I show Jiyuan photos of Ma Xiang with his foreign professors and classmates from Yanjing University, but she insisted I feign indifference, leaving me puzzled as to why. However, when Mrs. Hua personally visited Danqing and took her, Jiyuan, and me shopping, I began to grasp the underlying connections that I, in contrast to the scholarly aura of Mr. Hua, who comes from a literary family, It is said that Mrs. Hua's family has long been engaged in trade in Sichuan, suggesting that a daughter raised in a mercantile household would naturally possess a keen intellect. Danqing's series of actions seems to have eased some of Mrs. Hua's apprehensions regarding this unexpected daughter-in-law. Since Mrs. Hua has taken Danqing out, Mr. Hua has rightfully brought her into the social scene of Shanghai, where after a live piano performance at the Palais de la Paix, it became common knowledge that the vice director of the military supply office, Mr. Hua, has a fiancée who is both enchanting and well-educated. Danqing has been living in a state of bliss, buoyed by Mr. Hua's sincere affection and the envious gazes of outsiders, which imbue her with a sense of pride. Each day, I witness her radiant smile, more vibrant than flowers, as she awaits Mr. Hua's return from work, except when the subject of Ma Xiang arises, Tio Danqing. Ma Xiang represents not only a source of support, but also the key to her marriage with Mr. Hua. Although he has assured her that if it does not work out, there is no need to worry, the lingering uncertainty remains troubling, especially since it is Mrs. Hua's sole insistence, despite Mr. Hua's efforts to locate Ma Xiang. Reports have come back indicating that while someone was injured during the bandit raid, no fatalities occurred, which has somewhat eased the tension for both Danqing and me. In addition to instructing his subordinates to continue searching near our hometown. Mr. Hua has sent someone to Beijing to seek out Ma Xiang's classmate, Mr. Hu. What was discussed remains unknown, yet during dinner that evening, Mr. Hua reassured Danqing, advising her not to worry about any gossip. Danqing merely smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with trust, to which Mr. Hua responded with a charming smile that exuded masculinity, especially in the presence of Danqing, who only has eyes for him. Everything seems to be unfolding smoothly according to Danqing's wishes. Although conflicts arise within the school, having Juan and Fong Ping by my side has allowed me to absorb a wealth of knowledge, making this place a veritable sanctuary for me. I eagerly anticipate the moment when Ma Xiang will appear before me, smiling and saying, "Girl, I have returned. What are you smiling about?" Fong Ping tilted her head to glance at me. I blinked and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just think this ice cream is really sweet." Before Fong Ping could respond, Jun, exhausted from the commotion, pushed aside Yu Shulan, who was gasping for breath against her shoulder. "What is this? After school, let's go eat something good with Miss Yu Shulan," adjusting her hair, boldly declared, "I'll treat you both to something nice." Adding that Jiyuan and I were excluded from her offer, that I couldn't help but chuckle. "Qingling, have you submitted your English homework?" Jin straightened up and stretched. I nodded. Sister Fong said she would review it soon. "So I'm just waiting here." Jiyuan nodded in understanding. English is the subject I struggle with the most. Although Ma Xiang has taught me a few basics, they pale in comparison to what the other students are learning. Yet, no one ridicules me for having improved from near zero to a decent level in just 3 months. Sister Fong believes my pronunciation is commendable, while Jiyuan and Fong Ping excel in English. They regularly help me practice speaking, memorize vocabulary, and discuss key points, which has led to rapid improvement on my part. The meticulously crafted floral fan from Fong Ping and the embroidered makeup pouch from Jiyuan are tokens of my gratitude towards them. Although they initially insisted I was being overly polite, they accepted my gifts with great delight, as these two fashionable young ladies have no talent for art, nor do they seek to learn traditional crafts. In Shanghai's affluent families, who among the young ladies would bother with such pursuits? In this school, the girls often compete to display who is more fashionable. Thus, traditional Chinese items are rather rare. Consequently, when Juan and Fong Ping proudly showcased my gifts to their classmates, it led to some unintended consequences, particularly with Yu Shulan before us. Her family runs a trading business, profiting from the buying and selling of goods. Her father is well known on the Bund, primarily due to his reputation for being shrewd and miserly, as well as his numerous wives and children. Yu Shulan is the 6th child, but being the legitimate daughter, she enjoys her father's affection, especially since she has 2 elder brothers from the same mother. "How do you feel now?" Fong Ping inquired with concern. "Not bad. I finished the homework Sister Fong assigned me. I should have gotten about 80% right." Fong Ping nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "Qingling, you're quite impressive at such a young age. If you excel at everything, how will we survive?" Yu Shulan also rose. Jiwen shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, "What are you talking about? Just get by. That's all that's required." Yu Shulan pouted. "So what? My father says girls only need to recognize characters. No matter how much they learn, they still have to marry." Jiwen rolled her eyes in exasperation and shook her head. "Then why are you even in school? Just marry your Liang Gongzi directly and save yourself the trouble, Wai Yu Shulan pouted. It's my father, who insists on appearances, saying that the daughters of prominent families in Shanghai generally attend this school. And as the legitimate daughter, I must comply, even if the tuition is steep. Fong Ping reached over to pull me up, laughing as she said, I suspect it's not just about your father as pride. Even though Liang Gongzi's family owns a bank, they are from a scholarly lineage, and he has studied abroad, that it would be unacceptable to marry someone who only knows a few characters. Yu Shulan shrugged, perhaps, but Zihong doesn't mind that Zihong. Juan and Fong Ping exclaimed in unison, Wai Yu Shulan stamped her foot angrily. You two little brats, stop right there. Juan and Fong Ping laughed as they ran off. Calling for me. Qing Ling, come on, I smiled, picked up the book and cup from the bench, and quickened my pace to catch up. Today has truly been a delightful day. Just around the corner, pondering how swiftly the three of them had dashed away, I spotted Jiuan and the others standing beneath a magnolia tree, confronting a group of people. Slowing my steps, though still at a distance, I recognized the leader among them as Su Shuiying. Since the public appearance of Dan Qing, Su Shuiying has not sought to trouble me. Each time we meet, her demeanor remains icy, dismissively averting her gaze. She continues to treat Jiuan with the same distant respect as before, seemingly unaffected by the shattering of her elder sister's dreams. Although Fong Ping finds it odd, she speculates that the Su family wishes to avoid offending Mr. Hua, a man with profound military connections, thereby restraining Su Shuiying. Meanwhile, Jiuan remains unconcerned about how the Su family chooses to behave. This has always been the case, and continues to be, so I trudge forward, when suddenly, Su Shuiying's soft voice floated over from the distance. Oh, Jin, Yu Shulan, are you also attending the Liu family's banquet? Jiuan replied aloud, of course, we received the invitation long ago. Upon hearing my footsteps, she glanced back at me, exchanged a conspiratorial wink, and then turned away. My elder brother and Dan Qing will also attend. Fong Ping. You and your brother will be there too, right? Fong Ping smiled and replied, of course, at the mention of Dan Qing. Su Shuiying's expression darkened, though she merely pursed her lips in silence. Jiuan chuckled and added, by the way, Qingling will also be attending. Su Shuiying frowned and instinctively shot a glance in my direction. While Jiuan continued cheerfully, Master Yi Qi said he would personally invite her to dance. Chapter 19. Astonishing, Part 1. I took a deep breath, the unique fragrance of gardenias enveloping my senses, as I gazed into the distance where the sky was adorned with hues of twilight, streaked with wisps of white clouds. Looking around, I noticed the street lamps along the tree-lined path, and the lights within the houses had already flickered to life, casting a shadowy aura that mingled with the floral scent, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Qingling, Qingling. Shu's voice echoed in the corridor, growing closer with each step. I inhaled deeply once more and turned to enter the room. Qingling, where are you? The door swung open with a bang, abruptly halting Shu's exclamations. I chuckled, shaking my head as I stepped in from the balcony. I'm here. What is all the commotion? Be careful of Zhang Ma. Before I could finish, Zhang Ma's sharp voice rang out from the corridor. Zhao Xiui, you little rascal, are you out of your mind? Such unruly behavior. Xiui instinctively stuck out her tongue, hurriedly closing the door, then tiptoed to my bedside, gently placing a large box down before beckoning me to come and see. Observing her anxious demeanor, I couldn't help but smile, leisurely making my way over, deliberately prolonging her suspense. Her eagerness far surpassed mine. She had been waiting all morning for the arrival of my evening gown. Mr. Hua had mentioned that he would cover the cost for the attire of the Hua family women for tonight's banquet. The renowned tailor from Peiluoming had personally come to take our measurements and craft our gowns. Seeing my unhurried demeanor, Xiui rushed over and pulled me to the edge of the bed. Hurry up! If it weren't for my mother threatening to break my legs if I dared to open this box, I would have done so already, I chuckled, reaching for the packaging ribbon, which was elegantly adorned with Peiluoming's signature script. Qingling, quickly try it on. The tailor from that gown shop is waiting downstairs. If it doesn't fit, they'll make adjustments immediately. My mother is also assisting the ladies in trying on their dresses. I heard the tailor say Jiuan's gown has already been sent out. As Xiui helped me untie the ribbons, she rambled on. Yes, I know, I replied casually. Jiuan would be attending with old Madame Hua, while Mr. Hua would bring Dan Qing and me directly. Tonight marks the 40th birthday of the Liu family's master. Liu Renqing, a gathering to which all prominent families of Shanghai would undoubtedly attend, and no one dared to offend this influential figure, whose connections spanned both the legitimate and the underworld, as Fong Ping had mentioned. Wow! Shui's gasp pulled me from my thoughts that I instinctively glanced at her. She stood with her mouth slightly agape, her gaze entranced by the gown within the box, her fingers hovering above it yet hesitating to touch. Following her gaze, I was also taken aback by the gown's delicate hue. After a moment, I slowly lifted it, giving it a gentle shake. The gardenias enveloped in twilight were my first impression. I felt as if the last rays of the sunset I had seen from the balcony were subtly painting the neckline, hem, and waist of the gown. The bodice was intricately adorned with lace cutouts resembling gardenias, lined with sheer fabric. The gossamer skirt cascaded like clouds, layered yet so light it felt weightless. Qingling, this dress is beautiful. Shui murmured beside me. Indeed, it is truly exquisite. It seems Jin has an excellent eye for fashion, I replied with a smile, handing the gown to Shui as she clumsily caught it and began to caress it gently. I reached to undo the lightweight robe I was wearing, and Shui, having set the gown down, came over to assist me. This particular dress had been specifically chosen by Jiyuan during my fitting. The fabric was not available at the time, but Jiyuan had seen it while shopping with Fong Ping and insisted it was the only one suited for me, describing the style to the tailor, who had promptly agreed to custom order it. Dan Qing, having selected the fabric and design, was chatting with Mr. Wen nearby, noting how she felt Jiyuan resembled my sister more than I did. That Mr. Wen chuckled in agreement, saying, "This girl has shown more care than even her own brother." Jiyuan nearly laughed, responding that if Mr. Huo were to don a dress for a public appearance, she would certainly be 100 times more attentive. The room erupted in laughter. "This should be tied here, yes, just like this. Wait, why does this seem off?" The tailor said it should be this way, Shui muttered as she helped me into the gown, her voice a constant stream of chatter. Yet, she insisted I not interfere, claiming I didn't know how to wear it, leaving me to stand there, amused and compliant, as she orchestrated the dressing process. "Ah, the belt should be tied this way, and then like this." "All right," Shui exclaimed excitedly. "All right," I was about to lean down to inspect the gown when Shui suddenly covered my eyes. Startled, I exclaimed, "Hey Shui, what are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, she instructed, "Quiet now, this way," and without waiting for my response, she tugged me aside that I stumbled along behind her. "Okay, look." After a few steps, Shui steadied me and then suddenly released her grip. Instantly, the room brightened and I blinked, finding myself gazing into the large dressing mirror at a somewhat bewildered girl. Did I ask that me? The sleeveless, lace-cut bodice clung softly to my figure, accentuating the slender curves of my youthful form. Devoid of the allure of a mature woman, yet distinctly highlighting my delicate silhouette. The irregular lace patterns resembling gardenias at the neckline and shoulders emphasized the whiteness of my neck and the length of my arms. The sheer skirt billowed in shades of white and rosy red, cinched at the waist with a slightly darker layer of gauzy fabric, which danced gently with the evening breeze that wafted through the room. "Qingling," Shui, gnawing on her fingers, called my name softly, that I snapped back to reality. Noticing her wide-eyed gaze fixated on me, that I smiled and twirled in place, allowing the skirt to flare to Shui. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Shui nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's especially beautiful. When you twirl, it looks like a flower." Unable to contain my joy, I seized Shui's hand and began to spin around, eliciting a shriek from her as we laughed and twirled together. Suddenly, a voice broke through our merriment. "Oh my, what are my two little ancestors up to? I could hear your loud voices from afar." Zhang Ma's voice rang out from behind me, prompting me to halt abruptly. Shui lost her balance and nearly pulled me over as well. Unbeknownst to us, Zhang Ma had entered and quickly cautioned, "Be careful of the gown. What if it gets torn? There won't be a place to cry." "Zhao Shui, this must be your doing." She glared at Shui with annoyance that I quickly pulled Shui to steady her, her cheeks flushing red as she rolled her eyes at her mother's reprimand. I, too, felt somewhat sheepish, casually adjusting my hair and offering a sheepish smile to Zhang Ma. "Please don't scold Shui. It was I who was leading her on, truly." Zhang Ma sighed, about to respond, but her gaze fell upon me, causing her to pause for a moment. She seemed stunned, her eyes wide, and I felt a peculiar sensation wash over me. Yet I dared not move. "Mother, Qingling looks particularly beautiful in this gown. Doesn't she?" I helped her with it. The waist was quite tricky to tie. Xiui chimed in, seeking praise. Zhang Ma snapped back to reality, instinctively murmuring an acknowledgement as she stepped closer, adjusting the flowing ribbon around my waist. Finally, she smiled and said, Qingling, you truly look lovely. You could easily pass for a young lady now, and you're nearly as tall as your sister. That I smiled modestly. Xiua crouched down to assist me in arranging the layered hem of my skirt. Upon hearing Zhang Ma's words, she looked up and smiled. Mom, we are already young ladies to be by the end of the year. I will be 16, and Qingling will be of age as well. You always treat us as if we are still children. Zhang Ma smiled wistfully, murmuring, Indeed, you have grown up, developed your own ideas, and are ready to soar. Xiua paused, glancing at me, clearly puzzled by her mother's words. With a dismissive pout, she returned to tidying my skirt. I sensed that Zhang Ma's comment was not merely about us. Perhaps she had been harboring worries for Danqing all along, and naturally, there was also Moya and myself. However, the present circumstances were beyond her control. I gently took Zhang Ma's hand, which trembled slightly before she warmly clasped mine back, smiling as she said, By the way, Qingling, what hairstyle do you wish to have? I can help you with it. I've learned quite a few fashionable styles recently, and I assure you, they are on par with those of the professionals at the salons. Zhang Ma clapped her hands as if to shake off something and casually asked me, then began to examine my face thoughtfully. Xiua stood up, joining in the appraisal. Qingling possessed a quintessential oval face, making any hairstyle flattering. Oh, right, she recalled, the hairstyle from that Western magazine Miss brought back, the one with the elegant ladies do. I think it would suit you perfectly. It's simple yet charming. Didn't I show it to you before? You said it looked nice then. Zhang Ma thought for a moment. Yes, I remember now, and nodded repeatedly. I casually inquired, which magazine? I don't recall seeing it. Xiua shrugged. It's all in foreign text. I don't recognize it. That I spotted it while cleaning Mrs. Room and thought the lady in the picture was dressed nicely. So I showed it to Mom. You were at school that day, and I forgot to mention it when you got back. Zhang Ma playfully swatted Xiua. All right, that's enough. Time is of the essence to go downstairs and pick a few gardenias. Hurry. Okay, I'm going. Xiua chirped, turning and dashing out. Zhang Ma then pulled me to sit in front of the dressing table. In an instant, it felt as if we were transported back to the day Mr. Hua first took us out. Zhang Ma was assisting me in my grooming then as well, but this time, we were not in that dim little room with a blurry mirror. Instead, we were before an exquisitely crafted dressing table. With a mirror as clear as water, the room ablaze with light, illuminating every detail. Suddenly, I felt as if I were in a dream, an almost surreal experience. Behind me, Zhang Ma deftly brushed my long hair with a bristle brush, making it shine and fall straight. She skillfully twisted my hair into a bun at the nape of my neck, securing it with a pin, then let my long locks cascade down my right shoulder. Mom, flowers for you. Xiua's voice preceded her entrance as she called out, and Zhang Ma couldn't help but roll her eyes. Much like Xiua, that I lowered my head, biting my lip to suppress a laugh. A rich, fragrant aroma enveloped me in an instant. When I looked up, Xiua stood behind me with a delicate mirror, arranging the snow-white gardenias artfully in my hair, exuding a delightful fragrance that I gently touched the soft petals with my fingers and smiled at Zhang Ma and Xiua in the mirror. Zhang Ma, Xiua, thank you. This is so beautiful. Xiua grinned widely, while Zhang Ma gently suggested, Qingling, you should wear the earrings your sister gifted you. The color and style complement your outfit perfectly. I nodded, not giving it much thought. All right, I then opened a drawer filled with several earring boxes, gifts from Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, as well as Jun and Fangping. I selected a pair of pearl earrings to wear, and upon closer inspection, they indeed matched splendidly. Zhang Ma nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to remember something and pulled a small box from her apron pocket. This blush is very light and subtle. Try it out. At your age, a little is sufficient. Too much would be rather gaudy. I nodded and accepted it, opening the box and applying a bit to my lips. A sweet fragrance enveloped my senses, and my lips instantly turned rosy and soft. Zhang Ma turned to Xiua, instructing, help Qingling put on her shoes and the gloves that the tailor left on the sofa downstairs. Don't forget her handbag either. Time is running short. We need to leave by 6. And we can't keep Mr. Hua and the others waiting. Understand? Xiua nodded vigorously. Zhang Ma then patted my shoulder before heading out, pausing at the door to remind me, Qingling, make sure to bring the blush. It's handy for touch-ups. Got it? I replied readily, As Zhang Ma left, I noticed Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. Her eyes darting around eagerly that I chuckled and handed her the lipstick case, watching her excitedly apply it to her lips. I complimented her. It looks great. Only then did she rush to fetch a pair of shoes for me. These shoes were also custom-made, with petite yet manageable heels. Danqing and Jun were concerned that I might not be accustomed to high heels. The embarrassment of falling was one thing, but enduring discomfort for an entire evening was another. Qingling, don't move. I'll help you, Shua said, pressing down on me as she knelt to assist with my shoes. Chattering, if you lean down, all the effort Mom put into your hair will be for nothing. Sit still that I laughed, so, according to your logic, I must maintain this posture all evening. After she tied my shoelaces. She stood up, grinning mischievously. What do you think? To look beautiful, one must carry themselves well, just as those young ladies do. As she leaned down, as if sharing a secret, she whispered, did you notice? I initially thought those young ladies looked down on others for always holding their heads high. But then I realized they were just afraid that leaning down would ruin their hairstyles and be difficult to fix. I burst into laughter at her words. Shua joined in, but just then, the clock on the dresser chimed 6 times. Shua quickly hushed her laughter, exclaiming, oh no, we've been laughing too long. It's already 6. We must hurry. We hurriedly gathered our things and rushed downstairs, with Shua carrying a small satin makeup bag that Mrs. Hua had bought for me. Danqing had insisted that I must bring it tonight. Just as we reached the staircase, Danqing's cheerful laughter echoed. What is this? Have you eaten honey tonight? Your words are so sweet. Mr. Hua chuckled heartily, replying, not quite. I'm merely speaking the truth that I always thought those dress shops were a ripoff, spending so much money for nothing worthwhile. But after seeing you today, I realized it was worth every penny. Pa, Danqing teased him lightly, then asked, where is Qingling? Why hasn't she come down yet? I took a deep breath, lifted my skirt, and slowly descended the stairs with anticipation. Danqing was leaning against the sofa with her back to me, wearing a pale yellow Western-style gown that accentuated her slightly exposed fair neck and her sleek black bun. Though merely a silhouette, she was captivating, making it impossible to look away. The sparkling jewels adorning her hairline. Earlobes, neck, and wrists glimmered in the light that Mr. Hua, seated across from her, smiled and reached for a cigarette, preparing to light it. However, upon noticing me descending the stairs, his hand froze, and he simply stared at me. Instinctively, I halted. And Danqing sensed something was amiss, straightening up to glance at Mr. Hua. Following his gaze, she turned slowly to face me. She froze for a moment, then murmured my name, Qingling. The previously lively atmosphere in the room vanished in an instant. I found myself caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to ascend or descend, and my palms grew clammy, leaving me awkwardly smiling at the group below to Danqing's silence, and Mr. Hua's astonishment made me feel uncomfortable. Prompting me to divert my gaze, that IT landed on Zhang Ma, who stood by the fireplace, holding Danqing's shawl with a worried expression. She then turned away, seemingly letting out a sigh. Haha, Mr. Hua suddenly laughed, breaking the tension in the room. Zhang Ma was taken aback, turning to look at him, while Danqing appeared to awaken from her daze, blinking in confusion before turning back to Mr. Hua, asking, what are you laughing at? Mr. Hua removed the cigarette from his lips, chuckling as he stuffed it back into the case. It's remarkable. Although you are merely distant cousins, you truly resemble each other. Qingling, your appearance reminds me of that photograph you showed me. Danqing glanced at me, hesitatingly responding, oh, really? Which one? I don't recall. That Mr. Hua rubbed his chin. You forgot. It's the one where you wore that red dress with the white embellishments, taken by your brother. I believe that, don't you remember? Danqing seemed startled, then turned back to me, her expression slightly dazed. Zhang Ma suddenly clapped her hands. Indeed. When I was helping Qingling change her clothes today, I felt as if I had seen her somewhere before. It was Mr. Hua who reminded me. Danqing scrutinized me once more, then smiled faintly, tilting her face towards Mr. Hua. That's true. It was taken on my 15th birthday, with Moya helping me. That outfit was custom-made by my mother, inspired by the trendiest style in Shanghai at the time. After speaking, she beckoned to me. Silly girl, why are you just standing there? Come over. I was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly nodded with a smile, lifting my skirt and tiptoeing down the stairs with utmost care. Danqing rose and extended her hand towards me. I quickly took a couple of steps to grasp hers. Her hand was delicate and soft, though her fingers were slightly cool to the touch. Danqing surveyed me with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. yet her eyes still held an inscrutable emotion that I could not comprehend. She reached out to touch the gardenia flower pinned at the back of my head, inhaling gently. Ah, it smells wonderful. This flower, both in appearance and fragrance, suits you perfectly. I chuckled softly. It was styled by Zhang Mo and Xiaoyi. Danqing nodded as she helped to tidy my hair, her fingers inadvertently brushing against my earring. She paused. Why are you wearing this again? Don't you have several other pairs? She raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping the pearl that swayed lightly at my ear. I touched it casually and replied with a smile. I like this one, and it matches this outfit. Besides, the others feel less like my own, a bit uncomfortable. With that, I adjusted the sheer fabric of my skirt. Danqing stared at my smiling face for a moment, then suddenly broke into a radiant smile, the shadows in her eyes dissipating. She gently tapped my forehead with her finger. Indeed, you are a silly girl. Mister. Hua chuckled. Indeed, sisters are the best. Anything given by an elder sister is the finest for someone like us. Even if we acquire such a beautiful dress, it's merely a display of goodwill, to at his words. I felt a warmth rise in my cheeks and quickly turned to him, curtsying slightly. Thank you, Brother Hua. I have never worn such a beautiful dress before. I truly love it. Thank you. Mr. Hua smiled gently, leaning slightly on the sofa in response, and winked at me. I'm not trying to take credit here, but the dress is indeed lovely. Before I could respond, Danqing let out a soft laugh. If it's not seeking praise, then what is it? It's just a dress. I ask that all you want, to hear someone say thank you. Moreover, the dress is beautiful, but it's only stunning when worn by Qinglang. After saying that, Danqing patted my shoulder. Qinglang, starting tomorrow, you must thank him 10 or 8 times daily. That way, you'll have clothes for the rest of your life. The room erupted in laughter, and Mr. Hua feigned despair. I've been wronged. Watching his seemingly helpless expression, Danqing laughed heartily. Zhang Mo approached with a smile, gently saying, Miss, it's getting late. We should prepare to leave. Danqing ceased her laughter and glanced at the clock nearby. Indeed, Long Yuan, we must be off. We can't be late for this banquet, especially not later than your mother's sister. That would be unacceptable. Mr. Hua nodded, springing up from the sofa. You are right. He took the coat from butler Hu and, putting it on, laughed. You always think ahead of me. Did I in the blink of an eye? I suddenly noticed that Mr. Hua was wearing a military uniform, which took me by surprise, as he usually wore casual clothes when he visited here, claiming that life and work should be kept separate. Now, dressed in a crisp military uniform, complete with a cap and gloves, he indeed appeared gallant and formidable, exuding a strong masculine presence. Danqing playfully cast him a sidelong glance before turning to me. Qinglang, don't forget your gloves. Right. I walked over to Zhang Mo, who extended her hand to help me with the gloves, only to find my palms slightly sweaty. I smiled and took the gloves from her. It's all right. It's just a bit warm. I'll be fine once my hands dry. Zhang Mo agreed and handed me the lace gloves. Yes, I admired the exquisite craftsmanship of the gloves. Danqing's soft voice floated from behind. Seeing Qinglang like this reminds me of my carefree childhood, just like she is now, pure and fragrant like a gardenia. You are the gardenia in my heart. Since the first night I met you, you have remained pure and fragrant. Mr. Hua's voice was gentle, his baritone low and magnetic. Long Yuan. Danqing called him softly. Though I could not see their expressions, the meaning in their voices made my heart race. Zhang Mo had long lowered her head, pretending to busy herself with something, while the other servants discreetly exited. Qinglang, are you ready? Danqing called out cheerfully, and Zhang Mo looked up, signaling me to hurry. I quickly turned. I am ready. Behind me, Danqing had already linked her arm with Mr. Hua's, smiling elegantly, her face still flushed with lingering shyness. Mr. Hua, in turn, smiled and extended his left arm towards me with gentlemanly grace. I grasped my gloves and took a couple of quick steps, gently linking my arm with his. Mr. Hua glanced around and then burst into a hearty laugh. Ladies Yun, I have a premonition that tonight will be a spectacular night. Chapter 20. A Stunning Evening, Part 2. The car glided smoothly down the road, the flickering neon lights along the way swiftly fading into the distance, trailing vibrant shadows in their wake. I rested my head lightly against the half-open window, gazing at the diverse crowd beneath the ever-shifting lights outside, each person engaging in their own nocturnal pursuits, whether with abandon or resignation. Qinglang, don't lean against the window. It's chilly tonight, and you might catch a cold. Danqing's gentle voice came from the back seat. All right, I responded promptly, Sitting up straight to Mr. Hua, seated beside her, chuckled. You're always worrying about everything. No wonder you say you lack energy. Danqing sighed lightly, half-jokingly, saying, I am simply destined to be this way. Mr. Hua chuckled and leaned closer to whisper something in Danqing's ear, causing her to burst into laughter. What nonsense are you talking about? The driver beside me remained focused, driving with unwavering attention, and I pretended to be deaf and mute, choosing to ignore their banter. The MY back felt somewhat stiff, partly because I wanted to maintain my hairstyle and avoid crushing the flower pinned at the back of my head, and partly due to an instinctive desire to distance myself from Danqing and Mr. Hua, as eavesdropping on their private conversation felt impolite. Thus, I sat upright, lost in thought. Suddenly, I recalled the jest I had made earlier with Shoei, wondering if I would have to maintain this posture all night, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, one can eat well, but must be cautious with words. That I reminisced about Shoei's instructions before her arrival, to return home and recount everything that happened today. I heard the driver's respectful voice announce, Sir, we are almost there. Understood. Just drive directly to the fountain as per usual, Mr. Hua instructed in a deep tone. Yes, sir, the driver replied promptly, turning the wheel as the car veered towards a brilliantly lit building on my right. Slowing down, I couldn't help but peek outside. The outline of a grand gray and white marble building became clearer, its architectural style leaning towards English country aesthetics, a fact that Sister Fong had just mentioned to us a few days ago. Surrounded by lush greenery, this edifice stood in isolation, with no other brightly lit buildings nearby, a vast expanse of verdant grass meticulously trimmed like a carpet that a few cars ahead were proceeding smoothly. And I noticed from the rearview mirror that our vehicle was trailing others, likely the dignitaries invited to the banquet. The lights grew brighter, and the lampposts along the tree-lined road were adorned with red lanterns. Swaying gently in the night breeze, after a couple of minutes, the vehicles ahead slowed down, and upon closer inspection, I saw several impeccably attired servants directing the flow of traffic, with all the cars lining up in orderly fashion. Good evening, the driver greeted as we approached. He rolled down the window, and a server quickly approached, bowing respectfully to greet us. Without hesitation, the driver handed over the invitation. The server glanced at it, then bent slightly. Smiling, Director Hua, good evening, and welcome. By the way, the car carrying Mrs. Hua and the young lady just passed through. All right, understood, Lao Wang. Yes, sir. The driver promptly produced an envelope from the side compartment and handed it over to the server, who graciously accepted it, maintaining a demeanor of respect rather than servility. After directing the driver where to go, he bowed and moved on to the next vehicle. Such grandeur. Even the servants carry themselves with such poise. Danqing remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, you'll see for yourself. The Liu family is unlike those you've encountered before. Among the influential figures in Shanghai, only a select few can truly make waves. And Lu is among the foremost of them, Mr. Hua added with a smile. That's so. How impressive. Why didn't I know? It seems you've never mentioned him. Danqing inquired casually. You may not know him, but you must have heard of Lu Cheng and Yizhan. Mr. Hua replied nonchalantly. The sixth master and that playboy? I couldn't help but tilt my head slightly. The streetlights cast alternating shadows on Mr. Hua's face, making his expression difficult to read, as he always seemed somewhat peculiar when discussing or encountering them. Beside me, Danqing exclaimed, Are you saying that the Lu Cheng we met last time is a member of the Liu family? Well, it's both true and not true, Mr. Hua replied, but before he could finish his sentence, the vehicle came to a halt. I felt a slight jolt and instinctively glanced outside, where a magnificent fountain suddenly came into view, its delicate droplets shimmering like a dream in the glow of the lights. Surrounding it were bursts of laughter and chatter, with many ladies gathered around, engaged in lively conversation. I stood there, entranced, when I heard a soft click. I turned sharply to find the car door had been opened. Good evening, miss, a servant bowed, gesturing for me to exit, his other hand resting on the door frame. Oh, thank you, I nodded, stepping out of the car. Mrs. Liu, you've also arrived. It's been a while since we last met. I heard you went to Hong Kong. Director Du remarked. You didn't attend the last gathering at Manuan Shun, did you? The supervisor Zhou and Commander Wang were both there and inquired about you. Ruihua, you've made it. Oh, that dress is truly stunning. The chorus of compliments filled the air, yet the slightly damp atmosphere was laced with an indescribable scent. The sparkling jewels and silks around us mingled with the aromas of cosmetics, perfumes, cigars, and the natural fragrance of flowers and trees. Perhaps that scent could be labeled as extravagance. Qing Ling, Dan Qing whispered, gently tugging at me. As I was momentarily lost in the spectacle, that I snapped back to reality to see Mr. Hua already greeting several individuals at the entrance, turning back with a smile to beckon us forward. Dan Qing held her head high and walked gracefully towards them, that I hesitated for a moment, trailing behind at a respectful distance, standing in the shadow of the porch columns, that Mr. Hua raised an eyebrow at me. I smiled and subtly shook my head, theatrically wiping the sweat from my forehead with my gloved hand to indicate my nervousness. That he smirked, curving his lips in amusement, but didn't pressure me to join him. Instead, he placed a hand on Dan Qing's waist, who was about to turn back to call me, and began introducing her to the group. From a distance, I couldn't catch their words clearly, but I observed Dan Qing responding with poise and grace. Her smile reminiscent of a daffodil blooming at midnight, vibrant yet understated. Although the surrounding women were undeniably beautiful, none could compare to Dan Qing. Mr. Hua spoke with pride, and his acquaintances, all genteel in demeanor, gazed at Dan Qing with admiration. Their manners impeccably courteous. One man, clad in military attire, seized an opportunity when Dan Qing was distracted to elbow Mr. Hua lightly, whispering something in his ear that elicited a proud chuckle from Mr. Hua. Before long, the crowd at the entrance swelled, and after exchanging pleasantries with Dan Qing, the group retreated into the house. That Mr. Hua then waved me over. As I approached, Dan Qing turned with playful reproach. "You sly girl, where have you been hiding? Didn't you think to come over and greet us? You're making us look foolish." I simply smiled, about to explain, when Mr. Hua burst into laughter. All right. Qing Ling has never been fond of mingling with outsiders. Besides, introducing our beautiful girl to those lecherous fellows was a reluctant necessity. It's best to keep our little beauty protected. Both Dan Qing and I laughed in unison, just as Dan Qing opened her mouth to speak. We heard Ji Yuan's voice calling from a short distance. "Qing Ling, Dan Qing, brother, you're here." I turned to see Ji Yuan running lightly down the steps in a gradually deepening blue dress, her long hair adorned with a shimmering blue ribbon. Resembling a mermaid from a fairy tale under the glow of the lights, that I smiled and waved, but suddenly heard Mr. Hua behind me sighing to Dan Qing. "Did you hear that? My position in this girl's heart is dwindling. I am even last on her list to call out to sigh." Dan Qing scoffed. "Are you jealous?" Before Mr. Hua could reply, Ji Yuan had reached us, exclaiming, "Phew, finally found you, you see, running so fast. You hardly resemble a young lady at all." "Do you?" Mr. Hua retorted. But Ji Yuan quickly cut him off. That I smiled slightly as Ji Yuan fanned herself with a thin bag. "Mother and the others have arrived. They're downstairs, but got caught up by the matriarch of the Yu family. I hurried over to let you know. You wouldn't want to enter after them, would you? Truly, no good deed goes unpunished." She shot a glare at her brother. "Yes, that's so. Then let us hurry inside. There is no reason to arrive after our elders," Dan Qing said, urgency lacing her tone as she grasped Mr. Hua's hand to lead him forward. That I understood Dan Qing's concern, although Mrs. Hua had acknowledged her as a future daughter-in-law. Until everything was finalized, Dan Qing could not afford to err in her steps. Noticing Jina's slightly displeased expression, Mr. Hua hurriedly smiled and flattered her. "All right, my dear young lady, thank you for the heads up." Dan Qing subtly signaled to me, and I nodded, taking Ji Yuan's hand and inquiring, "Ji Yuan, where's Fangping? Is she here? And what about you, Shulan? Has she arrived?" Ji Yuan turned back to me, ready to respond, but her gaze suddenly froze as she scrutinized me from head to toe, her fingers instinctively playing with her pearly teeth, a habit of hers when deep in thought. Dan Qing lightly cleared her throat, gesturing to Mr. Hua's gold watch, implying that time was of the essence. Mr. Hua nodded, about to speak when Ji Yuan chimed in. "Qing Ling, you look absolutely stunning," she murmured sincerely, her eyes sparkling as she continued. "I knew that fabric, those patterns, and this simple style would suit you, but I didn't expect you to look this, though many had already complimented my appearance today." Gina's unreserved praise warmed my heart, that I beamed at her, smoothing my dress, and replied, "That is all thanks to your excellent taste." "Nonsense. If it were someone else, they might not pull it off as you do. By the way, Fangping has already gone in. She said my choice might not be the best. This time, I need to prove her wrong." She turned to her brother. "Let us go find Fangping first. You two can go in on your own. We'll catch up with you later." With that, she energetically tugged me toward a side door that I heard Mr. Hua call out in surprise, followed by Dan Qing saying, "All right, Chang Yuan, let us go inside. That if the young ladies wish to stick together, Let them be. Before Donqing's words had fully settled, I found myself pulled into the side door, instantly enveloped in a quieter atmosphere. Where only a few servers moved about, their trays laden with an array of beverages. Upon our entrance, the servers paused, bowing slightly in respect. Jiuan merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued to lead me onward. This corridor appeared rather deep, with doors lining either side, adorned with Western oil paintings that, though I did not comprehend, I surmised to be masterpieces by renowned artists. This area serves as a lounge for the female guests. But since the banquet hasn't started yet, it's rather empty. If it weren't for Fangping's shoe strap being loose, I would have gone to find you with her. Her brothers are here too. Her second brother is quite amusing. I'll introduce you to him later. Jiuan spoke as we walked, and I could only nod in response. Just as she finished, a door ahead swung open, revealing Fangping in a snow-white silk dress layered with a green lace long-sleeve vest. Pushing the door with one hand, she was still adjusting her shoes with the other. "Ping, are your shoes fixed?" Jiuan called out. Fangping looked up, about to smile, but upon seeing me, she paused, took a moment to gather herself, and made her way over, examining me closely before offering a gentle smile. Then she turned to the proud Jiuan and remarked, "You know, this outfit only looks good on her. I always thought Qinglang's temperament leaned towards the classic. Yet she looks stunning in this Western-style dress out of course. I have impeccable taste," Jiuan retorted with a playful face. She then spun me around as if admiring her own masterpiece, making sounds of approval. Fangping rolled her eyes and pulled me back, saying, "Don't get too full of yourself. That's because Qinglang has a good figure. She do look beautiful in anything, even burlap. It has nothing to do with your so-called taste." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Jiuan shot back at Fangping, who was grinning mischievously. I quickly grabbed Jiuan's hand and said to Fangping with a wry smile, "Please don't say that. Otherwise, our dear miss might actually dare to have me show up in burlap just to prove her point." Fangping burst into laughter, and Jiuan couldn't help but join in, squeezing my hand tighter as she exclaimed, "This Fang girl is the worst, trying to stir trouble and make us look foolish while she enjoys a good laugh." Fangping chuckled slyly. "That's your fault for being so gullible. I didn't even need to try." As I listened to the endless banter between Jiuan and Fangping, my hands were tightly grasped by them, and an indescribable joy welled up from the depths of my heart that I reciprocated their grip with equal fervor. Let us take a shortcut and enter from that side. Otherwise, we'll have to endure the tedious chatter of those elders. It's utterly tiresome," Jiuan muttered. Fangping pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, my brother and the others have probably already gone inside." With that, Jiuan led the way through a side door partially concealed by crimson velvet. As we approached, the sound of music floated out from within, indicating that this door led directly into the grand hall. Jiuan turned back with a smile and remarked, "I've been here before. This door opens to the hall and is quite discreet, nestled beneath the staircase that we can observe things from inside." I was momentarily taken aback. "Observe what?" Fangping, following closely behind, chuckled. "Observe the dignitaries of Shanghai Bund, of course. Nothing generates gossip quite like a banquet." "Oh," I replied disinterestedly, nodding. Jiuan slipped inside, and I followed suit. Indeed, we found ourselves at a staircase landing, where Jiuan pulled me aside into the shadows. Fangping positioned herself behind me. As I gazed ahead, a dazzling scene unfolded before my eyes. A spacious and brilliantly illuminated hall, with gilded stair railings, massive crystal chandeliers sparkling like diamonds, a plush crimson carpet, and walls adorned with exotic floral patterns. The tall windows were all thrown open, and in the distance, a band on stage played the trendiest tunes of Shanghai, while seemingly countless elegantly dressed men and women mingled, some sipping drinks, others admiring the scenery, whispering secrets, or laughing heartily. "What's wrong?" Stunned into silence, Fangping gently tapped my head with her knuckles from behind. I've never been in such a luxurious place." I breathed out softly. "It's simply unbelievable." Jiuan turned around and boisterously declared, "What's so unbelievable about it? Once you've seen enough, it becomes commonplace." I smiled faintly at her, though inwardly I felt no fondness for such opulence. Everyone was laid bare under the glaring lights, subject to judgment, yet each person was wrapped tightly in their own fades, eager to judge others rather than themselves. "Hey Ping, look over there, isn't that your second brother?" Jiuan exclaimed. "My goodness, he's actually trying to curry favor with Miss Su." She paused, swallowing the rest of her words. Following Jiuan's finger, I spotted a young man resembling Fangping, clad in a striped suit, engaged in jovial conversation with a woman in a peach-hued qipao. Not far off, Su Shuiying, dressed in pure white, was chatting with several young men and women. Fangping, seemingly unperturbed, remarked with a laugh, "My second brother greets every woman he encounters that he claims it's a matter of gentlemanly manners. But my elder brother says it's merely a case of olfactory dysfunction." Juan and I turned to look at her simultaneously, and she chuckled. "Can't distinguish between fragrance and stench. I suppose that haha. Oomph. The third Miss Su certainly knows how to make an impression. Just look at the fortune she must have spent on that outfit." Ji-Yuan scoffed that if she's wealthy and chooses to spend it, why should you care? "You're not her father," Fangping retorted with a snicker. Indeed, dressed like a fairy, all set to find a suitor, Juan rolled her eyes. Fangping leaned closer to me, whispering with a sly grin, "What do you think? Can you detect a hint of jealousy?" I couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Look quickly, Lu Qingxi has arrived," Juan called out without turning her head, waving at us. Fangping and I hurried over. Wow, Juan breathed in awe. Only she would dare to wear black, but she truly looked stunning. I found myself entranced by the alluring woman gracefully navigating through the crowd, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, devoid of any superfluous adornments. She greeted acquaintances with a charming smile, seemingly oblivious to anyone else. Indeed, I have always believed that in Shanghai, at least at this moment, no woman can rival Lu Qingxi's allure. "Her hair is simply exquisite," Fangping remarked, running her fingers through her own curls with a hint of resignation. "Mine is naturally curly. No matter what I do, it won't straighten." She pouted that I gently touched her hair. "Your curls are lovely, like a doll's." Perhaps Lu Qingxi keeps her long hair because she struggles with curls. Fangping smiled. "Thank you for the consolation, but Lu Qingxi doesn't keep her long hair for that reason." That I cast her a questioning glance. And Jiun interjected, "Indeed, she has suffered greatly for that long hair." I gasped involuntarily. "Are you unaware of the Lu family's affairs?" Fangping inquired. "I thought Jun mentioned you had some past interactions with them." I murmured, "Only casual encounters, by chance." Fangping beckoned me closer with her fan. Lowering her voice, "The Lu family's heir is an only child. The ITS said that their ancestors were originally dock workers, but during the Taiping Rebellion, they somehow struck it rich. After several generations, they became a prominent family. Lu Cheng is a child adopted by his father, merely a servant at first, but he eventually made quite a name for himself. That it seems he handles most of the family's shadowy business. As for Yi Zhan and Lu Qingxi, they were reportedly picked up from the docks by Lu Cheng, like brothers. However, no one dares to mention those matters openly anymore." She shrugged her shoulders, concluding her tale. I instinctively nodded as a vivid scar flashed before my eyes. "Is he an adopted son?" Suddenly, I felt a strange kinship with his story. All right, I didn't say anything more," Fangping pleaded, sensing my unease that I looked up to see Jun glaring at her, prompting Fangping to shake her head helplessly. "Whenever it comes to him, you react this way. Does he even recognize you?" Ji-Yuan remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard a word that Fangping exhaled, leaning closer to me. "Just be cautious and steer clear of Lu Qingxi's long hair. You wouldn't want to find out how perilous that could be." I nodded quickly, involuntarily glancing back at the enchanting beauty engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly perceiving her shimmering hair as a collection of sharp blades, that I shuddered involuntarily. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. "The main event has arrived. We should stop hiding and join in." Everyone is beginning to offer their birthday wishes. Jun straightened up, adjusting her hair and attire. Fangping and I followed suit. Jun grabbed my hand and plunged into the throng, and I instinctively lowered my head, listening as Jun and Fangping greeted acquaintances. While various glances, laden with differing meanings, settled upon me, that Lu, my dear brother, today is a joyous occasion. I wish you longevity and prosperity. A gravelly voice echoed throughout the hall. Fangping leaned in, whispering, "Su Guohua, the patriarch of the Su family's three sisters. The most notorious businessman on Shanghai Bund, devours people without spitting out bones. Let us hurry, my brother is over there." Fangping urged, pointing as a man in a striped suit waved at her. Beside him stood another man of similar age and stature, though appearing far more composed. Both men seemed to know Jun well, greeting her with smiles and nods before their gazes turned toward me, that I quickly averted my eyes and made my way toward Mr. Hua and the others, still feeling the weight of their stares lingering behind me. Where have you two been? You've arrived quite late, Mrs. Hua, dressed in a deep purple qipao, inquired kindly. Jiwen had already cozied up to her mother. Playing the affectionate daughter, that I stepped forward. Mrs. Hua, it's a pleasure to see you. She took my hand, exclaiming, "Oh my, Qingling looks truly beautiful today." Time changes a girl. The last time I saw her, she was still a child. And now she appears so grown up. After a glance at Danxing, she added, "The elder sister is lovely, but the younger sister is even more remarkable. It seems your family is filled with beauties." Jiwen chimed in, "Mother, I helped her pick this outfit. Honestly, I must say Qingling is indeed more striking than Dan." She suddenly faltered, realizing her words were inappropriate, and offered an awkward smile that my heart raced, instinctively glancing at Danxing. Danxing, however, smiled radiantly, placing a hand on my shoulder. "She may not be more beautiful than you, but she certainly surpasses me. They say, a blue is produced from indigo and is better than blue. You think Qinglong's name is just for show?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Mr. He regarded Danxing with appreciation, while Jin made a face that I looked into Danxing's eyes, devoid of any jealousy, and felt a sense of relief. All right, it's time for us to move along." Mrs. Hua declared that a throng gathered in the center of the hall, with Mr. Hua and others exchanging greetings. Just as we approached, a cold stare pierced through the crowd. Turning my head, I saw Su Shuiying and several women watching me from a distance. The woman clad in a pink qipao possessed an equally frigid gaze, her lips curling into a haughty smirk. Upon noticing my stare, she disdainfully averted her eyes, only for her expression to shift to one of venomous resentment as she caught sight of Danxing, who walked ahead of me. In a moment of distraction, Madame Hua had already mingled into the crowd, leaving me awkwardly standing outside the circle, at a loss for what to do. "Madame Hua, your personal presence is truly an unexpected honor for me." "Lu, how is Mr. Hua faring?" A robust voice resonated amidst the throng. "Please, Mr. Lu, do not stand on ceremony. My husband has recently been troubled by rheumatism, or else he would have joined us. That I hope you can forgive him," the elder Mrs. Hua gently remarked. "That is most gracious of you, Director Hua. It has been quite some time since we last met. This young lady must be your fiancée, who has stirred quite a commotion on the bund." "Indeed, allow me to introduce her. Yun Danxing, my fiancée, Danxing. This is Lu Rinqing, the esteemed head of the Lu Enterprise." Mr. Hua's hearty voice announced that, "Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Wishing you a very happy birthday." Danxing greeted with grace. Indeed, Miss Yun is a vision of beauty. No wonder our steel-hearted director Hua has been softened. Laughter erupted from those around. "Brother, did I not already inform you of Miss Yun's beauty?" "You failed to believe me," Yi Zhan's languid voice interjected, causing Lu to chuckle lightly. "Let us not dwell on that. I ask this not Jie Yuan. You have grown even more striking in these few months," Lu remarked, as Jie Yuan sweetly wished him well. "Miss Yun, may I inquire, has that little girl not accompanied you?" Yi Zhan's voice rang out, startling me into instinctively taking a step back. "What little girl?" Lu inquired with a smile, to which Jie Yuan replied, "He refers to Danxing's younger sister." She then playfully chided Yi Zhan. "What little girl? Today is your chance to witness something splendid." "Ah, Qingling, where are you?" "Come here," Jie Yuan called out, having spotted me standing in a daze outside the gathering. She hurriedly pulled me into the crowd. "Hey, young Master Yi, do take a look." "Who is this?" as Jie Yuan tugged me into the throng. An unexpected hush seemed to envelop the surroundings, the music fading as beams of gazes swept over me like searchlights. My downward gaze traced the diverse array of shoes before settling on Danxing's specially crafted silver velvet high heels. Realization struck me. I must not disgrace Danxing in this setting. Gritting my teeth internally, I lifted my head, managing a polite smile as I said, "Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Yun Qingling, wishing you a happy birthday and all your desires fulfilled." To my own surprise, my voice emerged clear and resonant, contrary to my expectation of trembling. Mr. Lu, appearing to be in his early 30s, had neatly combed back hair, a square jaw, and pronounced brows framing deep-set eyes. His looks, while not surpassing Yi Zhan's, bore an air of aristocratic assurance that others lacked. He regarded me with a momentary pause, then smiled as he appraised me. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan's expression grew serious. He narrowed his eyes. Fixated on me without uttering a word, his gaze inducing a sense of discomfort that I shifted my attention back to Mr. Luda. What an elegant young lady. How old are you? Are you still in school? RW inquired with a smile, that I responded with a smile. I am nearly 16, studying at Sacred Heart Girls Academy with Jayuan Dada. Mr. Lu nodded, then turned to Danqing, saying, Your sister possesses such poise and decorum. She embodies the grace of her elder sister. Danqing smiled radiantly. You flatter me, sir. Indeed, the time has come. Shall we commence the ball? A deep voice echoed from behind me, that I stiffened, my heartbeat quickening Dada. Indeed, I lost track of time while conversing. Let us begin, everyone, please, Mr. Lu gestured with great poise. Prompting the guests to follow him toward the central ballroom, that I nodded at Jie Yuan, who had beckoned me to join her, but decided to linger a moment longer before turning, that I noticed Yi Lu conversing quietly with a few individuals nearby. After a brief exchange, he gestured, and they nodded before departing, that Yi Lu appeared somewhat fatigued. He gently massaged his temples, then seemed to sense something and swiftly turned his gaze toward me, that I failed to avert my eyes in time. And our gazes met squarely. His initially piercing gaze softened as he regarded me, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Instinctively, I returned his smile, that Yi Lu sauntered leisurely up to me, appraising me from head to toe before kindly remarking. Quite well, that I beamed, feigning surprise, really. Thank you for your kind words. His smile broadened, and the stern lines around his mouth softened. For reasons unknown, amidst the numerous compliments I received that evening, it was Yi Lu's mere 2 words that ignited a joyous spark within me. Gazing at his serene yet genuine smile, I found myself grinning foolishly. Dada, little girl, today you are unrecognizable. May I have the honor of a dance with you? Yi Zhan's playful voice chimed in my ear. His gaze roamed over me once more. I chuckled awkwardly. You flatter me, young Master Yi. Since you have graciously extended this invitation, I shall first join the queue. Excuse me. With that, I performed a slight bow to both him and Yi Lu before turning toward Jie Yuan. From behind, Yi Lu's light laughter reached my ears, subtle, yet I caught it in him while lips involuntarily curled into a smile that I had long heard Jie Yuan and Fong Ping discuss Yi Zhan's numerous romantic entanglements, which led the young ladies to queue for dances at balls to avoid conflict. Humph. This little girl is transformed. She resembles a blooming gardenia, yet remains the sharp-tongued flower I knew, Yi Zhan remarked playfully. His tone devoid of malice, that I merely stuck out my tongue and laughed as I approached Jie Yuan and Fong Ping, overhearing Yi Lu inquire, Where is Qing Si? She went to change for the dance. Yi Zhan replied casually, As I reached Jie Yuan and Fong Ping. The music shifted, and the crowd in the ballroom parted, that I craned my neck to see RW leading a dazzlingly dressed Qing Si to the center, where they commenced a graceful dance after a splendid flourish. While I admired their refined movements, Fong Ping suddenly asked, Qing Lang, has anyone invited you to dance? I blinked in surprise, shaking my head. Jie Yuan mirrored my shock. We had forgotten that the first dance was traditionally reserved for engaged couples. After Mr. Lu's dance concluded, we would have to step aside. Fong Ping, has your brother found a partner? Fong Ping rolled her eyes. My elder brother brought his girlfriend, while my second brother has gone mad and invited Su Xueqing, who shockingly accepted. How bizarre. She scanned the crowd, muttering, What do we do now? Everyone has likely found a partner by now. Jie Yuan's eyes brightened. Wait here. I'll find someone. With that, she dashed into the crowd, leaving Fong Ping and me exchanging glances. After a moment, as Mr. Lu's dance neared its conclusion, Jie Yuan returned, frustration etched across her face. Those I know all have partners. The remaining ones are friends of the Su sisters, and they would rather sit idle than assist. Su Xueqing's earlier smirk was clearly a trap. How infuriating. Fong Ping frowned. If all else fails, I'll just drag my second brother over. Fong Ping, please don't. I quickly interjected that I'm not a proficient dancer, and I've only just begun learning, that I might only embarrass myself further. Besides, we shouldn't offend the Su family over something trivial. Consider your brother's reputation. Fong Ping frowned, while Jie Yuan bit her lip, ready to speak when a wave of applause erupted, that we turned our gazes toward the stage, where Qing Si gracefully spun before the audience. Thanks to Mr. Lu's guidance, 2 young men, charmingly dapper, approached Jie Yuan and Fong Ping, prompting me to encourage them. Go on. I'll wait here for you, don't worry. Reluctantly, they joined the gentlemen, and as I waved them off, I noticed Danqing exiting the dance floor with Mr. Hua, while Yi Zhan led the Su family's eldest daughter. The music shifted to a lively tune, filling the ballroom with youthful exuberance, igniting a fervent atmosphere that I surveyed my surroundings, and indeed, there were no other young girls standing idly like me. Not far off, there were only older individuals or couples who were married. I could almost hear the hushed whispers of the crowd. Clenching my fists tightly, I straightened my back and smiled at Juan, Fangping, Dan Qing, and even Yushelin on the dance floor that as Yu Shuiying glided past me with her partner. Her lips curved in a slight smirk, and her eyes glinting with mockery as they swept over me. However, Danqing's expression shifted to one of concern. She realized something was amiss and leaned in to whisper something to Mr. Huodao. He glanced back at me, his brow furrowing, but it was evident that they were at a loss for how to proceed. I offered them a reassuring smile before averting my gaze, only to suddenly notice Yizhan making faces at me, which made me chuckle despite myself that I observed that his partner, Miss Su, seemed somewhat distracted, her gaze wandering aimlessly through the crowd. For some reason, her eyes suddenly locked onto me, and her expression soured. Taken aback, I glanced around, only to discover an empty space on either side of me. Turning, I found Louis standing quietly behind me that I quickly turned to face him. "Louis, is there something you need?" He regarded me calmly, asking, "Why are you not dancing?" I smiled and looked around. No one has asked me, and I don't dance very well. "What about you?" His lips curled into a slight smile, echoing my sentiments. No one has asked me either. And I don't dance well that I couldn't help but laugh, staring at his outstretched, elegant hand. "Shall we make do together?" Then, Louis' gentle voice resonated in my ear that I was uncertain of my response, but the next thing I knew, I was on the dance floor, swaying alongside him. I was oblivious to the steps I was taking. I merely followed Louis' lead. The music seemed distant, and all I could feel was the warmth of his hand enveloping mine. I was almost dizzy, feeling as though I could sense the scar on his palm, while his hand resting on my waist ignited a fire within me. "This flower smells delightful," he remarked casually. I instinctively lifted my gaze to meet his. His expression remained as warm as ever, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly finding my bashful demeanor entertaining, that my cheeks flushed that I find this flower appealing as well. "And its fragrance is far more pleasant than that of any perfume," I murmured in response. Louis nodded. "Indeed, natural beauty surpasses any artifice." He then effortlessly inquired about matters at school, and gradually, I began to relax. When the music ceased, I was mid-sentence, sharing a humorous anecdote about school, and he listened with a smile. Suddenly, I realized my laughter sounded jarring. The music had stopped, and people were dispersing around us. My face flushed crimson as I hastily took a step back. Louis, unperturbed, released my hand and slightly bowed to me. Before I could reciprocate, he turned and walked towards Lu and the others. Not far off, Yizhan observed us with a furrowed brow, wearing an unusually serious expression, that I glanced aside and realized that Louis had kindly guided me to the edge of the dance floor, that I spotted Dan Qing and Jiwan standing nearby and hurriedly approached them. Yet, as I drew closer, I sensed something was amiss. The gazes directed at me were far more peculiar than when I had stood alone moments before. Doubts crept in as I looked around. Noticing furtive glances and whispered conversations, that I quickened my pace towards Dan Qing and the others, finding Danqing's expression relatively calm, while the others appeared somewhat odd, with Jiwan looking particularly dazed. "Jiwan, Fangping, I haven't finished speaking to you," I began, but Jiwan forced a smile, saying, "I need to find my mother. I'll be back shortly." With that, she hurried away. Fangping reached out to stop her but withdrew her hand. Dan Qing, puzzled, leaned in to whisper to Mr. Hua, who also wore a strange expression, that he responded quietly, causing Dan Qing to pause, deep in thought as she glanced at me. "Fangping, what on earth is going on? Did I make a mistake while dancing? Why is everyone looking at me like this?" I tugged at Fangping's sleeve, asking softly. She cast me a glance before turning to follow Jiwan's departure. Biting her lip, she leaned in to whisper, "It's not that. It's just that everyone in Shanghai knows that Master Louis never dances." Chapter 21. Reunion. As the cold winds of winter began to arrive, it felt as though the world had instantly turned frigid. Leaves were blown from the branches, fluttering down to the ground, carpeting the corridor and pooling in the center of the courtyard, that I reached down to pick up a leaf, its edges already tinged with yellow, yet its veins remained distinctly visible, that I cleaned the leaf, leaving only the resilient stem, which I stretched as I contemplated finding another. Suddenly, a smooth hand reached from behind, presenting a stout stem. "Care for a little competition?" Came a cheerful voice that I chuckled lightly, quickly slipping my stem onto his. With a little effort, mine remained intact while his snapped in two. Ha! Truly a pretty face with no substance that I specifically picked a sturdy one, Fong Ping remarked, tossing aside the broken stem as she settled across from me. Placing her bag down and picking up the letter I had left on the bench. "From Jiwan?" I nodded. Fong Ping pinched the not-so-thin letter, scoffing, "This girl has written to me only a handful of times. And each time it's just a few bland sentences. Yet here you are with a tome of words, and she still dares to complain." After discarding the leaf, I clapped my hands and smiled. "See?" Fong Ping rolled her eyes. "Forget it. I'm not interested in reading that chatterbox-s letter. Besides, it's likely filled with bad-mouthing me, which would only infuriate me further." Did I curiously asked, "How do you know?" Fong Ping wore a knowing expression before leaning closer and whispering, "Because in the last letter, I just retorted her." I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head at their antics. Fong Ping grinned. "It's only polite to reciprocate. Besides, who told her to be away for so long without returning?" Upon hearing this, my smile faltered, and Fong Ping quickly realized her slip, rummaging through her bag for a packet of roasted peas. "Here, try these that I just snatched them from Yushalin. They're still warm, freshly popped." That I managed a weak smile. Sensing her awkwardness, I accepted the packet. I opened it while saying, "You tricked her, didn't you?" Only John would dare to snatch them, though we both paused, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter, the earlier tension dissipating. Fong Ping sighed softly. "That girl has been gone for almost half a year now." That I fiddled with the peas in my hand, my thoughts drifting back to 6 months prior. Since that banquet, I hadn't seen Jiwan again. The day after, when I returned to school, I felt like some rare creature on display, even worse than my initial experience. While Fong Ping remained unchanged, chatting and laughing with me, the stares of bewilderment, speculation, jealousy, disdain, and ridicule from others felt suffocating. A dance lasting less than 10 minutes shattered the decade-old rules of Louis and disrupted the fragile tranquility I had been clinging to. Gossip spread like wildfire throughout Shanghai overnight, and Jiwan vanished like the wind. Fong Ping and I assumed she had skipped school due to feeling unwell, but upon returning home, I learned that she had accompanied old Madame Hu back to her hometown in Sichuan. We were all aware that old Madame Hu's elder brother was unwell and wished to see his only sister. Mr. Hu had already purchased train tickets, waiting for the day after the banquet to send her off. However, it was unexpected that Jiawan would accompany her. "Long Yuan, you must be joking." That day, when I returned home feeling low, I went straight to my room. As I opened the door, I instinctively paused at the sound of Donqing's voice from the small living room upstairs. The girl insisted on going, claiming she was worried about my mother, and requested that I ask for a leave of absence from school for her. They were already on the train, and she would likely return in a few days. That Mr. Hu responded with a hint of fatigue. I was momentarily stunned. Did Jiwan leave because of me? I approached the living room door quietly, wondering if it was because of my dance with Louis yesterday that she had fled. Danqing murmured, her voice growing softer. "Ah, girls grow up and develop their own worries." The Mr. Hu sighed deeply, "But fret not. This matter is not graved at worst. It's merely a young girl's unrequited infatuation. Let her go and clear her mind. She'll forget in no time. Besides, a man like Lu Cheng, so complicated, is simply incompatible with her." Was it because Lu Cheng was an adopted son that his status was unworthy? Danqing, with a hint of curiosity, posed a question, and I perked up my ears to listen intently. That Mr. Hua, with a casual tone, remarked, "That is not the case. When it comes to capability, one should not underestimate Lu Cheng, despite his status as an adopted son. He excels in numerous aspects and possesses commendable character." But he paused momentarily, his voice tinged with a hint of disdain. "All the clandestine dealings of the Lu family fall upon him. Otherwise, with so many wealthy and powerful individuals on the Shanghai bund, what grants Lu Renqing the audacity to command respect and instill fear? Our Hu family, while not of royal lineage, belongs to a scholarly lineage that values propriety. That I have no desire to forge familial ties with those whose hands are tainted." A respectful distance suffices. After finishing, he let out a cold snort. "Unclean?" Danqing inquired, astonished. "You recognize Yijan, don't you? That lad is so handsome that even women would feel inferior. He is always smiling, yet at the age of 13. He made a name for himself at the East Pier with nothing but a dagger. Mr. Hu seemed to sigh. As for Lu Chung, well, I prefer not to dwell on such bloody matters that I in any case. As a man, I hold a certain admiration for Lu Chung. He is indeed a man of substance that it is a pity we cannot be confidants that that's so. What about Qing Ling? He invited her to dance yesterday. And didn't you say he never dances? Dan Qing asked, a hint of urgency in her voice that do not rush. Allow me to explain. Mr. Hu calmly interrupted that my heart began to race. Though I could not fathom why Lu Chung would invite Qing Ling to dance. Infringing upon his own principles, I knew he had encountered women of all kinds. Qing Ling was still but a child. Furthermore, I had long heard that Mr. Hu's voice lowered, and I instinctively pressed against the door. Sensing that what was to follow was of great importance, Qing Ling, you have returned, a voice called from behind. It was Shoa, and the conversation within the room abruptly ceased. I quickly turned to Shoa, gesturing for silence. Then swiftly slipped behind the curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window, signaling to her through the gap. Shoa stared at me, wide-eyed, as I made a series of gestures. With a click, the door to the living room swung open. Qing Ling has returned? Where is she? Dan Qing leaned out, glancing around, that I shrank back further into my hiding spot. Hey, Shoa, why are you standing there in a daze? Dan Qing chided. Shoa snapped back to reality, smiling brightly at Dan Qing. Oh, miss, I saw Qing Long's door open and thought she was back, so I called out. After this, she nimbly dashed to my door, peered inside, then turned back and stuck out her tongue. No one is here. Perhaps Aunt Lee came up to collect the dirty laundry and left the door ajar. Dan Qing paused, looking around again before laughing. You silly girl. Always making such a fuss that no wonder your mother scolds you. Shoa chuckled, scratching her head to be by the way. The master has returned. Go tell your mother to warm up the snacks I bought today and brew a good pot of tea. Also, if you see Qing Ling back, ask her to come find me. I have something to discuss with her. Hurry now, Dan Qing instructed before turning to retreat into her room. That I'll go right away, Shoa chirped, watching Dan Qing close the door before tiptoeing over to me. Qing Ling, what are you up to? She whispered that I shook my head, replying softly, just go. We can talk later. Shoa nodded, giving me a sympathetic look before gracefully descending the stairs that I quietly leaned back against the door to the small living room. That girl, Shoa, I wondered when she would learn to be more composed. Not only did Zhang Mama worry, but even I was troubled about how she would fare in marriage in the future. Dan Qing in the room expressed her frustration that Mr. Hu laughed heartily. I actually find her quite admirable, bright, straightforward, and without guile. She speaks her mind, much like Jin, though it's a pity she hasn't read much. Dan Qing chuckled lightly. Shoa has been taught by Qing Ling. They have been close friends since childhood. That MY's second brother often says that one is a cannon and the other a reserve gourd. Yet they get along so well. With a sigh, she continued. Now, I worry. Qing Ling is at that tender age of budding emotions. What if she truly develops feelings for Lu Chung? After spending this time together, you should know that she's the most easygoing girl. But once her stubbornness kicks in, it would take 8 horses to pull her back, that Mr. Wu contemplated, then spoke after a moment. I understand. However, that girl values you, Shoa, and Zhang Mama. Yes, and even your second brother, above all else. If anything happens, just reason with her. She will listen. Let us hope so. Dan Qing sighed that Mr. Wu smiled. Rest assured, while Qing Ling is steadfast, she is not willful or reckless. She possesses a clear sense of right and wrong. And her emotional depth ensures she won't find herself in trouble. The room fell silent for a moment before Dan Qing let out a playful hum. It seems you truly admire her. I rarely hear you praise anyone. I could not help but bite my lip as Mr. Wu teased. Oh, are you jealous? Bah, Dan Qing retorted, lightly scolding him. That Mr. Wu chuckled softly, but his tone shifted to seriousness. Do you know what I admire most about Qing Ling? I paused at the door, and Dan Qing fell silent as well. She experiences joy for the happiness of others and sorrow for their sadness. And why father once said this is one of the most precious qualities a person can possess. She is a girl who brings warmth to others, and I suspect Lu Chung is drawn to her for that warmth. You know, cold-blooded creatures are most fond of sunlight. His voice carried a note of mockery at the end. Dan Qing did not respond for a while, then quietly said, You are right. Back home, Moang and my mother expressed similar sentiments. Even my father, who is typically stern and indifferent, took the time to teach her how to read and write. You know, sometimes I find myself envying her. Though everyone praises me, it is she whom everyone confides in, and I am no exception. How absurd is that? I stood outside, taken aback, never imagining that the proud and self-assured Danqing harbored feelings of envy towards me. The sound of fabric rustling filled the room as Mr. Wood gently remarked, "There is nothing absurd about that. This is what I admire about you. Outwardly, you are so intelligent, proud, and beautiful. Yet inside, you are soft and vulnerable. Qing Lang brings warmth, while you make my heart ache. I just wish to keep you from pretending to be strong." Danqing let out a soft sob, to which Mr. Huo responded in a low voice. "Moreover, just your presence brings me warmth, and that is enough." Danqing sniffled and asked, "Is that so? In what way do I provide warmth? Is holding you not warm enough? So warm and heavy, quite substantial," Mr. Huo jested. And instantly, Danqing began to pout, filling the room with laughter. That it was clear that the ensuing conversation was no longer suitable for my ears. So I quietly turned and made my way back to my own room. Just as I was about to close the door, I heard Shower's footsteps ascending the stairs. That I gently shut the door, leaving the lights off, shedding my coat onto the chair, and collapsing onto the soft bed, staring blankly at the white ceiling. All that had transpired last night and today played before my eyes like a revolving lantern. The invitation to dance from Sixth Master, Jiuwen's pale countenance, the inscrutable gazes of the crowd, and Danqing's unspoken sentiments, all weighing heavily upon me. Recalling last night, I suddenly felt a familiar warmth igniting in my waist. Unable to resist, I raised my right hand to gaze upon it. In the dim light, the deep line etched into my palm evoked a sense of melancholy. Fong Ping had once said that this line signifies the emotions of a person's life, noting that mine was profound and intense, destined for a tumultuous romance. That I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Though I had yet to grasp the essence of love, I had already experienced its fiery depths. That in a daze, the deep line morphed into a scar, startling me, and I instinctively clenched my fist. That I looked down at my palm. The deep line remained as vivid as it had been that night, not fading with the passage of time. That a shriveled bean lay pressed upon it. A hand reached out, plucking the bean from my palm. "Stare all you want. It one tea become two," Fong Ping said, popping the bean into her mouth and crunching it. That the last one. Luck is on my side. I struck first. That I chuckled, folding the empty bag in my hand, softly stating, "Jiuwen mentioned in her letter that she will be returning soon." Fong Ping paused, her mouth still, and I handed her the letter. Nodding, she glanced at me before opening the letter, quickly skimming through it, then focusing intently on a particular passage, rereading it twice before carefully folding it back and handing it to me. "This is truly wonderful," she exclaimed, relief washing over her. I was so afraid she might lose herself in a mere illusion that I nodded in acknowledgement. Jiuwen writes to me nearly every month. When I received her first letter, my hands trembled with excitement. Fong Ping, watching me as I made the letter tremble with a rustling sound, merely smiled and patted my shoulder in comfort, understanding the depth of my fear at losing such a friend as Ji. In her letter, Jiuwen did not mention anything about the events of that evening. Instead, she described the breathtaking beauty of Sichuan, truly a land of abundance that captivated her. She recounted the rich cultural geography and history. Yet she offered no indication of when she would return. In contrast, I detailed all the trivial happenings at school and home, leaving no stone unturned in my correspondence. That we remained as close as ever. Yet it felt as though we were separated by a river, exchanging warm greetings while no one ventured across the nearby bridge. The interval since her last letter was somewhat prolonged, causing me worry. I had previously inquired with Fong Ping, who had not received any correspondence either. However, upon receiving her latest letter, I sensed a change in Jiuwen, though I could not articulate why. Her words seemed to carry a lighter tone, not forced but genuinely cheerful. This time, the letter arrived swiftly, filled with an abundance of chatter, yet I focused solely on one line. "I am preparing to return home," once Fong Ping set aside her concerns. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of Jiuwen's return, she became increasingly talkative, and I listened as she spoke animatedly. She mentioned that she had long known Jiuwen's unrequited love would bear no fruit. Setting aside the fact that the Hua family would never agree, it was simply that Lu Cheng would never take an interest in Jiuwen, not due to any deficiency on her part, but rather because it was rumored that Lu Cheng was waiting for a woman whom he held dear. When I heard this news, I felt no shock. It was likely the unspoken words I had overheard between Mr. Hua and Danqing that day. Yet, no one knew that I had not seen Lu Yi for the past 6 months. Nonetheless, our communication had not ceased. Shirtu always found a way to reach me unnoticed. Whether by bringing me food, books, or merely checking on my well-being, that I suspected Lu Yi had sent him. Though I did not fully comprehend the implications, still, I found myself unable to refuse these small, thoughtful gifts that, though inexpensive, brought me warmth. Thus, I would occasionally give Shirtu some medicine for headaches or hangovers to take back, never inquiring whether he used them, nor did he ever mention it. Fangping observed my indifferent demeanor and seemed reassured. Her viewpoint mirrored that of Mr. Hua. It was best to maintain a respectful distance from the Lu family, with no need for deep connections that I surmised she had conveyed similar sentiments to Ji Yuan. But Ji Yuan had been unable to accept them. After the incident at the dance, Ji Yuan had left in sorrow, yet Fangping considered it a blessing, as it might help her to see the reality of her situation. Fangping elaborated on the complexities surrounding the Lu family, providing me with a cautionary tale that I learned that Lu Yi had lost his mother at a young age, and his father was a notorious enforcer in the Qing gang. Following his father's death in a gang conflict, he had wandered alone along the docks, surviving by his wits, small in stature, yet known for his bravery. Eventually, due to a twist of fate, he was taken in by Miss Liu, the aunt of Liu Renqing, and adopted by Old Master Liu when he was merely 12 or 13 years old. Few knew the specifics of his past, most being closely connected to the Liu family. Eventually, it became common knowledge that he had taken the Liu surname and brought along his childhood companions, Yi Zhan and Liu Qingzai, the Yi Zhan, abandoned at the docks. Had a father who was a boatman and a mother rumored to be a woman of ill repute. However, no one dared to mention this now. Curiously, he retained his mother's surname throughout. Liu Qingxi was not Liu Ye's biological sister, but rather an abandoned infant found by Liu Cheng and Yi Zhan while they were on the docks. Her name was given to her by Old Master Liu, and she was raised in a manner befitting a lady, attending school and learning the piano. Yet at 16, she gained fame as a dancer at the Bailman, becoming one of the most renowned socialites on the Shanghai Bund. According to Fangping, the elite of Shanghai regarded it as an honor to dance with her, and it was said that many of the Liu family's business dealings were facilitated through her connections. As Fangping spoke, she lamented the nature of men, who seemed to forget their names in the presence of beauty, revealing their true thoughts. That my heart grew cold at this, and I couldn't help but think of Dan Qing, who had been coerced by the matrons into becoming a concubine. Before she turned 16, Liu Qingxi must have been an innocent girl, much like Dan Qing had once been. That I shook my head vigorously, casting aside this ominous train of thought that, oh, how joyous today is. I became so engrossed in conversation. Qinglang, let me treat you to dinner. Since there are no classes tomorrow, you can just inform your sister. All right, very well. That I nodded with a smile. Sharing happiness with others magnifies the joy that I felt immense gratitude towards Fangping for her unwavering companionship during these times. Allow me to treat you. Sister Fang just awarded me some scholarship funds. I stood up, pulling Fangping along with me. Really? You're quite impressive. This must surely infuriate Su Shuiying, who has always been the one to receive such accolades. She had eagerly awaited Ji Yuan's absence, yet still her luck eluded her. Fangping's laughter rang out in delight. Hand in hand, Ji Yuan and I exited, as the school selected the most outstanding students every 6 months, bestowing awards as recognition. Ji Yuan had often been the recipient in the past. I had once inquired of Fangping why, despite her capabilities, she consistently ranked third instead of first. With a smile, Fangping replied that her abilities were limited, and she had no desire to compete fiercely with others. Thus she was content with a mere third place. Ji Yuan, however, scoffed, declaring that this clever fox delighted in pushing others to take the lead while she remained on the sidelines to observe the spectacle. The perennial second in command was Su Shuiying, and I imagine she must feel quite uncomfortable being caught between Ji Yuan and Fangping. Yet with Ji Yuan absent, I felt compelled to safeguard her interests. If Ji Yuan were to return to find Su Shuiying basking in her glory, she would surely be furious. Therefore, I studied diligently, determined to earn the red envelope that Sister Fang would be pleased to hand over to me. Let us go. I'll make the call. Fangping cheerfully tugged me towards the gatehouse, where a telephone was available for student use. Along the way, we encountered several students leaving class. Some greeted us, while others pretended not to see us. Turning their heads to walk past, I was already accustomed to this, and Fangping seemed unfazed. Sister, I'll be home soon. There is no need. Fongping's family driver will take me home, so Mr. Wang need not come. All right then, goodbye, sister. Then I gently hung up the phone and turned to Fongping with a smile. All done. Fongping made a face, saying, sometimes I envy you for having such a caring sister, but when she starts to nag, I feel there is nothing to envy. That I couldn't help but laugh. Danqing didn't nag at all. She merely offered gentle reminders. Before I could finish my thought, Fongping quickly made a gesture of surrender. Okay, I know your sister is the best sister in the world, flawless and perfect. Did I ask that satisfactory? I smiled, just about to speak, when I heard the chattering of several girls outside. Shuiying, I can't believe Sister Fong actually awarded the prize to that country bumpkin. It is outrageous. She has no match for you at all. Voices of agreement followed. Enough, stop talking about her. What is she even worth to compare with me? Su Shuiying's shrill voice cut through the noise, silencing the chatter immediately. Fongping frowned, and I gently shook my head at her. All right, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. I'll treat you all to Yadlin. I heard from my father that they have a new French chef, famous for his authentic foie gras. Let us go, Su Shuiying called out, and the commotion resumed. Snowing, if I may say, the foie gras isn't what matters. Seeing your beloved is what is truly important. A girl from my class chimed in sweetly, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. Su Shuiying huffed, mind your own business. If you don't want to go, then don't. With that, she stomped off in her high heels. And the other girls hurriedly followed her, laughing and chattering. Bah! Fongping spat lightly, finding amusement in such nonsense. What is so interesting about foie gras and heart's desires? What good are they? I chuckled, shaking the red envelope in my hand. The main point is this. After all, she is merely trying to irritate Yi Lao Chi, which doesn't concern us. Fongping laughed, saying indeed. So where shall we go? How about Baker's Bakery? Their cheese is the best. All right, wherever you say. Speaking of which, Jun loves that I nodded with a smile, greeting Mr. Zhang at the gate before walking out with Fongping. Let us make her envious. After all, she has been so ungrateful for leaving us for so long. Fongping wrinkled her nose and pulled me into her family's car. Old Joe, to Baker's, she instructed, and the driver promptly acknowledged respectfully to be by the way. When is your perfect sister getting married to Brother Hua? They've been engaged for quite some time. Haven't they? Fongping asked casually. Did I paused, that? Perhaps they LL arrange it after Lady Hua and Jiuan return. So won't he wait for your brother? Fongping turned to glance at me, and I shook my head, uncertain if he would return in time, that if he could, that would certainly be wonderful. However, Mr. Hua seemed reluctant to prolong the matter any further. Oh, Fongping nodded, that I feigned sorting through my backpack, lowering my head, that up until now, there had been no word from Mo Yang. Mr. Hua often comforted us, stating that in such situations, sometimes no news is better news. Although Danqing and I understood the futility of this sentiment, we could only cling to that thought that Mr. Hua had initially planned to marry Danqing if he had not located Mo Yang by the end of the year. Who knows what else could transpire if this continued to drag on? Danqing was anxious in her heart, but could not voice it that I understood, as did Zhang Ma, and naturally, Mr. Hua did as well. Consequently, last week he suddenly suggested that Danqing visit Pei Lu Meng to select a wedding gown that moment. Danqing was filled with mixed emotions of surprise and excitement. That was only after receiving a letter from Jie Yuan that I realized that old Madame Hua was returning. And Mr. Hua was determined to make a decisive move. Miss, we've arrived, the driver said respectfully. That I lifted my head, and sure enough, the red sign of beak was right before us. Fongping and I alighted from the car and walked inside. As the bell at the entrance jingled, a server clad in a pristine white apron promptly approached us. Fongping and I chose a table near the window. After ordering our refreshments, we engaged in casual and relaxed conversation, with our worries and discontent from recent days dissipating with Jie Yuan's impending return. Despite the looming matter of Danqing's marriage and the possibility that old Madame Hua might oppose it, I firmly believed that Mr. Hua genuinely cared for Danqing and would find a way to persuade his mother. That as we chatted, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from somewhere, prompting me to glance around. Noticing my demeanor, Fongping laughed and asked if I was anxious about the expenses of the gathering, unable to sit still. Just then, the bell at the door jingled again, and the previously cheerful expression on Fongping's face suddenly darkened. She awkwardly turned her face away and said, Qing Ling, I need to wash my hands. I'll be back shortly. I nodded, and she hastily made her way toward the washroom behind the screen. I watched her figure vanish behind the partition, curiosity getting the better of me as I turned to glance toward the entrance, wondering whom Fong Ping had seen that had caused her such distress. A pink figure caught my attention. It was a Japanese woman dressed in a kimono, her delicate features exuding an air of gentility as she followed closely behind a young man clad in a dark suit. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and had fair skin that as the light glinted off his lenses. I was startled and quickly turned away, grabbing my teacup and taking a hasty sip. "Hello, miss," a somewhat awkward yet soft voice sounded beside me. I couldn't help but choke slightly, and when I looked up, I found the Japanese woman standing respectfully beside me. Upon noticing my gaze, she bowed deeply, startling me. Unsure of how to respond, she bowed again and said, "My master wishes to invite you to join him." With that, she gestured toward the young man, who was raising his glass and nodding in my direction, his expression warm, yet carrying an air of superiority. I furrowed my brow slightly and replied, "No, thank you, that I do not know your master, but I appreciate the kind offer. Please convey my regards." The woman appeared taken aback, opening her mouth as if to say something. But upon seeing my resolute expression, she said nothing further and turned to leave. The piercing gaze from the young man continued to bore into me, making me feel uncomfortable that I absent-mindedly reached for a piece of cake and popped it into my mouth. Turning my gaze toward the window, watching the twilight descend at that moment, a familiar car slowly passed by, prompting me to lean forward for a better look. "Hello, miss. I am Yuan Xing," he did, a voice, slightly husky, sounded beside me that I turned abruptly, startled to find the young man standing next to me, smiling. Noticing that I merely stared at him, he chuckled softly and slightly bowed, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Please treat me kindly." With that, he turned and sat down directly across from me. That a wave of anger surged within me. I did not know who he was, but I could guess he was Japanese, despite his flawless Chinese. Regardless of what I had heard Mo Yang say, or my own experiences since arriving in Shanghai, I held no fondness for them. Watching him sit comfortably across from me, his demeanor relaxed, I felt no desire to engage in conversation and merely wanted to stand up and leave. "Miss Liu, I attended the last ball as well. Your dance with M.R.L. stirred quite a sensation on the bund." Yuan Qing, he remarked leisurely as I attempted to leave, that I was taken aback. At the previous Liu family banquet, many foreigners from the concessions had attended, but I had hardly paid them any mind. Who would remember him? Furrowing my brow, I was about to turn and walk away when he glanced toward the screen and then back at me, smiling. "The young lady sitting with you earlier was Miss Fong Ping, correct?" At that moment, the bell at the door jingled again, that my eyelids fluttered. Fong Ping's earlier unpleasant expression flashed through my mind. "That no," I replied instinctively. That he raised an eyebrow. "No. Are you not waiting for her here?" "Then who are you waiting for?" His tone was gentle, yet his expression seemed to mock my fragile denial. That my face flushed with embarrassment, and I nearly stood up to assert, "What business is it of yours who I am waiting for?" When I suddenly heard Liu Yiqing Yuan's deep voice behind me. "She is waiting for me, original lieutenant." Long time no see, that I was taken aback, and before I could respond, a strong hand grasped my elbow, deftly pulling me up, and that hand settled on my waist, light yet firm. That I apologized for being late, Liu Yi said, looking down at me with a smile, and I could only nod foolishly. Liu Yi smiled. "We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, that we will discuss further another day." Yuan Qing, he appeared surprised to see Liu Yi, but quickly regained his composure, standing to bow. Yet there was a hint of provocation in his demeanor that I see. The rumors were true. Mr. Liu's exceptional dance was indeed not a whim. Liu Yi raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying the statement. "Then I bid you farewell." With that, he did not even spare Yuan Qing a glance as he turned to lead me out at the entrance. Someone had already opened the door. That familiar shiny bald head was one I recognized well. I instinctively smiled at him, and he returned my smile with a goofy grin. Though his expression quickly turned serious that as we stepped outside, 2 or 3 individuals swiftly surrounded us, that I lifted my gaze and noticed the car I had found familiar earlier was parked not far across the street. The bald man cautiously surveyed the surroundings before quietly saying, "Liu Yi, we should return for now. This little devil typically travels with many companions that we have secretly intercepted quite a bit of goods from their trading company at the docks. Although we have not yet reached an open conflict, caution is advisable." Liu Yi nodded, pulling me along toward the opposite side, that I hastily tugged at him. "No, Fong Ping is still inside." Lu Yi halted, and the bald man quickly said, "Girl, don't worry that I'll have someone bring her out through the back door. Just trust me, Ditto." I nodded absently, though unsure of what was happening. The tense atmosphere made me aware that it was best to remain silent and obediently follow. "Have you taken the medicine for your headache again?" Lu Ye's hand was warm, causing a flutter of anxiety within me. Suddenly, I asked this seemingly absurd question, my own words startling me. How could I inquire about such trivial matters at a time like this? Lu Yi chuckled softly. "Yes, I've been taking it." "Thank you for your concern." Then my face flushed crimson as I looked down and walked briskly. This moment, I could not discern if it was my hand or Lu Ye's that felt hot. I only felt the intense warmth tightly enveloping our hands. The streetlights began to illuminate, some bulbs flickering erratically. Just as we were about to reach the car, Lu Yi suddenly turned and lunged toward me, followed by a sharp sound. Before I could react, Lu Yi pushed me behind the car and instructed, "Stay down," that he hissed, swiftly moving to the other side. That moment, I heard a commotion among the crowd outside, punctuated by several sharp sounds. The driver quickly exited the vehicle, a gleaming black handgun now gripped tightly in his hand. My eyes widened as I watched the gun. In the blink of an eye, he had skillfully maneuvered to the other side of the car. I crouched down in panic against the car, fear gripping my heart. The whistling of bullets made me tremble uncontrollably, and I worried for Lu Ye's safety, suddenly recalling Fong Ping's fate. Just as I began to relax slightly, I let out a scream as a panicked individual collided with me while running, pushing me away from the car to a nearby open space. I hastily braced myself with my hands. The rough ground burned my palms, and before I could rise, a powerful force swept me off my feet, and I was carried away into a nearby alley. I was startled, kicking and calling out, unsure where my feet landed, and the person holding me murmured softly, making me pause. He swiftly covered my mouth with his hand, tightening his grip around my waist, forcing me to press closely against his chest. A wave of warm breath suddenly rushed against my ear. After only a few hurried steps, he abruptly halted, panting as he held me. "Friend, whoever you are, let her go, or else." Mr. Lu's indifferent voice floated from behind us, accompanied by a faint clicking sound. The man gasped a couple more times and then gently set me down. I slowly turned around. The alley was somewhat dim, and my vision blurred, making it difficult to see clearly. Trembling, I reached out to touch the man's face, but he appeared utterly unperturbed by the gun that Mr. Lu had pressed against the back of his head. He grinned widely, revealing a flash of white teeth, and said, "Girl, I'm back." Chapter 22, Heartfelt Confessions, Part 1. "Well, this is delicious, and this one is quite good too. Qing Lang, you should try this as well." Mr. Lu, "I won't hold back." Mo Yang mumbled between bites, a smile adorning his face, with a hint of perspiration on his forehead. Sitting nearby and smoking, Mr. Lu raised an eyebrow at these words, gesturing for Mo Yang to feel free. While he observed him thoughtfully, then glanced at me, I quickly held out my bowl to accept a piece of fish that Mo Yang had picked up, and with a somewhat awkward smile, I said to Mr. Lu, "Please don't mind him. He has always been this way." Eating never stops him from talking, and he still articulates quite clearly. Mr. Lu was momentarily taken aback, then coughed lightly, as if the smoke had irritated him. A hint of amusement played at the corners of his mouth as he shot a sidelong glance at Mo Yang. However, Mo Yang seemed somewhat choked by my remark. His face reddening, he stretched his neck and widened his eyes to swallow the food in his mouth, then forced a smile at me, saying, "Girl, are you praising me or mocking me?" I chuckled dryly and handed him a cup of tea, pondering how to break the somewhat awkward silence, since Mr. Lu entered the room. He had yet to speak, merely engrossed in his smoking. Mo Yang, on the other hand, remained composed, as if we had merely parted ways that morning and were now reconvening for dinner, engaging in meaningless chatter while meticulously avoiding the reason for his sudden appearance before me. Sitting between the two of them was undeniably awkward. One was loquacious and cheerful, while the other, though taciturn, maintained his poise. Yet there was no hint of conversation between the two. With a soft creak, the door was gently pushed open, and a bald uncle entered quietly. He first smiled at me and Mo Yang, then approached Mr. Lu, leaning in to whisper a couple of words. Mr. Lu nodded, extinguished his cigarette, and then addressed us with a gentle apology. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. Mr. Yun, please enjoy your meal." With that, he stood up and Mo Yang politely said, "You're too kind. Please go ahead." I found myself rising instinctively, Watching Mr. Liu turn to leave, an inexplicable sense of panic washing over me. Mr. Liu, I murmured, unsure of what I even wished to convey. Upon hearing my voice, Mr. Liu turned back, observing me in silence. After a moment, his gaze flickered, and he softly said, "You stay and dine with your brother. I will return shortly." That he nodded gently at me before departing with the bald uncle. Instantly, I felt a wave of tranquility wash over me. Just as I was about to sit down, I noticed Mo Yang gazing at me with a contemplative expression. As if a hint of bewilderment lingered in his eyes, that I settled back down gently, waving a napkin in front of him, smiling as I asked, "Mo Yang, what are you thinking about?" With Mr. Liu gone, I felt as if I had returned to the days of yore, instantly relaxing and addressing Mo Yang as I used to. That Mo Yang seemed to snap back to reality, as if I had just pulled him from a dream. He blinked and the dazed look vanished. Suddenly, he made a silly face, exclaiming, "Little girl, after more than a year, I've just now realized you've grown into a young lady. Today outside that Western restaurant, I watched you for quite a while before daring to recognize you." "Really?" I smiled brightly, about to speak when I suddenly recalled his earlier words. "Wait, Mo Yang, you mean you were watching me the whole time outside the restaurant?" Mo Yang nodded, then picked up his chopsticks to chew on something. And no wonder I felt like someone was watching me, but couldn't find who it was. I ended up being teased by Fong Ping. I murmured. Upon hearing Fong Ping's name, Mo Yang's chewing stilled momentarily. That I blinked, wondering if I had imagined it. "Qingling, why don't you ask me what happened?" Mo Yang set down his chopsticks and reached for a napkin to wipe his mouth. His expression growing slightly serious. That I scrutinized him closely, then softly replied, "Before I saw you, I was eager to ask, but now that I see you standing here, unharmed and healthy, that's all that matters. That if there's anything else you wish to share." I would, of course, like to know. That Mo Yang silently gazed at me for quite a while before breaking into a smile, gently caressing my cheek. "Little girl, it's truly wonderful to see you again." I smiled faintly, feeling the warmth of Mo Yang's hand, just as I had in the past. The words I spoke now seemed light as a breeze. Yet moments ago, in that silent alley, I had clung to Mo Yang and wept uncontrollably, disregarding his soft reassurances. All the pent-up grievances and fears had surged forth like a flood, pouring out with my tears unrestrained, until I caught sight of Mr. Liu's indifferent figure turning to leave, which made me unwittingly stop. For a long time, I had truly wanted to know what had happened to Mo Yang, praying daily for his safe return. Yet now, seeing him whole and standing before me, saying, "Girl, I'm back," I felt a profound sense of contentment, utterly disinterested in probing into his past tribulations. With Mo Yang, Danqing, Zhang Mo, and Xiui by my side, what more could I desire? The sudden emergence of Danqing's name jolted me from my reverie. Having been lost in the joy of reuniting with Mo Yang, I realized I had forgotten the pressing matter at hand. Mo Yang, do you know how Danqing is doing now? Mo Yang gently waved his hand, causing my remaining words to catch in my throat as I stared at him. Dumbfounded, but he smiled slightly, saying, "I know all about your matters. Otherwise, how could I have returned to Shanghai to find you? Thankfully, you are all safe, or else." Mo Yang frowned, a hint of fear etched on his face. "You know." "How can you know? You've returned home." I was astonished. Did he encounter the military governor? The image of that $1,000 check flashed before my eyes. To this day, I remained perplexed. Was it that the military governor had intentionally let us off the hook, or was it the lieutenant acting on his own accord? Or perhaps he had returned to his hometown, where no one knew we were here. A whirlwind of thoughts left my head pounding. Mo Yang chuckled lightly. "Stop overthinking it, girl. You'll understand soon enough." That at this point, Mo Yang's expression darkened. "Let us not speak of home. I no longer have any family there." Seeing his somber demeanor, I quickly nodded in agreement. His expression softened as he smiled at me, saying, "Mo Yang, Danqing, Qingling, we are all family now, and we shall always live together. All right?" I eagerly nodded. Of course, that sounds wonderful. Yet a sudden realization washed over me. Mo Yang seemed somewhat different from before. While he still exuded cheerfulness and laughter, I shook my head, recognizing that both Danqing and I had changed. It was only natural, considering the tumultuous experiences Mo Yang must have endured during these days. That Mo Yang laughed heartily. "All right, soon we shall return to see Danqing. After all, that girl 1T let me off easy. She is not as easy to talk to as you are. She'll surely interrogate me thoroughly, and you will naturally learn everything then." That I smiled, feeling a mix of curiosity and unease, yet I didn't press further. Although Mo Yang was considerably more cheerful than Danqing, the siblings shared a trait reminiscent of their stepmother. They were both resolute that if they chose not to discuss something, no amount of questioning would yield an answer. By the way, are you quite familiar with that Lu Qing? Mo Yang casually inquired. That I was taken aback. Previously, I had only introduced Mr. Lu as a friend without delving deeper, as he had whisked me away to this restaurant. Seeing my stunned expression, Mo Yang chuckled. Silly girl, I've been in Shanghai for over half a year. How could I not be acquainted with a prominent figure like Lu Qing? With that, he lifted his teacup and took a sip. I considered this and realized it made sense. Well, not very well. I hesitated, unsure of how to articulate my thoughts, that if I claimed to be familiar, it had been 6 months since we last met. If I said we weren't close, we had never lost contact. Moreover, the sense of security I felt upon seeing Mr. Lu again was indescribable, making it difficult to say we weren't familiar. Observing Mo Yang thoughtfully turning his teacup, I felt his warmth, yet I couldn't ignore Mr. Lu's presence. But what is it? Mo Yang prompted, noticing my prolonged silence with a raised eyebrow and a smile that I rubbed my nose, admitting, I suppose I don't quite know how to describe it. Mo Yang scrutinized me for a moment before suddenly leaning in closer, nearly pressing his nose against mine. Our breaths intertwined, startling me, and I looked at him, amused. What are you doing? Just unsure of how to express it. Like this? Mo Yang squinted playfully, and I couldn't help but laugh. Yes, just like that. He drew back slightly, casting a glance at the direction in which Master Lu had just departed, and offered a faint smile, murmuring, It seems it is not too late. What is not too late? My curiosity piqued. I leaned in closer. Are you suggesting that your return is not too late? Indeed, you are unaware of the situation regarding old Madame Hua. Mo Yang, extending his hand, pinched my earlobe and gently rubbed it. Just as before that I am aware. Rest assured. You will understand soon enough. Observing his confident demeanor, I could only smile in response that a gentle knock on the door interrupted us. And Master Lu sauntered in, the bald uncle trailing closely behind him. Upon entering, Master Lu halted momentarily, remaining silent, while the bald uncle stared at both Mo Yang and me in bewilderment that I found it odd and was about to rise. But suddenly felt a tug on my earlobe. It dawned on me that Mo Yang's hand was still there, and my cheeks flushed crimson that Mo Yang withdrew his hand and stood up, smiling at Master Lu. Mr. Lu, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Some matters cannot be clarified immediately, but I will certainly express my gratitude properly later. For now, I wish to take Qing Lang home. The mention of home evidently struck a chord with Master Lu. He exchanged a glance with the smiling Mo Yang and replied slowly, Mr. Yun, please do not be so formal. I asked the brother of Miss Yun. You are naturally my friend. Zhao Shu, please drive them back to the Hua residence. With a wave of his hand, he halted Mo Yang's attempt at politeness, that Mo Yang smiled in return. Then I shall not insist. Qing Lang, let us depart. Mo Yang beckoned to me, and I quickly rose. I shall see you out. Master Lu offered, and no need to trouble yourself. Mo Yang replied courteously. Master Lu smirked, leading the way out, with Mo Yang and I following closely behind. Along the way, we walked in silence. Though I longed to speak, the sight of Mo Yang's profile and Master Lu's silent back rendered me mute. Upon reaching the entrance, the bald uncle was already waiting by the car, while Master Lu stood by the door. Mo Yang extended his hand. No need for further thanks. We shall discuss it more thoroughly another day. Master Lu smiled faintly. I am always at your service. They shook hands firmly, and after releasing the grip, Mo Yang glanced down at his hand without saying anything, gesturing for me to enter the car. The streetlights cast shadows across Master Lu's face, obscuring his expression. Noticing my hesitation, he kindly reassured me. Fong Ping has already been sent home. You need not worry. Thank you, I murmured, realizing I could not linger there, that I bent down and climbed into the car, while Mo Yang entered from the opposite side. As the vehicle began to move, I hastily rolled down the window and called out to Master Lu, who stood alone by the roadside. Master Lu, please let Shi Tu visit me when he has the chance. Master Lu seemed momentarily taken aback, nodded to me, and then signaled the driver, who promptly drove away. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Who is Shi Tu? Mo Yang inquired with a smile. Before I could respond, the uncle in front chuckled. That is my son, about the same age as Qing Lang and Xiua. He is quite mischievous and tends to fight with that girl that oh, is that so? Mo Yang chuckled lightly, engaging in conversation with the uncle, while my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts that I was anxious and excited about Mo Yang's impending meeting with Dan Qing and Mr. Hua. The journey, which should have felt short, seemed to stretch endlessly in my mind. When the uncle announced our arrival, my palms became instantly clammy with nervousness that I stumbled out of the car, and Mo Yang was quick to support me. "Do not be afraid. I am here," he said with a reassuring smile that I nodded in response. The uncle said no more, merely exchanged pleasantries before driving off. The servants of the Hua family, although unfamiliar with Mo Yang, respectfully opened the door for us. Upon entering, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the living room, causing my heart to race. The servant took my coat, then hurried to assist Mo Yang, that I made my way toward the living room. And just as I reached the doorway, I heard Mr. Hua laughingly say, "You willful girl, you come and go as you please without a word of notice." I gasped in surprise. "Did I ask everything all right?" "Brother, did you not want a surprise?" I interjected, feeling a rush of excitement. Jie Yuan's cheerful voice rang out. "Dan Qing, why hasn't Qing Lang returned yet? I have an even bigger surprise for you all." Listening to Jie Yuan's lively tone, my vision blurred momentarily. The surprises of the evening were simply overwhelming. Dan Qing chuckled. "Your sudden appearance is enough of a surprise. What more could there be, especially for us two? Now that is a secret." Jie Yuan giggled. "You will find out soon enough." That Mo Yang approached me and whispered, "Are you ready? Let us surprise them." Unable to suppress a smile, I rubbed my eyes and nodded in agreement. That Mo Yang gently pushed the door open. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into shrieks of astonishment. Dan Qing, who faced the entrance, turned pale, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at Mo Yang. She wobbled unsteadily to her feet, her hands trembling. That Mr. Hua quickly rose to support her, scrutinizing Mo Yang closely. After the initial shock, Zhang Ma and Xiua gasped, with Zhang Ma nearly fainting. Xiua rushed to catch her, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Mo Yang. A flash of green rushed toward us, and as my eyes brimmed with warmth, I was about to reach out for an embrace when Jie Yuan excitedly exclaimed, "Mo Yang, I thought you were handling matters in Chengdu and would be late returning to Shanghai. How did you arrive with Qing Lang? I was planning to surprise both of you." Before her words could finish, Dan Qing, Mr. Hua shouted. Mo Yang swiftly maneuvered past Jie Yuan, while Zhang Ma and Xiua hurried to join them, calling out in a frenzy. Watching the commotion around the fainted Dan Qing, I felt helpless, standing on the sidelines straining to see. Dan Qing lay in Mr. Hua's arms, her face as pale as snow. Her lips drained of color, her delicate brows furrowed, yet her chest still rose and fell gently. "Everyone, step back. She is fine." It appears she merely fainted from the overwhelming surprise. "Zhang Ma, please fetch the smelling salts." Mr. Hua instructed in a low voice. That Mo Yang furrowed his brow slightly, kneeling beside the sofa and gently stroking Dan Qing's hair, forehead and brows, his eyes filled with deep compassion. Zhang Ma hastily returned with the smelling salts, and Mo Yang gently applied it beneath Dan Qing's nose. With a soft exhale, she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother." Dan Qing's gaze locked onto Mo Yang's face, brimming with disbelief, joy, and a hint of grievance. Tears cascading down her cheeks, breaking the hearts of all who beheld her. "It is all right. I understand. I am sorry for returning late. Please do not cry." Mo Yang soothed gently, using the handkerchief that Xiua had given him to dry her tears. "Indeed, it is enough that Mo Yang has returned. Do not weep. You two must have so much to share after such a long time apart. Let us go inside and talk," Mr. Hua suggested with a smile. Helping Dan Qing to sit up, that he handed her a cup of hot tea, and after a few sips, her complexion brightened considerably. She smiled softly at Mr. Hua, while Mo Yang silently observed their interactions. Dan Qing glanced around and said, "Brother, let us talk inside." She gently tugged on Mo Yang's sleeve. "Very well," he nodded, rising to his feet. "Mr. Hua, please join us." Mr. Hua exchanged glances with him, then looked at Dan Qing, who held his wrist and nodded expectantly. He smiled and replied, "All right, let us head to the study." "Big brother," Jie Yuan instinctively called out as she watched the three of them head toward Mr. Hua's study. I gently tugged at her sleeve. Mr. Hua paused and turned back, smiling at Jie Yuan. "You have been mentioning Qing Lang for quite some time. Haven't you? It has been months since you two last met. And surely there is much to discuss." You should stay here tonight. I will speak to your mother. Da. Yes, Qing Lang. You must have plenty to say to Jie Yuan and Mo Yang. Let me have her for now. Dan Qing chimed in, and upon seeing me nod, she pulled Mo Yang inside. Mo Yang turned back, offering me and Jie Yuan a comforting smile. Reluctantly, I led Jie Yuan upstairs. Once inside, I removed my coat. And turning around, I found Jie Yuan sprawled across my bed. I couldn't help but chuckle. Sigh. Jie Yuan sighed deeply. Just as I was about to speak, there was a gentle knock at the door. Shioa, you may come in, I called out. Jie Yuan propped herself up, glancing at the door, and remarked, You really are something. Before she could finish, Shioa peeked her head in, glancing at me before smiling at Jie Yuan. Miss Jie Yuan, hello. Jie Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically, muttering unbelievable as she flopped back down. Shioa entered with a tray of hot snacks, which I promptly accepted. Leaning closer, Shioa whispered, What did Miss Jie Yuan say? I chuckled softly and Shioa made a face. I know it must have been something in English. Don't think I don't understand. Shioa, did my brother and the others go to the study? I inquired. Reclining casually, Ji Yuan asked a question. Yes, the door is closed and my mother just brought in some tea, then came out and told Butler who that no one is allowed inside. After Shioa finished speaking, she emphasized her point with a firm nod that I reached out for the teacup to pour tea, and Shioa offered to cut the cake for me. Shioa, you may go about your business now. Thank you for bringing these snacks. Once my brother and the others have finished their discussion, could you please come back and let me know? Ji Yuan's polite yet assertive voice came from behind us. I turned to see her sitting up, her face conveying that she had something to say. Then I turned to Shioa and softly said, You may go now, but please let us know if there is any news. Shioa obediently nodded, set down what she was holding, and bowed slightly to Juan before turning to leave, carefully closing the door behind her. That I walked to the bedside with a cup of tea. Smiled at Ji Yuan, and she took it from me, patting the space beside her on the bed, inviting me to sit. That I settled down close to her, our bodies nearly touching, and silence enveloped the room. Both inside and out. The only sounds were the occasional crackling of the firewood and the soft clinking of our teacups, creating an oddly serene atmosphere. After a moment, I sipped my tea and couldn't help but glance at Ji Yuan, only to find her looking back at me. Our eyes met, and we both burst into laughter, spitting out tea in the process. Oh dear, cough, cough. We laughed while hastily trying to wipe the tea off each other. All right, no need to wipe it off. This outfit needs washing anyway. Ji Yuan casually dabbed at me with her handkerchief a couple of times before handing it to me. As I grabbed the handkerchief, intending to toss it into the laundry basket behind the door, Ji Yuan asked, Qing Lang, how did you meet Moyang? Her question was straightforward. That I turned to her, noticing the seriousness in her expression, and tilted my head thoughtfully before smiling. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Ji Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback by my smile. After a moment, she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, twirling a tassel on the curtain with her fingers, and softly remarked, Qing Lang, do you know, I always thought that certain things only happen in books. Sitting at the edge of the bed, I watched Jun, who had fallen asleep curled up at the head of the bed. Perhaps feeling a bit cold, as she instinctively drew her limbs in, that I carefully pulled a blanket from beneath her and gently draped it over her, tucking a corner over my own legs as I leaned back against the headboard. In the bustling streets of Jinli near Wuhou Shrine, amidst the crowds, Ji Yuan's poetic and dreamy narration unfolded as she spoke. The initial awkwardness of our first meeting, the repeated encounters, the deep conversations that connected our souls, and the surprise of discovering our profound ties. All of it was utterly astonishing for Jun. The brightness, erudition, and ambition of Moyang, I couldn't help but rub my forehead. I had thought of him countless times over these days, never imagining that this name would one day give me a headache. Jun murmured something in her sleep, rolling over and inadvertently pulling the blanket from my legs, leaving them feeling chilly. That I curled my legs up, wrapping my arms around them, resting my chin on my knees, and gazed intently at the still sleeping Jun. Her complexion was rosy, reminiscent of the sweetness I had first encountered in her, no longer pale and despondent as she had been on the night of the ball. Fong Ping once remarked that Jin was naturally cheerful and warm-hearted, her good upbringing and education rendering her somewhat proud. Thus, when she took a liking to someone, regardless of gender, she would devote herself fully to them. Her vague fondness for Lu Qing stemmed from an accidental encounter, details of which even Fong Ping was not fully aware. Ji Yuan had merely mentioned that a man like Lu Yi was the true embodiment of manhood. Hua Changyuan and Lu Qing, Two men with vastly different personalities and appearances. Yet both were admired by Jiwen for their shared pride, a deep-seated sense of dignity inherent in every man that I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. It was no wonder Jiwen harbored a unique sentiment towards Moyang. Although he always wore a smile, no one understood him better than I did. His pride was unmistakable that a soft knock echoed from the door, jolting me slightly that I turned to look, surprised to find no one entering, only a shell painted with a ghostly face swaying towards me. Despite my mixed emotions, I couldn't help but smile. "Moyang, come in," I whispered. A light chuckle came from outside, and Moyang peeked in, making a funny face at me. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Jun asleep and hesitated for a moment, his expression turning contemplative. After a brief sigh, he gestured for me to step outside, that I nodded and quietly slipped out of bed, closing the door behind me. As I entered the small living room, I saw Moyang leaning against the doorframe, smiling at me. Upon realizing I had spotted him, he turned and walked into the room. "Have you finished your discussion?" I inquired as I knelt beside the fireplace. Facing him, he nodded, stating that Dan Xing and Chang Yuan were still occupied with other matters. So he had come to find me first, all while shaking the eggshell in his fingers. For some reason, I felt as if the ghostly face he was shaking looked almost as if it were crying. "Did Yuan tell you how we met?" Moyang suddenly asked. I was momentarily taken aback, shifting my gaze from the eggshell to his face. Although he still smiled at me, there was an unmistakable weariness in his eyes. "Yes, but she didn't mention how you ended up in Sichuan. And have you met Madame Hua? Does she know who you are?" I bombarded him with questions. Moyang raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused, and replied, "Did you not say you didn't want to inquire about my past? As long as I stood before you, well and good." "True, but I didn't anticipate that you would cross paths with Ji Yuan, and as for her feelings for you, I'm not sure how to articulate it," I confessed. Ji Yuan had never explicitly stated her affection for Moyang, yet every word she spoke hinted at her heart's true desires. Moyang's expression turned serious as he regarded me intently, biting his lip before smiling and countering my question. "Ji Yuan is your good friend. You value her highly, don't you?" I nodded, and he smirked playfully, asking, "Do you value her more than me?" I frowned at his peculiar question, pondering how to respond when Moyang affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "Silly girl, I was joking, but I must admit, I do feel a tinge of disappointment that I couldn't help but laugh. How could they possibly compare? One is a friend, the other is family," I asked as soon as I spoke. I felt Moyang's hand pause atop my head, and then he chuckled. "Indeed, yet family and friends can sometimes blur together." I picked up the eggshell, slipping it onto my finger to play with, and remarked, "Someone once said, family are the friends your parents choose for you, while friends are the family you choose for yourself. It's inherently difficult to distinguish between the two. Haha." Moyang suddenly burst into laughter, prompting me to shush him. "Keep your voice down. You might wake." He stifled his laughter a couple of times before gently pinching my nose. "Little girl, you've truly grown up. You even understand these principles now." Afterward, he leaned back against the wall, gazing into the flickering flames of the fireplace, and spoke solemnly. "I received a letter from the manager of our family's store that my mother had a debt of gratitude towards him, and he discreetly informed me of my father's passing. And I rushed back, but unexpectedly encountered robbers, and I got separated from who. Had I not met that man, I might have lost my life." As he spoke of his father, Moyang's voice grew hoarse. I quietly placed my hand over his, and he turned to me with a grateful smile before uttering a shocking revelation. "That man's surname is Wu. You know him?" I gasped, instinctively wanting to stand, but my legs felt weak, and I collapsed back onto the ground. Moyang comfortingly patted my hand. "Don't worry. He's no longer a warlord, and now he only has a subordinate surnamed by his side." I was taken aback. "What do you mean? Why is he no longer a warlord?" Moyang gestured for me to lower my voice, and I quickly covered my mouth. "Right now, the warlords are divided. The flags on the city walls change colors unpredictably. Where there are guns, there is power, and vice versa." Moyang smiled coldly. "Wu Mingju has chosen the wrong side this time. I've heard that his superior has been dealt with, and his troops have changed allegiance. It's a miracle he managed to escape." "When did this happen?" I felt my heart racing, and the encounter with the officer he flashed through my mind. "You all left only a few months ago." In fact, the signs had already begun to show. Moyang ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "When I learned that my father had arranged for Dan Xing to marry him without any formalities, I despised this surname Wu for taking advantage of the chaos. But now, I can only say he is a man of character, facing life and death with a smile, and he truly cares for Danqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you leave before his downfall. That I frowned. Sometimes, I truly can't discern whether this man is affectionate or heartless. Observing the somewhat melancholic Muyang, I felt a throbbing at my temples. Momentarily at a loss for words, when suddenly my eyes grew warm and teary. Child, why are you crying? That Wu fellow has lost everything, yet he still drinks heartily and laughs boisterously. Muyang mocked, but he nonetheless drew closer, wrapping his arm around me gently. And what of the general's wife? Does she not possess a formidable background? Why does she not offer assistance? I sniffled softly. They never shared genuine marital affection to begin with. With Danqing's presence, it was evident something was amiss. That woman promptly packed her belongings and returned to her family, declaring an irrevocable severance of ties. Muyang scoffed softly. Yes, that's so. I licked my parched lips, feeling a bitter pang in my heart. Had that man, with his bear-like physique and ever-present goofy smile, truly lost everything? Where had he gone? How did you end up in Sichuan? Did he accompany you? I looked up at Muyang. That he smiled. We spent a few days together. I sustained some injuries, and he had his own aspirations. Perhaps he seeks to make a comeback. That he was reluctant to divulge much. And I dared not pry further. He even provided me with some money and informed me of Danqing's whereabouts. Regardless, I owe him a significant favor, one I hope to repay someday. Muyang sighed lightly, then smiled at me. I know Danqing left with quite a sum of money. He Guoguan likely provided for you as well. Moreover, he has sent someone to accompany you to Shanghai, so you should be safe. I couldn't help but widen my eyes in astonishment. What did you say? Muyang's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation as he murmured, How naive you are, and how tender-hearted. He gently patted my face. Enough of this foolishness. Do you not wish to continue listening? I instinctively nodded. However, after parting with Wu Mingju, other matters arose, which delayed my arrival. That I cannot elucidate everything at once. We shall discuss it gradually. As for my encounter with Jiyuan, it was entirely unexpected. That I in any case, we are reunited now, and there is still much time ahead of us. Yes? Muyang nudged his forehead against mine. Child, do not dawdle. That I stared blankly into Muyang's dark eyes. Suddenly recalling the most crucial matter, that I urgently inquired. Have you spoken with Danqing? What of the general? Muyang shook his head. Impossible. Even if Wu Mengju urged me to speak, I would remain silent. Danqing is doing well now. Why burden her with unnecessary knowledge? Some things I can only share with you, and I certainly will not disclose them to Huachan Yuan. That I nodded in understanding. I comprehended the unspoken bond. She currently has only Mr. Hua in her heart. That at this juncture, I couldn't help but gasp. Since the general is aware of our escape, does that mean I urged Mr. Hua to flee? Muyang cast a glance at me, clearly aware of my thoughts. He shook his head and murmured, Why do women always assume men are fools? I frowned. Muyang turned back to me with a smile. Well, it is all in the past now. Regardless, Wu Mingju would not wish to see Danqing at this point. I raised an eyebrow at Muyang, who smiled faintly. O man desires his beloved to witness him in a state of despair. That is a matter of pride. Though you have matured, child, you still fail to grasp this. The notion of a man's pride made my head throb. That I pouted and retorted. Indeed, I have no desire to understand. Women often act overly clever, while men are merely proud. Muyang chuckled just as a voice echoed from below. Miss, the second young master has gone up to see Qingling. Shall I fetch them down? Shua's boisterous voice resonated from downstairs. Muyang and I exchanged a glance, and he swiftly stood, reaching out to pull me up with him. I casually inquired, Did you not return home to pay respects to the old master? At this, Muyang's back stiffened slightly. Without turning back, he replied, Return home? Is one encounter with bandits not sufficient? What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Muyang turned back to me with a smile. It is nothing. Did I not mention? The place where Danqing and you are is my home. We are a family. Have you forgotten? I smiled, warmth flooding my heart, and joked, I have not forgotten. May I, like Danqing, call you brother? I have always felt that it is a term of endearment, akin to family. Muyang squinted at me for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little girl, do as you please. Second young master, Qingling, the young lady invites you down. Xioi bounced into the doorway. Muyang chuckled and replied, Understood. Before leading me towards the door, as we reached the staircase, I spotted Danqing in a peach-red coat, seated beside Mr. Hua, listening to him speak with a look of utter contentment. Phew, Muyang exhaled beside me. I glanced up at him, and he offered a wry smile. The burden of too many secrets is indeed unpleasant. I understood his sentiment and returned a bittersweet smile. Brother, Qinglang, come down quickly, Danqing called out cheerily, waving us over. Muyang laughed lightly, waved back, and stepped down the stairs. Danqing appeared to be the epitome of happiness at that moment. Her dreams were on the verge of realization that a shadow resembling a great bear flitted past my vision, and I shook my head vigorously, hastening to catch up with Muyang, moving towards the beaming Danqing. At least for now, we were happy. Jiyuan, how are the wedding preparations coming along for your brother? Fong Ping inquired while flipping through a book, casting a glance at Jiyuan, who was diligently writing beside her. Jiyuan had not attended school for nearly half a year, and the backlog of lessons was considerable. Although she had a solid foundation, she had been working tirelessly over the past 2 weeks to catch up. Thus, Fong Ping and I had become her unwavering companions. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you silent? Fong Ping nudged Jiyuan, who seemed lost in thought. Look at the trouble you've caused, Jiyuan shrieked as she glanced down at her paper, where a perfectly written essay had been marred by a stray stroke. Fong Ping quickly darted behind me, and as Jiyuan lunged to catch her, I swiftly pressed her back down, reassuring her it's nothing. Just a minor mistake that Mr. Zhou won't mind. You should hurry up and finish it. Don't you need to buy books? If you take too long, you might find the doors closed. Jiyuan glared at Fong Ping, saying, Stupid Ping, just wait for me. She resumed her writing, casting daggers at Fong Ping with her eyes. Fong Ping chuckled. Well, what have you prepared? I heard the entire Belle Park Hotel has been booked. Word is spreading through Shanghai that Director Hua is spending lavishly to win a smile from his beloved. I smiled faintly. I am not entirely sure. Danqing and Mr. Hua have been handling everything without involving me, insisting I focus on my studies. Jiyuan was in the same boat, as Mr. Hua forbade her involvement as well. Oh, really? By the way, I heard it's an engagement banquet. Why not just get married directly? Fong Ping asked curiously. I felt a twinge of awkwardness at the question. This had been Danqing's greatest concern of late. Yet, Mrs. Hua insisted on the order of engagement first, then marriage, despite her admiration for Muyang's charm and fluent English. Ping, it has been a few days since we last met. Why have you become so nagging? Jiyuan, who had finished her homework, stretched languidly. In my family, that is the tradition. My parents were also engaged before marrying. Besides, relatives from our hometown must come as well. They hastily say marriage. So many arrangements cannot be rushed. Once the name is established, the actual wedding will be more relaxed. Fong Ping's eyes sparkled with understanding. That makes sense. If they were to marry immediately, time would be tight. However, your brother is truly remarkable, spending so extravagantly on an engagement. Jun beamed with pride that my brother has the means and the will. He desires a grand engagement and an even grander wedding. I helped Jiyuan pack her bag. I couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated claims. Yet deep down, I felt no anticipation for this grand banquet. Something in my heart felt unsettled that it's not about the money. I'm worried for you, Fong Ping said with a teasing smile. Jiyuan, wrapping her scarf around her neck, asked, Worried for me? What's there to worry about? Because there will be no bridesmaids for the engagement, only at the wedding. The best man should be your brother Muyang, right? Fong Ping elongated her words playfully that I couldn't suppress my laughter. Jiyuan had once called Muyang that in front of everyone, and he had been momentarily taken aback but still smiled and agreed. The laughter that ensued had been contagious, and Jiyuan had blushed so fiercely that she had hidden in her room for the rest of the night. You vile Fong Ping, you know you can't say anything nice. I Haven T settled the score from earlier, and now you dare to spout nonsense again. Prepare to pay with your life. Jiyuan's face flushed crimson, and she gritted her teeth as she chased after Fong Ping, who had already made a hasty retreat. I laughed and followed suit, the two of them running swiftly. I quickened my pace as well. Thankfully, school had just ended, leaving the grounds mostly empty and free from supervision. As we neared the gate, Jiyuan suddenly grabbed Fong Ping. Qinglang, come help. Fong Ping shrieked dramatically. I hurriedly dashed over, breathless and ready to intervene, only to find them staring blankly outside, having released their hold on one another. Following their gaze, a pair of gleaming leather shoes instantly caught my eye. Sixth Master stood at the entrance, clad in a camel-colored woolen overcoat, holding a cigarette that seemed untouched, with a long ash hanging from it. Noticing my stare, he nodded slightly at me. I instinctively returned his gesture with a smile. "Hello, Sixth Master. What a coincidence to see you again." He extinguished the cigarette with his fingers and replied calmly. "Not a coincidence, I was waiting for you." Chapter 23, Heart to Heart, Part 2. I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as I observed Sixth Master standing at the foot of the stairs. Composed and at ease, that a sound of gasping beside me broke the silence. Turning my head, I saw Jie Yuan staring at Sixth Master in astonishment, while Fong Ping covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze flitting between me and Sixth Master. When I glanced at her, she rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Qing Lang, weren't you supposed to go book shopping? How about we wait for you over there? You go ahead. You don't need to worry about us. Fong Ping can accompany me to buy books." Jie Yuan promptly covered her mouth, then cheerfully added, "But you must ensure that you escort Qing Lang home safely. Mr. Datluda, don't be too late. Although we may not be involved in significant matters these nights, Qing Lang and I need to help Danqing tidy up some details. You know my brother is getting engaged next week, and there's a lot to take care of." Sixth Master smiled gently. "I understand. It won't be too late." Fong Ping swatted Jie Yuan's hand away, her brow furrowed in disapproval, yet she remained silent. Jie Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to me with a knowing glance, urging me to go, her expression conveying encouragement and a hint of excitement. Fong Ping's disapproval was anticipated, but Jie Yuan's sense of relief and even encouragement surprised me, making me feel quite touched. I had been worried that Jie Yuan harbored some resentment. I had been careful not to mention anything about Sixth Master these past few days. Yet today, through her words and actions, Jie Yuan conveyed that the one with the unresolved feelings was I. Not her. I smiled gently at her. "Jie Yuan, please inform my family when you return." Jie Yuan nodded. "No worries. That I already told them this morning that I would be going to the Western bookstore, and we would have dinner at Baker's. That we won't be home until after 8. That perhaps we'll even arrive together." Fong Ping rolled her eyes discreetly at the side, while Jie Yuan appeared carefree. She was indeed quite attentive. She had shared our plans for the day and the timing, subtly hinting that I should seek her out later to return home together. She was certainly aware of her brother's aversion to the Liu family. Seeing my nod of understanding, Jie Yuan waved goodbye to Sixth Master and led Fong Ping down the stairs to the CE. As I watched the vehicle vanish into the distance, I felt a sudden awkwardness with just Sixth Master and me remaining. He smiled and politely inquired, "Shall we go?" Yes," I replied hastily, descending the steps and standing obediently beside him, my gaze fixed on his polished leather shoes, my ears growing warm as his breath seemed to brush against me. As dusk descended and a breeze began to stir, I instinctively shrank my neck. Suddenly, I felt warmth enveloping me as Sixth Master's presence surrounded me. "Shall we take a walk?" he asked softly. "Done?" I nodded, tightening the camel-colored scarf around my neck, stepping alongside him as we ventured outward. Not far from the alley's entrance, I sensed someone trailing behind us. Glancing at the composed Sixth Master, I presumed it must be his bodyguard and refrained from turning back. We ambled along in silence. Sixth Master remained quiet, and I simply followed, my head lowered. The air grew increasingly chilly, yet counting his rhythmic footsteps brought me a sense of tranquility that I lost track of time until I felt the air turn damp and cold. And ahead, the sounds of bustling voices drew my attention. Looking up, I realized we had unknowingly arrived at the riverbank, where the dimly lit water sparkled like scattered stars, accompanied by the shouts of boatmen, mingled with curses and laughter. Despite having been in Shanghai for some time, I realized I had never witnessed such a scene and could not help but approach the railing to peer down curiously. "Have you never seen this before?" "I grew up here," Sixth Master remarked casually from behind me. Then I turned to look at him, only to catch a glimpse of his sharply defined profile. Blinking, I noticed for the first time, illuminated by the streetlight, that his eyelashes were remarkably long. "You must have heard tales of my past," he continued, lowering his gaze towards me, his expression neutral, yet his eyes sparkled with life. "Well, there are many versions, but they are all quite similar," I replied softly. Sixth Master raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. That he handed me a cup of warm fruit juice that I took it, staring blankly at the steaming vapor rising from the cup. "Where did this come from?" With a smile, he replied. Guessed that he leaned against a nearby bridge pillar, silently observing the commotion by the riverside, that I held the warm juice in my hands, feeling enveloped by its sweet warmth. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted from the darkness not far from us. Sixth Master appeared oblivious, while I quickly turned to look, hearing the sounds of a scuffle. "Let go of me, you filthy bastard!" A boy's voice rang out, laced with curses, most of which I could not comprehend, though a few made my cheeks flush. "Sure who?" Sixth Master called out sharply. "Yes," replied the boy who had cried out in pain, rushing from the shadows while dragging someone along with him. Sixth Master, with a few strides, reached us, his sturdy face showing a hint of panic that he bowed slightly. "I apologize for the disturbance, sir. This little brat tried to steal money from me, but had the audacity to bite back." He continued, but his gaze accidentally locked with mine, causing his face to turn crimson, and he stammered to a halt. Laughter erupted from behind him. "Old who? Mind your language." A deep voice carried through the darkness, suppressing laughter. Old who turned to bellow, "Hong Chuan, you scoundrels. Not only did you fail to warn me about this little thief, but now I've embarrassed myself in front of Sixth Master." I couldn't help but chuckle. Despite his loud demeanor, sure who was rather straightforward and amusing as for the curses, I decided to pretend I hadn't heard them. Upon hearing my laughter, sure who blushed and offered me an awkward grin, avoiding my gaze. "Now, what is going on here?" Sixth Master asked gently, still gazing out at the river, his tone indicating he was not angry that a nimble figure emerged from the darkness, his features sharp. I recognized him immediately as Hong Chuan, who had been by Sixth Master's side since our school days. Sixth Master, old who went to buy juice, and somehow got followed by this little rascal, by the time we noticed. He was already attempting to steal, he was quite skilled, and old who almost didn't catch him. When we tried to take him aside, the boy suddenly bit old who, which brought this to your attention. Hong Chuan reported earnestly, though his lips curled with amusement. Sure who's still fuming, added, "Filthy little brat." The boy, still struggling against Sure who, hurled another insult, but I remained confused. Sure who's face turned pale with anger, while Hong Chuan chuckled, and even Sixth Master's lips curled slightly. Observing Sure who's large hand raised high, Sixth Master remarked calmly, "Well, you didn't even notice when a child sneaked up on you. So what's the point of hitting him?" Sure who shrank back, his lips moving as if to argue, but he dared not speak. "Did I see clean?" Sixth Master inquired, glancing at the small boy. "Clean, I checked him," Hong Chuan affirmed. "Then let him go." Sixth Master waved his hand. "Hey!" Sure who shouted, tossing the boy in my direction while shaking his own hand vigorously. "You little brat, you bit me again." The boy who landed before me was dirty and unrecognizable. Though his clothes, while somewhat stained, were not excessively tattered, he was thin, but his thick brows revealed a stubborn character. I suddenly felt he bore a resemblance to Sure who, both being quite tenacious, that he swiftly rose to his feet, spat a few times at Sure who, and wiped his lips vigorously. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his lips were chapped and cracked, appearing particularly pale under the light, that he glanced longingly at the juice in my hand for a moment, then casually sized me up, startled, before fixing his gaze on me, that I felt a bit embarrassed and turned my eyes away. Hong Chuan swiftly gave him a light slap on the head. "What are you staring at?" "Get lost!" The boy shot him a glare, and Hong Chuan's smile faded, his expression darkening, causing the boy to shiver slightly. "All right, let him go." Sixth Master turned back, gesturing to Hong Chuan. Upon hearing this, the boy glanced at Sixth Master, momentarily taken aback that he blinked, and as if suddenly recognizing who Sixth Master was, he instinctively took a step back and turned to flee. "Oh!" I involuntarily called out to him. Although he halted, he regarded me with suspicion. I smiled and offered him the cup of juice in my hand, saying, "Here, take this. I haven't touched it truly. It's clean." He silently stared at me when, suddenly, a loud crash resonated from beneath the bridge that I jumped in fright and quickly turned to look. Hong Chuan took a couple of steps down to peer over the edge and smiled at me and Sixth Master, reassuring us, "It's nothing, just a barge docking." Seems like a novice that I nodded, then turned back to find that the boy had vanished. I craned my neck to look into the distance, but there was not a single figure in sight. "Miss, you needn't search any longer. That little brat has already run off," said Sure who, grinning. "Oh," I nodded, feeling that the child had indeed seemed quite eager for that juice, which might have driven him to attempt theft. "You all disperse now. Stand back a bit. No need to keep so close." "It's fine," Sixth Master instructed. "Yes." Hong Chuan bowed slightly, pulling Sure who back into the shadows. Once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, and a sudden chill swept through the air that I quietly sipped the juice, feeling warmth spread through my stomach. Why did you give him the juice? Do you pity him? I looked up to see Sixth Master intently observing me. That I shook my head no, I merely felt he wanted it, so I wished to offer it to him. There's no question of pity. Sixth Master narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet he remained silent, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere that I awkwardly pressed my lips together and attempted to break the silence. Then why did you let him go? He did intend to steal. Sixth Master's gaze flickered. Stealing is also a means of survival. I was taken aback. Having never encountered such reasoning, did I ask that so? I murmured. Then why not just give him some money? That way, he wouldn't need to steal. Wouldn't that be better? Sixth Master glanced at me before turning to gaze at the river, coldly stating, no one can rely on charity for a lifetime. Did I open my mouth? Yet found myself utterly unable to refute him at that time. I was not yet 13, much like that boy from earlier. I contemplated Sixth Master's words. His deep, slow voice suddenly broke the silence, startling me into looking up at him. With his back to me, his expression was unseen. My father passed away when I was 8, and I have never met my mother. Back then, all I thought about was having enough to eat each day. And one day, being able to achieve something, much like what my father once possessed at Yi Zhan was the same. He followed me without a care, along with Ching S. At this point, he turned to look at me, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. For that purpose, I would do anything, no matter how filthy or arduous, even shedding blood, whether it be others or my own, until one day, I nearly lost my life. Listening to his nonchalant recounting of the past, my heart ached increasingly. In a moment of daze, the frail boy from earlier and the Sixth Master before me fused into one. He continued. An expression of softness, one I had never seen on Sixth Master's features, emerged that I had unknowingly helped someone, initially not harboring any ill intentions. Yet in the end, she saved me and brought me home, calling a doctor to save my life. After a near brush with death, I discovered I had never slept on such a soft bed or tasted such delicious food. She encouraged me to study and learn, teaching me what warmth truly meant. More importantly, she ultimately allowed me to bring back Zhan and Qingxi. I listened quietly, my heart racing. The unspoken secret Mr. Hu had hinted at that day, and Fong Ping's implicit warning echoed in my mind. There has always been a woman in Lu Cheng's heart. I knew, without a doubt, her surname was Lu. In a daze, I suddenly found myself hoarsely asking, startling myself awake. Sixth Master slowly turned to face me, a hint of sorrow in his expression. Yes, her surname is Lu Fengqing, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, my elder brother's aunt. Your smile bears a striking resemblance to hers. I numbly nodded. This name was not unfamiliar to me, perhaps, whether in high society or the lower strata. There are no eternal secrets between people. Fong Ping had long mentioned this name to me. Over a decade ago, it represented a certain trend. Her attire, her makeup and hairstyle, her favorite music, even her habitual gestures while playing the piano, were all emulated by the ladies of the Shanghai Bund. Lu Fengqing was 23 when she brought Lu Qing home, and it was expected that she would have been married long ago. Yet, due to a vow between her parents, she had been waiting for her fiancé to return from studying abroad before marrying. She had attended foreign schools just as I did, studying everything from music to chess to literature. Although her appearance and character were outstanding, she was open and generous. At that time, the head of the Lu family was still Lu Renqing's father, Lu Fengyang. When Fong Ping spoke of that name, her expression twisted into a grimace. Although these were merely tales passed down by the older generation, it seemed that this Lu elder was notoriously difficult to deal with. The details were unclear, but it seemed that the young lady had fallen in love with another man, much like Danqing. However, Danqing succeeded, while the young lady had to marry an unseen fiancé. Despite her struggles, where she married, no one knew. The most glamorous woman in Shanghai wed quietly and, shortly after, severed ties with the Lu family. The Lu family tried every means to locate her, but could find no trace. The family she married in seemed to have vanished into thin air. Though all this was merely gossip, Fong Ping remarked, rumors often contain truths, though they may benefit some and harm others. Moreover, since then, no one in Shanghai dared to mention Lu Fengqing's name before the Lu family. Now, hearing Sixth Master's words, I felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet looking at his expression made me feel sorrowful that I couldn't help but reach out to him. Sixth Master hesitated, staring at my outstretched hand for a moment. Suddenly, His hand moved, and I felt my hand enveloped in an icy touch, a chill that seemed to rise from deep within rather than from the cold air. I smiled, tightly grasping Sixth Master's hand, then shoved the juice into his palm, squeezing our hands together. He leaned slightly against me that I gently breathed onto our clasped hands. Feeling better now? Sixth Master silently watched my every move. When I looked up to ask him, he appeared momentarily startled, as if awakening from a fog of memories, that he smiled faintly. Yes, it's quite warm. Thank you, that I chuckled softly, pondering for a moment before deciding to inquire, as holding it in would be unbearable. Did you bring me here today just to talk about this? Sixth Master's gaze flickered. Not exactly. Just chatting to I stammered, then asked, do I resemble that Miss Lu very much? Sixth Master remained silent, carefully scrutinizing me from head to toe before gently shaking his head. You don't look much alike, that ITS, just that your smiles give a strikingly similar impression. Both. Very warm, as he spoke. He frowned slightly, as if the softness of those words felt somewhat awkward for him to utter. Hearing this, I felt a bit relieved, though deep down, I hoped for Sixth Master's presence. If it were merely because I resembled someone else that he appeared, I would feel more than just embarrassment and sadness. You know, cold-blooded creatures are most drawn to sunshine, Mr. Hu had once said. I didn't perceive Sixth Master as cold-blooded. After all, I too enjoyed the warmth, and he, to me, radiated warmth that if my smile made him feel warm, what was wrong with him wanting to be near me? Upon this realization, I felt my reasoning made sense, and my heart lightened that I glanced at Sixth Master's expression and cautiously asked, what about her now? Sixth Master tightened his jaw, and after a moment, replied, she is married, and not far from your hometown. After saying this, he turned to fix his gaze on me, slowly asking, Qing Yun, is that your family name? Seeing a glimmer of expectation in Sixth Master's eyes. Albeit slight, tugged at my heart that I said nothing, merely releasing his hand gently, taking the juice from his grip and setting it aside. Then, loosening my scarf and unbuttoning my collar, I pulled out the jade pendant from my clothing and placed it in Sixth Master's hand. Sixth Master stared, unblinking, at my actions until I placed the pendant in his palm, at which point his hand trembled slightly, as if the warmth from my touch had startled him. He remained in a daze, observing the object in his hand for a long while before slowly bringing it closer to his eyes for a careful examination, his brow furrowing deeper. I couldn't help but lower my gaze. The front of the pendant bore 2 seal characters, Yun Shi, while the back displayed my birth date. Uncle Lin had once mentioned that my mother had personally placed it on me after my birth. If I bore a resemblance to that esteemed Miss Lu, perhaps there would be other possibilities. However, gazing at the furrowed brow of Lord Lu, I sighed softly, realizing he was destined for disappointment. The jade pendant suddenly appeared beneath my nose. Here, it's for you. Thank you, Lord Lu said in a hoarse voice. Instinctively, I glanced up at him. His expression was impassive, though his face appeared somewhat pallid under the glow of the lights. Unsure of what to say, I simply nodded and took back the jade pendant. That a sharp intake of breath escaped me as the chilling pendant pressed against my chest, its coldness causing my skin to sting. Yet, Lord Lu seemed oblivious, quietly observing my grimace, his gaze penetrating through me. Embarrassed, I managed a smile, and he blinked before suddenly wiping his face with force and flashing me a smile, as if he had extricated himself from something. He glanced at the fruit juice sitting nearby. It seems to have gone cold. Do you want some? I shook my head, replying that I was no longer cold, and besides, I wasn't particularly fond of sweet drinks. After a non-committal Lord Lu fell silent, turning his gaze to the river. A prolonged silence enveloped us, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Observing the loneliness etched in Lord Lu's profile, I murmured an apology, though my voice was low. He heard me. Did he turn to look at me, amusement dancing in his eyes as he replied, Why apologize? This is not your concern. His willingness to engage in conversation eased my tension, and I blurted out the question that had been lingering in my mind. Have you lost contact with Miss Lu? Lord Lu was taken aback, then turned away, refusing to meet my gaze. That I chastised myself for asking such a foolish question, my heart racing as I pondered how to remedy the situation. Indeed, I spent less than a year with her. After old Seven and Qingxi arrived at the Lu household, she married shortly thereafter. All for that promise, he concluded, his tone growing increasingly frigid. That I tightened my scarf instinctively and ventured, perhaps one day you'll find her. Good people are rewarded. That Miss Lu must be a truly good person. So heaven will surely protect her. That Mo Yang is also good, and despite his harrowing experiences, he returned unscathed. Thus. I faltered, struggling to articulate my comforting thoughts. Initially, Lord Lu listened impassively, but as I stumbled over my words, he smiled faintly and patted my shoulder. Did I understand? However, I do not trust fate. I only trust myself that I must find her, even if the possibility is slim. I must repay her kindness. Without her, there would be no me today, that I could not help her then, but now I can. Lord Lu's voice grew softer, his clenched fist cracking ominously that I strained to catch his last words. But they were barely audible. Noticing Lord Lu's somber demeanor, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, I sought to shift the topic, but what could I say? Oh, right, wasn't old Seven quite handsome since childhood? Many girls at our school particularly. Admired him. That I furrowed my brow, searching for a gentler term. Truth be told, the girl's expressions when discussing Yi Zhan were, by Jie Yuan's description, utterly cringe-inducing. This query momentarily stunned Lord Lu. He glanced at me and then chuckled lightly. Mentioning Yi Zhan had evidently brightened his countenance, and he seemed to grasp the reserved nature of my earlier description. Changing the subject from the previous topic, his demeanor relaxed noticeably as he reminisced. Indeed, when I first saw him, I thought he was a girl, albeit a bit dirty, that I burst into laughter. Really? How did you eventually realize he was a boy? Lord Lu smirked. No girl would deliver such a heavy punch to me without a whimper. He added somewhat indignantly, had I not assumed she was a girl, he wouldn't have had the chance to land that blow. Seeing a hint of childlike mischief on Lord Lu's face was delightful. And I couldn't help but laugh. Picturing the amusing scenario, yes, I reveled in laughter. Lord Lu seemed to lighten up, a shallow dimple appearing at the corner of his mouth. Why did you two fight? I inquired curiously. All for Qing's IT that time, he misunderstood. That rascal has fought countless battles over her since childhood, Lord Lu recounted, shaking his head, his smile fading as if recalling an unpleasant memory. The mention of past conflicts reminded me of Jie Yuan's stories about how someone once lost their life over that long hair. Seeing Lord Lu frown, I quickly cleared my throat and began to share amusing anecdotes from my childhood that he appeared genuinely interested, listening intently and occasionally asking questions, perhaps seeking clues from my tales. I didn't mind, as long as he was engaged and smiling. I would continue that I merely glossed over the details concerning Mo Yang and Dan Qing, and thankfully, he didn't press for more information that our conversation flowed. Initially contrived, it evolved into a casual exchange, with me speaking most of the time that I had never considered myself particularly loquacious, but the glimpses of Lord Lu's smile spurred me on, just as I was recounting the amusing incident of learning English with Mo Yang. Lord Lu erupted into laughter upon hearing that I mistook English for Cantonese. Suddenly, a loud horn blared nearby, startling me into silence. Lord Lu turned to observe the river and the surroundings, smiling as he remarked, "It's been a long time since I've engaged in such a relaxed conversation." While chuckling, he produced a gold watch from his pocket, pressing it gently. With a snap, the intricately engraved cover sprang open. "Ah, it's nearly 7 o'clock," he noted, glancing down in surprise at how long we had been talking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I realized I had been rather chatty today. Clearing my throat, I apologized. "I'm sorry for rambling on for so long." Lord Lu looked at me with surprise, then chuckled softly. "Silly girl, I should be the one thanking you that I've genuinely enjoyed our conversation today." Suddenly, he reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear. I was momentarily taken aback, but rather than retreating, I simply smiled at him. Lord Lu appeared even more surprised than I was. His hand lingered near my ear, his expression somewhat awkward. However, my smile seemed to ease his discomfort, and he gradually withdrew his hand, a faint dimple reappearing at the corner of his mouth while I gazed at him in a daze. Suddenly, a stifled laugh erupted from the surrounding darkness. Before I could register the situation, Lord Lu pinched the bridge of his nose, releasing a weary sigh. In a low voice, he remarked, "Old Seven, what brings you here?" I was taken aback. Yi Zhan had arrived. The earlier moment with Lord Lu fixing my hair and my silly grin must have been witnessed by him. Contemplating that annoyingly smug smile, my face flushed with heat, and I anxiously turned away to face the river. Though it was foolish, I thought, out of sight, out of mind, that if I could hide for a moment, it would be a relief. Lord Lu, upon observing my reaction, stepped forward to shield me. Sixth brother, I've noticed that young girls seem to have a fondness for you. First, there was a Miss Hua, and now Yi Zhan's playful remarks were drawing nearer, but then he abruptly trailed off that I couldn't help but frown. Jie Yuan's feelings for them must have been glaringly obvious. Even though Yi Zhan was merely joking with no malice intended, I still resented his comment. Lost in thought, a sudden tap on my shoulder startled me, that I instinctively turned around, and there was Yi Zhan's handsome face. Grinning widely, his perfectly white teeth glinting. Little girl, I see my sixth brother has you captivated. What nonsense are you spouting? Always so unserious, Lord Lu interjected, knitting his brows. That Yi Zhan chuckled. Sixth brother, that's just pretentiousness. Men like to admire beautiful women. And women like handsome men. It's only natural. Many perfectly respectable matters have been sullied by you old fogies. With a playful smile, he turned to me. Right, Qing Lang? Hearing him call my name for the first time took me by surprise. While Lord Lu shot him a disapproving glare, muttering, "Nonsense," Yi Zhan offered Lord Lu a cheeky grin, then turned back to me. Qing Lang, feel free to admire openly, all right? His laughter was infectious, and soon the group of friends behind him joined in. My gaze fell on Shi Tu, who was also present, and upon noticing me, he winked, causing my cheeks to flush. Yi Zhan, noticing my speechlessness, looked at me with a blend of pride and mischief, while Lord Lu shot him an exasperated glance, which he seemed to ignore. That I suddenly realized that although Yi Zhan always presents himself as a carefree playboy, seemingly indifferent to everything, he is, in fact, rather childish. That in front of Lu Yi, I even felt that his behavior resembled that of a spoiled child. This thought made me chuckle involuntarily, causing Yi Zhan to pause in surprise. What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm right or wrong? Looking at his handsome yet somewhat guarded face, I couldn't help but feel that the heaviness of the topics from earlier in the evening had dissipated significantly. And a playful spirit began to emerge. That I nodded slightly and replied, "You are correct, though I have no interest in beautiful women." After saying this, I deliberately cast a sidelong glance at him. Yi Zhan was momentarily taken aback. But before he could change expressions, I quickly turned my head away. Lu Yi cleared his throat. "All right, enough idle chatter. Lao Qi, do you have something to discuss?" His voice sounded as if it were choked on something. "Oh, it's nothing much. Last time, I promised Miss Hua I would send her a set of English-bone china vases. That I initially intended to have someone deliver them to her residence. But since we happened to run into you, I thought it best to let our Miss Yin take them home instead." Yi Zhan's voice was languid, suggesting he bore no anger. That I stole a glance at him. He was squinting at me, and I couldn't help but smile. He seemed caught off guard by my laughter, his gaze flickering before he said, "All right, you should go find Shi Tu. The items are in my car." With that, he gestured towards Shi Tu, who was not far away. "Okay," I nodded at them and turned to walk towards Shi Tu. Behind me, I heard Yi Zhan muttering, "Lu Gu, why does this little girl become so obedient when she sees you?" My cheeks flushed involuntarily. Lu Yi let out a light snort, and their conversation quieted down. That I understood that the mention of the tea set was merely an excuse to send me away. So I quickened my pace. That as I approached, Hong Chuan and the others respectfully bowed their heads. Shi Tu cheerfully said, "Qing Lang, come with me. The car is just ahead." That I smiled and nodded. Shi Tu led me outside, and as I watched his figure, I suddenly realized he had grown quite a bit taller and sturdier, resembling an adult. "Qing Lang, how have you been lately?" Shi Tu asked without turning his head. "Pretty well," I replied casually. "Ditto." Shi Tu responded in a muffled tone, and after a moment, he asked again, "What about the others?" I paused for a moment, then quickened my steps to catch up with him, tilting my head to look at him. "The others? Who do you mean?" Shi Tu glanced at me, rubbed his nose, and said, "No one in particular, just asking." Seeing his uneasy demeanor, I stifled a laugh and pretended to be serious, saying, "Oh, I see. Well, everyone else is doing well." Shi Tu was taken aback, turning to glance at me. Upon seeing my half-smile, he quickened his pace and mumbled, "Seventh brother is right. The young lady is indeed difficult to deal with." I smiled faintly and added, "That may not be the case. Xiao Yi is not a young lady, yet she can be quite challenging." Shi Tu seemed to stumble momentarily, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two of them always clashed. The last time Xiao Yi came to pick me up from school, they had a fierce verbal sparring match, almost coming to blows. That I was surprised that Shi Tu would bring her up now. I must tell Xiao Yi about this later. The box for the vase was not small, yet the contents were surprisingly light. That I knew such porcelain was delicate. although it couldn't compare to the imperial kills of the Song dynasty. It was still exquisite. Moreover, due to the challenges of maritime transport, only the affluent families in Shanghai would possess such items that I wondered when Jie Yuan had requested this from Yizhan. Despite our playful banter, Shirdu remained dignified as he retrieved the items from me that I casually inquired about why the bald uncle was absent. But Shirdu merely laughed, brushing it off with a few vague remarks that I noticed Yizhan conversing with Lu Yi from a distance. Their backs turned to me, obscuring their actions, after hesitating for a moment and glancing at Hong Chuan, who showed no intention of stopping me. I slowly approached them. Even from several steps away, I heard Yizhan speaking earnestly for a change. "Don't worry, Lu Ge, I believe we will find her. Though I haven't spent as much time with her as you have, I hold her in the same regard." Lu Yi said nothing, merely giving Yizhan's shoulder a firm pat. Both Yizhan and Lu Yi turned to face me simultaneously, their expressions revealing no surprise at my presence, though Yizhan smiled at me, while Lu Yi regarded me silently, that I felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if I had been caught eavesdropping. Just as I was feeling awkward, Yizhan laughed lightly. "Lu Ge, I'll take my leave now. Let us proceed as discussed. I'll deal with that little brat first." Lu Yi nodded and cautioned him, "Be careful. Don't act recklessly." To Yizhan responded with a carefree smile, "Don't worry that if I were reckless, I wouldn't have run into you just now. Besides, there's Uncle Zhao as well." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Yi, emphasizing the word coincidentally. Lu Yi waved him off, and he laughed as he slipped away. "Qing Lang, we shall meet at the engagement banquet, if all goes well," Yizhan said with a smile as he passed by me. "If all goes well," I echoed softly, pondering the meaning behind his words. Was he referring to himself or me? I quickly turned around, but only saw his tall figure disappearing into the darkness. Shirtu waved to me before turning to follow him. "Let us go too. It's almost 8, then I'll take you to Baker," Lu Yi said as he walked beside me. Speaking softly, "Oh," I replied, hastily matching his pace. Even as I settled into the car, my mind lingered on Yizhan's ambiguous words from earlier. Yet I hesitated to inquire with Lu Yi, convincing myself that I was merely overthinking. In a daze, I heard Hong Chuan announce, "Lu Yi, we're almost there." I looked up and indeed saw the glowing sign of Baker not far away. Don't stop right at the door," Lu Yi instructed. Then turned to me gently, "Qing Lang, when we arrive, you can just get out in front. That IT will be more convenient for you." All right, I nodded, suddenly realizing that I was about to part ways with him after all this wandering thought. After hesitating for a long while, I finally decided to ask him, "What?" Noticing my hesitation, Lu Yi smiled slightly and leaned closer to me, a faint scent of tobacco wafting over that I steeled myself to ask him. But just then, she who in the front seat exclaimed, "Hey, IS&T that the eldest master and the young lady." Lu Ye's gaze sharpened, sitting up straight to look out the window, causing Hong Chuan to slow the car. I instinctively turned to look outside as well, and indeed, it was Lu Rinqing and Lu Qing's ida. Lu Rinqing was conversing with a slightly portly man, and upon closer inspection, I recognized it was Su San's father. Su Guo, IT appeared they had just finished dinner and were exchanging farewells. That Lu Qingxi, standing by the car, wore a hat that cast a veil over her face, obscuring her expression as she seemed to be bidding farewell to a female companion. Shadows moved inside the car, and 2 women outside awaited entry. One of them was Su Shuiying. The woman in front of her was bending down to get into the car, causing me to pause momentarily. As the vehicle glided past them, I turned back to stare intently at the car. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi asked. I snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's nothing. I think I saw Su Shuiying." I forced a smile. Yet my heart began to race. That fleeting figure didn't resemble Su's other 2 daughters. Yet why did I feel a sense of familiarity? Chapter 24. The Wedding Banquet, Part 1. I let out a long yawn. Although I was clearly exhausted, with the temples of my head throbbing from fatigue, I simply could not fall asleep. That I tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, tangling the blankets into a heap. With no other option, I pushed the covers aside, sat up, and propped a pillow against my back, pulling the blanket up to my chin as I stared blankly at the flickering flames in the fireplace. Everything that had transpired today played through my mind like a revolving lantern. My thoughts were in disarray. The snippets of conversation I shared with Lu Yi echoed in my head, as did Yizhan's suggestive smile before parting. And the fleeting silhouette of the woman bending to enter the sea, and no matter how I pondered, I felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. yet I could not recall who it might be. I could only convince myself that perhaps it was a close acquaintance of Su Shuiying whom I had met once. When I bid Lu Yi farewell, the image of that woman's profile had left me somewhat unsettled, preventing me from expressing the words I had intended to say. Lu Yi did not press further, merely leaned out of the car window as it was about to pull away, saying, "Next time, I will take you for a boat ride." Without waiting for my response, he instructed Hong Chuan to drive off. This thought made me smile involuntarily. It seemed he had taken note of my fascination with the various boats, be it cargo ships or fishing vessels. Throughout the evening later, when I met with Jie Yuan and Fong Ping, it was yet another round of inquiries. Although there was much laughter and merriment, probing questions were not absent. Fortunately, Jie Yuan, seeing my concise responses, evidently did not wish to delve deeper, and she interrupted Fong Ping, preventing her from asking too many questions. Noticing Fong Ping's frown of concern, I simply patted her hand and assured her, "I remember everything you said. Don't worry." Although my perspective on Lu Yi and his companions starkly contrasts with that of Fong Ping and Mr. Hua, I remain profoundly grateful for the concern Fong Ping has shown towards me as a friend. Upon hearing my words, Fong Ping beamed with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "You are so astute. You surely know what to do and what to avoid, unlike certain individuals." With a knowing glance, she subtly directed her gaze towards Jie Yuan, who was preoccupied with inspecting a vase. Upon hearing her remark, Jie Yuan did not spare us a glance, merely huffing disdainfully, "Fong Hu Li, you're the clever one. I shall see just how perceptive you are when you encounter similar situations." Fong Ping chuckled and slid a plate of snacks towards me while simultaneously picking up a vase from the box to admire. Jie Yuan shot her a warning look, "Be cautious with that." Ever since she laid eyes on that set of vases, she has been utterly enamored. When I inquired about when she had requested them from Yizhan, she cast a mysterious smile my way. "This is the spoils of a wager." As she admired the vase beneath the light, she added, "Though young Master Yi is a notorious playboy, his reliability is truly commendable." "Thank you, Qing Lang." She winked at me, leaving me momentarily taken aback. "Oh, no need for thanks. I merely returned it for you." Fong Ping, sipping her coffee, chuckled lightly. "That's not what she is thanking you for." Huh. I glanced between Fong Ping and Jie Yuan, puzzled by her implication. Jie Yuan nudged Fong Ping, then turned to me. "Ignore her nonsense. It's about time we leave." That I was indifferent. Too much had transpired that evening, and I had no desire to delve into the silent exchanges between Jie Yuan and Fong Ping. I quietly accompanied Jie Yuan home. Upon our arrival, Jie Yuan handed the cake we brought back to Xiu, who informed me that Danqing had received some custom-made dresses and was inspecting them, asking us to visit her as soon as we returned home. Jie Yuan, excited, pulled Xiu upstairs while calling out to me to hurry. That I smiled wryly at the vase box in my hands, deciding it best to place it away first, for Jie Yuan cherished her belongings and disliked outsiders touching them. The household staff were well aware of this. Her original room was the one I now occupied. Since Jie Yuan and Danqing moved in, she had graciously given it to me. Initially, I felt guilty, but Jie Yuan cheerfully insisted it was a waste to let it sit unused as she seldom stayed over. If she did come to stay, she would occupy the small suite adjacent to Mr. Hua's study. As I reached the staircase, I spotted Mr. Hua emerging from the study, followed closely by a man in military uniform. I tilted my head to glance at him, instantly recognizing the young officer who had been joking amiably with Mr. Hua at the banquet. It appeared Mr. Hua was preparing to leave. As he donned his coat, he turned back to say, "Chi Song, it's settled. Let us head over first and see. We'll know the outcome in a few days." That if successful, his sentence trailed off as the officer behind him caught sight of me. Halting in his tracks, that Mr. Hua paused mid-sentence, turning his attention towards me. Recognizing me, he briefly looked surprised before approaching with a smile. "Qing Lang, you're back. Where's Jie Yuan? Did you manage to purchase the books you wanted?" "Yes, Jie Yuan has gone to find Danqing. That I'll put her things away and join them shortly," I replied with a smile. Very well," Mr. Hua nodded, but before he could finish, the officer stepped forward and gently patted Mr. Hua's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Chang Yuan, are you not going to introduce me?" "Oh, how could I forget?" Mr. Hua chuckled lightly, beckoning me over. "Qing Lang, allow me to introduce you. This is Chi Song, our department chief of military supplies, young and accomplished. We are close friends." Chi Song smiled. "Chang Yuan, you flatter me." That he then saluted me with a crisp gesture. Miss Yun, I actually met you at the Liu family banquet. I simply hadn't had the opportunity to introduce myself. His salute startled me momentarily, and hearing his words, I could only nod politely. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. All right, enough of that. We wouldn't want to frighten Qing Lang, Mr. Hu jested, then turned to me. Qing Lang, please inform your sister that I'm stepping out for a bit due to an urgent matter. I may not return until later tonight. Understood. Please take care on your way, I nodded. Mr. Hu smiled and departed, while Wu Chi Song remarked, Miss Yun, I hope to have the opportunity to converse with you more in the future. That I've heard from Chang Yuan about your exquisite painting skills. I find that quite intriguing. Hearing this, I graciously smiled. You flatter me. It's merely a hobby, hardly worth mentioning. That he smiled softly, refraining from further conversation before turning sharply to leave. That I wondered what pressing matter Mr. Hu was attending to. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door, startling me. Qing Lang, it's me. Are you about to sleep? Danqing's voice called from outside. Sister? Oh no, come in. I quickly scrambled out of bed to find my shoes. The door opened softly, and Danqing nimbly stepped inside. Hey, don't get up. You might catch a chill. Hurry back under the covers, she instructed, quickly pressing me back into the blankets as she joined me. I smiled, adjusted my pillow, and pulled the covers up snugly as we nestled closely together. We exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Qing Lang, why are you still awake at this hour? Danqing asked while tucking the blanket around me. I chuckled, unable to admit that so much had happened today that my mind was in turmoil, preventing sleep. Perhaps I had too much coffee at Becker SF. I feel tired yet can't seem to drift off. That is something you should avoid. It disrupts sleep and is bad for your stomach, Danqing replied, taking my hand under the covers. That I obediently nodded and casually inquired, Sister, why aren't you asleep? Has Mr. Hu not returned yet? Danqing acknowledged, then seemed to remember something as she looked at me intently. Why do you keep referring to him as Mr. Hu? She began, hesitating mid-sentence, feeling a bit sheepish. That I chuckled softly, teasingly saying, what should I call him? You little imp, daring to tease me. Danqing raised her voice playfully, then proceeded to tickle me, causing me to squirm and burst into laughter. She quickly covered my mouth, hushing me. Though her hand retreated, I couldn't help but laugh a couple more times. Danqing playfully glared at me, brushing my hair back, and nestled close once more. That I was uncertain why I couldn't fall asleep tonight. Perhaps it was the sight of those dresses and the impending wedding. Danqing smiled both joyfully and subtly. I couldn't sleep, so I came to check on you. Oh, by the way, sister, I forgot to ask. Have you set a date yet? I leaned against Danqing's shoulder, whispering. She turned her head, affectionately nuzzling my forehead. It'll be soon. Invitations need to be printed in advance. Chang Yuan insists on a grand wedding for me. The engagement will serve as practice. She sighed happily after saying this. That I looked at Danqing, the soft glow of the firelight reflecting on her face, making her features appear incredibly gentle, the delicate lines challenging to capture in art. In this vast world, the infinite strokes of Danqing's hand can never paint a heart full of sorrow. A line of poetry unexpectedly surfaced in my mind. That I shook my head vigorously, wondering why that thought had crossed my mind. Qing Lang, are you all right? Danqing asked, puzzled. Yes, I'm fine, I quickly assured her. Danqing chuckled lightly, deciding not to press further, instead snuggling even closer. That we sat quietly together, gazing at the flickering flames. By the way, Qing Lang, what do you think of Wu Chi Song? Danqing suddenly inquired. That I paused. He seems fine, I suppose. I don't know him well. Danqing chuckled. You might get to know him better in the future. Her words hinted at something deeper, prompting me to sit up and look at her. What do you mean? Danqing smiled. Nothing much. I was just making conversation. Let's sleep together tonight. Tomorrow is the weekend. You'll accompany me, and let us bring Jie Yuan along. And let us also invite that girl Xiaoyi. We should visit the ballroom at the Bailman Hotel and check out the dressing room. Chang Yuan has already spoken to the manager. Sounds good. I nodded in agreement. Danqing turned to grab the pillows behind us, fluffing them before lying down and wrapping the covers around me, even patting my back gently as she used to when we were children. That I felt a surge of warmth and found my eyes growing misty. Sister, you will surely be happy, I murmured softly. My words. Danqing opened her eyes, looking at me for a moment, her lovely face radiating tenderness. Yes, my happiness will undoubtedly bring you happiness as well, she replied, making a silly face before playfully adding, and I'll find you a good husband too. I smiled wryly. Whatever will be, will be. Danqing laughed lightly. Look at you spending a few days in a Western school. And you've grown so philosophical. I smiled softly before asking, when will Mo Yang be back? I hope he won't be late. Then Mo Yang secured a respectable position at a newspaper in Shanghai, where his supervisor holds him in high regard. That a few days ago, he mentioned accompanying the chief editor to Tianjin, seemingly to establish a branch there. Of course, if he dares to arrive late, I shall never acknowledge him again. After Danqing finished speaking, she smiled, estimating that he would return by Tuesday or Wednesday next week. All right, sleep now. With that, Danqing reached out and embraced me. My heart still fluttered with unease, yet I found myself drifting into slumber, enveloped by the familiar scent of Danqing. And surprisingly, I dreamt not a single dream. That, oh my, this place is stunning. Qinglang, look over there. How bright it is. And that one, Shui exclaimed, visibly trembling with excitement. She clutched my hand tightly, occasionally pointing at the resplendent decorations of the palace hotel, while Zhang Ma, behind us, was also taken aback, cautious not to misstep in such an unfamiliar environment, momentarily forgetting Shui's enthusiastic outbursts. Danqing was in high spirits, walking hand in hand with Jiyuan, while the hotel manager remained overly courteous, explaining various details to them. Jiyuan would occasionally pose questions, but Danqing maintained her graceful composure, smiling elegantly. Miss Yu, this is the dressing room. Your gown and other accessories can be sent over in advance. Please, come in. The hotel manager gently opened a door, and I followed Danqing and the others inside. The room was remarkably spacious, adorned in an English country style that I did not pay close attention to the manager's explanations. Instead, I moved to the window and drew back the heavy curtains, revealing the surging waters of the Huangpu River before my eyes. Various vessels entered and exited the dock in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly manner. Recalling that yesterday, Lu Yi had promised to take me on a boat, I couldn't help but scrutinize the ships. Knowing that Lu Yi owned a considerable shipping company, I wondered if any of those boats belonged to him. Qinglang. Suddenly, Shui approached stealthily and tugged at my sleeve. That I turned to see what was the matter. I need to go to the restroom. Will you accompany me? She whispered, a hint of shyness in her voice. That I grinned and glanced at the manager, who was busy directing the waitstaff, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask him. Instead, I made a gesture understood only by us students towards Jiyuan and Danqing. Jiyuan nodded, while Danqing blinked in confusion. Jiyuan leaned in and whispered something to her, prompting Danqing to smile and nod towards me. I took Shui's hand, and we stepped out. As we neared noon, the number of patrons entering the restaurant increased noticeably. Shui had quieted down, and I found a waiter to inquire about the location of the restroom, then led Shui down the corridor. Upon reaching the restroom, Shui hurried inside. Intrigued by the landscape paintings displayed in the hall we had just passed, I figured Shui would be a while longer. So I meandered back. Just as I was about to re-enter the hall, a few guests were being ushered in by a respectful waiter. That I cast a casual glance and was taken aback to see Su Shuiying at the forefront. Instinctively, I ducked behind a heavy curtain. Shuiying. What are we having for lunch today? A familiar female classmate asked, removing her leather gloves, while several girls nearby echoed her inquiry. Su Shuiying waved away the waiter, her impatience evident. How would I know? Wait until my cousin arrives and ask her. My father is footing the bill for this meal, so whatever she says goes. The other girls exchanged glances, sensing her displeasure, until one cautiously remarked, Shuiying, how do you still have relatives like that? They seem rather out of place. She chuckled dryly. Enough of that. There's no need for such politeness. Su Shuiying shot her a disdainful glance. She is the wife of my rural cousin who just married. They sent her to Shanghai to see the world. She's not even the legitimate wife, just a small-town girl whose family is barely respectable. I can't be bothered to inquire further. She's merely a minor landowner. If it weren't for my cousin's frail health needing some cheer, she wouldn't even be here. She can barely read. Su Shuiying plopped down onto the sofa in the hall, while the other girls hesitated to sit, instead surrounding her and engaging in light banter. Your father seems quite accommodating, letting you host her. I heard that last night your family invited Lord Lu to dinner and brought her along. One girl remarked, shrugging, don't even mention it. It was utterly embarrassing. If it weren't for my father's obligation to my rural uncle, he wouldn't have bothered with her. You have no idea. The raw materials for our factory come from my uncle's farmland. He's quite the landowner, with more land than you can fathom. His goods are both good and cheap. After all, he's family to so. I had to entertain her a little. Su Shuiying frowned and commanded, "Now, can we discuss something else? I invited you all here just to keep me company. Just eat and refrain from chattering too much." Hearing this, I suddenly recalled the woman I had seen last night. She must be the cousin Su Shuiying mentioned. But why did she seem so familiar? Just as the girls finished their conversation, a slender figure entered through the front door of the restaurant. Her head bowed, exuding an air of uncertainty and shyness. Su Shuiying gracefully rose, a smirk playing on her lips as she said, "Cousin, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages." The woman hurried forward a few steps, her gaze lifting in a somewhat ingratiating smile. "I am so sorry, Shuiying. I'm late," I gasped, my eyes widening in disbelief. An involuntary exclamation escaped me, and I instinctively turned to cover Shu's mouth, seeing her eyes widen in shock, her breath hot against my hand. At that moment, I heard Su Shuiying's somewhat affected laughter, as if they had not noticed us. Their voices faded into the distance, and I turned back, staring blankly at the slender figure, my mind spinning. How could it be her? No wonder she seemed so familiar. Su Damping in that household. She had once been so inconspicuous that Shui pried my hand away from her mouth with her icy fingers, her eyes darting between me and the retreating figure. Trembling as she whispered, "Qing Lang, I didn't mistake her, did I?" The second miss. How could she be here? I stared at Shui, who returned my gaze, both of us feeling disoriented, as if everything before us had turned surreal. Shu's face blurred in my vision, as if what we had just witnessed was merely a dream. "Qing Lang," Shui said, sensing my stunned silence, tugging at my sleeve anxiously, that I jolted back to reality and turned swiftly to leave. Shui was startled and almost called out to me, but quickly lowered her voice, hurrying to keep up. "Qing Lang, where are we going?" she asked, her tone urgent that I was too preoccupied to respond, desperate to find Danqing. As we approached the dressing room, I quickened my pace and flung the door open with a loud bang. The occupants inside were clearly startled by the commotion. Zhang Ma gasped, dropping the shawl she held, while the manager, holding a tray of tea, turned in surprise. Jin, savoring her tea, looked at me, her mouth agape. Qing Lang, what is wrong? Is there something the matter?" I quickly scanned the room, noticing Danqing was absent. "Jin, where's Danqing?" I forced a calm smile as I inquired. "Danqing?" Jiuan blinked, instinctively answering my question. "Oh, she went to the restroom too. Didn't you see her?" "Hey, Qing Lang, wait. What is the matter?" "Shui, oh dear, Jiuan, you've spilled your tea on your dress," Zhang Ma exclaimed, rushing to assist her, ignoring Jiuan's calls. I turned and dashed toward the restroom. All the while, I struggled to contain my anxiousness, moving quickly without raising suspicion, with only Shu's heavy breaths trailing behind me. "Qing Lang, this way, this way. I just came through here. We don't need to go through the hall." The Shui suddenly tugged at my sleeve, leading me towards a slightly ajar door. It appeared to be a grand banquet hall, adorned with intricately designed doors connecting to other rooms. And at the moment, it was deserted. The heavy velvet curtains draped over the windows cast a dim atmosphere, that as we walked briskly, I instinctively surveyed our surroundings. To Shui, "How do you know about this place?" I asked. Without looking back, she replied, "I couldn't see you when I came out." And I panicked, forgetting the way I came, that I stumbled in here by accident. And when I opened the door, I saw your back. "Ah, here we are. This door is right next to the restroom." She dashed toward the door, and I hurried to follow her. With a creak, she struggled to push the heavy door open, stepping inside, and I followed closely behind. Oh, I could not help but let out a low cry. The front-facing Shio suddenly halted for reasons unknown to me. In my haste to catch up, I collided forcefully with her back. The floral hairpin adorning her head swept past my eyes, causing me immediate pain, prompting me to exclaim, "Shioa, why did you stop so abruptly?" While rubbing my eyes, I reached out to push her, yet she remained silent and motionless. The my words trailed off into silence. Through my blurred vision, I discerned Danqing standing pale-faced at the entrance of the washroom. Her exquisite almond eyes were wide open, her lips pressed tightly together, her chest rising and falling rapidly, with a piercing gaze that seemed to wish for the immediate disappearance of the person before her. The slender figure opposite her trembled uncontrollably, her back facing us, as she struggled to steady herself against the wall, her fingers turning white from the pressure. Upon hearing my voice, she seemed as if stabbed, ceasing her tremors abruptly, and after a moment, slowly turned her head. Her eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Shua took a step back in fear, and I instinctively supported her, only to feel her icy grip around my hand. The corridor fell into a profound silence, save for the occasional sound of our restrained, heavy breathing. Su Damping stared at Shua and me in disbelief for a while before gradually accepting our tangible existence. She clutched her clothing tightly at her chest, inhaling deeply, and then, as if summoning every ounce of courage, turned back to face the cold-faced Danqing that I heard her voice quivering as she uttered, "Sister, so you are still alive." Yet Danqing seemed to hear nothing, merely gazing at her coldly, without uttering a word. That Su Damping, trembling, found her voice faltering, and I held my breath as a sudden loud gulp echoed in my ears. Startled, I looked up to discover that it was Shua continuously swallowing. Click, click. Danqing began to approach us slowly, her high heels echoing sharply against the smooth floor tiles, a sound both crisp and chilling. Observing her expression, I too could not resist swallowing hard, that as she passed Su Damping. Danqing halted, not even glancing at her, and only said coolly, "Miss, you have mistaken me for someone else." That Su Damping, who had initially appeared somewhat withdrawn, froze momentarily, raising her head to meet Danqing's gaze. Stammering, "Sister, it's me." Damping. That Danqing's eyes swept over her, causing the remainder of her words to become lodged in her throat. "That I shall say this once more. You have mistaken me for someone else." That Danqing's piercing gaze fixed upon her as she spoke each word deliberately. That Su Damping's mouth opened and closed, ultimately succumbing to timidity, lowering her eyes, unable to maintain eye contact with Danqing. Danqing scrutinized her for a considerable time, while Su Damping dared not lift her gaze, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, reminiscent of her demeanor during their encounters back in their hometown. Perhaps due to the differing statuses of their mothers, though Danqing was also born of a concubine, how could the humble third madam, born as a servant, compare to the favored second madam? Shua and I dared not even breathe, watching the two of them intently. Suddenly, Danqing smiled, her expression softening as she spoke gently. "However, even if you have mistaken me, should you call me sister, that would be a matter of fate, which I shall graciously accept. My dear sister, as the saying goes, what does it matter if we have met before? I shall not speak further on this matter." Witnessing Danqing's gentle smile juxtaposed with the lack of warmth in her eyes sent a shiver down my spine. Su Damping listened to Danqing's words in a daze, blinking rapidly, as if suddenly grasping the deeper meaning behind them. She nodded vigorously, eager to express herself, stammering, I understand, sister. No, I understand." Hearing her inarticulate confession, Danqing furrowed her brow slightly, a fleeting expression of annoyance and exasperation crossing her face. She managed a strained smile. Well, I was merely speaking casually. There is no need to take it so seriously. Perhaps by tonight, you may forget me entirely. That I tea this." Su Damping immediately covered her mouth, nodding foolishly. Shua and I exchanged a glance. Su Damping had always been timid, much like her mother, submissively retreating into the background, never daring to stand out or act out of turn, belonging to the type that seeks to avoid blame rather than pursue merit. Thus, she likely lacked the courage to unveil Danqing's true background. After finishing her words, Danqing intended to leave, but hesitated, standing still for a moment, surveying her surroundings before quietly inquiring, "What brings you here? Are there others with you?" Su Damping instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. Danqing furrowed her brow, and sensing her displeasure, Su Damping hastily clarified, I came with relatives from my husband's family. No one from my family has come to Shanghai." Danqing was taken aback. "You are married?" "Yes, it was a match approved by the first madam. The family circumstances are favorable, though my husband is not in good health, yet he treats me kindly. This time, my in-laws sent me here to broaden my horizons and to bring some goods back. The relatives here have also been very kind, showing me around." Su Damping's response seemed somewhat disjointed, as if she were desperately trying to convey that she was doing well. After speaking, she offered a small, respectful smile, yet there was an indescribable flavor to it. Likely a sense of happiness after resigning herself to her fate, that I found myself momentarily stunned. Can resignation indeed lead to happiness? I could not help but glance at Danqing. Danqing's expression grew somewhat bewildered as she observed Su Damping's cautious smile. She suddenly sighed but chose not to speak further, raising her foot to leave. "That I simply cannot endure this. Has my cousin fallen into a latrine?" "She has yet to return." That a familiar voice of complaint wafted over from a distance. accompanied by laughter, that I heard a girl jesting. Shuiying, why do you speak so harshly? It seems you've truly become a product of your environment. After spending just a few days in the countryside, you've grown coarse. Su Damping was taken aback, quickly adjusting her clothing and hair, despite them being perfectly neat, as she nervously glanced towards the end of the corridor. Then at the now darkening expression on Danqing's face, hastily lowering her head. Danqing turned to glance in that direction, then scrutinized Su Damping from head to toe, squeezing out a cold statement. The so-called relatives you mentioned. Do they refer to the Su family? Yes. You know them too, Su Damping replied, her surprise evident as she raised her head to look at Danqing, yet Danqing's frigid expression rendered her speechless.